Immemorial Dragon Elephant Art Chapter 2778 to Chapter 2864. Haha, you two trash want to kill me? You're overestimating yourselves. Lin Feng suddenly laughed out loud. He looked at Demonic Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Dao Master with disdain. Isn't this guy a little too arrogant? The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces could not help but laugh coldly. Now that Demonic Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Dao Master had found a way to kill Lin Feng, in the eyes of the cultivators of the three forces, Lin Feng would definitely die. They believed Demonic Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Dao Master's words without a doubt. Now that Lin Feng's words were so arrogant, the cultivators of the three forces could not help but laugh coldly in their hearts. Anyway, you won't be arrogant for long. You'll be crying later. Lin Gongzi is really domineering. The cultivators of the Demon-Killing Alliance had a completely different reaction from the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They felt that Lin Feng was really domineering. They believed that Lin Feng would definitely be able to kill Demonic Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Dao Master. The cultivators of these two forces had great confidence in the experts on their side. Boom, a terrifying aura spread out. Demonic Blood Rock King and Chaotic Evil Dao Master began to form a new attack. Spatial Slicing. Demonic Blood Rock King attacked first, unleashing a peerless and terrifying mystique. This spatial slicing was abnormally terrifying. After this mystique was unleashed, streaks of void divine light were formed. Those streaks of void divine light slashed out. Everyone saw that the formless and colorless void was actually being torn apart. This was because cracks had appeared in the void. Those cracks were black, and they were caused by space-time rifts. The void was a three-dimensional plane. Although it was formless and colorless, one could still see its existence through certain methods. For example, one could tear the void and create space-time cracks. Demonic Blood Rock King's spatial slicing was said to be able to tear the space of any world instantly. Its strength was simply unimaginable. Lin Feng's physical body naturally could not resist Demonic Blood Rock King's attack. Ancient Divine Seed, Immortal Lotus. At this time, Evil Dao Master also used a very powerful sacred art. This sacred art showed an illusory world. In that illusory world, an ancient god had planted an immortal lotus. Immortal lotuses bloomed. The world collapsed. The immortal lotus had formed a lotus flower. Then, the lotus flower quickly flew out. Then, it slowly bloomed. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the blooming lotus. A power that could destroy the world directly enveloped Lin Feng. Regardless of whether it was the space slicer or the ancient god's immortal lotus, any one of these divine abilities could be said to be peerless and terrifying. When the surrounding cultivators sensed the terror of the two divine abilities, they couldn't help but reveal aghast expressions. The aura of the two divine abilities was simply too oppressive. Due to that, the surrounding cultivators had no choice but to retreat. If he got too close, their bodies would be instantly destroyed by the pressure emitted by the two divine abilities. As expected of a boundary emperor who reached the 93rd step of the stone steps. Such battle strength is definitely not something that Great Desire Evil Lord and the others can compare to. Sensing the power of the space slicer and the ancient god's immortal lotus, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal a solemn expression. These two divine abilities were indeed peerless and terrifying. However, Lin Feng already had a plan to deal with them. He took out the demonic emperor's small world and then entered it. When the two divine abilities came crashing down, they were immediately blocked by the demonic emperor's small world. Although the space slicer was powerful, it couldn't destroy the world crystal wall that the demonic emperor's small world had constructed. Although the ancient god's immortal lotus was very powerful, it couldn't break through Lin Feng's small world. The demonic emperor's small world quickly expanded. It covered the sky and enveloped the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master. It was about to envelop the two of them. At this moment, the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master quickly rushed into the distance. The two of them wanted to widen the distance between them and Lin Feng. Then, they attacked Lin Feng from afar. Lin Feng sneered. Do you think you can retreat just because you want to? You're too naive. The demonic Emperor's small world released a powerful force of the world that covered a radius of more than 10 miles. The demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master were also enveloped by the force of the world released by the demonic Emperor's small world. If they wanted to escape, they had to break through the seal of the force of the world. Space Slicer, Ancient God's Immortal Lotus, the two of them attacked again. This was their most powerful divine ability. Now that they had condensed it, they wanted to break through the force of the world. However, they failed. The force of the world that escaped from the demonic Emperor's small world was too powerful. It wasn't something that they could break through. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Lin Feng controlled the demonic Emperor's small world with all his might and attacked the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master. Break! The two of them roared and activated their magic treasures to attack the demonic Emperor's small world. However, it was useless. Their magic treasures were devoured by the demonic Emperor's small world. Then, they were suppressed by Lin Feng. They had no choice but to fight against Lin Feng's small world with their physical bodies. Originally, Lin Feng didn't intend to use the demonic Emperor's small world to deal with the two of them. However, he realized that the two of them were too cunning. They kept a distance from him and attacked him from afar. In terms of magic power, he naturally couldn't beat them. Lin Feng took out the demonic Emperor's small world to deal with the two of them. Bang bang bang, the two of them clashed again and again. Wah! Wah! After hundreds of clashes, the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. It's over. The two of them are done for. Run, run, run. Once the two of them are killed, we won't be able to escape death either. The cultivators of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all screamed in fear. They all fled into the distance. They thought that Lin Feng would be killed. They didn't expect this outcome. Lin Feng was fine. Instead, the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master were about to be killed by Lin Feng. Naturally, they didn't dare to wait any longer. If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't be able to escape later. The cultivators of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces all fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they were nowhere to be seen. Lin Feng didn't care about those people. He focused all his energy on dealing with the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master. If you kill us, you'll offend the two royal families of the myriad tribes. You'd better think about the consequences. Evil Tao Master said loudly with a hint of threat. Lin Feng, take a step back and you'll be safe. How about we both take a step back? As long as you don't kill us, the forces behind us won't do anything to you. The demonic Blood Rock King shouted. Lin Feng sneered and ignored the two of them. He activated the demonic Emperor's small world with all his might and attacked the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Tao Master. After 35 consecutive attacks. Bang! Bang! The night was bright. In the forest, a bonfire burned fiercely. The cultivators of the demon-killing alliance were scattered around the bonfire. What are your plans? Lin Feng asked. We are willing to follow Lin Gongzi. That's right, we are willing to follow Lin Gongzi. We will fight against the myriad races and other forces to the end. Lin Gongzi, please accept us. A group of demon-killing alliance cultivators hurriedly bowed to Lin Feng. Back then, the demon-killing alliance had 100,000 people. Now, there were only 100 left. The rest had basically died in battle. As for the demon-killing alliance, Lin Feng was rather impressed. One had to know, many cultivators sold their ancestors for glory. They directly joined the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, or other forces. They helped these three forces. They dealt with the cultivators of the Tianwu continent. No matter what kind of world it was, there was no lack of such people who sold their ancestors for glory. These people only had benefits in their eyes. They could give up love, family, friendship, and so on. For the sake of prosperity, some people could even offer their wives and daughters to the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, or other forces. Because of this, it showed the preciousness of the demon-killing alliance cultivators. At the very least, they were people with guts. Unfortunately, there were only 100 cultivators left in the demon-killing alliance. Lin Feng said, tomorrow, you will head to the East Sea Nation of Desire. Just say that I invited you to join the Nation of Desire. When the time comes, the people there will make arrangements for you. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. Thank you, Lin Gongzi. The demon-killing alliance cultivators all thanked Lin Feng. You don't have to be so polite, Lin Feng said. Late at night, many people had already fallen asleep. Lin Feng, however, was not sleepy. At this moment, a fragrance wafted over. Hua Fengjiao came to Lin Feng's side. The smell from her body was very pleasant. Seeing Hua Fengjiao, Lin Feng could not help but think of what had happened between him and Hua Fengjiao. Hua Fengjiao was definitely a top-grade beauty. Now, she was even more mature and charming than before. A single movement and a single look from her was enough to steal one's soul. Thank you Lin Gongzi for saving my life. Hua Fengjiao thanked Lin Feng. With our relationship, you don't have to be so courteous with me, Lin Feng said. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Hua Fengjiao's pretty face immediately turned red. He didn't even dare to look at Lin Feng. She had only experienced one man, Lin Feng. At this moment, she probably recalled what had happened between her and Lin Feng. However, as a woman, even though she no longer had any hatred for Lin Feng, and even had feelings of admiration for Lin Feng, she was still a woman. But now, she was too embarrassed to say some of the things in her heart. Hua Fengjiao stood up and wanted to leave this place. She didn't know what to say to Lin Feng. She didn't know how to face Lin Feng. So, she wanted to leave quickly. However, Lin Feng grabbed Hua Fengjiao's waist and carried her up. Ah, what are you doing? Hua Fengjiao couldn't help but exclaim. She didn't expect Lin Feng to treat her like this. For a moment, she was extremely nervous. She gently struggled as if she wanted to get down, but her strength was too weak. She couldn't break free from Lin Feng's embrace. Perhaps, deep in her heart, Hua Fengjiao didn't want to break free from Lin Feng's embrace. So, when she struggled, her strength was so weak. This place isn't the place to talk. Let's find a quiet place and have a good chat, Lin Feng said. Hua Fengjiao's pretty face turned even redder. She knew what Lin Feng wanted to do. At this moment, she should reject him. But Hua Fengjiao didn't want to reject Lin Feng. Deep in her heart, there seemed to be a voice telling Hua Fengjiao. He wanted her to agree to Lin Feng's request. Hua Fengjiao tried to cover it up. We can only chat. We can't do anything else. Of course, our friendship is very pure. Lin Feng smiled. Seeing that Hua Fengjiao had agreed, he carried Hua Fengjiao and left. The next day, the cultivators of the demon-killing alliance gathered. Then, they headed to the East Sea country of Desire. Now, the entire South region was in an eerie silence. The cultivators of the 10,000 races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces either left the South region quickly or gathered in the major cities. They didn't dare to move around casually. The news of Lin Feng killing the demonic Blood Rock King and Evil Dao Master had already spread throughout the South region. This matter could be said to have caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng's strength was far greater than expected. Now, Lin Feng was actually in cahoots with the demon-killing alliance. This was what scared the major forces the most. The demon-killing alliance had suffered heavy casualties. If Lin Feng were to vent his anger on the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces, he might very well start a massacre. These cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were naturally in danger. They were almost scared out of their wits. Now, when the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces talked about Lin Feng, they didn't even dare to mention Lin Feng's name. After parting with the cultivators of the demon-killing alliance, Lin Feng continued on his way to the South Region city. All the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces in the direction of the South Region city fled. They were worried that Lin Feng would attack them. If that happened, who would be able to escape alive? Thus, along the way, Lin Feng saw many empty towns. Lin Feng was even confused. He didn't know why those towns were empty. We're here, Lin Feng saw the ancient city appear on the horizon. That ancient city was the South Region city. The South Region city was huge and had been occupied by the 10,000 races. However, now that they heard that Lin Feng was heading in this direction, all the cultivators of the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces in the South Region city had already fled without a trace. Thus, the South Region city was now an empty city. After entering the South Region city, Lin Feng headed straight for the teleportation plaza. There were many teleportation portals in the teleportation plaza. However, he didn't know where he would be teleported to. Lin Feng studied them carefully. He realized that only one of these teleportation portals was connected to the extraterrestrial world. Clearly, this teleportation array should lead to the trial planet from back then. After Lin Feng activated the teleportation portal, buzz, the teleportation portal shone brightly, and the power of the stars descended. The power of the stars condensed into a huge starry passage. Lin Feng entered the starry passage. Soon, he disappeared. 10 days later, rumble, a loud sound shook the heavens. A space-time portal appeared above the trial planet. Swoosh! During the alien star trial, many things happened on this alien star. Lin Feng remembered that it was on this alien star that he met Li Yingdai. He also got to know the vicious and merciless Duan Hongxiu. This woman was an extremely perverted existence. Not only was her sexual orientation abnormal, but she was also extremely controlling. She treated Li Yingdai as her exclusive property. But Li Yingdai was a normal woman. After spending a lot of time with Lin Feng, Li Yingdai had started to admire him. Later, when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu wanted to kill Lin Feng. It was just that after the alien star trial, Lin Feng didn't see Li Yingdai for a long time, until the Red World Fairy's birthday. Then, he saw Li Yingdai again. The two rekindled their old feelings. Li Yingdai truly gave herself to Lin Feng. But when Duan Hongxiu found out, Duan Hongxiu hated Lin Feng. She poisoned Li Yingdai and wanted Li Yingdai to assassinate Lin Feng. Only then did Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. Li Yingdai chose death rather than betray Lin Feng. Later, Lin Feng helped Li Yingdai detoxify the poison. He thought that he could get rid of Duan Hongxiu, this vicious woman. Who would have thought that Duan Hongxiu would use the soul-seizing curse on Li Yingdai? Li Yingdai, who was under the soul-seizing curse, couldn't control her body. In order not to hurt Lin Feng, Li Yingdai quietly left. Until now, Lin Feng didn't have any news of Li Yingdai. He didn't know how Li Yingdai was doing. Now, he came to the alien star trial again. Lin Feng couldn't help but think of Li Yingdai, this beautiful and pitiful woman. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a good woman, but her fate was full of misfortune. It was truly lamentable. Lin Feng sorted out his emotions and quickly flew towards the cold river. The cold scorching god mansion was at the bottom of the cold river. Rumble! A loud sound reverberated through the mountain forest. A huge river was surging endlessly. We're here. After seeing Han He, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly flew towards the cold river. Then, it disappeared into the cold river. The temperature of the cold river was extremely terrifying. Ordinary people simply could not withstand the temperature of the cold river. The last time Lin Feng entered the cold river, he had almost frozen to death in the cold river. Fortunately, he was able to control the heavenly flame. He was protected by the sky fire. Author: the heavenly fire will never be extinguished, even in the water. Therefore, the heavenly fire can protect the body in the water. Only then did Lin Feng manage to resist the terrifying baleful qi within the cold river. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death in the cold river. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had greatly increased, even if he did not use the heavenly flame, he could still protect his body from being injured by the terrifying cold qi at the bottom of the cold river. Soon, he saw the blazing frost divine manor. The frost-scorching divine manor was located in the deepest part of the frost river. It was unknown how long it had been there, but it exuded mottled traces of time. The entrance of the cold-scorching divine manor was shrouded in divine light. Just like the last time, Lin Feng passed through the divine light and entered the interior. Roar! A gigantic ice dragon roared and charged at Lin Feng with its gigantic claws. That terrifying attack was simply capable of destroying the heavens and decimating the earth. Lin Feng threw a punch at the frost dragon. Bang! The two sides collided fiercely. Lin Feng was shaken back by the frost dragon. This frost dragon's strength was simply too tyrannical. Lin Feng felt extremely shocked. It's you. The frost dragon's cold eyes looked at Lin Feng. Clearly, it had recognized this uninvited guest. Your memory is not bad. You still remember me. Lin Feng was very surprised. When he first entered this place by mistake, he was still very weak. Lin Feng asked himself if it were him, he might not be able to recognize a weak cultivator whom he had only met once many years later. The frost dragon ignored Lin Feng. Instead, it looked at Lin Feng coldly, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end under the frost dragon's gaze. No, this is not a real frost dragon. It's an artifact spirit. But this artifact spirit is not the same as ordinary artifact spirits. I can't tell exactly what the difference is. The demon lord transmitted his voice to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was very surprised. He did not expect that the frost dragon in front of him was an artifact spirit. Under normal circumstances, artifact spirits would choose to sleep. Sleeping could prolong their lifespan. But every time he came here, the frost dragon seemed to be awake, guarding the outside, and never went into a deep slumber. If this continued, even if the frost dragon was an artifact spirit, its lifespan would be exhausted very soon. You're an artifact spirit? Lin Feng looked at the frost dragon and asked. You have some eyesight, the frost dragon said coldly. Since you're an artifact spirit, why are you always awake? Lin Feng asked the question in his heart. Because I refined the skeleton of a frost dragon. Part of my soul fused with the skeleton to guard the cave, while the majority of my soul is sleeping. The frost dragon said. An artifact spirit has cultivated a soul? And it can even refine a clone? Lin Feng was very surprised. Even artifact cultivators found it difficult to cultivate a soul. Not to mention refining a clone. This was the first time he had seen an artifact spirit with a soul. The world is very big, and it is filled with many inconceivable things. There are only things you can't think of, but there is nothing you can't do. The frost dragon said. Now that the frost dragon could talk to him calmly, it meant that the frost dragon did not want to continue being enemies with him. Lin Feng felt that the frost dragon might have recognized his strength. It wanted to pass the frost divine abode to him. Otherwise, the frost dragon wouldn't have been able to talk to him so calmly. Lin Feng asked, who left this frost divine abode behind? Who do you think it was? The frost dragon asked. The frost divine abode's name had the word God in it. That was why Lin Feng had thought that the frost divine abode had been left behind by a god expert. But now, it seemed that this thought was too naive. Take the first fire god, Zhurong, for example. He was strong enough to fight against the sacred emperor and was equivalent to a peak immortal. Clearly, the frost divine abode was not left behind by a god. Is it a divine abode left behind by a great emperor? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Yes, a great emperor, and a great empress at that. A peerless great empress, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, but in the end, she trusted the wrong person and died miserably. The frost dragon couldn't help but sigh. It seemed to be recalling the great empress past. Great emperors were very rare, let alone a female great emperor. Anyone who could become a great emperor was an existence that devoured the world's karmic luck. Powerful karmic luck supported them endlessly. This female great emperor must have been a stunning existence. Lin Feng asked, can you tell me what happened back then? The frost dragon said, looking back on the past, even the great emperors can't escape the word love. Back then, she was in her prime. Her clothes were as white as snow, and she looked like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Many young masters chased after her, but she was never moved. Until one day, she met someone. That person was very carefree and very powerful. He once swore to the great emperor that he would spend his entire life with her. Later, he left because he had some urgent matters to attend to. Many years passed, and he never returned. The great emperor went to the great world he mentioned to look for him, but she found that he had many wives and concubines. His promise to her in this life was nothing more than a lie. The great emperor returned heartbroken, but she was attacked on the way. In the end, she was heavily injured and landed here. she died of depression. Lin Feng basically understood the ice dragon's story. That great empress was a peerless beauty and had many suitors. However, she had never met anyone she liked. Later on, she met someone she liked and entrusted her life to him. The person she liked made a vow of eternal love. However, that person abandoned her and left alone. The great empress thought that her lover had encountered some trouble and thus, she didn't return for many years. The great emperor trusted her subordinates and went to look for her lover. However, she found a scene that made her heartbroken. Their promise to each other had been nothing more than a lie. The great emperor was deeply hurt, so she returned alone. However, she met with a mishap and died with regret. A female great empress had died here all alone. It was indeed a sad thing. Lin Feng asked, "Who was that man?" "Nalan Xianma," the ice dragon said. "A cultivator from the celestial realm." "A cultivator from the celestial realm?" Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed that Nalan Xianma was also a powerful person. "Have you ever wanted to obtain the Blazing Frost estate?" the ice dragon asked. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded. There was nothing to be embarrassed about. This time it was hundreds of millions of miles away. He had come for the frost-scorching divine abode. "Since you want the Blazing Frost divine palace, you can get it," the frost dragon said. "You're saying that the scorching ice estate is mine now?" Lin Feng looked at the frost dragon in surprise. He kept feeling that the process of obtaining the scorching frost divine abode was too simple, right? "I'm only here to protect the Blazing Frost divine abode and find a new master for the Blazing Frost divine abode. In terms of talent and cultivation, you are qualified to be the new master of the Blazing Frost divine abode," the frost dragon said. "Ha ha ha ha, it's not that I'm arrogant, but there aren't many people in this world who are as talented as me. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns," Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng was an extremely confident person. Confidence was not arrogance. Excessive modesty was not keeping a low profile. It was a form of denial of oneself. Therefore, when it was time to be confident, one had to be confident. A confident person's inner world was usually abnormally strong. Tenacious willpower. In order to achieve one's goal, one could put in far more effort than others. This kind of confidence was also a kind of motivation for Lin Feng to constantly improve and surpass himself over the years. The frost dragon said, "You can enter the Blazing Frost divine abode now." Lin Feng nodded and walked toward the Blazing Frost divine abode. The Blazing Frost divine abode was an immortal abode forged by the female empress. After entering, Lin Feng discovered that there were many stone rooms in the abode. The stone room in the middle was equivalent to a living room. There were many daily necessities placed in the middle room. This place had been sealed for a long time, but because of the cleansing formation runes, it was clean. Therefore, it was very clean. Lin Feng saw a wooden puppet placed on the table. The puppet was a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and had an otherworldly temperament. Lin Feng picked up the puppet and found that there were words on the back of the puppet. "In the heavens, we are willing to be two lovebirds, on earth, we are willing to be intertwined branches." These words of love are really mushy. Could it be that the man named Nalan Qianma carved this puppet for the empress? Looking at these words now, it's simply a great irony. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He carefully examined the puppet and found that it was indeed just an ordinary puppet and not a powerful treasure. After Lin Feng put down the puppet, he began to look for the treasures left behind by the empress in the stone room. There was nothing special left in this stone room that looked like a living room. Lin Feng's gaze looked at the surrounding stone rooms. He opened the first stone room and found that there were more than a dozen bookshelves in this stone room. And on these bookshelves, there were scrolls or jade cylinders placed one after another. Lin Feng picked up a scroll and opened it. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, the scroll had already decayed. Not only did it emit a moldy smell, but it had also decayed to the point that he couldn't see the contents clearly. This is a material made of golden silk and reinforced with magic power. These scrolls can be stored for an extremely long time, but even so, they have already decayed after being passed down for so long. Time is the most terrifying force, enough to destroy anything. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened many scrolls and found that they had all been destroyed. Lin Feng picked up a jade cylinder. To his delight, the jade cylinder he picked up was very well preserved. After all, the materials of jade cylinders and scrolls were different. Therefore, jade cylinders could be preserved for a longer time. This jade cylinder recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. These maps of the ancient starry sky path were extremely precious. He quickly began to check the other jade cylinders. Lin Feng found that some of these jade cylinders recorded a map of the ancient starry sky path, some recorded the layout of some powerful formations, and some recorded the prescription of medicine. Could this ancient starry sky map be? Suddenly, Lin Feng found an ancient starry sky map. An extremely shocked expression immediately appeared on his face. His breathing also became rapid. In the endless starry sky world, billions of stars revolved around the brightest star on this ancient starry sky map. Seeing that dazzling star, Lin Feng was wild with joy. This was because the words Undying Realm were written on the star. Demon Lord, quickly take a look. Is this the ancient starry sky map to the Undying Realm? The Demon Lord's memory was incomplete and could not remember the complete starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. However, the Demon Lord still had a part of the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm in his mind. If this starry sky map was really the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. With the part of the starry sky map in the Demon Lord's mind, plus his understanding of the starry sky around the Undying Realm, plus some of his analysis. Basically, he could determine whether this starry sky map was real or fake. Let me take a look. The Demon Lord transmitted his voice, and then his divine sense invaded the jade tube and began to study the starry sky map. After studying it for a while, the Demon Lord said, "Yes, this is indeed the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. This is great, the starry sky map that I have been looking for so long, I finally found it." Lin Feng's face was full of ecstasy. He needed to go to the Undying Realm to find the starry sky map where his mother was suppressed. Therefore, the trip to the Undying Realm was imperative. It was just that it was not an easy task to find the starry sky map leading to the Undying Realm. But fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint the faithful. Now, it was finally found by Lin Feng. With this starry sky map, Lin Feng could travel through the starry sky. Of course, Lin Feng was also clear about one thing. What he needed to do the most now was to improve his cultivation, because the Undying Realm was extremely dangerous, and the Undying Realm was likely to be related to the Undying clan. At that time, who knew how many dangers would appear? Before going to the Undying Realm, he had to improve his cultivation as much as possible. After putting away these jade tubes, Lin Feng went to the second stone room. This time, he obtained the map to the Undying Realm. Lin Feng did not care whether he could get other treasures or not. Of course, it would be even better if he could get other treasures. The second stone room was an alchemy room. Lin Feng found that many of the jade tubes recorded many precious prescriptions, so he guessed that the Great Empress was probably an extremely powerful alchemist. Now that he saw this alchemy room, it also confirmed Lin Feng's previous guess. There were also many bookshelves in the medicine refining room. However, what was placed on these bookshelves were porcelain bottles containing medicinal pills, not scrolls, books, or jade tubes. In addition to those bookshelves, there was also a cauldron placed in the medicine refining room. Nine-Dragon Cauldron, this is the Nine-Dragon Cauldron. The Demon Lord could not help but exclaim. Listening to the Demon Lord's tone, he knew that this furnace was extraordinary. Does the Nine-Dragon Cauldron have an extraordinary origin? Lin Feng asked. This cauldron was created by the 9th True Dragon Emperor. Of course it's extraordinary. The Demon Lord said. In this era, only 9 True Dragon Emperors had appeared in the True Dragon clan. Every True Dragon Emperor was an existence that stood at the pinnacle of cultivation. He was equivalent to a top deity. Therefore, the cauldron forged by the True Dragon Great Emperor was definitely powerful. The 9-Dragon Cauldron was engraved with 9 lifelike true dragons. Each true dragon seemed to have come alive. It could soar into the sky at any time. The runes on the True Dragon Cauldron were very complicated. Not only were there true dragon runes, but there were also some divine runes that Lin Feng did not recognize. They were probably ancient divine runes that had been lost for a long time. Lin Feng placed his right hand on the true dragon cauldron. In an instant, a cold chi surged out of the cauldron. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Crack, crack. His right hand was actually sealed in ice. Besides, the ice strength was spreading from his arm to his entire body. He wanted to freeze Lin Feng's entire body. Lin Feng was shocked. What a terrifying nine-dragon cauldron! He hurriedly removed his right hand, then used his heavenly fire to dissolve the freezing power in his body. The nine-dragon cauldron's material is fused with extreme cold iron. This is an extremely terrifying material that is extremely cold. It is said that a thumb-sized piece of extreme cold iron can freeze the world within a radius of 30,000 miles. It can turn the earth into a world of ice and snow. The demon lord said. Lin Feng was slightly moved. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying material in the world. Even if a cultivator's magic power was monstrous, they had no choice but to respect heaven and earth, nature, and the great creator. Lin Feng used a drop of blood to refine the nine-dragon cauldron. Suddenly, a special connection was formed between him and the nine-dragon cauldron. This was the connection between bloodlines. After he opened the nine-dragon cauldron, Lin Feng was surprised to find that there were many immortal liquids stored in the nine-dragon cauldron. The only pity was that these immortal liquids had lost a lot of energy with the passage of time. The effect had declined greatly. What a reckless waste of resources. Looking at the immortal liquids that had lost a lot of energy, Lin Feng's heart was bleeding. This was the immortal essence of the heavenly realm, a top-grade immortal material born from heaven and earth. Lin Feng guessed that this great empress had probably obtained it when she went to the heavenly realm to find Nayland Qianma. Fortunately, it can still be used. I'll refine you later, Lin Feng muttered. Now that Lin Feng was at the third layer of the giant god realm, he hoped to have a breakthrough after refining these immortal liquids. Lin Feng's gaze then looked at the rest of the porcelain bottles. He opened a porcelain bottle, and a rotten smell came out of the porcelain bottle. It was very unpleasant. The pills inside had been destroyed. He opened many porcelain bottles one after another, and the pills in these porcelain bottles were all destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. Time has destroyed so many top-grade pills. No wonder the effect of the immortal liquids in the cauldron was greatly reduced. It's already very lucky that they weren't completely destroyed. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He opened all of the porcelain bottles, but unfortunately, all of the pills had been destroyed. Time was really a guy that made people gnash their teeth in hatred. How many good things had been destroyed with the passage of time? Not only these things, but the passage of time had also buried too many heroes and geniuses, peerless beauties. Lin Feng decided to first refine the immortal liquid in the nine-dragon cauldron before going to explore the other stone rooms. Compared to exploring the other stone rooms, the thing he couldn't wait to do now was to increase his strength. Right now, Lin Feng's realm was stuck at the third layer of the giant god realm. I wonder if these immortal liquids can increase my cultivation by another 1 or 2 levels. If the energy of these immortal liquids hadn't been lost, Lin Feng believed that these immortal liquids would definitely allow his cultivation to break through by a large margin. But now, the energy loss of these immortal liquids was too serious. Therefore, Lin Feng wasn't sure if it could increase his cultivation. Lin Feng began to refine the immortal liquids in the nine-dragon cauldron. A large amount of immortal liquids were refined by Lin Feng. The powerful energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng's body. When all the energy was devoured by Lin Feng. Not bad, not bad. I've finally broken through a level. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. This breakthrough was a significant improvement for him. After all, Lin Feng's current accumulation was simply too great. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to break through. Even if he broke through a single level, it would greatly improve his cultivation. After breaking through, Lin Feng headed to the other stone rooms. Soon, he arrived at the third stone room. This third stone room was actually a crafting room. Inside the crafting room, there were many crafting materials and a special cauldron used for crafting. This kind of cauldron was different from the ones used for alchemy. Lin Feng was not a blacksmith, so he had no use for this kind of cauldron. Of course, if he really wanted to refine a treasure, The cauldron used for alchemy could also be used as a temporary cauldron. There was not much to gain from this stone room. Lin Feng entered the fourth stone room. Lin Feng saw a white jade bed, a makeup table made of white jade, a table, a chair, and a chair. Lin Feng also saw a white jade bed, a makeup table, and a chair. However, he did not see the Empress's corpse. Where's the Empress's corpse? Lin Feng could not help but ask. She passed away in a seated posture. She turned into a rainbow and scattered. The ice dragon's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng nodded. Then, he searched for the Empress's storage ring. In the past, the Empress had shocked the world. She must have grasped many shocking legacies. Moreover, she must have grasped many of the 3,000 great Daos. This was what Lin Feng wanted. The 3,000 great Daos. To Lin Feng, this was too important. However, after searching for a while, Lin Feng did not find the Empress's storage ring. He transmitted his voice to the ice dragon and asked, "Why can't I see the Empress's storage ring?" The ice dragon replied, "The storage ring has been destroyed." Damn, Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He felt very depressed. Initially, he wanted to obtain some top-notch inheritances from the Empress. But he never thought that this would be the result. Since the storage ring was destroyed, the treasures and successions inside it were destroyed too. It was such a pity. How long has it been? How many years have passed? Suddenly, a voice resounded in the stone room. When he heard this voice, Lin Feng was so frightened that his hair stood on end. It was a woman's voice. Such a sudden sound was too frightening. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. In the next moment, a hazy figure appeared in the stone room. It was a woman with her back facing Lin Feng. This woman's body was surrounded by faint immortal light. Even though it was just her back, this woman still gave Lin Feng a very special feeling. This feeling was like facing a goddess of heaven, a peerless beauty. Lin Feng looked at the woman. He frowned slightly. This was not her real body, but an illusory one. Clearly, it was the Empress. Now, the Empress who had passed away had appeared. Not knowing what was going to happen, Lin Feng had a bad premonition. Since you've come to the blazing frost matter, it must be fate that brought us together. The Empress said. Lin Feng did not say anything. Instead, he quietly listened to what the Empress wanted to say. The Empress continued, "The blazing frost matter is only one of my palaces. In the undying realm, I have another immortal residence. It's my master's immortal residence." The Empress's master? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. If the Empress was so powerful, how powerful must her master be? I don't know how many immortal mansions there are in this world, but most of them don't live up to their name. They can't even be called immortal mansions. Even the mansions built by the great emperors aren't real immortal mansions. However, my master's immortal mansion is a real immortal mansion. Because my master was an immortal back then, I inherited her immortal mansion. There are many things in the immortal mansion, whether it's magical treasures or inheritances, you can find them all in the mansion. The Empress said. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Now that such a good thing has fallen on my head, I'm a little dizzy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the Empress. What's your purpose? You can tell me now. Help me do something. The Empress said. What is it? Lin Feng asked. Ask Nailan Qianma why he wants to kill me. The Empress asked. What? When Lin Feng heard that, he was astonished. Wasn't Nailan Qianma the man who had deceived the Empress? The Empress returned with a broken heart. She had been ambushed on the way back and had been injured. Could it be that Nailan Qianma was the one who had attacked her? If that was the case, Nailan Qianma was too inhumane. He was worse than a beast, are you surprised? The Empress smiled bitterly. Yes, I'm very surprised. Was he really the one who ambushed you? Asked Lin Feng. He wasn't sure. He wasn't the one who ambushed me, the Empress said. Lin Feng was puzzled. If he wasn't the one who ambushed you, why did you ask me to ask him why he wants to kill you? The Empress said, although he wasn't the one who ambushed me, the people who ambushed me are closely related to him. Although those people hid very well, I still felt the same bloodline power as him. Those people should have been sent by him. The Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Is Nailan Qianma still alive? Has he been able to survive until now? The flow of time in the celestial world is different from the mortal world. In addition, his clan is very special. There shouldn't be a problem for him to survive until now. The Empress said. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Given Nailan Qianma's strength, if I tell him what you want me to say, he won't let me go, right? No matter how precious the immortal abode you left in the undying world is, I'm afraid I won't be able to enjoy it. The Empress said. You have no other choice. That's not necessarily true. With my current strength and the treasures I have, it shouldn't be too difficult for me to force my way out. Lin Feng said. This remnant will of mine stayed here to wait for someone like you. If you don't agree, this remnant will do its best to perish together with you. The Empress said threateningly. Lin Feng suddenly looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears. But on second thought, this great Empress was indeed miserable. Her fate was full of misfortune. She had met the wrong person. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to fight to the death with the great Empress. It wouldn't be good for anyone if they fought to the death. All right. I promise you, we can cooperate. Lin Feng said. Now, he had no choice but to agree. Moreover, Lin Feng really sympathized with the great Empress. Moreover, after agreeing, Lin Feng could get a real immortal mansion. In that case, he might as well agree. The location of the immortal mansion is recorded in this jade tube. The great Empress took out a jade tube and handed it to Lin Feng. His divine sense invaded the jade tube and found that it was a roadmap. It should be the roadmap to the immortal mansion in the undying realm. Hee, can you teach me some of the 3,000 great Daos? Lin Feng said with a grin. There was nothing he was embarrassed to say. The great Empress said, although this remnant soul of mine has mastered the method to use several kinds of divine sense, I have forgotten the cultivation method. Since you have the exact location of the immortal mansion, you can naturally get what you want after entering the immortal mansion. Lin Feng said, although I promised to help you ask Nailan Qianma why he wanted to kill you back then, I won't blindly go looking for Nailan Qianma. Even if I have to look for Nailan Qianma, I will wait until my strength increases before I go looking for Nailan Qianma. Naturally, I won't let you die in vain. The great Empress said. Then, her body slowly dissipated. Soon, it disappeared. Lin Feng left the immortal mansion. This immortal mansion couldn't be taken away. However, as long as it could be taken away and valuable things, Lin Feng took them away. I wish you all the best. The great ice dragon said. Lin Feng really had the impulse to kill the great ice dragon with a palm. This guy seemed to have a relatively decent appearance, but in fact, it had an incomparably black-bellied heart. Previously, he had felt that there was something wrong with how easily he had entered the scorching frost god's abode. Sure enough, he had been tricked by the frost dragon. However, Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to argue with the frost dragon. After leaving the scorching frost god estate, Lin Feng returned to land. Boom, at this moment, a terrifying shockwave swept across the world. This wave of energy came from the outer realms. The outer region's trial stars were different from the 9 prefectures. A great world like the 9 prefectures would have an extremely powerful atmosphere outside. And this kind of atmosphere could protect the 9 prefectures. For example, when a star crashed into the 9 states world, it had yet to hit the 9 prefectures world. It had already been obliterated by the atmosphere of the 9 prefectures. However, the atmosphere of the outer realm training star was very thin. If a star were to crash into it, that star would probably directly destroy the outer realm trial star. Therefore, when a war broke out in outer space, the atmosphere of the outer space trial star simply couldn't withstand the surging energy waves. What kind of creatures are fighting? Lin Feng was puzzled. He quickly flew toward the outer space. In the cold and dark outer realms, there was almost no air flow. Moreover, the energy here was very chaotic and difficult to absorb. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to survive in the outer realms. However, any creature that could survive in the outer realms was definitely a group of powerful creatures. Now that a war had broken out in outer space, it was definitely a war between extremely terrifying creatures. As for what kind of creatures they were, it was still unknown. Lin Feng quickly flew toward the location of the war. From afar, he saw a ball of holy light floating in the dark outer realms. Around the holy light, 3 powerful beings were engaged in a fierce battle. The first creature was a void beast that was as huge as a star. This was the supreme overlord of the starry sky world. The second creature was a 9-headed rock. This 9-headed rock's body was more than 1,000 meters long, and its wingspan was more than 2,000 meters. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing a 9-headed rock. This creature was extremely terrifying. Its cultivation was heaven-defying. Moreover, the blood of the rock race flowed in its veins. There were many branches of the rock race, such as the demonic blood rock race, the 9-headed rock race, the golden-winged rock race, and so on. The rock race's bloodline was extremely powerful. Moreover, none of these branches of the rock race were weak. The third creature was actually a huge python. It was 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. Its huge body lay horizontally in the starry sky world like a continuous mountain range. The huge python was a giant starry sky python. A terrifying race that had existed since the Desolate Era. Even now, its bloodline was still passed down. These 3 creatures were supreme overlords of the starry sky world. The void beast's roar shook the 9 heavens. Its huge claws shattered the starry sky world. It opened its mouth and spat out a starry sky world. The starry sky world suppressed the 9-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The 9-headed rock showed its might. All 9 heads spat out an attack at the same time. The 9 types of attacks converged to form a gigantic living being with a human body and 9 heads. The 9 heads were the heads of the rock. The human bird-headed monster slapped out with its palm. A huge palm that could cover the sky condensed in the starry sky world. The huge palm covered the void beast and the giant starry sky python. The giant starry sky python was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver stream. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The Milky Way turned into a long river. The long river swept across heaven and earth, sweeping toward the 9-headed rock and the giant starry sky python. The 3 terrifying creatures attacked each other. The battle was extremely intense. The starry sky world was pierced through. Boom! Boom! Waves of violent fluctuation surged out once again. The 3 terrifying creatures continued to charge up their attacks and attacked each other. However, they kept each other in check. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the victor. After more than 10 rounds of battle, the 3 terrifying creatures flew toward the floating holy light in the starry sky world. Then, they swept toward the holy light. What's inside? Why are the 3 of them fighting so fiercely? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The 3 terrifying creatures were about to reach the holy light. Suddenly, waves of violent fluctuation surged out from the ball of holy light. Boom! Then, a huge figure appeared. Roar! That tall figure stood in the void, his roar shaking the heaven and earth. Even the countless stars in the starry sky world seemed to be trembling. The creature. An elephant-bodied dragon beast. However, it stood upright. The creature's body moved slightly. It seemed to be able to shatter the starry sky world. Dragon. Dragon. Dragon elephant. When they saw the huge figure. What's going on? What's going on? Lin Feng could no longer remain calm as he looked at the dragon elephant from afar. The thing wrapped in the holy light actually revealed such a huge dragon elephant. It was obvious that the thing in the holy light was related to the dragon elephant. Lin Feng wasn't sure what was inside, but no matter what it was, Lin Feng had already decided to fight for it. No matter what price he had to pay, Lin Feng had to get the thing in the holy light. Because Lin Feng's cultivation method was the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. Cultivation methods were the foundation of cultivation. It was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. It was like laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the building and the higher the height. The stronger the cultivation method, the more powerful the cultivator's combat power would be when he broke through, and the higher his future achievements would be. Of course, the increase in combat power and future achievements were related to many aspects, such as the opportunity obtained, one's bloodline, and so on. However, among all the factors, the cultivation technique that one cultivated would play a crucial role. Lin Feng's archean dragonesque elephant skill was now at the 4th level, evolving the arms of the dragon elephant, and destroying a planet with one punch. However, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant skill. The archean dragonesque elephant skill was a little special. Previously, there were only 3 levels of the cultivation method. After cultivating to the 3rd level, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could automatically comprehend the 4th level of the cultivation method. After cultivating the 4th level of the cultivation method, if one had an opportunity or had an epiphany, they could obtain the 5th level of the cultivation method. The arms of the dragon elephant was the ability brought by the 4th level of the cultivation method. Lin Feng wasn't sure what the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant skill was, and what kind of ability it would bring. He had to wait for Lin Feng to comprehend it before he could know. However, after such a long time, Lin Feng was still unable to comprehend the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant skill. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to comprehend the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant skill. Since it was difficult to comprehend, if he was lucky enough, he might be able to obtain the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant art. Now, something left behind by the dracophant had appeared in the extraterritorial starry world. In Lin Feng's opinion, this was the opportunity for him to comprehend the 5th level of the archean dragonesque elephant art. Roar, roar, roar. After the dragon elephant appeared, it kept roaring. Dracophant arm, Long Xiang roared and swung his right fist at the 3 terrifying creatures. The arm of the dragon elephant was displayed by the dragon elephant, displaying the endless domineering aura of this technique. As the dragon elephant punched out, the stars in the starry sky world revolved around the dragon elephant. It started to spin at an incomparably fast speed. This scene was simply too shocking. Let's attack together. The 3 living beings roared. They reached an agreement. Let's destroy this dragon elephant phantom first. After that, they would continue to fight for the treasures within the holy light. Boom! 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 The great void beast, the 9-headed roc, and the giant python of starry sky surged with overwhelming aura. The 3 dominator-level existences did not hold back either. They immediately executed their strongest and most terrifying attacks. The great void beast waved its huge claws at the dragon elephant phantom. The 9-headed roc's huge claws also grabbed at the dragon elephant phantom. The giant python of starry sky whipped its thick, mountain-like tail and smashed it at the dragon elephant phantom. The dragon elephant phantom fought against the 3 of them alone. The arm of the dragon elephant was activated and punched out 3 times consecutively. Bang! 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 The 3 punches collided with the great void beast, the 9-headed roc, and the giant python of starry sky. Instantly, earth-shattering sounds of violent collisions were heard. The 3 overlords of the starry sky were all sent flying by the dragon elephant phantom. This was just a dragon elephant phantom, but it was able to send 3 overlords of the starry sky flying. It was unbelievable. It was hard to imagine how powerful this dragon elephant phantom was when it was alive. However, this dragon elephant phantom was only a phantom after all. It wasn't the real dragon elephant phantom. Therefore, after several collisions, the fluctuations were much weaker than before. It was probably because it had used up too much energy. The dragon elephant phantom then withdrew its form. That ball of holy light chose a direction and quickly flew off. Haha, it's flying towards me. Seeing the holy light flying towards him, Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. He soared into the sky and flew towards the holy light. Then, he activated the 5 devouring black holes and the Great Devouring Technique at the same time. The Great Devouring Technique condensed the 6th devouring black hole. The 6 devouring black holes fused together and shrouded the holy light. Lin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to devour the holy light if he used only one method. Therefore, he used both methods. It was all for the sake of double insurance. Despicable human ant, you're courting death. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. How dare an ant like you covet the dragon elephant's sacred bone? You deserve to die 1,000 times. You're dead meat. No one in this world can save an ant like you. The great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of stars roared furiously. He was looking at Lin Feng with an endless amount of killing intent. They had no other thoughts now. They just wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Lin Feng didn't care about the three furious cosmic overlords. He was devouring the holy light with all his might. As he was closer to the holy light, Lin Feng saw what was inside the holy light. It was a palm-sized bone. The bone was surrounded by mysterious runes. It emitted a faint holy light. It was actually a dragon elephant's sacred bone. It was the most precious bone in the dragon elephant's body. It hid the dragon elephant's secret. After seeing the dragon elephant's sacred bone, Lin Feng was ecstatic. The dragon elephant's sacred bone was shrouded by the devouring black hole that Lin Feng had conjured. However, the dragon elephant's sacred bone obviously didn't want to be devoured by Lin Feng. Therefore, a wave of destructive energy began to surge out from the dragon elephant's saint bone. The wave seemed to want to destroy Lin Feng's body. At this critical moment, Lin Feng activated the Immemorial dragon elephant skill. The dragon elephant's sacred bone gave up struggling after sensing the Immemorial dragon elephant skill's aura. Lin Feng directly devoured the dragon elephant's sacred bone. Boom! 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 At this moment, the great void beast, the nine-headed roc, and the giant python of stars attacked. The three of them were too terrifying. Moreover, they had lived for a very long time. Although they hadn't become great emperors, they were only a step away from becoming great emperors. Swoosh, with a flash of light, Lin Feng appeared 100 meters away. Then, he quickly flew into the distance. The three of them were too powerful, and they had joined forces to deal with him. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue fighting with them. If he continued to fight, he wouldn't have a good ending. Lin Feng stepped on the world of 8 directions and pushed his speed to the extreme. He turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. Lowly human boy, you can't escape. Stop and prepare to die. The three space overlords roared furiously. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Lin Feng snatched the dragon elephant's sacred bone right under their noses. How could the three space overlords accept such a thing? In their eyes, it was a great humiliation. The three space overlords made up their minds. No matter what, they had to catch Lin Feng and kill Lin Feng. If they didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be a shame that they would never be able to wash away in their lives. The three space overlords were extremely fast. The nine-headed roc speed was even more outstanding. This was because the roc race was known for their speed. Once the roc race's speed was displayed, it was simply invincible. If it were someone else, the nine-headed roc would definitely catch up with them. However, Lin Feng was different. Lin Feng's speed was fast enough. Lin Feng quickly flew in the direction of the extraterritorial trial star. As long as he entered the space-time tunnel, he would be able to shake off the three space overlords. This was because if he flew 10 meters in the space-time tunnel, he would have flown a few hundred miles in the real world. The space-time tunnel was a use of space. It was enough to shake off the three space overlords. However, the three space overlords didn't know the location of the space-time coordinates. Therefore, even if they saw Lin Feng enter the space-time tunnel, if they couldn't find the space-time coordinates of the space-time tunnel, they still couldn't find the space-time tunnel. They still couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was simply too fast. Seeing how fast Lin Feng was, the three space overlords were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Lowly ant, do you only know how to run? If you are a man, stop and fight with us. If you can defeat any one of us, not only will the draconic elephant's sacred bone be yours, the three of us will also teach you a top-notch divine ability. How about it? The void beast roared loudly. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Lin Feng replied with a sneer. The void beast's provocation had no effect on him at all. We can swear on our souls that we won't lie to you. The three overlords said coldly. Swearing on one's soul was indeed an extremely serious oath. But even so what? These three space overlords were each more terrifying than the last. It was unknown how many millions of years they had cultivated, but the power they had accumulated was unimaginable. Even if they were to fight one-on-one, Lin Feng did not have the confidence to defeat any one of them. As for those 3 powerful inheritances, Lin Feng didn't care about them. There were many powerful legacies in this world. He could look for them in the future. There was no need to put himself in danger. Moreover, Lin Feng had already obtained the draconic elephant's sacred bone. There was nothing more important than refining the draconic elephant's sacred bone, save it. If you have the energy to chase after me, why don't you go back and continue cultivating? You might even be able to comprehend a move and increase your cultivation. Lin Feng curled his lips and said, "Lowly ant, if you don't take the easy way out, you can wait for your death." The 3 space overlords' voices were extremely cold. Then, they began to burn their essence blood to increase their speed. In order to catch Lin Feng, the 3 space overlords were going all out. They were really going all out. Are they crazy? Seeing how crazy the 3 space overlords were, Lin Feng was shocked. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Then, he began to burn his blood essence to enhance his own strength. Lin Feng's speed increased tremendously. These 3 bastards caused me to burn so much essence blood. I'll have to go into seclusion for a while to recover. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. In the end, Lin Feng flew back to the extraterritorial training planet. At this time, the 3 space overlords still couldn't catch up with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's speed was unbelievably fast. After returning to the extraterritorial training planet, Lin Feng disappeared into the space-time tunnel. When the 3 space overlords arrived, Lin Feng was already gone. The roars of the 3 overlords shook the heavens. They destroyed the extraterritorial training planet. To vent the anger in his heart. Just as Lin Feng entered the space-time tunnel to return to the Sky Martial continent, a cultivator crossed the long route between the 9 states and the Sky Martial continent and arrived at the Sky Martial continent. This cultivator came alone. He came to the South Sea world. This cultivator was none other than Emperor God Wu Yuan, the great emperor of the 10,000 tribes. This time, he came to kill Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng and obtain Lin Feng's inheritance, magic treasures and boundless fate energy. Emperor Wu Yuan thought. He stole everything from Lin Feng. He would inherit Lin Feng's fate energy. The things that he got from Lin Feng and the boundless fate energy were enough to support him to continue climbing in the great emperor realm. Continuous breakthrough. Continuous surpassing himself. Continuous change of fate. Continuous increase of cultivation. He had become even more powerful. If he relied on himself. Emperor God Wu Yuan felt that his limit was the Emperor God realm. If he wanted to continue breaking through, it would be extremely difficult. Only when he broke through to the great Emperor realm did Emperor God Wu Yuan realize that the great Emperor realm was just an ant. True change of fate. It started from the great Emperor realm. There was a crowd of cultivators flying over from afar. These cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, the extraterritorial races and other foreign cultivators. Greetings, Emperor God Wu Yuan. The crowd of cultivators knelt down to greet Emperor God Wu Yuan. Dispense with the formalities, Emperor God Wu Yuan said. Yes, my lord. The cultivators responded with a grunt and then stood up. Where is Lin Feng? I'm going to kill him now. Emperor God Wu Yuan said coldly. He didn't want to stay in the Sky Martial continent. He wanted to return to the 9 prefectures because there were many opportunities waiting for him in the 9 prefectures. There were also many secret places waiting for him to explore. Besides the few places of death that couldn't be entered, what else was there in the Sky Martial continent? Reporting to Great Emperor. Lin Feng disappeared. A boundary emperor said. Disappeared? What happened? Emperor God Wu Yuan creased his eyebrows. That guy disappeared after entering the South Region city. He might have left through a teleportation formation. However, Senior Emo Swansea didn't find him in the Sky Martial continent. The Boundary Emperor said. It's very likely that he has entered the extraterritorial world. However, the 9 states macro world is in turmoil right now. He is very important to the human tribe of the 9 states. Moreover, he has just taken charge of the reincarnation celestial sect. Tens of millions of cultivators from overseas have pledged allegiance to him. There are still many things for him to deal with in the 9 states. A war is about to break out in the 9 states. Given his character, he would not leave in a hurry at this time. Perhaps he left temporarily to deal with something. Let's go to the southern region city and take a look. The ancient ship flew quickly in the spacetime tunnel. Lin Feng sat in the cabin and studied the mysterious dragon elephant sacred bone. The dragon elephant sacred bone was emitting a shocking energy wave. Those talismans were mysterious and enigmatic. Lin Feng could sense that those talismans contained a terrifying strength. If he didn't cultivate the Archean dragon elephant skill, he probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the dragon elephant's sacred bone. Lin Feng tried to use his godly awareness to penetrate the bones. He wanted to find out more about the secrets of the bones. When his divine will entered, Lin Feng was shocked to find that there was a vast amount of energy within the dragon elephant's sacred bone. The energy formed a huge ocean. In the depths of the ocean stood a huge dragon elephant. The dragon elephant stepped on the ocean and had its head above the sky. Its eyes moved slightly. It seemed to be able to destroy the entire universe. The dragon elephant race didn't originate early. There was a saying that they appeared after the immortal ancient era and another saying that they appeared during the primordial era. Between these two sayings, more people believed in the second saying. Although the dragon elephant race appeared later, their talent was too heaven-defying. It was said that the dragon elephant race's talent could be ranked in the top 3 of all races. Even the descendants of connate lifeforms, such as those with the bloodlines of Pengu, Niwa, Zhurong, etc., couldn't be compared to the dragon elephant race. No one knew where the dragon elephant race came from. It was as if they appeared out of thin air. However, there were rumors that the dragon elephant race had been born with other connate lifeforms since the creation of the world. However, the dragon elephant race was too heaven-defying. Therefore, although they had been born for countless years, they couldn't be born. Until the world changed several times and the laws of heaven and earth could no longer suppress the dragon elephant race. The first dragon elephant was born. Originally, the dragon elephant race's physical body surpassed that of gods, demons, true dragons, and other terrifying existences. However, the dragon elephant race pursued the pinnacle and created the Archean dragon elephant skill. The Archean dragon elephant skill not only helped the dragon elephant race to continue improving their physical body, but it also helped the dragon elephant race to increase their magical power. Cultivation was not something that could be done at the same time. Therefore, if one's physical body was strong, one's magic power would be relatively weak. If one's magic power was strong, one's physical body would be relatively weak. He had gained a lot in a certain aspect. On the other hand, he would gain less. If all the good things happen to you, you'll be the one who gets them. It was too idealistic. This was why the Dragonesque Elephant clan was so heaven-defying. The Dragonesque Elephant clan not only had strong physical bodies, but their magic power was also extremely terrifying. Back then, the Archean Dragonesque Elephant dominated the starry sky world. Even a higher plane like the Heaven Realm did not dare to provoke the Archean Dragonesque Elephant. The Archean Dragonesque Elephant art left behind by the Archean Dragonesque Elephant was naturally coveted by countless people. And the one who created the archaic Dragonesque Elephant art was the disciple of Lin Feng's ancestor who smashed through the Undying Realm. Therefore, Lin Feng obtaining the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art seemed to have been predestined. I wonder who this dragon elephant is. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Dragonesque Elephant clan had very few clansmen. Now, they were nowhere to be found. No one knew if their clan had been exterminated. The strongest was naturally the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. But other than the Archean Dragonesque Elephant art, the other Dragonesque elephants were also extremely heaven-defying. Can I refine the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone into my body? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Previously, he had refined an Emperor Bone and a White Tiger Saint Bone. Now, refining another Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was naturally not something impossible. The Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone could be refined into the arm. Because the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone contained extremely terrifying power, it perfectly complemented Lin Feng's Archean Dragonesque Elephant art. Once the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone was refined into the arm, when the time came, he would activate it. The power of the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone would surge into the Dragonesque Elephant arm. How terrifying would the battle power be, 5 times the Dragonesque Elephant arm and the Dragonesque Elephant Saint Bone's power. Just thinking about the power of this punch. Lin Feng felt extremely excited. Refining it into the right arm is the most suitable. Lin Feng thought for a while and decided to refine the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone into his right arm. Although he could also refine the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone into his left arm, Lin Feng wasn't a left-handed cultivator. His right arm was the arm that he used most of his strength on. Therefore, refining the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone into his right arm was the most suitable. Lin Feng cut open his right arm. Then, he inserted the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone into the gap between the bones of his right arm. Next, he circulated the immortal body to heal the wound on his arm. Then, Lin Feng started to circulate the Archean dragonesque elephant art. Originally, the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone rejected Lin Feng's body. But after circulating the Archean dragonesque elephant art, the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone developed a feeling of extreme dependence on Lin Feng's body. Gradually, the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone began to fuse with Lin Feng's bones. As the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone fused with his bones, Lin Feng felt waves of scorching energy being emitted from his arm. Lin Feng felt that he didn't even need to circulate the dragonesque elephant arm. Just a casual wave of his right fist could easily destroy a planet. As the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone gradually fused with Lin Feng's bones, the energy within the dragonesque elephant Saint Bone could be mobilized and used by Lin Feng anytime. It took about a day's time. The dragonesque elephant Saint Bone finally fused completely with Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng felt as if his arm had become the arm of a dragonesque elephant. That kind of explosive feeling of power. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Now, even he himself didn't know how powerful the destructive power of this punch would be. Archean dragonesque elephant, immortal throughout the ages. Even if the heavens and earth are destroyed, the dragonesque elephant will not perish. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng was shocked. Then, a mysterious chant appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Lin Feng's divine thought entered the chant and his face was instantly filled with joy. The chant was actually the fifth stage of the Archean dragonesque elephant skill. After Emperor God Wu Yuan and the others arrived at South Region City, they waited at the teleportation square. Time passed by day. Finally, on this day, there was a violent movement that swept across the universe. The only teleportation formation that led to the extraterritorial region shook vigorously. "I'm back," Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes suddenly shot out a chilling gaze. His body swayed and he appeared beside the teleportation formation. Emperor God Wu Yuan wouldn't kill Lin Feng directly. Instead, he wanted to capture Lin Feng alive because he wasn't sure if there was a seal in Lin Feng's mind. If there was a seal, he wouldn't be able to search Lin Feng's soul even if he killed him. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan wouldn't be able to get the secrets and divine powers on Lin Feng. If he captured Lin Feng alive, he could slowly force out all his secrets and divine powers. Buzz. There was a flash of light and Lin Feng flew out from the spacetime tunnel and appeared in the teleportation formation. "Kid, be suppressed by me." Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and a terrifying aura spread out. He opened his hand and moved towards Lin Feng, trying to oppress him. Lin Feng also saw Emperor God Wu Yuan. When he felt the aura from Emperor God Wu Yuan's body, his face changed abruptly. It was actually a great emperor. A great emperor was waiting for him outside. When a great emperor appeared, it was really terrifying. The attack of a great emperor made one feel hopeless. Even the weakest great emperor wasn't someone Lin Feng could fight against. However, Lin Feng was never someone who gave up hope. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan was so close to Lin Feng and he wanted to suppress Lin Feng. He didn't want to kill Lin Feng. That gave Lin Feng an opportunity. 5 times arm of dragon elephant. Saint Bone of dragon elephant. Overlay of domineering aura. Lin Feng was multitasking and he gave full play to his fighting power. The 3 overlay of domineering aura formed a magnetic field and the strong magnetic field affected Emperor God Wu Yuan. For an expert like Emperor God Wu Yuan, his fighting power was too overpowered. Hence, Lin Feng couldn't use his domineering aura to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan. However, his domineering aura could still weaken part of Emperor God Wu Yuan's fighting power. 5 times arm of dragon elephant was already strong enough. Plus, Lin Feng had activated the boundless power in Saint Bone of Dragon Elephant. The boundless power shook the void and it was so strong that it was shocking. Plus, Arm of Dragon Elephant and Saint Bone of Dragon Elephant formed a mysterious resonance. The resonance could greatly increase Lin Feng's fighting power. Lin Feng swung his right fist and hit Emperor God Wu Yuan. Does this kid think he can block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack? He's overestimating himself. Let's wait and see how this kid dies. The surrounding people laughed coldly and they looked at Lin Feng coldly. From their point of view, Lin Feng was hitting a rock with an egg and overestimating himself. Emperor God Wu Yuan looked at him in disdain. He was a great emperor-level existence. How could he not suppress Lin Feng, a mere giant God realm cultivator? Although Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't want to kill Lin Feng immediately, teaching Lin Feng a lesson wouldn't affect the overall situation. As long as he didn't kill Lin Feng, it would be fine. With that thought in mind, Emperor God Wu Yuan's palm power that was pressing down became stronger. Bam! In the next moment, a dull collision sound was heard. Everyone saw that Lin Feng and Emperor God Wu Yuan had collided. Tap, 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 tap. Lin Feng retreated continuously while Emperor God Wu Yuan was sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng's punch. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Emperor God Wu Yuan was such a strong existence. He was actually sent flying with a single punch. The person who sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with a punch was a great emperor-level expert. However, the crucial problem was that the cultivator who had killed Emperor God Wu Yuan with one punch was only a young human cultivator. No matter how imaginative a person was, they wouldn't dare to imagine what had just happened. Swoosh! After sending Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch, Lin Feng took out a void shift talisman. It was a talisman that he had carved himself. It could instantly shift a distance of 300 miles. Such a jade talisman was extremely precious. The main reason was that the materials used to carve the jade talisman were hard to find. Lin Feng crushed the void shift talisman and instantly teleported out. Although he had sent Emperor God Wu Yuan flying with one punch earlier, Lin Feng knew. It was because Emperor God Wu Yuan had been careless. On top of that, the fight earlier was a collision of physical bodies. It wasn't a collision of divine powers. Lin Feng activated Dragon Elephant Arm and Dragon Elephant Saint Bone 5 times but it still didn't cause much damage to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Looking at the scene, Lin Feng knew that it was absolutely impossible to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Plus, once Emperor God Wu Yuan activated his divine powers to deal with him, by then, he wouldn't have any power to fight back. No matter how weak a great emperor was, he was still a great emperor. The fighting power of a great emperor was unimaginable. Although Emperor God Wu Yuan was only in the first heaven of Emperor God realm, it was enough to suppress any cultivator who wasn't an Emperor God. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't continue to fight with Emperor God Wu Yuan. If he did, he would only die. It was best to leave then. So, he crushed a void shift talisman. Then, he quickly left the place. D***mnet, D***mnet, D***mnet. I want to tear you into pieces. Emperor God Wu Yuan roared in exasperation. He couldn't accept what had just happened. He was a great emperor-level existence. He was actually sent flying a few hundred meters away by Lin Feng, a giant god realm cultivator. If the matter were to spread out, he would simply become a laughingstock. In the circle of great emperors, he would lose all his reputation. Even if the matter wasn't spread out, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't take it. He felt endless humiliation and anger. Emperor God Wu Yuan was filled with murderous intent. He couldn't wait to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Go and die. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the surrounding cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses. What happened today definitely couldn't be spread out. So, Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to kill those people. He waved his hand and there was a surge of demon light. The tumbling demon light swallowed everyone. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We will keep this a secret. Great Emperor, please spare our lives. We will definitely keep this a secret. The cultivators from the 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign powerhouses begged in fear. They hoped that Emperor God Wu Yuan would spare their lives. Only dead people can keep secrets. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. The terrifying demon light swallowed everyone instantly. Bang bang bang, the sound of bodies exploding could be heard. Very soon, everyone was killed. After Emperor God Wu Yuan killed the cultivators, he shuttled through the void and chased after Lin Feng quickly. Lin Feng appeared 300 miles away and he quickly plunged into the distance. But in no time, Emperor God Wu Yuan tore through the void and chased after him. He laughed coldly, "Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. No one in this world can save you." When Lin Feng saw that godly Emperor Wu Yuan was chasing him, he pulled a long face. He was in trouble. A great emperor was chasing him. Escaping was going to be extremely difficult. Lin Feng took out another void shift talisman. Lin Feng teleported out again. But very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him again. An Emperor God-level existence could travel through space-time. So, it was extremely difficult for Lin Feng to escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase with space-time shift talisman. After a dozen times, Lin Feng still couldn't escape from Emperor God Wu Yuan's chase. His expression grew more and more unsightly. "Kid, how many space-time shift talismans do you have? When all of them are used up, it will be your time to die. Have you thought about how you want to die?" Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously. From his point of view, Lin Feng was just struggling before he died. Lin Feng replied with a cold smile, "Don't be happy too early. We don't know who will emerge victorious yet. Let's wait and see." Emperor God Wu Yuan instantly revealed a look of disdain. He sneered, "Do you think you can fight evenly with me? What a joke. An ant-like existence, where did you get the confidence to say such words in front of me? You keep saying that others are ants, but who do you think you are? When I was in Giant God Realm, I could send you flying. If I were in the same realm as you, I could pinch you to death with a finger." Lin Feng replied loudly. In terms of eloquence, Lin Feng was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Compared to Lin Feng, Emperor God Wu Yuan was much weaker in terms of eloquence. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Emperor God Wu Yuan flew into a rage. Don't hit someone's face when you hit someone, don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold someone. Previously, he had been sent flying by Lin Feng with one punch. That was a great humiliation to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan wished that it hadn't happened. He wished that he could forget about it. He tried his best not to think about it, but then, Lin Feng had exposed it. How could Emperor God Wu Yuan not hate him? "Little bastard, although you are jumping around happily now, I would like to see if you are still jumping around happily after I catch you." Emperor God Wu Yuan looked at Lin Feng coldly. Boom, there was a terrifying fluctuation that spread out. Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed and wanted to catch up with Lin Feng. "Why? Did I poke your sore spot?" Lin Feng continued to mock him. Emperor God Wu Yuan clenched his teeth in anger. He didn't talk to Lin Feng anymore but continued to increase his speed to chase after Lin Feng. Because he realized that if he continued to bicker with Lin Feng, he was the one who was infuriated. Swoosh! Lin Feng took out the void shift talisman. Light flashed. He once again disappeared without a trace. When Lin Feng appeared again, he was already 300 miles away. One chi into 3 pure ones. Then, Lin Feng used the 1 chi into 3 pure ones. He split into 3. The 3 figures of Lin Feng were vivid and lifelike. It was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Next, the 3 Lin Feng doppelgangers quickly flew off in 3 different directions. Each of the Lin Feng doppelgangers was holding a void transference talisman. The 3 Lin Fangs waited for Emperor God Wu Yuan to arrive. Then, they instantly crushed the void shift talisman. When Emperor God Wu Yuan saw the 3 Lin Feng, he would definitely be mesmerized. "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and he stepped out of the void. Meanwhile, the 3 Lin Fangs simultaneously crushed the void transference talisman. Whoosh! 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 Then, the light flickered. The three Lin Fangs teleported out at the same time. 3. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave. If there was more time, Emperor God Wu Yuan might be able to tell which one of the three Lin Fang's doppelgangers was the real one. However, he had just chased over when the three Lin Fang's doppelgangers had already traveled through the void and left. Emperor God Wu Yuan only saw the back view of the three Lin Fang's doppelgangers. He didn't even have time to check which one of the three Lin Fang's doppelgangers was the real Lin Feng. D***MN. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew grave and he let out 2 breaths of air. The 2 breaths of air turned into 2 doppelgangers and they chased after the 2 Lin Fang's doppelgangers. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelgangers chased after one of the Lin Fang's doppelgangers. A great emperor could create doppelgangers by blowing air. It was a terrifying power that only great emperors could master. Plus, the doppelgangers that were created were extremely powerful. Emperor God Wu Yuan was very confident in his doppelgangers. He believed that it wouldn't be a problem for his doppelgangers to hold back Lin Fang's doppelgangers. As long as he could hold back Lin Feng, he could hurry over and seal the universe. By then, even if Lin Feng had Void Shift Talisman, he wouldn't be able to use it. By then, Lin Feng would be like a turtle in a jar. After Lin Feng transformed into Sanqing with one breath, his doppelgangers continued to crush Void Shift Talisman to return to South Region City. South Region City was the closest ancient city to Lin Feng. Lin Feng knew how terrifying a great emperor was. To escape from the hands of a great emperor was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Then, it was either he or Emperor God Wu Yuan who would die. Since that was the case, he might as well take a risk. Lin Feng planned to take the teleportation formation from South Region City to return to Desolate Region. South Region City had a teleportation formation that was connected to North Desolate City. In Fallen God Cliff, danger lurked everywhere. However, Lin Feng felt that he was related to the Divine Demon. If he were to find the Divine Demon, he might be able to borrow the power of the Divine Demon to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. That was the only way that Lin Feng could think of to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng returned to South Region City quickly and started to activate the teleportation formation in South Region City. The teleportation formation gave out a violent fluctuation and it was gradually recovering. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan came over quickly. When Lin Feng saw Emperor God Wu Yuan, he couldn't help but change his expression. However, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief very quickly. The one that came after him wasn't the original body of Emperor God Wu Yuan but a doppelganger. It was the figure that Emperor God Wu Yuan had spat out. The asterisk starred, "You won't be able to escape." Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger laughed maliciously and pounced at Lin Feng. Lin Feng naturally knew that he couldn't continue fighting because Emperor God Wu Yuan might be rushing over. He had to get rid of the doppelganger quickly. Hence, when Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger rushed over, Lin Feng took out his Demon Emperor Small World straight away. Then, he controlled Demon Emperor Small World with all his might to suppress Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. There was a loud rumble and Demon Emperor Small World descended from the sky and suppressed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Bang bang bang, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger attacked as fast as lightning. He threw punch after punch at Demon Emperor Small World. Although it was formed by a breath, it was extremely terrifying. If that were to go on, it would be disadvantageous to Lin Feng. Just then, a demonic figure appeared behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger silently. The figure was none other than Demon Lord. After Demon Lord appeared, he threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger was fighting with Lin Feng. Demon Lord's concealment skills were too powerful. Hence, after Demon Lord hid behind Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger didn't notice Demon Lord. Demon Lord threw a punch at Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger sensed Demon Lord behind him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger turned around and threw a punch at Demon Lord. The moment he clashed with Demon Lord, 5 Dragon Wheel tore the void and came next to Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Then, it crushed the head of Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger. Lin Feng and Demon Lord cooperated seamlessly and they killed Emperor God Wu Yuan's doppelganger quickly. "Hurry up and leave," Lin Feng said. He quickly kept 5 Dragon Wheel and Demon Emperor Small World. Lin Feng walked out of the teleportation plaza of North Desolated City quickly. Then, he did not stay in North Desolated City. He flew far away quickly. Soon, he left North Desolated City. After leaving North Desolated City, Lin Feng flew towards the direction of God Falling Cliff. Lin Feng did not expect to come to God Falling Cliff twice in such a short period of time. A terrifying aura could be felt everywhere in this place. Previously, the ancient demon soldiers had shown their prowess and killed many cultivators. Of course, those cultivators were from the 10,000 tribes, extraterrestrial tribes, and other forces. They were not worthy of Lin Feng's pity. When Lin Feng arrived at the outer region of God Falling Cliff, a terrifying aura filled the area. The void split open. Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes were glowing coldly as he looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes were filled with boundless murderous intent. He laughed coldly. "What are you planning to do by luring me to God Falling Cliff?" When Emperor God Wu Yuan came to Jiuzhou from Heavenly Sage Great World, he first came to Sky Martial Continent and then went to Jiuzhou from Sky Martial Continent. Hence, Emperor God Wu Yuan had come to God Falling Cliff before. Back then, he and a few other great emperors had come to God Falling Cliff and looked at it from afar. They had even planned to explore God Falling Cliff. Although God Falling Cliff was a land of death in Sky Martial Continent and it was rumored to be extremely dangerous, the few great emperors were all powerful. Plus, they had teamed up to explore God Falling Cliff. They were fearless. However, before entering God Falling Cliff, they gave up. Hence, the few great emperors had a vague feeling of uneasiness. The few great emperors were cautious and they did not take the risk to enter God Falling Cliff. After leaving God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan and the rest went to a few other lands of death. Every time they went to a land of death, it would be extremely dangerous. Then, Lin Feng had come to God Falling Cliff. Emperor God Wu Yuan naturally wouldn't think that Lin Feng had come to the place by accident. It was obvious that Lin Feng had purposely lured him there. "If you want to know why I lured you here, follow me into God Falling Cliff." Lin Feng took out the mysterious iron box and carried it on his back. The mysterious iron box could intimidate the terrifying creatures in the land of death. This was very important to Lin Feng. Because the strength of the creatures in the land of death was too terrifying. With his current cultivation level, he might also encounter a calamity if he were to enter. With the mysterious iron box to intimidate those creatures, he could avoid a lot of trouble. Seeing Lin Feng enter God Falling Cliff, Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression grew extremely gloomy. He was also a little hesitant, not knowing if he should go in and capture Lin Feng. Lin Feng had probably lured him here to scheme against him. If he entered, he might be plotted against. But if he didn't enter, he wouldn't be able to catch Lin Feng. "What are you afraid of? This emperor is a God Emperor realm expert. Don't tell me a mere giant god cultivator is plotting against me?" Very soon, Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly. He was a great emperor and he was naturally confident. Emperor God Wu Yuan stepped into God Falling Cliff and chased after Lin Feng quickly. "Senior, where are you?" Lin Feng called for the demon god in God Falling Cliff. But what made Lin Feng depressed was, the demon god didn't appear at all. Just then, Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him. "Senior? Could it be that you know some creatures in God Falling Cliff? But from the looks of it, that creature doesn't intend to help you." But then again, who would offend a great emperor for an unrelated person? Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed coldly as he looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were glowing with cold light. When godly Emperor Wu Yuan finished talking, he raised his right hand and moved towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm emitted a wave that could destroy the heavens and the earth. An energy palm was formed and it was as heavy as Mount Tai. It covered Lin Feng. The attack was really terrifying. Lin Feng felt an extreme danger. He wanted to use heaven patching skill to travel out, but he realized that the surrounding void was sealed by Emperor God Wu Yuan's palm. Hence, Lin Feng's heaven patching skill couldn't be used. *T, Lin Feng's face changed. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was really strong and he felt a dangerous aura. If he wasn't careful, he might die in the hands of Emperor God Wu Yuan. How could a great emperor's attack be insignificant, just as Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was about to hit Lin Feng quickly adjusted the prohibition around him to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. That was one of Lin Feng's scariest moves. Lin Feng wasn't just talented but also powerful. He was also the successor of Heaven Master's lineage. This lineage, their control of formation was unparalleled. No one could compete with this lineage in terms of formation attainments. Lin Feng's control of formation had reached an extremely high level. Lin Feng could control some of the prohibition in Death Impasse. In the void, the prohibition was densely packed and it blocked Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was greatly weakened by the prohibition and its power was greatly reduced. However, the prohibition wasn't able to block Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack completely. In the end, the palm hit Lin Feng and sent Lin Feng flying. However, Lin Feng wasn't injured as badly as he had imagined. Lin Feng's expression grew extremely gloomy. He quickly got up from the ground and charged deep inside. Emperor God Wu Yuan was too scary. Both of them weren't on the same level. Hence, Lin Feng didn't plan to fight to the death with Emperor God Wu Yuan. Although the divine demon didn't appear, Lin Feng thought of another idea. However, that method was simply too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might die. However, Lin Feng didn't have any other ideas. That was the only idea he could think of. Lin Feng quickly ran towards the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed. Although the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, it was still extremely powerful and terrifying. If he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into the cave where the ancient demon soldier was suppressed, the ancient demon soldier definitely wouldn't let Emperor God Wu Yuan off. The ancient demon soldier longed to swallow a powerful bloodline. The bloodline of a great emperor naturally made the ancient demon soldier extremely excited. Of course, the ancient demon soldier wouldn't let Lin Feng off. Lin Feng's ancestor, heaven-swallowing demon emperor, suppressed the ancient demon soldier. The ancient demon soldier hated the house and its crow. It even hated Lin Feng. Lin Feng wouldn't wait for death. He planned to fight to the death and think of a way to escape when the ancient demon soldier killed Emperor God Wu Yuan. B****, you're too weak. In front of me, you're just an ant. How did that palm feel? Lin Feng smirked coldly and ignored Emperor God Wu Yuan. This guy would cry later. Then, there was no need to provoke Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan would follow him all the way. As Lin Feng plunged into the depths, he activated the prohibition in the land of death to deal with Emperor God Wu Yuan so that Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't catch up with him. Emperor God Wu Yuan had to deal with the formation that Lin Feng had activated. As for Lin Feng, he disappeared into the mountain range in front of him. After Emperor God Wu Yuan broke the prohibition, he chased after him and smirked coldly. Do you think you can just hide? Trying to hide from the detection of a great emperor is simply daydreaming. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the depths of the mountain range and looked at a cave. That cave was the one that suppressed the ancient demon weapon, Demon Saber Blood. After arriving at that place, Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the cave without hesitation. Because Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't sense the aura of Demon Saber Blood. Demon Saber Blood was very cunning. When Demon Saber Blood sensed Emperor God Wu Yuan's arrival, it hid its aura completely. Lin Feng couldn't hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection even if he hid his aura. But Demon Saber Blood could. Because Demon Saber Blood was too strong. It was an ancient demon weapon. Such an ancient demon weapon, any one of them had unimaginable fighting power. Even if it was suppressed, its fighting power was still unbelievably strong. Hence, Demon Saber Blood was able to hide from Emperor God Wu Yuan's detection. Plus, Demon Saber Blood guessed why Lin Feng lured Emperor God Wu Yuan over. Demon Saber Blood was smirking coldly. Want to kill with a borrowed knife? By then, I will kill both of you, little bastard. I know that you are hiding in this place. Hurry up and come out. Don't hide anymore. No matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan laughed maliciously and looked at the depths of the cave with his cold eyes. However, there was only his echo in the cave and Lin Feng's voice wasn't heard at all. Lin Feng did not reply to Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. Little bastard, today is the day you die. Very soon, I will be able to catch you. But don't worry, before I kill you, I will definitely torture you. If I don't torture you properly, I won't be able to get rid of my hatred. Emperor God Wu Yuan increased his speed. A huge mountainside appeared in front of him. Emperor God Wu Yuan entered the mountainside. As soon as he entered the belly of the mountain, he saw Lin Feng standing there. Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but be confused. He didn't know why Lin Feng was standing in the middle of the mountain boldly instead of hiding. You're here. Lin Feng looked at Emperor God Wu Yuan and his expression grew gloomy. He had no choice but to lure Emperor God Wu Yuan here. Now that Lin Feng knew that the demonic blood blade had locked onto him, he didn't dare to act rashly. What the hell are you doing? Emperor God Wu Yuan also felt that something was amiss. He looked at Lin Feng with a gloomy expression and there was a chilly light in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, kid, not bad, not bad. You have lured a great emperor here. Now, I can't even bear to kill you. Loud laughter could be heard from the depth of the mountainside. The void split open. The demonic blood blade flew out. The demonic blood blade had hidden itself previously and it only appeared then. Ancient weapon. After seeing the demonic blood blade, Emperor God Wu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It was obvious that Emperor God Wu Yuan was knowledgeable and he recognized that the demonic blood blade was an extremely rare ancient weapon. Emperor God Wu Yuan's eyes instantly revealed boundless greed. The ancient weapon, demonic blood blade, didn't scare Emperor God Wu Yuan. Instead, it aroused Emperor God Wu Yuan's greed. An ancient weapon. If he could get it, how much would his fighting power increase? By then, even if it were a great emperor who was 1 or 2 realms higher than him, he would be able to kill him easily. Thinking of that, Emperor God Wu Yuan shivered in excitement. At that very moment, Emperor God Wu Yuan was immersed in a wonderful fantasy and couldn't extricate himself. Looking at Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression, Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Emperor God Wu Yuan was greedy for the demonic blood blade and the demonic blood blade was filled with murderous intent towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Lin Feng hoped that the two of them would fight as fiercely as possible. It would be best if both of them were severely injured and both of them died there in the end. Although you are the weakest great emperor, you are still a great emperor. To me, the bloodline of a great emperor is still very useful. A cold voice could be heard from the demonic blood blade. There was a terrifying fluctuation that surged out from the demonic blood blade. It was obvious that the demonic blood blade was preparing a strong attack. You are just an ancient weapon that is suppressed. How much of your power can you unleash? How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know your limits. Emperor God Wu Yuan's expression was extremely cold. He was an extremely arrogant person and he hated it when people looked down on him. Then, he was looked down upon by the demonic blood blade and Emperor God Wu Yuan was naturally furious. Emperor God Wu Yuan waved his hand and a star sword appeared. The star sword emitted waves of destructive power. It was actually an emperor weapon and it could possibly be an emperor weapon that Emperor God Wu Yuan had forged. How dare you be so presumptuous towards me? You are simply courting death. As you wish to die, I shall fulfill your wish. There was a cold laugh from the demonic blood blade. Virum. Then, the demonic blood blade shook the void. Then, it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Facing the attack of the demonic blood blade, Emperor God Wu Yuan was indifferent. He held the star sword and slashed at the demonic blood blade. Clang! The demonic blood blade and the emperor weapon, star sword, clashed and there was a clanging sound. The strong fluctuation tore the void apart. Both of them couldn't determine the winner. However, the demonic blood blade and Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't stop. Both of them were preparing a stronger attack to attack each other. Looking at the two of them fighting, Lin Feng's eyes brightened up. If I don't leave now, when should I? Then, it was the best chance to leave. Swoosh, Lin Feng stepped on the 8 corners whirled and increased his speed to the fastest. He turned into a bolt of lightning and wanted to dash out of the mountainside. Then, the formation patterns intertwined. They blocked the exit. Lin Feng hit the formation patterns and bounced back. There was a sinister laugh from the demonic blood blade. Today, both of you won't be able to escape. Both of you will die here. Boom, then, the demonic blood blade gave off a boundless terrifying aura. Then, The scene in front of him changed. Lin Feng realized that he was in a forest. His expression changed drastically. It was a small world formed by the demonic blood blade. Then, he was swallowed by the small world formed by the demonic blood blade. Things were probably going to be bad. Previously, he was lucky enough to escape death when the divine demon took action. This time, it was hard for him to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan and Lin Feng were both swallowed. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's situation was worse than Lin Feng's because Emperor God Wu Yuan was attacked by demon saber blood crazily. In the small world that demon saber blood created, the original body of demon saber blood appeared in the small world. There were chains intertwined in the void. They were the rules of order of heaven and earth in the small world that demon saber blood created. The chains were moving towards Emperor God Wu Yuan to entangle him. They wanted to bind Emperor God Wu Yuan. If Emperor God Wu Yuan were to be entangled by the chains of order, he would only end up dead. Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't expect demon saber blood to be so hard to deal with. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan's face grew extremely gloomy. If he wasn't swallowed into the small world, Emperor God Wu Yuan believed that with demon saber blood, he would be able to fight evenly with demon saber blood. But then, it was too difficult to fight against demon saber blood. Emperor God Wu Yuan's face was as ugly as it could get. Clang! Emperor God Wu Yuan held Star Sword and sent demon saber blood flying. He became one with his sword. He broke the rules of order that wrapped around him. Then, he wanted to break the realm crystal wall of the small world to escape. Emperor God Wu Yuan lived up to his name as a great emperor. He found the location of the realm crystal wall in an instant. Then, he swung his sword at the realm crystal wall fiercely. Clang! The sword strike struck the realm crystal wall with a resounding clang. It was as if the sword strike had struck a metal wall. The realm crystal wall was strong and it was integrated with the power of world. It wasn't something that could be broken easily. You are only an emperor god. How can you break the realm crystal wall that is made of ancient weapons? You are simply indulging in fantasy. Demon saber blood appeared and attacked Emperor God Wu Yuan. Saber slashes heaven and earth. There was a cold voice from demon saber blood. Then, demon saber blood slashed at Emperor God Wu Yuan. When the saber slashed out, something terrible happened. In the void, there were densely packed saber lights. The endless saber lights turned the entire area into a world of saber lights. Facing such a violent attack from demon saber blood, Emperor God Wu Yuan didn't dare to be careless. Emperor God Wu Yuan activated the Emperor Weapon Star Sword with all his might. At that moment, it was as if he had become one with the stellar sword. One sword to break all laws. Emperor God Wu Yuan's voice was cold as he swung his sword. The densely packed saber lights broke into pieces straight away. Emperor God Wu Yuan's attack was unusually fierce and it could be described as shocking. At that moment, demon saber blood dashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Very soon, it arrived beside Emperor God Wu Yuan. The terrifying saber vibrated with boundless murderous intention as it slashed towards Emperor God Wu Yuan. Emperor God Wu Yuan quickly waved his star sword to block the attack. Clang! Sword and saber collided, sparks flew everywhere, the demonic blood saber and the star sword clashed again. Something creepy happened. The devil's blood dissipating blade had actually left a 3-centimeter long gash on the star sword's blade. The starlight sword was an imperial armament, a powerful weapon. It actually couldn't block the attack of the demonic blood saber. An ancient weapon was an ancient weapon after all. It was simply too terrifying. At the same time, in the void, the densely packed rules of order of heaven and earth entangled Emperor God Wu Yuan again. Then, Emperor God Wu Yuan was held back by the demonic blood saber. Hence, he couldn't get rid of it. His body was entangled by the rules of order. No! Emperor God Wu Yuan let out a terrified cry. Poof, the next moment. Emperor God Wu Yuan's head was chopped off by the demonic blood saber. Emperor God Wu Yuan died. He 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 he, sinister laughter could be heard from the demonic blood saber. The demonic blood saber swallowed Emperor God Wu Yuan's blood, flesh and spirit straight away and disappeared instantly. In another direction. In front of the world crystal wall. Lin Feng was controlling the Demon Emperor's small world to continuously hit the small world that was created by the ancient demon weapon demonic blood saber. Although they were both small worlds, it was obvious that the small world created by the demonic blood saber was much stronger than Lin Feng's small world. Rumble rumble rumble, the shifter Thearch's small world slammed into the realm crystal wall again and again, creating earth-shattering booms. However, there were many hits. They couldn't break the realm crystal wall of the small world created by the demonic blood saber. Swoosh. There was a flash of light. The demonic blood saber appeared. The demonic blood saber transformed into a black-robed cultivator, and he looked exactly the same as the first time Lin Feng had seen him. It was the weapon spirit of the demonic blood saber. However, the weapon spirit seemed to have merged perfectly with the saber body. Hence, it was unusually scary. Kid, stop struggling. That guy is already dead. I have to thank you for luring a great emperor here for me to swallow. Originally, I wanted to torture you ruthlessly and kill you after I'm done. However, I've changed my mind now. In order to thank you for luring a great emperor here, I've decided to give you a quick death. The black-robed cultivator said coldly. Lin Feng said fiercely, D***it. I'm a descendant of the sovereign emperor clan. If I die, you won't have an easy time either. The black-robed cultivator sneered. I'll be free soon. Once I'm free, what's the use of the cultivator behind you, no matter how powerful he is? If I want to hide from the person behind you, the person behind you won't be able to find me. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed cultivator transformed into the demonic blood saber again. Swoosh, there was a flash of cold light. The demonic blood saber slashed at the demon emperor's small world. There was a spluttering sound. The demonic blood saber tore the demon emperor's small world apart. Then, it slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was locked down by the demonic blood saber and faced with this terrifying attack. Lin Feng was shocked to discover that this attack had sealed the void and he couldn't dodge it. Meanwhile, in the depths of the fallen god cliff, a sleeping existence opened its eyes. Lord Sovereign, you're awake. The terrifying beings guarding the fallen god cliff all knelt on the ground and bowed to this awakened existence. This awakened existence was a little girl. If Lin Feng was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this little girl. This little girl was none other than Li Mingxi. Back then, Lin Feng brought Li Mingxi out of the fallen god cliff, but he didn't know her true identity. This little girl was the sovereign of the land of death. Because of the primordial contract, she couldn't leave the land of death for the time being. Swoosh. Li Mingxi disappeared from the fallen god cliff. In the demon emperor's small world, the demonic blood saber was about to cut Lin Feng in half. Suddenly, a small white hand reached out from the void and grabbed the demonic blood saber. Li Mingxi. Who dares to stop me? A furious roar came from the fiend blood saber. Someone had actually grabbed the saber's hilt, preventing it from killing Lin Feng. The fiend blood saber was furious. It's me, Li Mingxi stepped out of the void. Her cold voice suddenly resounded. She was shrouded in a cloud of chaotic fog. Lin Feng couldn't see her appearance. He didn't know who had intervened. But when Lin Feng heard that voice, it sounded very young. It was most likely a little girl. In the past, Li Mingxi was very obedient when she was with Lin Feng. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Now that Li Mingxi's voice had become cold, Lin Feng didn't recognize her voice. Of course, Lin Feng didn't think of Li Mingxi either. In his memory, Li Mingxi was a cute little girl who was adorable and adorable. However, this mysterious little girl shrouded in chaotic fog was very powerful. Lin Feng naturally couldn't imagine Li Mingxi as this little girl. The fiend blood saber also recognized the little girl's identity. A grave voice came from the fiend blood saber. We've minded our own business. Why are you stopping me? The fiend blood saber knew how terrifying this little girl was, but it had its own dignity. If it hadn't been suppressed, the fiend blood saber wouldn't have been afraid of this little girl. This is my territory. I can do whatever I want. Do I need to explain myself to you? The little girl's voice was cold. She was extremely domineering. You win. The fiend blood saber said through gritted teeth. Being forced by the little girl like this made it lose all its face, and it was extremely depressed. However, the fiend blood saber had no way of resisting this little girl. If he really angered this little girl, he didn't know what she would do. "I'll leave this kid to you. Why aren't you letting me go?" the fiend blood saber said in a deep voice. "Anyone who sees the great emperor's essence will have a share. You can take half of it." Li Mingxi said. "Take half of it? You're delusional. Worst comes to worst, we'll just fight. We ancient weapons are not necessarily afraid of your race," the demonic blood saber said coldly. "Really? Do you think I can't destroy you?" Li Mingxi's voice was icy cold as countless runes appeared on her palm. What a powerful little girl! Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock. This mysterious little girl was clearly threatening the demonic blood saber. But this little girl's strength was indeed too strong. She did have the strength to threaten the demonic blood saber. Fine, fine, fine. Now that I'm sealed, I can't use my combat strength. I'll tolerate you today. However, it's impossible for you to get 50% of the great sovereign's source without putting in any effort. Isn't that a fool's dream? I'll give you 10% at most, the demonic blood saber said coldly. Naturally, it knew that since Li Mingxi had proposed 50% of the great emperor's origins, she had left some room for negotiation. Too little, Li Mingxi said coldly. 20%. That's the most I can agree to, Demon Saber said. 30%. Li Mingxi said. The demonic blood saber did not speak for a long time. It was probably furious. In the end, it gritted its teeth and said, "Fine, 30% it shall be." Swoosh. In the next moment, a ball of energy flew out of the demonic blood saber with 30% of the great emperor's origins. Previously, after the demonic blood saber had devoured Emperor God Wu Yuan's great emperor's origins, it did not refine it but used it to deal with Lin Feng. It wanted to kill Lin Feng first and devour Lin Feng's origins before refining them together. But who would have thought that there would be such an unforeseen event? The demonic blood saber was depressed. If it had known, it would have refined the great emperor's origins before dealing with Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng was trapped in the demonic blood saber and could not escape. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. Li Mingxi let go of the demonic blood saber. The demonic blood saber quickly flew out of the demonic blood saber. As for Lin Feng, he kept the demonic blood saber. Li Mingxi took Lin Feng and the two of them left the demonic blood saber's small world. D***. Why did she suddenly wake up? She seemed to have taken action because of that little kid. Logically speaking, that little kid should not have any interaction with her. Could it be that that little kid's ancestor had some interaction with her? I don't dare. That's not right either. After Li Mingxi and Lin Feng left, the demonic blood saber muttered in confusion. There was a flash of light. Lin Feng and Li Mingxi appeared outside. "Thank you for saving me." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wanted to thank Senior for saving him, but the voice of the person in front of him seemed to be a little girl. It was not appropriate for him to call her Senior. But it did not seem right to thank her for saving him. So, he did not address the mysterious little girl. It was just a simple thank you. Li Mingxi did not show herself. With a flick of her finger, the demonic blood saber flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the little girl to give him the demonic blood saber's origin. Who was this little girl, why did she save him, and she even gave him the demonic blood saber's origin? Lin Feng was extremely confused. Swish, Li Mingxi waved her right hand and Lin Feng disappeared. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared outside the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng stood outside the God-fallen cliff and looked at it. What happened today was too shocking for him. Lin Feng was even more confused about the little girl's identity. But since the little girl did not want to show herself, it was obvious that she did not want to tell him. Is she a living being in the land of death? Lin Feng muttered to himself. He stood there for a long time and then quickly left. Li Mingxi stood in the depths of the land of death. After seeing Lin Feng leave, she returned to the depths of the God-fallen cliff. Lin Feng found a place to refine the demonic blood saber's origin. Although it was only one-third of the demonic blood saber's origin, it was still majestic and shocking enough. But how many levels of cultivation could it raise? Lin Feng found a hidden cave and sealed it with restrictions. Then, he activated the archaic dragonesque elephant art and devoured the demonic blood saber's origin. Then, he began to refine the demonic blood saber's origin. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art refined it, the demonic blood saber's origin gradually turned into incomparably pure energy. And that pure energy was continuously absorbed by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation also began to rise. Lin Feng was now at the 4th layer of the giant god stage. Not long after, he broke through to the 5th layer of the giant god stage. After breaking through, Lin Feng found that there was still a large amount of demonic blood saber's origin in his body that had not been refined. This surprised him. The demonic blood saber's origin had a very significant effect on his cultivation. He continued to refine the demonic blood saber's origin to raise his cultivation. When the demonic blood saber's origin was completely refined by Lin Feng, the news of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death spread like wildfire in Sky Martial Continent. The uproar that it caused was unimaginable. Everyone knew that Emperor God Wu Yuan only had one motive for coming to Sky Martial Continent: to kill Lin Feng. However, in the end, Lin Feng wasn't killed. Instead, Emperor God Wu Yuan was killed. He was a great emperor. In the eyes of countless people, a great emperor was simply too high to reach, like a god. Then, a great emperor was killed and it naturally caused a huge uproar. Lin Feng already has the power to kill a great emperor? How can this man be so strong? Isn't this too overpowered? It's simply unbelievable. Even Emperor God Wu Yuan was killed. What's Lin Feng's cultivation level? I'm afraid this man has already reached his peak. If we want to kill him, it will be even more difficult. Lin Feng has caused a lot of trouble in the continent of the 9 continents, and now he's in the Tianwu continent. He has a strong sense of belonging to the human race. I'm worried that he'll cause a bloodbath in the Tianwu continent. I don't think we need to worry. No matter how strong this man is, it's impossible for him to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. The cause of Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is still a mystery. However, we can't deny that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death is closely related to this man. 10,000 tribes, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other powerhouses were discussing the matter. The uproar that Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had caused was too great. Plus, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death had made many people worried. They felt that Lin Feng was going to do something big. Compared to the worries of the 3 powerhouses, the cultivators of Sky Martial Continent were elated. Regardless of the reason, Emperor God Wu Yuan's death was closely related to Lin Feng. No matter if he was killed by Lin Feng or plotted against by Lin Feng, it proved one thing. That was because Lin Feng was too extraordinary. He hadn't become a great emperor, but he had killed, or plotted against, a great emperor. Was that something that an ordinary person could do? Soon after, a cold voice came from within the Kingdom of Desire. In 3 days, Lin Feng will personally lead an army to destroy the sacred ancient city. This incident caused a huge commotion. This was because the same ancient city was the headquarters of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. The experts of these 3 forces were all gathered in the sacred ancient city. Experts are as common as clouds in the holy region ancient city. This brat actually dares to be so arrogant. He really overestimates himself. I would like to see how he will destroy the holy region ancient city. The voice of a powerful figure in the ancient city was extremely cold, filled with boundless killing intent. He didn't fear Lin Feng at all. However, if Emperor God Wu Yuan were to really be killed by this man, there is indeed hope for Sanctuary Ancient City to be destroyed, an expert said, and he was worried. Brother, do you believe this kind of nonsense? That kid was really powerful. However, he didn't seem to have even broken through the realm of a boundary emperor. How could he have killed Emperor God Wu Yuan? I'm guessing that the kid probably used some scheme to kill Emperor God Wu Yuan. It's highly possible that he lured Emperor God Wu Yuan into a place of absolute death. Emperor God Wu Yuan was careless and got killed. I think so too. It's highly possible. The experts of the 3 forces spoke and expressed their opinions. Since everyone thinks so, we don't have to be afraid. Although the kid is powerful, he can't be evenly matched with the 9 of us, an expert of the myriad races said coldly. He continued, moreover, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. His fortune is monstrous, and he has mastered many powerful divine abilities and magic treasures. If we kill him, it will be equivalent to obtaining several great opportunities. If someone else kills him, it will be too late to regret it. That's right, said a myriad race expert coldly, his voice filled with cold killing intent. He continued, this kid must be killed by us because he is too extraordinary. After hearing what the expert of the myriad races said, the other experts nodded in agreement. Alright, let's wait for this kid to come. By then, he won't be able to return. The group of experts said coldly. Kingdom of Desire. The army gathered. Lin Feng could be said to have hundreds of people responding to his call in Sky Martial Continent. More and more cultivators sought refuge with Lin Feng. The cultivator army of Kingdom of Desire expanded to 3 million cultivators. This was almost 70 to 80% of the experts in Sky Martial Continent. The cultivators of Sky Martial Continent followed Lin Feng's lead. Rumble. Ancient warships soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the Holy Region Ancient City. Lin Feng had sealed many top-notch warships in his storage ring. Now, these warships were put to good use. The 3 million cultivator army under Lin Feng's lead charged towards the Holy Region Ancient City. I want to kill the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces. I want you to tremble when you hear my name. A cold voice came from the main warship and spread across the entire Sky Martial Continent. This kid is too arrogant. An extraterritorial race cultivator said coldly with killing intent. Since the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City have not left, they must have a way to deal with this kid. Let's just wait and watch the show. That's right, the experts in the Holy Region Ancient City will definitely be able to kill this kid. The myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators and cultivators from other forces discussed as they waited for the results of the battle. Let's go, quickly leave Sky Martial Continent. Since Emperor God Wu Yuan died because of him, it can be seen how terrifying Lin Feng's methods are. If we don't leave now, when Lin Feng destroys the Holy Region Ancient City, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape this calamity. There were also many myriad races, extraterritorial race cultivators and cultivators from other forces who chose to leave Sky Martial Continent. Or return to their own great worlds or planets. Or head to the 9 prefectures. But they definitely could not continue to stay in Sky Martial Continent. Reckless fool, feel free to come. When the time comes, let's see who will destroy who. A cold voice came from the Holy Region Ancient City. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were also extremely powerful. They were filled with disdain towards the Sky Martial Continent cultivator army led by Lin Feng. 1 month later. Loud rumbling sounds resounded through the clouds. Huge ancient warships crushed the void and arrived outside the Holy Region Ancient City. The Holy Region Ancient City's gates were not tightly shut, nor did they activate any restrictions to defend themselves. The experts in the Holy Region Ancient City were obviously full of confidence, so they had already gathered an army. When the Sky Martial Continent cultivator army arrived, the 50 million myriad races, extraterritorial race and cultivators from other forces formed an alliance army and came out of the Holy Region Ancient City. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 9 experts. These 9 people were from the Ancient God Clan, the Heaven Devil Clan, the Demonic Blood Rock Clan, the 8-Winged Alligator Clan, the Star God Clan, the Fallen Moon Clan, the Cloud Dream Clan, the 9 Mysterious World, and the Yellow Sky Great World. These 9 experts were all boundary emperors who had reached the 90th step and above. The strongest of them had reached the 95th step. There were 2 experts at this level. 2 others had reached the 94th step. 4 of them had reached the 93rd step. 1 of them had reached the 92nd step. Reaching the 90th step was a threshold, the threshold to enter the late-stage boundary emperor realm. Once one reached the 90th step, one's combat strength would increase tremendously. Among the 9 experts in front of him, even the weakest one was a quasi-emperor who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. Moreover, there was only one quasi-emperor at this level. The other boundary emperors were of a higher realm and were even stronger. There were even 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. These boundary emperors were exceptionally powerful and terrifying. Therefore, the combat strength of these 9 people was extremely terrifying and heaven-defying. When these 9 people joined forces, they would be able to display an unimaginable combat strength. It was no wonder that these 9 people were so confident. 9 people joining forces. They were indeed too powerful. Lin Feng was strong and had even killed the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts. Following that, he had killed the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man. However, Lin Feng had yet to reach the Boundary Emperor realm. Furthermore, the Great Desire Lord and the other 3 experts, as well as the demonic Blood Rock King and the chaotic evil Holy Man, were naturally incomparable to the 9 of them. Kid, come out and accept your death. The ancient god tribe expert was shrouded in divine light as a terrifying aura exuded from his body. He was one of the 2 boundary emperors who had reached the 95th step. The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan looked at Lin Feng indifferently, as if everything was under his control. He did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Whoosh, Lin Feng soared into the sky and flew towards the 9 experts. Today, he wanted to fight against all 9 of them alone. If it was before his breakthrough, Lin Feng might have some misgivings. After all, the 9 experts were simply too powerful. But now, Lin Feng had no misgivings at all. Although the 9 experts were very powerful, they were still very strong. But now, his cultivation had broken through 3 levels consecutively. They could no longer whisper to each other. Who would emerge victorious? It would only be revealed after the great battle. Lin Feng was also very confident in himself. He believed that he could kill the 9 powerhouses. Do it. The strong cultivator from the ancient god clan said indifferently. He took the lead and rushed toward Lin Feng. The eyes of the other 8 experts were filled with murderous intent. He also rushed towards Lin Feng. The 9 experts wanted to kill Lin Feng as soon as possible. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was led by Lin Feng. As long as they killed Lin Feng, then, the Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army would be instantly defeated. Similarly, if Lin Feng killed the 9 experts, at that time, the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers would definitely be defeated. Kill. Destroy these lowly cultivators of the Sky Martial Continent. The cultivator army formed by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers immediately roared. The sound of killing shook the heavens. Kill. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army was not to be outdone. They charged towards the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other foreign powers. The 2 groups of cultivator armies fought fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. It was extremely intense. And above the 9 heavens, Lin Feng and the 9 experts were also fighting. Lin Feng naturally knew that these 9 experts were not easy to deal with, but he was already prepared. Facing the attacks of the 9 experts, Lin Feng first used the 1 Qi into 3 Pure One Sacred Art. 3 Lin Feng appeared. Following that, every single one of Lin Feng's unleashed 3 layers of domineering aura. A total of 9 layers of domineering aura stacked together to form a powerful magnetic field. The magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura was simply too powerful. It was simply invincible. The 9 experts were enveloped by the magnetic field, as if they had fallen into a swamp. It was simply difficult to move an inch. After the 9 experts who were condensing their sacred art were enveloped by Lin Feng's 9 layers of domineering aura, the sacred art that they were condensing was interrupted. The most powerful thing about Lin Feng was not that he had cultivated many top-notch sacred arts. It was that Lin Feng was extremely proficient in combining various sacred arts. This required a strong control and comprehension ability. Of course, there was one more thing that was required. This required the ability to multitask. If a cultivator could only use one mind, then they could only use one sacred art. After using this sacred art, they would be able to use other sacred arts. However, if one were to multitask, just like Lin Feng, they would be able to use several sacred arts at the same time. This was also the foundation of the sacred art combination. Shua. 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 The three Lin Feng clones were as fast as lightning and rushed towards one person respectively. One clone locked onto the cultivator who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. This cultivator had the weakest combat power and was the easiest to kill. Another clone targeted a cultivator who had reached the 93rd step of the stone steps. Lin Feng's main body targeted a cultivator who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. The first clone held the 5-dragon wheel and swept it towards the quasi-thearch expert who had reached the 92nd step of the stone steps. No matter how strong one's physical body was, it was still afraid of Dharma treasures. This expert realized that he could not dodge this attack, so he wanted to take out his Dharma treasure to block the attack of Lin Feng's clone. However, this expert of the myriad races was suppressed by the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of domineering aura, and his every movement became extremely slow. Therefore, after taking out his Dharma treasure, he was unable to activate it. Regardless, he had already beheaded him. Lin Feng's second clone was even more violent. He controlled the Purgatory Fiend Spear and stabbed towards the opponent. This extraterritorial expert took out a battle sword and slashed it. Clang. Their weapons collided. This extraterritorial expert was suppressed too much by the magnetic field and his combat power decreased sharply. He was directly sent flying. At this moment, the 9 demons' picture tore open the void and attacked the extraterritorial race's expert. No. Faced with the sudden attack of the 9 demons' painting, this expert had no time to dodge. Bang! Along with a dull collision sound, the 9 demon paintings' attack landed on the extraterrestrial race's powerhouse. This extraterritorial expert's body immediately exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. He died tragically on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's main body took out the demon Thearch's small world and attacked the quasi-Thearch who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. Lin Feng did not hold back at all. If it was a battle of attrition, he would be tortured to death by the 9 experts. Therefore, Lin Feng used his full strength. He wanted to kill the 9 strong cultivators as quickly as possible. The demon Thearch's small world was extremely powerful and attacked the quasi-Thearch who had reached the 94th step of the stone steps. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had killed 3 strong cultivators at the speed of lightning. This battle result. It was simply shocking. Even the other 6 experts had yet to recover from their shock. The other 6 experts could not believe their eyes. And they realized that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Feng's fighting strength. Lin Feng was clearly much stronger than the rumors said. Lord Lin is too powerful, instantly killing 3 of the enemy's top experts. Lord Lin is mighty. Brothers, we can't embarrass Lord Lin. Kill the myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators until they kneel and beg for mercy. When the cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent saw Lin Feng's divine martial prowess, instantly killing 3 of the 9 great experts, they were all extremely excited. Now, their morale was even higher. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 3 great experts were actually killed just like that. How is this possible? The myriad races, the foreign races, and the other foreign cultivators were all in disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. Such powerful existences were so easily killed by Lin Feng. Could the remaining 6 experts still kill Lin Feng? Right now, the hearts of the 3 cultivator armies were all shaken. They felt that it might be Lin Feng who killed the remaining 6 experts. Because Lin Feng was simply too heaven-defying. Killing the remaining 6 powerhouses was not an impossible task. As a result, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides could be described as having lost their morale. Although they had 5 million people. And the cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent only had 300 people. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or weapons. The cultivator army of the Sky Martial Continent could not be compared to them. However, right now, the cultivator armies of the 3 sides no longer had the heart and spirit. Many people thought that Lin Feng was going to kill the 6 remaining strong cultivators, but after he did that, he was going to kill them. At that time, they would be the ones to die. As a result, many people in the 3 cultivator armies wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. This situation caused the cultivator army formed by the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators to show signs of defeat. The Sky Martial Continent's cultivator army fought against their superior numbers and started a massacre. Blood flowed like a river. 3 of them are already dead. The 6 of you will soon follow in their footsteps. Lin Feng's voice was extremely cold, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. Inside his body, there was a terrifying fluctuation that could destroy the heavens and the earth. It was enough to make people tremble in fear. Lin Feng manipulated the Yin-Yang small world and directly suppressed the 6 experts. Rumble, a loud explosion shook the heavens. The world of Yin and Yang continued to expand. The world of Yin and Yang descended from the sky and overlapped with the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki. It was as if Mount Tai was pressing down. Its power was simply too tyrannical. The expressions of the 6 experts changed drastically. The expert from the ancient god clan shouted in a deep voice. There's a terrifying magnetic field around him. We must break out of the encirclement quickly and attack him from a distance. We can definitely kill him. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 6 experts suppressed the Demon Emperor's small world. Its power was simply too tyrannical. However, when their attacks hit the Demon Emperor's small world, they were all dissolved by the Demon Emperor's small world. At the same time, the 3 Lin Fengs quickly moved towards the 6 strong cultivators. 1 clone took out the 5 dragon wheel and 5 kill tablet. Another clone held the purgatory demonic spear in one hand. At the same time, his divine thought controlled the 9 demons painting to attack the opponents. Lin Feng's original body held the 5 flame 7 foul fan. The 5 flame 7 foul fan swept slightly. Suddenly, 5 types of flames and 7 ferocious birds flew out. It was truly terrifying. Among the 5 types of flames, the ferocious birds locked onto 2 of the experts. They directly pounced on them. Lin Feng's treasures were extremely powerful. After locking onto the 6 experts, they did not dare to be distracted. They had no choice but to activate their treasures to resist the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures. In a battle between cultivators, other than the contest of divine powers, there was also the contest of physical strength, soul, and treasures. The more commonly used ones were the contest of divine powers and treasures. These were 2 indispensable parts in a battle between cultivators. Therefore, cultivators were fanatical about treasures. And Lin Feng's treasures were each more powerful than the last. The 6 experts could not help but lose sight of one. While blocking the attacks of Lin Feng's treasures, the 6 experts could no longer resist the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world's attacks. When the magnetic field formed by the 9 layers of Haki and the Demon Emperor's small world came crashing down, one expert after another was attacked. These experts were severely injured. Even if they were not directly killed by the magnetic field and the Demon Emperor's small world, Lin Feng and the other 2 venerables would also rush up to give them another attack. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I have the possibility of becoming a great emperor in the future. Now that I'm being attacked here, I can't accept this. The few venerables who were still alive roared unwillingly, wanting to break out of the encirclement. But now that Lin Feng's combat strength had reached its peak, he did not give them a chance to break out at all. Lin Feng charged in front of the ancient god clan expert and blasted a palm at him. I'm a clansman of the ancient god clan. If you kill me, the great emperor of the ancient god clan will not let you off. The ancient god clan expert roared angrily, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Now that he had mentioned the ancient god clan, he wanted to intimidate Lin Feng. So what if you're from the ancient god clan? Sooner or later, I'll kill the great emperor of the ancient god clan as well, said Lin Feng, smiling icily. He punched the ancient god clan's cultivator's head, but the ancient god clan's cultivator didn't react. A loud bang was heard. The ancient god clan expert's head was blasted apart by Lin Feng's palm strike. The other 2 doppelgangers also killed the experts they had targeted. At this point, the 9 experts of the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces had all been killed. Dead, dead. The 9 experts have all been killed. Run quickly, countless people in the cultivator army formed by the myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces screamed in fear. The 9 experts were all high and mighty existences. But now, they had all been killed by Lin Feng alone. The cultivator army of the 3 forces had long been scared out of their wits by Lin Feng. How could they have the courage to continue fighting? The cultivator army of the 3 forces began to flee. Kill! The cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent roared. The news of the sacred ancient city being destroyed and the 9 experts being killed by Lin Feng quickly spread throughout the Sky Martial continent. At the same time, the cultivator army of the Sky Martial continent led by Lin Feng began to sweep through the Sky Martial continent. A large number of myriad tribes, extraterritorial races, and other foreign forces were killed. Even though the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers had left, the Sky Martial continent would never be able to return to its former prosperity. The current Sky Martial continent was filled with scenes of broken countries and mountains and rivers. This scene was truly lamentable. The reason why Lin Feng started a massacre against the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. Firstly, it was because he wanted to avenge the innocent people who had died in the Sky Martial continent. Secondly, he wanted to intimidate these forces. Let these forces know. It was not that the Sky Martial continent did not have any top experts. The Sky Martial continent was not something that these forces could casually need. They could humiliate him as they wished. If one wanted to start a massacre in the Sky Martial continent, they had to think about the consequences. Lin Feng did not know that his actions had indeed intimidated the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other powers. In the next many years, when these powers arrived in the Sky Martial continent, they would all behave themselves. And not like before, when they started a massacre in the Sky Martial continent. In various parts of the Sky Martial continent, Lin Feng's temples sprang up like bamboo shoots after the rain. These temples were all built by the cultivators of the Sky Martial continent. Countless commoners, out of gratitude to Lin Feng, took the initiative to build temples for Lin Feng. Currently, these temples were filled with incense. Countless people would enter the temples to pay their respects to Lin Feng. They prayed. Lin Feng planned to return to the 9 provinces. However, before returning to the 9 provinces, he planned to head to a place to take a look at the situation there. Lin Feng had only obtained a strand of monkey hair from the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Every time he tried to comprehend it, he would often find himself in the Huagua Mountain. The Huagua Mountain was located in the Aolai Nation. It was close to the eastern sea world. However, the current Huagua Mountain was densely covered with restrictions. White fog lingered around it, covering the sky and the sun, concealing everything within the Huagua Mountain. No one could enter the Huagua Mountain. If one tried to force their way in, they would often suffer a calamity. Ever since the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other powers descended on the Sky Martial continent, many experts tried to explore the Huagua Mountain, but in the end, none of them were able to walk out of it. The current Huagua Mountain. It was shrouded in a mysterious aura. He wondered what secrets were hidden in the Flower Fruit Mountain. The monkey hair Lin Feng had obtained probably contained the secrets of the 72 transformations. This was the great sage, Heaven's Heaveness. It was extremely incredible, but Lin Feng couldn't understand its mysteries. Perhaps he would gain through Huagua Mountain. Lin Feng went to the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit alone. The East Sea's ally state was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. However, with the expulsion of the cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators of other foreign powers, the East Sea's ally state was no longer as prosperous as before. To continent alliance of continent. Lin Feng arrived outside of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit. He stood in the air and gazed into the distance. Inside the world of white fog was the place where Huagua Mountain was located. In the past, a stone gave birth to 2 stone apes. They were the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape. The 9 states is truly a mystical place to be able to give birth to such sacred spirits. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, if one traced back to history, it wasn't just the big and small stone apes. There were also Pangu, Nuwa, the 3 emperors, and other existences. They were all born from the 9 prefectures. In the past, the 9 prefectures was also a famous great world. Although it couldn't be compared to the heaven realm. It didn't belong to the undying world. But as time passed, the 9 prefectures declined. Lin Feng walked towards the area shrouded in white fog. When his body came into contact with the white fog, in the void, a terrifying killing light condensed and formed. The terrifying killing light contained a wave that could destroy the heavens and earth. It tore through the void and slashed towards Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through his body. The power of this attack was extremely powerful, causing Lin Feng's heart to tremble slightly. This was an attack condensed from the outer restrictions of Huagua Mountain. It was unbelievable that it was so powerful. Of course, the current Lin Feng was very powerful. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Feng slashed out with his palm. It directly shattered the killing light that was slashing towards him. He entered the area shrouded in white fog. Then, he felt endless killing intent enveloping his entire body. So many terrifying killing intent. Lin Feng was shocked. The white fog restriction contained peerless danger. Lin Feng hurriedly activated the Stone Emperor scripture. This was the inheritance of the Heavenly Master lineage. It could sense the existence of all kinds of formations and restrictions. At the same time, he opened the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. Lin Feng combined the Stone Emperor scripture with the Heavenly Demon Snake Eye. He quickly dodged the attacks in the white fog restriction. Lin Feng's methods were extraordinary. The attacks in the white fog restriction couldn't hurt him. In the end, he narrowly avoided all the formations and restrictions and successfully passed through the area covered by the white fog restriction. Lin Feng let out a long breath. Only he, with his powerful methods, could pass through the area covered by the white fog restriction. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times. Lin Feng looked into the depths. What appeared in front of him was a huge island. On this island, the trees were extremely lush. Many of the towering trees needed hundreds of people to wrap their arms around them. It was unknown how long they had been growing. Lin Feng walked into the depths. Not long after, he saw many corpses. Ancient God Clan, Heavenly Demon Clan, Angel Clan, Fallen Human Devil Clan. Lin Feng looked at the corpses and revealed an extremely shocked expression. The identities of the dead cultivators were not simple. They were all from many top forces. There were cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. These forces explored Huagua Mountain before and never left. As expected, they died here. Lin Feng's expression became slightly serious. In such a dangerous place like Huagua Mountain, he needed to be alert. In such a place, if he was careless, he might end up like the corpses in front of him. They should have been dead for quite some time. Lin Feng observed the corpses and couldn't help but frown. These cultivators had powerful cultivation bases. After they died, their bodies wouldn't be destroyed in a short period of time. This should be just a group of people. I heard that there was more than one group of cultivators who entered Huagua Mountain to explore. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He took all the storage rings from the dead cultivators and put them into his mountain river ring. Perhaps there were treasures in these storage rings. Of course, Lin Feng didn't check these storage rings for now. He continued to walk deeper into the mountain. Not long after, Lin Feng found the second group of cultivators' corpses. This group of cultivators belonged to the alien races. These alien races included the Star Moon race, the Star Sky race, the Blood Moon race, the Scorching Sun race, and so on. There were more than 20 corpses here, and they were all cultivators from some of the top alien races. Cultivators from ordinary races were not strong enough, so they were not qualified to join in the exploration of Flower Fruit Mountain. Their deaths are really strange. Lin Feng frowned. Just like the previous cultivators, these cultivators had died in a very strange way. Lin Feng could not find the cause of their deaths, which was the most terrifying part. Therefore, Lin Feng could not determine how they died. Lin Feng originally suspected that these cultivators had died from poisoning. However, after careful inspection, he found that these cultivators did not die from poisoning. Therefore, the cause of their deaths was a mystery. Next, Lin Feng found several dead cultivators one after another. Every group of cultivators died in a strange way, but the way they died should be the same. What exactly did they experience? Lin Feng touched his chin and could not help but ponder. He became more vigilant because Lin Feng had a feeling that there might be something terrifying lurking in the forest. When Lin Feng passed by a valley, he was attacked by a giant tree. This giant tree had long become a spirit. It was abnormally terrifying and powerful, displaying unimaginable combat strength. The giant tree's body emitted a terrifying wave of energy. That wave of energy. It shocked Lin Feng. Pa pa pa, branches whipped towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng held the 5-dragon wheel in his hand and slashed towards the branches of the giant tree. Clang, at this moment, a sonorous collision sound was heard. The giant tree was terrifying. The branches were abnormally hard and actually blocked the attack of the 5-dragon wheel. The dense branches enveloped Lin Feng, wanting to completely trap Lin Feng. What a powerful bloodline. If I devour it, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. The giant tree transformed into a huge human face, which was extremely ugly. The giant tree turned into a tree demon and looked at Lin Feng indifferently as if he was looking at a dead man. Perhaps in the eyes of the giant tree, Lin Feng was dead for sure. Heavenly fire. Burn, seeing that Lin Feng was about to be completely entangled by the giant tree's branches, Lin Feng brought out his heavenly fire. The heavenly fire burned fiercely. The 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. The heavenly fire was the bane of all things of the wood attribute. Naturally, the giant tree was also the bane of the heavenly fire. Ah, it's burning me to death, it's burning me to death, after the giant tree was burned by the heavenly fire. The giant tree immediately let out a painful roar. The branches of the giant tree quickly let go of Lin Feng. Then, the giant tree opened its bloody mouth. A huge energy ball flew out and blasted towards Lin Feng. This energy ball sealed the void, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. Lin Feng quickly operated the magical power immunity rune, and at the same time, used the great defense technique to condense a defensive crystal wall to protect himself. Bang, the energy ball exploded, and Lin Feng was directly blown away. Lin Feng's body fell into a surging river. Roar, a huge crocodile opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour Lin Feng. This crocodile turned out to be a golden crocodile. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing such a golden crocodile. A name flashed in his mind. Desolate golden crocodile. This was a crocodile with a desolate bloodline flowing in it, and its strength was incomparably powerful. Lin Feng could feel a terrifying aura from the crocodile in front of him. The fluctuation of that aura caused him to be unable to help but be aghast. Lin Feng did not continue fighting with the desolate golden crocodile. Instead, he quickly used the Great Void technique and instantly left through the void. The desolate golden crocodile could not eat Lin Feng. Lin Feng appeared on the shore and quickly left. This place was really dangerous. No wonder the cultivators of the myriad races, the cultivators of the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators of other foreign forces died here. The island was very large, and Lin Feng found that there was an extremely powerful restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain that blocked the way. He stopped. The restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain was many times stronger than the restriction outside. Lin Feng originally tried to break the restriction in the depths of Huagua Mountain, but he gave up in the end. Because when he wanted to give it a try, Lin Feng's heart was shrouded in a layer of shadow. This feeling was very bad. Lin Feng had a strong premonition that even if he dared to break the restriction in Huagua Mountain, at that time, he would probably die. Lin Feng didn't know who had made the deployment spells there. Surprisingly, they were so strong that Lin Feng was astonished. Swoosh, suddenly, a white light streaked across the sky like a white rainbow piercing through the sun, slashing towards Lin Feng. Its speed was too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Lin Feng was shocked. What was this? Its speed was so fast, heaven-mending technique. Dangerous moment. Lin Feng quickly used the heaven-mending technique to dodge this terrifying attack. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared 200 meters away. He finally saw what it was. It was actually an immortal crane. However, that immortal crane was very extraordinary. It had transformed into an immortal sword. This shocked Lin Feng. The immortal sword that the immortal crane transformed into mist. It returned to the appearance of an immortal crane. Screech! Suddenly, without any warning, a sharp and ear-piercing cry came from the void. That cry contained a terrifying sound wave attack. Lin Feng couldn't help but groan. He felt as if his soul had almost exploded. A stone beast jumped out from one of the mountain peaks. It was a terrifying creature that looked like a dog. Mountain elf. It was a terrifying creature that existed only in myths and legends. It was much more difficult than the birth of the stone race. Although it was also made of stone, it did not belong to the stone race. This was because the stone race had a distinct characteristic. When the stone race cultivated to a powerful level, they could evolve into a body of flesh and blood. However, the mountain elf could not. Even if it cultivated to the great emperor realm or even the immortal realm, the mountain elf could not transform into a body of flesh and blood. The mountain elf's attack method was very terrifying. It vibrated with a terrifying sound wave attack. This kind of sound wave attack was very powerful and could instantly tear apart the soul of any cultivator. Now, Lin Feng finally understood why those cultivators died so strangely. There was not even a single injury on their bodies. It should be the mountain elf that attacked. The mountain elf destroyed the souls of those cultivators. Therefore, those cultivators died one after another. Lin Feng hurriedly activated Luya's star observation chart. This divine ability was very terrifying. It blocked the mountain elf's soul attack. Eh? You can actually block my soul attack. The mandrill looked at Lin Feng in shock, as if it couldn't believe its eyes. Its soul attack was extremely powerful. It was suddenly attacked. Very few people could block its soul attack, but Lin Feng had done it. This shocked the mandrill greatly. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. The immortal crane sword transformation is truly a powerful ability. And the mandrill race, they're a race from myths and legends. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the two terrifying creatures with a serious expression. I'm a descendant of the immortal crane race. I can transform into an immortal sword and slay billions of gods and demons. The immortal crane said coldly. Its voice was cold and arrogant. Of course, the immortal crane race was indeed very powerful. They had the right to be arrogant. The mandrill race has existed since ancient times. It's just that no one knows about them. The mandrill said coldly. The more Lin Feng looked at the mandrill, the more he felt that it was strange. He originally thought that the mandrill looked like a dog, but now he felt that it looked like a monkey. In fact, the mandrill was a creature that looked like both a dog and a monkey. It specialized in absorbing souls and devouring them. It used souls as food to increase its cultivation. Human cultivator, why have you entered this place? At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the depths of the cave, followed by a terrifying creature flying over. It was actually a purple butterfly. A primordial purple butterfly. Lin Feng was shocked. This was a creature that was as terrifying as the Emperor Archaic. Lin Feng had read about the primordial purple butterfly in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. This was the first time he had seen a creature like the primordial purple butterfly. The primordial purple butterfly's aura was much stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. Clearly, the primordial purple butterfly's cultivation was stronger than that of the immortal crane and the mandrill. After the primordial purple butterfly appeared, it did not attack Lin Feng. It was unknown whether it was because Lin Feng had blocked the immortal crane and mandrill's attacks or because he was a human cultivator from the Tianwu continent. Previously, I obtained the opportunity of the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Every time I had an epiphany, I would dream of Huagua Mountain. I feel that perhaps only after I reach Huagua Mountain will I be able to truly reap the benefits. Therefore, I came here today, said Lin Feng. He didn't want to hide anything, because he felt that there was no need to hide it from the three living beings. He obtained the fortune of the great sage, Heaven's Equal? The three creatures were all extremely shocked, to the extent where they found this hard to believe. To them, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was filled with endless legends. After all, that era was too far away. Time passed slowly. The world had changed. Everything that had happened in the past had become a legend. However, more than once, they had heard the old demon of Mount Huagua recount the story of how the great sage, Heaven's Equal, dominated the world. Especially when they were young, they even regarded the great sage, Heaven's Equal, as their idol and hero. "Why should we believe you?" the red-crowned crane said coldly. She didn't believe Lin Feng just because of Lin Feng's words. The desolate purple butterfly and mountain elf also looked at Lin Feng coldly. They were waiting for Lin Feng to prove himself. If he dared to lie to them, the three terrifying creatures of Mount Huagua wouldn't mind killing Lin Feng. Lin Feng waved his right hand. A strand of monkey hair flew out. It was a strand of golden monkey hair. When the strand of golden monkey hair flew out, the sound of the great Tao resonating could be heard from above Mount Huagua. An illusory figure appeared above the 9 heavens. It was in existence. He wore golden armor that shone brightly and a golden crown on his head that reflected the light. He held the Jingubang in his hand and stepped on the cloud with his shoes. His strange eyes were like stars, and his ears were over his shoulders. As he stood in the void, everyone could feel a suffocating pressure that permeated between heaven and earth. "It's the great sage, Heaven's Equal." The old monsters of Mount Huagua were alarmed. When they came out and saw the illusory figure, they shouted excitedly. For the monsters of Mount Huagua, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was like a religion to them. Now that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had appeared, they were extremely excited. Lin Feng put away the monkey hair. The illusory figure of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, in the sky also disappeared. "What's going on? Let's go out and take a look." Many old Jiao quickly rushed outside, wanting to find out what exactly had happened to cause such a drastic change in the world. Lin Feng looked at the desolate purple butterfly and said, "Do you believe what I said before now?" The desolate purple butterfly said, "You were telling the truth. You obtained the opportunity left behind by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. We can bring you to the core of Mount Huagua." "Many thanks." Lin Feng cupped his fists. He wasn't worried that the people of Mount Huagua would harm him. After all, this was the power left behind by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. The great sage was the embodiment of justice. Therefore, Lin Feng believed that the descendants of Mount Huagua weren't evil people. Moreover, if they really wanted to make a move, they could just do it outside. There was no need to enter the core of Mount Huagua. The desolate purple butterfly broke through the restriction. Lin Feng followed the desolate purple butterfly, the mountain elf, and the red-crowned crane into the core of Mount Huagua. At that moment, one old monster after another flew out from the depths. When they saw Lin Feng, they all landed. "What happened?" an old monster asked. "Elder, this human cultivator obtained the legacy of the great sage, Heaven's Equal," the desolate purple butterfly said. Many of the elders of the demon clan became excited. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. These old monsters couldn't be thinking of making a move on him, right? If these old monsters had evil intentions, they would be able to kill him. Then with his strength, it was impossible for him to be a match for these old monsters. An old monster seemed to know what Lin Feng was thinking. It said, "Don't worry, we won't snatch your opportunity. Since you've obtained the opportunity of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, it means that you're fated with Mount Huagua. Little friend, please come in." "Thank you." Lin Feng thanked it. Then, he followed the old monster into the depths of Mount Huagua. In the depths of Mount Huagua, there were mountains and halls. Spirit beasts could be seen flying everywhere. Red-crowned cranes could be seen flapping their wings. There were many powerful existences hidden here. However, during the chaos of Tianwu continent, these living beings of Mount Huagua did not make a move. Therefore, Lin Feng was a little dissatisfied with these living beings of Mount Huagua. Of course, he wouldn't show this dissatisfaction. This was their territory. In their territory, it was naturally better to keep a low profile. Lin Feng was arranged to stay in a cave. The desolate purple butterfly let Lin Feng rest for a few days. Then, it brought Lin Feng to the water curtain cave to comprehend the Tao. That was the sacred ground of Mount Huagua. The sun shone down. Lin Feng walked out of the cave. This was his second day in Mount Huagua. An old monster lived in a cave not far from Lin Feng. At present, the old demon was weeding in the open space in front of the cave. The old monster moved very slowly, as it was too old. Its movements seemed to be somewhat inconvenient. Thus, every time the old monster finished weeding, it would need to rest. The primordial violet butterfly came to Lin Feng's place and saw that Lin Feng was staring at the old monster. The butterfly said, "It's best if you don't keep staring at it." "Why?" Lin Feng asked. "It hates it when people keep staring at it. That's why we don't keep staring at it. It's very old." "Does it have a high status in Mount Huagua?" Lin Feng asked. "It's the exact opposite of what you think. Although it's old, it doesn't have a high status." Lin Feng nodded and didn't ask any more questions. "The elders want to see you. I'm guessing that they want to ask about the great sage, Heaven's Equal," the butterfly said. He followed the desolate purple butterfly to the place where the elders were resting. "Young friend, don't be nervous. We just want to ask about your past experiences and how you obtained this monkey fur," one of the elders said. Lin Feng told the elders everything that had happened. Then, he left. The butterfly waited for Lin Feng outside. "These elders are taking this matter very seriously," Lin Feng said. "Of course, because there's a prophecy that says that when the legacy appears, the great sage, Heaven's Equal's legacy appears in the world, and the great sage, Heaven's Equal's tribulation will return." The butterfly's voice was filled with excitement. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, was filled with legends. In the past, he had been the leader of the devil race. Back then, the devil race was at its peak. The 7 saints of the devil race. Which one of them wasn't a famous expert? The 7 demonic saints had all submitted to the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Now that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had returned, perhaps the demon race would regain their former glory. "Are you going to find the great sage, Heaven's Equal?" Lin Feng asked. The purple butterfly said, "The flower fruit mountain is like a cage. We can't leave the flower fruit mountain for now. We need to wait for the great sage equaling heavens to return before we can break the curse." Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect Flower Fruit Mountain to be cursed. What kind of existence cursed Flower Fruit Mountain? Previously, Lin Feng had complained that Huagua Mountain did not help the Sky Martial continent when it was in danger. But now, he realized that he had wronged Huagua Mountain. "If you rashly leave the mountain of flowers and fruit, you'll lose yourself." The desolate purple butterfly sighed. "What cursed Flower Fruit Mountain?" Lin Feng asked curiously. The Flower Fruit Mountain was filled with experts who could curse the Flower Fruit Mountain. The person who had cursed Flower Fruit Mountain was too extraordinary. "This isn't something that I can know. Perhaps some of the elders know about this," said the purple butterfly. "Will anyone who leaves the Flower Fruit Mountain suffer a calamity?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. "That's not the case. There are always a few lucky ones who won't suffer a calamity after leaving," said the purple butterfly enviously. With its talent, if it was born, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. But now, it was trapped in the Flower Fruit Mountain, which made it very gloomy. "Do the great sage, Heaven's Equal, or the sacred battle apes have descendants?" asked Lin Feng curiously. Those 2 terrifying existences possessed heaven-defying power. Even in this epoch, they had left behind their illustrious names. That was why Lin Feng was very concerned about whether they had descendants. If such powerful existences died out, what a pity. "The sacred battle apes still have descendants," said the purple butterfly. That afternoon, Lin Feng met one of the sacred battle apes' descendants. That person was called Xianxia. He looked very young, but his strength was terrifying. Although he had yet to make a move, Lin Feng could feel the terrifying power contained in his body. It was simply shocking. Xianxia was a very calm and steady person. He chatted with Lin Feng for a long time, mostly about Lin Feng's fortuitous encounter. They also talked about his 2 ancestors. Every time the 2 ancestors were mentioned, they would always say, "That's right." Xianxia had an incomparably proud expression. The great sage, Heaven's Equal. The sacred battle apes. If it were anyone else, they would be proud to have 2 ancestors like this. Xianxia was no exception. "Tomorrow afternoon, I will bring you to the Water Curtain Cave," said Xianxia before leaving. "Okay," Lin Feng replied. The next day, the sun rose from the east. A terrifying existence stepped on the void and walked over from afar. The area around this being's body began to distort. He was tall and burly, and his hair was disheveled. One could not see his face clearly, only a pair of eyes. It was a pair of bewitching and cold eyes. Anyone who looked into them would sink into them. After slumbering for countless years, I have finally awakened, the existence muttered. He looked at the flower fruit mountain shrouded in white mist. I'm here. Are you still alive? The demon-like man muttered to himself. He stepped into the area shrouded in white mist. Buzz, the white mist seal was activated and released a terrifying attack. Countless terrifying killing lights shot towards the man like a madman. The demon-like man did not dodge. He allowed the killing lights to strike his body. Clanging sounds could be heard continuously. When the terrifying killing lights landed on the demon-like man, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. They could not cause any damage to the demon-like man at all. The existence's cultivation was too terrifying. It was so powerful that it made one's face pale. He passed through the outermost layer of the white mist seal and walked in step by step. Perhaps because they could sense how terrifying this existence was, none of the living beings of the flower fruit mountain attacked him along the way. I'm here. Where are you? The demon-like man stood outside the course seal of the flower fruit mountain and asked coldly. Who are you? A few abnormally powerful monsters stared coldly at the crazed man. The demon-like man only glanced at them. Immediately after, the few terrifying demon cultivators were petrified. I'm here. Where are you? The demon-like man continued to shout coldly. His voice reached the depths of the flower fruit mountain and alarmed everyone. Who is it? Who dares to barge into the flower fruit mountain? Even the elders of the demon race were alarmed. They quickly flew out with cold expressions. Lin Feng also flew out and saw the demon-like man from afar. Clearly, this man did not come with good intentions. He dared to provoke the flower fruit mountain alone. The demonic man was very powerful, and he was extremely arrogant. His eyes were looking at the heavens. His voice was cold. Let Sun Xiaoxing come out. Who are you? How dare you call the sacred lord by his name? A demonic clan elder said coldly, his eyes flashing coldly. You are not qualified to know my identity. The demon-like man said coldly. His arrogance seemed to come from his bones. He did not care about the demonic clan elder at all. Arrogant. The demonic clan elder's expression suddenly sank. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Now that he was being looked down upon by the demonic man, he could not help but feel angry. My patience is limited. If Sun Xiaoxing still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood. Let's see if Sun Xiaoxing will come out or not. The man's expression remained calm and aloof. My patience is limited. If Sun Xiaoxing still doesn't come out, I don't mind turning the flower fruit mountain into a river of blood. Who is Sun Xiaoxing? Lin Feng looked at the ancient violet butterfly and asked curiously. Sun Xiaoxing should be an extremely powerful person, but Lin Feng had never heard of him before. The ancient violet butterfly said, Senior Sun Xiaoxing is the sacred lord of the flower fruit mountain, and he has lived for countless years. It is said that he is in existence from the ancient chaos era. Lin Feng was shocked. An existence from the ancient chaos era, that was too ancient. It was unbelievable. The experts from that era who had lived until now must be extremely powerful and terrifying. Since the demonic man had come to provoke Sun Xiaoxing, was he also in existence from the ancient chaos era? Thinking about that, Lin Feng couldn't help but be surprised. A demonic clan elder said coldly, I would like to see what qualifications you have to be so presumptuous in the flower fruit mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic clan elder soared into the sky and flew towards the demonic man. The demonic clan elder opened his hand, and a mysterious demonic country appeared in his hand. Many demonic beasts appeared in the demonic country. There were many types of demonic beasts. There were peacocks, phoenixes, rocks, dragons, kuei cows, Xianxia, and so on. The demonic country seemed to be the legendary demonic realm. Demonic country in the palm. The demonic clan elder shouted coldly, and the demonic country in his hand flew out. Then, it suppressed the demonic man. This ability was called demonic country in the palm. It could create a demonic world. It was powerful. Now, the demon kingdom flew towards the demon-like man and suppressed him. A loud rumbling sound could be heard. It was as if a real world had descended from the sky. Insignificant skill. Facing the attack of the demon country, the crazy man immediately showed a disdainful expression. He raised his right hand and made a light stroke in the air. A dazzling beam of light flew out. The power of that beam of light was abnormally strong. Instantly, it tore through the void and slashed down on the country of demons. "Break!" the leader of the demon race shouted. He wanted to control the demon country to destroy the beam of light that the crazy man had shot out. But the demonic country, the country of demons, was unable to shatter that beam of light. At this moment, the power of that light beam increased greatly, and with a poochie sound, it tore apart the demon kingdom. Swoosh! The demonic country did not dissipate after the demonic country. Instead, it continued to fly towards the demonic country. The demonic country elder tried to dodge the attack, but he could not. The demonic country elder took out a defensive treasure to block the attack. But the attack of the demonic country was too powerful. Even the demonic country elder's defensive treasure was torn apart. The situation was very dangerous. The demonic country elder was in front of the demonic country elder. It was about to split the demonic country elder in half. "How dare you!" The other demonic country elders could not help but roar. Seeing their old friend die in front of them, they were infuriated. Their killing intent was overflowing. But there was nothing they could do. There was no way to save their old friend. What a terrifying existence. Lin Feng couldn't help taking a deep breath. The demonic country elder's cultivation was terrifying. But in front of the demonic man, he did not even have the strength to resist. He did not know what level the demonic man was at. His combat strength was too heaven-defying. The demons of the Flower Fruit Mountain were all enraged. Their killing intent surged. Wasn't this crazy man a little too arrogant? He actually dared to kill the elders of the Flower Fruit Mountain in the territory of the Flower Fruit Mountain. He did not put Flower Fruit Mountain in his eyes at all. Just as the demonic country elder was about to be killed, a light flashed. A figure appeared in front of the demonic country elder. The figure flicked his finger. Clang, he flicked the demonic country elder's demonic country elder. Suddenly, the demonic country elder's demonic country elder shattered. At this moment, Lin Feng saw who it was. It was a man who looked to be in his 30s. His clothes were as white as snow. He had an outstanding temperament, as if an immortal had descended to the world. Seeing this man, Lin Feng was shocked. He thought of Sun Xiaoxing, whom the demonic man had mentioned. Could it be this man in front of him? Could it be Sun Xiaoxing, Saint Lord? The demonic country elders and demonic country cultivators bowed to the man. No need for formalities. Sun Xiaoxing waved his hand and said, "Sun Xiaoxing, you finally came out. I thought you would be a coward." The demonic man sneered after seeing Sun Xiaoxing. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. Rumor has it that you were killed by the nine-headed evil saint," Sun Xiaoxing said emotionlessly. Lin Feng did not know what kind of existence the nine-headed evil saint was, but he guessed that he was an expert in the ancient chaos era. The ancient chaos era was an extremely chaotic era. Although this era was chaotic, there were heroes in this chaotic era. Therefore, in this chaotic world, many top-notch experts were born. The nine-headed evil saint did not kill me. Instead, he was killed by me. However, I was also seriously injured. Since then, I fell into a deep sleep," the demonic man said. "After I woke up, I came to find you. I knew that even though you had experienced the ancient chaos era, you would not die. Just as you guessed, you have lived until now. The reason I came here this time is to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past. Everything has changed. There is no need to carry out the battle that was not carried out in the past," Sun Xiaoxing said. "Even though I have crossed the long river of time, it is difficult to erase the battle intent in my heart. This battle, of course, will not end like this." The demonic man looked indifferent. He stepped forward and punched at Sun Xiaoxing. As he punched out, the void distorted and heaven and earth changed color. Behind him, 3,000 galaxies appeared. The 3,000 galaxies were rumored to be the 3,000 galaxies that existed in the universe since ancient times. Feeling the power of the crazy man's punch, everyone's expression changed. When the crazy man attacked the monster clan elder, he had shot out a light beam. In actual fact, it was just a casual attack. Then, the crazy man was serious when dealing with Sun Xiaoxing. He used a powerful divine skill right away. It was peerless and domineering. He's at least a great emperor. Moreover, he's a great emperor of a very high realm. Lin Feng stood at a distance and watched the battle. He couldn't help but ponder. Previously, Lin Feng had plotted against Emperor God Wu Yuan. He had a rough understanding of the power of an emperor. The aura that the man gave out was too terrifying. In front of this person, Emperor God Wu Yuan was simply 1,000 miles apart. They weren't on the same level at all. Lord Saint Master roamed freely in the chaotic ancient era and he had never met an opponent. This man is definitely not Lord Saint Master's match. A monster clan cultivator said. Then, the crazy man had already communicated with the power of the 3,000 galaxies. The terrifying punch was about to hit Sun Xiaoxing. Then, Sun Xiaoxing took action. Saint Monster Fist. Sun Xiaoxing threw out a punch too. There was holy light surging out from his body. It shook the void. At that moment, Sun Xiaoxing was surrounded by the holy light as though he had transformed into an immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Immortal saint monster. Bang! The next moment, there was a fierce collision sound. The two of them collided. With them as the center, the surrounding void started to collapse. The two of them were too powerful. One of them was like a saint monster that had descended to the world. The other was like an unparalleled ancient demon that had crossed the river of time from the chaotic ancient era. The first attack had already shocked Lin Feng and the others. If we continue to fight here, Flower Fruit Mountain will be destroyed. Let's go to the extraterritorial region to fight. The crazy man said aloud. Swoosh, he took the lead and flew to the extraterritorial region. His speed was too fast. He instantly disappeared without a trace. Sun Xiaoxing also stepped out and disappeared from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Apparently, he had gone to the extraterrestrial world. Lin Feng wanted to follow them to take a look, but the two were too fast. He couldn't keep up with the two terrifying existences. He could only stay where he was without moving. That attack just now was just a probe. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it will be when these two existences truly fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Perhaps only the two of them knew how strong they were. The Flower Fruit Mountain was covered with powerful restrictions that could be destroyed. Just this point alone was enough. From this, one could tell just how powerful these two existences were. In the next few days, the Flower Fruit Mountain was very peaceful. It could even be described as unusually quiet. Although some cultivators of the Mountain of Flowers and Fruit were extremely confident in Sun Xiaoxing. However, it was unrealistic to say that he was not worried about Sun Xiaoxing. This was because the demon-like man was also an existence that was powerful enough to make others pale with fright. He wondered if that existence had some sort of concealment ability. It didn't matter who won or lost this battle. It was possible. 5 days later, Lin Feng saw a figure standing on the top of a mountain. Lin Feng was surprised. It was Sun Xiaoxing. The battle outside the domain was over. He returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain. He just didn't know the final result of this battle. Lin Feng was full of curiosity about what kind of person Sun Xiaoxing was. It was really rare for a powerhouse from the chaotic ancient era to live until now. Lin Feng mustered up his courage and walked towards Sun Xiaoxing. He wanted to communicate with Sun Xiaoxing. Senior, Lin Feng came to the top of the mountain and then saluted to Sun Xiaoxing. Sun Xiaoxing turned his head to look at Lin Feng, and then revealed a smile. I heard about you from several elders. Since you got the monkey hair of the great sage, heaven's equal, you are fated with the Flower Fruit Mountain. If you need anything, you can ask. Lin Feng said, I don't have any special request, but I have some doubts in my heart. I hope I can mention it to Senior. Say it. Sun Xiaoxing said. Lin Feng told Sun Xiaoxing some of the doubts he encountered when he comprehended the monkey hair. Sun Xiaoxing expressed some of his own views and patiently explained to Lin Feng. He was a very peaceful person. It was very comfortable to get along with this person, and there was no sense of discomfort. The next day, Lin Feng planned to enter the water curtain cave to comprehend the Great Tao. He should have entered it a few days ago. However, Sun Xiaoxing went to the outer domain and fought with the crazy man, which involved everyone's thoughts. So Lin Feng did not enter it to cultivate. Now that Sun Xiaoxing returned to the Flower Fruit Mountain, everyone was relieved. The result of this battle was destined to be a mystery for everyone. The Water Curtain Cave, the sacred place of the Flower Fruit Mountain, was full of mysteries. Now Lin Feng entered the Water Curtain Cave. The temperature in the Water Curtain Cave was very cool. There was a stream, and there were vines growing everywhere. He could vaguely sense some Tao aura. In the past, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was called a sage here. The 7 sages of the demon clan also became sworn brothers here. The glory of the demon clan began here. Now, countless years had passed. There seemed to be the aura left by the great sage in the Water Curtain Cave. Lin Feng walked deeper and saw a chair. It was a stone chair. There was a tiger skin on it. It was exactly the same as what Lin Feng saw in his dream. I have come to the Water Curtain Cave of the Flower Fruit Mountain. Can I comprehend the 72 transformations now? Lin Feng muttered to himself. The 72 transformations was one of the strongest divine abilities mastered by the great sage. If Lin Feng could successfully comprehend it, it was equivalent to having an extremely heaven-defying divine ability to protect himself. Moreover, the cultivation of a cultivator was constantly accumulating. Every time he cultivated a powerful divine ability, it was equivalent to greatly increasing his accumulation. By then, his combat strength would soar greatly. Lin Feng sat down on a stone chair and gently rubbed his head. Countless years had passed, but he could still feel the precipitation of time. Lin Feng took out the monkey fur and held it in his hand to comprehend it. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed, but he was still in a mysterious state. He found himself standing in the Water Curtain Cave instead of sitting on the stone chair. Not far away, there were 2 men standing. Both of them were extremely powerful. Their aura was too terrifying. When Lin Feng saw the 2 men, he was shocked. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, and the sacred battle ape appeared. They were talking about something, but Lin Feng could not hear anything. This made Lin Feng feel very regretful. Lin Feng really wanted to know what they were talking about. The sacred battle ape became more agitated toward the end of the conversation, and there was an obvious change in his expression. They must have talked about something extremely important, but I don't know what they are talking about. Lin Feng could not help but touch his chin. What had an expert like the sacred battle ape not seen before? What had he not experienced? However, the sacred battle ape was so agitated now. It was obvious that the matter they were talking about was not simple. It seems like they are persuading the great sage, Heaven's Equal? Lin Feng could not help but feel puzzled. The great sage, Heaven's Equal, had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had gone. Even when the sacred battle ape was killed, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had not appeared in time. Some people said that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had encountered a calamity. He had died long before the sacred battle ape had died. Of course, no one knew if this was true. After all, it was just the guesses of the later generations. However, the scene before him seemed to be able to explain many things. In the end, the sacred battle ape was unable to persuade the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Experts like the great sage, Heaven's Equal, were very opinionated. Once they had decided on something, it was very difficult to change their mind. Therefore, it was extremely unrealistic to change the great sage's mind. Even the sacred battle ape could not change the great sage's mind. Lin Feng guessed that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was going to do something extremely dangerous. Otherwise, he would not have been opposed by the sacred battle ape. An expert like the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was almost invincible in the world. What was it that made the sacred battle ape so worried about him? This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. The great sage, Heaven's equal, patted the sacred battle ape's shoulder as if to console him. Not long after, the great sage, Heaven's equal, left alone. Not long after the great sage, Heaven's equal, left Flower Fruit Mountain as well. No one knew where they went. After watching the great sage, Heaven's equal, and the sacred battle ape leave, Lin Feng pondered for a long time. This time, he left. Whether it was the great sage, Heaven's equal, or the sacred battle ape, none of them returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. Lin Feng was immersed in a state of epiphany. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he felt that he had disappeared from the water curtain cave. The next moment, he appeared in the forest outside. Not far away was the waterfall of the Flower Fruit Mountain that fell from the sky. It was magnificent. A hazy figure appeared in Lin Feng's line of sight. He didn't know who this hazy figure was. He began to move slowly in front of Lin Feng. This was a very complicated set of movements. Mysterious and unfathomable. Lin Feng was shocked. This figure seemed to be demonstrating the cultivation method of a divine ability to him. Could it be that she was demonstrating the cultivation method of the 72 transformations? If that was the case, then it would be too shocking. Lin Feng stared at the hazy figure. He remembered every movement in his heart and didn't dare to forget. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Feng woke up from that mysterious state of enlightenment. When he woke up, he realized that there was an additional cultivation method in his mind. This cultivation method was none other than the 72 transformations divine ability. I have finally comprehended the 72 transformations. Lin Feng's face was filled with joy. This was the top divine ability passed down by the great sage, Heaven's equal, and he was able to obtain this divine ability. It was simply a heaven-defying opportunity. The most heaven-defying aspect of this divine ability was that after transforming into something, it would possess the characteristics and divine ability of the other party for a short period of time. This was definitely a heaven-defying method that would cause people to exclaim and be moved. For example, when Lin Feng turned into the Celestial Beast Emperor's son, even though Lin Feng hadn't studied the Celestial Beast Emperor's son's skills, he could use the 72 transformations to temporarily use the Celestial Beast Emperor's son's skills. Once he grasped this ability, even if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could transform into the other party's appearance and then control their divine ability. The process of controlling the other party's divine ability was very special. Not only could he use the other party's divine ability, the most important thing was to be able to find the flaws and weaknesses of the other party's divine ability, and then find a way to break it. The great sage, Heaven's equal, was invincible, and was powerful in this aspect. He could always dissolve the other party's divine ability. Now that Lin Feng understood the cultivation method of the 72 transformations, he needed to properly comprehend it. Once he succeeded, it would definitely be of great help to Lin Feng in the future. After coming out of seclusion, Sun Xianxia hosted a banquet to entertain Lin Feng. Those who came to participate in the banquet were all young disciples of the Flower Fruit Mountain's demon clan. 3 days later, Lin Feng bid farewell and left. After leaving the Flower Fruit Mountain, he returned to the country of desire. Lin Feng did not plan to continue staying in the Sky Martial continent. He planned to return to the 9 prefectures. This time, he had some regrets when he returned to the Sky Martial continent. Firstly, the departure of Shi and the others made Lin Feng very suspicious. Secondly, he did not see some of his old friends, such as Martial Spirit Palace's Yuji, Jiang family's Jiang Yudi, and others. Yuji also left the Sky Martial continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. Jiang Yudi and the Jiang family also left the Sky Martial continent, but did not seem to have gone to the 9 prefectures. As for where they went, Lin Feng did not know. Many people in the country of desire wanted to follow Lin Feng to the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng readily agreed. Lin Feng brought this group of followers to the 9 states. After arriving at the Netherworld Sea, he arranged for these people to be under the Snake Queen's command. Lin Feng then returned to the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Shangguan Fei'er and the others were also in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Lin Feng did not ask Du Zhu and the evil Dominator Saint to bring them to the Dragon Gate. Instead, he arranged for Shangguan Fei'er and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Immortal sect. Although the Dragon sect had a large number of people and countless experts, they did not have a top-notch expert. The Reincarnation Immortal sect, on the other hand, had the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra. Moreover, Lord Tortoise was an unfathomable existence. It would be safer for Shangguan Fei'er and the others to stay in the Reincarnation Celestial sect. Lin Feng had spent 3 years traveling from the continent of the 9 provinces to the Tianwu continent. During those 3 years, many things had happened in the 9 provinces. After Lin Feng returned, the Great Elder of Punishments told Lin Feng about the major events that had happened in the 9 prefectures in the past 3 years. First, there was a large area of chaotic fog in the depths of the West Sea world. Within the chaotic fog, one could vaguely see a mysterious world. It was rumored that it was the chaotic ancient nation. It was unknown if the kingdom that had long disappeared would reappear in the world. That chaotic world had already appeared for more than 2 years. Many experts had tried to enter it, but they had all failed. Now, even great emperors were researching how to enter it. An underground tomb had appeared under the Dragonfire state. It was said that it was the tomb of the son of the true Dragon Emperor. Many experts had gone there to fight for the opportunity, including great emperors. However, in the end, the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. This caused a huge uproar. After all, even great emperors had gone there, but the opportunity was obtained by a young cultivator. That young cultivator's opportunity was too heaven-defying. Lin Feng was also very shocked. He asked about that young cultivator's identity. The Great Elder of Punishments said, no one knows his identity. They only know that he wore a yellow robe and had a crew cut. He had appeared a few times in this outfit. Following that, the Great Elder of Punishments mentioned another matter. The 6 Divine Valleys is one of the most famous death zones in the 9 prefectures. This place is very dangerous and is famous for its abundance of stones. In the past few years, people have dug out many precious stones from the 6 Divine Valleys. It is said that they are stones from the immortal ancient era. There are also rumors that the Great Sage Equaling Heavens has been sealed in a stone and is buried under the 6 Divine Valleys. Someone wants to dig out the stone that sealed the Great Sage Equaling Heavens. After hearing this, Lin Feng was shocked. The Great Sage Equaling Heavens had disappeared without a trace. No one knew how he had disappeared. Now, someone was saying that the Great Sage Equaling Heavens might have been sealed in stone and buried under the 6 Divine Valleys. This was too shocking. Where did this news come from? Lin Feng frowned. He found it hard to believe this news. It sounded too unreal. It came from the myriad races. It is said that an emperor of the myriad races saw a passage in a Taoist scripture. It recorded that the Great Sage Equaling Heavens had sealed himself in stone. The Great Elder of Punishments said. Lin Feng asked, did it say why the Great Sage Equaling Heavens sealed himself in stone? It is said that he had suffered injuries that almost destroyed his Tao source. He had no choice but to seal himself in stone, the Great Elder of Punishments said. Lin Feng couldn't help but rub his brows. He didn't know how much of this news was believable. If the truth was as the Emperor of the Myriad Races had said, was the Great Sage Equaling Heavens still alive after sealing himself in stone, there were too many mysteries that were waiting to be revealed. Lin Feng's return to the 9 prefectures was not hidden from the Myriad Races, the extraterritorial races, and the cultivators from other factions. Emperor God Wu Yuan had gone to the Tianwu continent to kill Lin Feng. However, he had died in the Tianwu continent. This news had long reached the ears of the 3 factions. Lin Feng had killed many experts from the 3 factions in the Tianwu continent and chased away the cultivators from the 3 factions. This matter had caused a huge commotion among the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other factions. Many people hated Lin Feng to the core. Now, the top experts of the younger generation from the 3 factions had announced that they would make a move to kill Lin Feng. The great emperors had yet to express their stance because Lin Feng had Lord Tortoise behind him. Even if they were to make a move, they would only do it behind his back. Not long after, a piece of news that shocked the 9 prefectures spread. Someone had dug out a stone from the 6 Divine Valleys. It was shaped like an ape. Furthermore, it was a stone from the immortal ancient era. There was an ancient city between the ancient demon state and the Dragonfire state called the 6 God City. The 6 God City got its name because it was close to the 6 Gods Valley. The 6 Gods Valley was rich in stone materials, many of which were extremely ancient. Now that the stone suspected to have sealed the great sage equaling heaven was dug out from the Six Gods Valley, this matter naturally caused a huge uproar. The person who obtained this stone was someone from the Nine Mysteries Great World. The people from the Nine Mysteries Great World claimed that in 3 months, they would cut open the stone in the Six Gods Valley to see if the great sage equaling heaven was sealed inside. However, not long after, there was an unforeseen event. A mysterious force killed the cultivators from the Nine Mysteries Great World and stole the stone they were holding. Originally, everyone thought that those people would not appear again and that they would monopolize the stone. Who knew that the person who did this did not intend to monopolize the stone, but instead wanted to cut it open? The time of cutting the stone was initially set to be 3 months later, still within the Six Gods City. If there were any unforeseen events, the time of cutting the stone would be changed. The Tao Rising Great World, it was a cultivator from this great world who killed the cultivators from the Nine Mysteries Great World and stole the stone. Soon, the news spread throughout the 9 prefectures. The Tao Rising Great World was considered an extremely famous great world among the 3,000 great worlds. The origin of the Tao Rising was said to be the place where the great Tao originated. Therefore, this great world was called the Tao Rising Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the Nine Mysteries Great World were 2 great worlds that were closer to the 9 prefectures Great World. The Tao Rising Great World and the Nine Mysteries Great World were closer and were equivalent to the neighbors of the Starry Sky World. They were both overlords of the Starry Sky World. However, because of this, the 2 sides were in constant conflict. This was because the Tao Rising Great World and the Nine Mysteries Great World had always been spying on the resources of many stars in the Starry Sky World. These 2 great worlds were also constantly exploiting the resources of the Starry Sky World. In addition, the 2 great worlds were relatively close to each other. Therefore, in order to compete for resources, these 2 great worlds often fought. Therefore, these 2 great worlds had accumulated a deep grudge. After the cultivators from the Nine Mysteries Great World were killed, the Nine Mysteries Great World immediately suspected that the Tao Rising Great World was the culprit. Sure enough, it was really a cultivator from a major world who had done this. Moreover, the people from the great world of Tao did not hide anything. Since they had done this, they openly admitted it. Daoqi Macro World has 2 great emperors guarding the Six God City. Even if the experts from 9 Profound World come, they won't be able to do anything. If that's the case, the Nine Mysteries World is now suffering in silence. They can't say anything. Isn't that so? However, the Nine Mysterious World will not let it go so easily. These 2 macro worlds have been holding grudges for a long time. Now that the old hatred has added to the new hatred, it is not the Nine Mysterious World style of doing things if it swallows this insult. Many people were discussing this matter. Not long after, an important piece of news spread throughout the 9 regions. A fleet from the great world of Daoqi was ambushed. This fleet had transported a large amount of precious resources. Currently, the 9 prefectures was an extremely lively place. Myriad races, foreign forces, and cultivators from other foreign forces had all gathered in the 9 prefectures. With so many forces gathered, it would form a huge trading market. Therefore, the various forces would constantly send fleets carrying various materials to the 9 prefectures to trade. The fleet from the Tao Rising Great World was heavily guarded, but it was completely destroyed. Moreover, it was said that the person in charge of this fleet was the only son of one of the great emperors guarding the 6 gods' valleys. When the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World knew that his only son had been killed, his killing intent soared. He searched everywhere for the cultivators from the 9 Profound World. When he saw the cultivators from the 9 Profound World, he did not care about anything and directly killed them in the cruelest way possible. The hatred between the 2 sides grew deeper and deeper. When the great emperor of the 9 Profound World attacked, the 2 sides were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the great emperor of the 9 Profound World retreated while the great emperor of the Tao Rising Great World returned to the 6 gods' city. This battle will not end like this. There will be an even more intense battle between these 2 forces. A cultivator said. More and more cultivators headed to the 6 gods' city, including Lin Feng. He was also heading to the 6 gods' city. The matter of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had affected his mind. Lin Feng had obtained the inheritance of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, and was fated with him. Moreover, he got along well with the demons of Huagua Mountain. Huagua Mountain was cursed. Perhaps only when the great sage, Heaven's Equal, returned could the curse be broken. Lin Feng naturally hoped that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed in the stone. Because this would prove that the legendary great sage, Heaven's Equal, was not dead. Moreover, it could also help Huagua Mountain break the curse. This time, Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the evil supremacy saint along with him to the Six-God City. They took the teleportation array to the Six-God City and only spent more than a month to arrive at the Six-God City. The Six-God City was an extremely ancient city. As it was located at the border of the ancient demon continent and the Dragonfire continent, there were many powerful ancient demons from the ancient demon continent. Although the 9 prefectures were relatively turbulent, there were a few places that even the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other external forces did not easily set foot in. The first place was the ancient demon continent. The ancient demon continent was very mysterious and had an extremely ancient heritage. It was the continent that gave birth to Pangu and Nuwa. Other than Pangu and Nuwa, the first-generation fire god Zhurong, the 9 heavens fairies, and even the Grand Supreme were all born in the ancient demon continent. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this continent was. Many people were in awe of the ancient demon continent. The second place was the Western Paradise continent. Many people had heard of the Western Paradise continent. It represented carefree and eternal bliss. It was a continent controlled by Buddhism. Buddhism itself was surrounded by too many mysterious colors. Many of its methods were even more shocking. Naturally, very few forces dared to provoke Buddhism. It was said that even the heavenly sage Great World, the nest of the myriad races, had the legacy of Buddhism. As long as there were cultivators, there would be the legacy of Buddhism. This saying had a long history and was not without reason. The third place was the Southern Immortal Continent. This was because 80% to 90% of the Southern Immortal Continent was a primeval forest. And the primeval forest was very dangerous. Apart from danger, there were also many ancient races in the primeval forest. For example, the Wild God-Eating clan was located in the primeval forest of the Southern Immortal Continent. Back then, during the Red World Fairy's birthday, Lin Feng had once fought with a cultivator from the wild food god race called Gudaniu. He knew very well how terrifying this race was. And the wild food god race was only one of the ancient races in the primeval forest of the Southern Immortal Continent. Currently, the factions in Six-God City were rather complicated. There were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external factions. There were also some mysterious factions from the ancient demon continent. It was said that the ancient demon continent had a demon race emperor that had been asleep for a long time. The demon race emperor's battle strength was heaven-defying. Now that the demon race emperor had heard about the great sage, Heaven's Equal, he had rushed to Six-God City to investigate the truth. Currently, Six-God City was bustling with people and experts were as common as clouds. No faction was able to hold a dominant position in Six-God City. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint arrived at Six-God City. No one recognized Lin Feng. Perhaps many people knew of him, but there were too few people who had actually seen Lin Feng. And those who had seen Lin Feng and came to Six-God City were few and far between. Furthermore, Six-God City was so huge that it was even more difficult for those who knew Lin Feng to meet him. Lin Feng and the other two found an inn to rest in Six-God City. The inn was a high-class mansion-style inn. Each mansion had 10 independent courtyards. The environment was very elegant. After settling down in Six-God City, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint went out to investigate the stone. 100 Days Pavilion. One could obtain all sorts of information here. Lin Feng and the other two came to the 100 Days Pavilion to investigate. The one who received Lin Feng was an elder of the 100 Days Pavilion. Lin Feng directly stated his intentions. He was here to investigate the mysterious stone. The 100 Days Pavilion elder said, "There are many people who are investigating the stone. What kind of information does young master want to hear? If it's ordinary information, it will only cost 500 origin crystals. If it's important information, it will cost 1,000 origin crystals. Of course it's important news." Lin Feng said as he handed over 1,000 origin crystals. A few days ago, the great emperor of the heavenly Tao rising world invited some top experts to examine the stone. A vice pavilion lord of our all-knowing pavilion was also invited. According to the vice pavilion lord, the stone was extraordinary. Its vitality was as vigorous as the sea, and there was definitely a creature sealed inside. The aura of that existence was too strong. Although it was still in a dormant state, it still shocked everyone who came to the stone. Someone used a special method to detect the aura of an ape, so after some discussion, the experts felt that the stone might really be the great sage, heaven's equal. Lin Feng slightly frowned after hearing this. Why is the Tao rising world cutting the stone in front of all the cultivators in the world? You didn't take it for yourself? I don't know. It's hard to guess the thoughts of these foreign cultivators. The elder of the all-knowing pavilion said. After leaving the pavilion, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretical sovereign saint went to Myriad Flower Pavilion for a drink. Myriad Flower Pavilion was very lively. The moment they entered, a beautiful woman came forward to greet them. She smiled and said, "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to our Myriad Flower Pavilion. Are there any familiar fairies? I'll make the arrangements for you." The women in the brothels who looked for jobs were called girls or prostitutes. Most of the time, they would ask if there were any girls or ladies they were familiar with. Only the 10,000 Flowers building dared to call their women fairy, which they were familiar with. This was because the women here were as beautiful as fairies. They were worthy of being called fairies. Lin Feng was about to speak when a commotion came from the second floor. A woman walked out. She seemed to have walked out of a painting. She was so beautiful that it was unreal. Lu Huaxian. It was actually her. She was the saintess of Myriad Flower Pavilion in the Tianwu continent. After coming to the 9 prefectures, she was still heavily groomed by Myriad Flower Pavilion. Now, she had a very important position in Myriad Flower Pavilion. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Huaxian and Lin Feng had an ambiguous relationship. In the past, Lin Feng had tried to find out more about Lu Huaxian. After knowing that Lu Huaxian was in seclusion at Myriad Flower Pavilion's headquarters, he was relieved. He hadn't seen Lu Huaxian for many years. Lu Huaxian was as beautiful as ever. Lu Huaxian, the new saintess that Myriad Flower Pavilion just promoted a few years ago. She's talented and beautiful. Seeing her today, she really lives up to her reputation. Yeah, she's too beautiful. She doesn't look like a woman of the mortal world. She's like a fairy from the 9 heavens that fell to the mortal world. Many people were amazed by Lu Huaxian's beauty. They couldn't help but be moved. Long time no see. Lu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng and revealed a smile that could mesmerize millions of male cultivators. Lin Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed that Lu Huaxian had sensed his arrival at Myriad Flower Pavilion. That was why Lu Huaxian had come out to welcome him. Who is this kid? Many people looked at Lin Feng enviously. Many of them looked at Lin Feng enviously. Anyone could tell that Lu Huaxian had come out to welcome Lin Feng. Moreover, Lu Huaxian was looking at Lin Feng affectionately. The relationship between the two of them was definitely not simple. Could it be that Lu Huaxian had some special relationship with this kid? What did this kid do to deserve this? How could he have such a special and intimate relationship with a peerless fairy like Lu Huaxian? Lin Feng walked up to the second floor and said with a smile, "It's indeed been a long time. I wonder how you've been all these years." Lu Huaxian smiled and said, "Everything's been well. Thank you for your concern. This isn't a good place to talk. Why don't we talk somewhere else?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Of course." Du Zhu and the evil dominator saint were tactful enough to not follow them. Lin Feng followed Lu Huaxian to a private room. The cultivators outside were in an uproar. They were all discussing Lin Feng's identity. "It's him. I didn't expect him to come here." Some people recognized Lin Feng, but they didn't say anything. They were waiting to watch a good show. Not long after, a group of cultivators from the myriad races arrived. This group of cultivators from the myriad races had an extraordinary background. They were all top-notch experts of the myriad races. Moreover, they were all from the royal races of the myriad races. For example, the 9-headed insect race, the blood eagle race, the heaven-eyed winged tiger race, and other races. The cultivator from the nine-headed insect race was the leader of these cultivators. This cultivator from the nine-headed insect race was called Mu Daoquan. Rumor had it that he was a pure-blooded life form. His bloodline was abnormally powerful, and it was said that he had awakened his bloodline 4 times. After this group of people arrived, they asked for a private room. Then, they ordered over 100 fairies from the myriad flower pavilion to accompany them. Not long after, a man with 9 eyes came in. He was a cultivator from the nine-eyed race. "Brother Wu, you're late. You should punish yourself with 3 cups of wine," Mu Daoquan said. The cultivator from the nine-eyed race was called Wu Qianlei. He smiled and said, "I accept my punishment." After saying that, he raised his cup and drank 3 cups of wine. Then, Wu Qianlei looked at the woman in the private room and said, "These are all ordinary people. I heard that the myriad flower pavilion saintess, Lu Huaxian, is here. Why don't we call her over so she can pour wine for us?" Although they had all come from the heavenly sage great world to the 9 states, they were still familiar with the beauties of the 9 states. After all, beauties were always the topic of conversation. It was even more so for men. Men could not live without women. Of course, there were men who could sever their relationships and stay away from women. However, in the entire world, such men were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lu Huaxian. This woman is indeed so beautiful that she doesn't seem to belong to this world. I've seen this woman once before, and she's simply a celestial being. I'm afraid that even the top beauties of our myriad races are somewhat inferior to her. A cultivator from the myriad races immediately said. When he said the words Lu Huaxian, his eyes lit up. Clearly, he was very interested in her. I've heard of this Lu Huaxian before, but I've never seen her before. Is she really that beautiful? If that's the case, we should take a good look at her today. Who knows, we might even get a chance to get intimate with her. Another myriad races cultivator said. Then another person said, even if it's a chance to get intimate with her, it's only Brother Mu who has this opportunity. Stop daydreaming, the cultivator said. After Brother Mu, isn't it our chance? Ha 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 ha, the myriad races cultivators immediately burst into laughter. Mu Daoquan said, call the person in charge of Myriad Flowers Pavilion over. A myriad races cultivator immediately walked out of the private room. Not long after, the beautiful woman who had received Lin Feng's group followed the myriad races cultivator into the private room. Is there anything else I can do for you young masters? Asked the beautiful woman with a charming smile. Is there anything else I can do for you young masters? A myriad races cultivator said. I heard Lu Huaxian is here. Call her over to pour wine for us. When the beautiful woman heard the myriad races cultivator's request, she said, Young master, Fairy Lu is the saintess of Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Her status is far above mine. How can I command her? Moreover, Fairy Lu is currently accompanying an esteemed guest. I don't dare to disturb her. When the myriad races cultivators heard the beautiful woman's words, their expressions darkened. Wu Qianlei sneered. What esteemed guest? Is his status even nobler than ours? The beautiful woman naturally didn't dare to say anything that would offend these cultivators. Although he loathed the cultivators of the myriad races, he had no choice but to smile in the face of them. The beautiful woman said, Gentlemen, please calm down. That esteemed guest is Fairy Lu's guest. I don't know exactly who he is, but he must be someone important. There are many beautiful women in our Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Why don't I call a few over to accompany you, young masters? What do you think? Wu Qianlei's voice suddenly deepened as he said coldly, We only want Lu Huaxian to accompany us. Are you looking down on us? Mu Daoquan's expression turned gloomy. Mu Daoquan was a cultivator from the nine-headed bug race. Among the myriad races royal races, the nine-headed insectoid race was one of the top races. It was even possible for them to become the myriad races royal race. Hence, wherever Mu Daoquan went, he was always surrounded by people. These cultivators of the myriad races gathered together. They were all led by him. Now that everyone had come out to enjoy themselves, if he couldn't even handle a woman, he would be the one to lose the most face. Go and tell Fairy Lu to hurry over and accompany us. Otherwise, we don't mind tearing down this Myriad Flowers Pavilion. Mu Daoquan said coldly. He was very domineering, directly threatening the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman's expression changed. If these people of the myriad races really went crazy, they could really tear down the myriad flowers pavilion. The beautiful woman smiled bitterly and said, "Gentlemen, please wait for a moment. I'll go and invite Fairy Lu over now. Go and return quickly." Mu Daoquan waved his hand. The beautiful woman bowed and quickly left. Ha 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 ha, Brother Mu is still the domineering one. I'm impressed. How about we all toast to Brother Mu? Wu Qianlei raised his cup and said with a smile. The others also raised their cups and toasted Mu Daoquan. Mu Daoquan also enjoyed the feeling of being the moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, and an arrogant smile hung at the corners of his lips. In Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian's private room, the sound of a zither and the fragrance of tea filled the room. Lin Feng sipped his tea while listening to the graceful sound of the zither. The last time he heard Lu Huaxian play the zither was more than 20 years ago. Although cultivators had a long lifespan, in reality, both Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian were very young. 20 years might be a blink of an eye for cultivators who had lived for a long time. However, for the young Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian, it was extremely long. Back then, there was some ambiguity between the two of them. After not seeing each other for many years, this kind of ambiguous relationship had long become extremely faint. Now, they were alone in a room. But there was a chance for a comeback. Lu Huaxian's beauty was a kind of beauty that was almost flawless from the outside to the inside. This woman was simply the nemesis of men. She was a top-grade beauty that countless people were attracted to. Before the song ended, there was a knock on the door. Lu Huaxian's zither was interrupted. One of the zither strings snapped. Lu Huaxian and Lin Feng both revealed unhappy expressions. "Fairy, it's those people from the Wan tribe. They insisted that you accompany them. If you don't go, they said that they will tear down the Wanhua building." The beautiful woman said outside. "They're going too far." Lu Huaxian's beautiful face couldn't help but turn ugly. The Wanhua building had a very strong foundation and was on good terms with many factions. Therefore, very few people threatened the Wanhua building like this. These people from the Wan tribe had crossed the line. Lin Feng said, "Fairy, you don't have to take this to heart. I'll handle it." Lu Huaxian immediately revealed a smile. She had heard about Lin Feng long ago, but she had never seen Lin Feng take action. Now that Lin Feng had taken the initiative to take care of this matter, Lu Huaxian was very curious. Was Lin Feng really as powerful as the rumors said, or could it be that the rumors were exaggerated? "Thank you for helping me out." Lu Huaxian's voice was filled with pity. This woman was really a vixen. Lin Feng smiled and then said to the beautiful woman outside, "Tell those people from the Wan tribe to scram as far as possible. Otherwise, I don't mind crushing them like ants." Lin Feng's words were extremely arrogant. The beautiful woman was stunned on the spot. If she told those cultivators from the Wan tribe, wouldn't she completely offend those cultivators from the Wan tribe? The beautiful woman wasn't worried that the cultivators from the Wan tribe would do anything to her. These cultivators from the myriad races all had extraordinary strength, and there were experts like Mu Daoquan eyeing them from the side. Other than Mu Daoquan, Wu Qianlei's strength was also unfathomable. Of course, the other myriad races cultivators might not be at Mu Daoquan's and Wu Qianlei's level. But the difference was not particularly big. The myriad races were extremely powerful, and ordinary people really could not afford to offend them. But who would have thought that? Now, a young human cultivator was actually so contemptuous and disdainful towards a group of myriad races cultivators led by Mu Daoquan. This shocked everyone. They did not understand where Lin Feng got the confidence to provoke Mu Daoquan and the others. With the strength of Mu Daoquan and the others, they could simply sweep away any young cultivator. Other than Lin Feng, was there a second person among the young cultivators of the 9 continents who could be brought out? The news of Lin Feng going to the Tianwu continent had long spread like wildfire, so no one thought that the young master with Lu Huaxian was Lin Feng. As for the cultivators who recognized Lin Feng, they were just watching the show. The more trouble the better, the better. Naturally, they would not expose Lin Feng's identity. When Mu Daoquan and the others heard Lin Feng's arrogant words, they were so angry that their faces turned ashen. The faces of these people immediately became extremely gloomy, and their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. A lowly human cultivator dares to boast so shamelessly in front of us. How laughable and foolish. Mu Daoquan's voice was cold. Cripple this brat. I want this brat to live in pain and regret for the rest of his life. They're about to attack. When they heard Mu Daoquan's order to attack, the surrounding people could not help but become spirited. There were many experts on the myriad race's side. And Lin Feng was alone. If they attacked now, they would be at a disadvantage. Hee, I'll break all the bones in your body later. A burly cultivator from the myriad races said sinisterly. I'll peel off your skin and keep it. Another cultivator from the myriad races said sinisterly. More than 10 cultivators from the myriad races pounced on Lin Feng together. Although these cultivators from the myriad races were extremely arrogant on the surface, in reality, at their current level, how could they have low IQ? No matter how arrogant they were on the surface, they knew that Lin Feng was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Thus, when the time came for them to attack, the tens of cultivators from the myriad races attacked together because they didn't want any accidents to happen. Bang! 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 This was accompanied by a series of screams and violent collisions. The myriad races cultivators from the races who had entered the private room were sent flying. Their dantians fell in the hall's hall. His body twitched as he screamed. After seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded and in disbelief. These cultivators of the myriad races all had extraordinary strength. Besides, they had joined hands to fight against Lin Feng. They had just entered the private room. Then, he would be crippled and thrown out again. Just how powerful was the cultivation of the young master in the box to be able to do this? Every cultivator was very curious about this. They wanted to know how powerful the young man in the private room was. Could this be another heaven-defying figure of the human race after Lin Feng? A cultivator from the 9 states asked. This made many cultivators from the 9 states excited. If that was the case, it would be great news for the 9 states. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? It seems that this kid is really fearless. I think Mu Daoquan, Wu Qianlei, and the others won't be able to deal with this kid. They should take a step back and find some experts to deal with this kid. Mu Daoquan and the others probably can't afford to lose face like this. They won't leave just like that. Moreover, Mu Daoquan and the others have broken through to the Boundary Emperor realm. If they really fight, they might not necessarily be afraid of this kid. Many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces began to discuss the possible outcome of this battle. Clearly, in the eyes of these 3 forces, Mu Daoquan and the others would be at a disadvantage if they continued to fight with Lin Feng. However, it was just as some people had said. Mu Daoquan and the others wouldn't leave just like that. Otherwise, how could they show their faces in the future? Moreover, Mu Daoquan was a boundary emperor who had ascended the 26th step of the stone steps. Wu Qianlei was a boundary emperor who had ascended the 24th step of the stone steps. As for the other 2, they were the quasi-emperor experts who had ascended to the 18th and 20th stone steps respectively. These 4 were very powerful. They were very confident in themselves. Therefore, it was even more impossible for them to leave. Kid, I'll tear you to pieces today. Mu Daoquan and the others had extremely cold expressions as they approached the private room step by step. At this moment, Lin Feng walked out of the private room. He looked at Mu Daoquan and the others with an indifferent expression and sneered. Ignorant fools. This is the 9 prefectures, not your heavenly sage great world. How dare you behave so atrociously in the 9 prefectures? Let's attack together and destroy this kid. Mu Daoquan shouted coldly. He was the first to attack. His head shook slightly, and the human-shaped head turned into 9 snake heads. The 9 snake heads spat out 9 different types of attacks. The 9 different attacks all blasted toward Lin Feng. Wu Qianlei also unleashed his own attack. He condensed a thundercloud that enveloped Lin Feng. Thick lightning bolts blasted toward Lin Feng. He wanted to kill Lin Feng directly. The other 2 experts also used their ultimate techniques. One of them condensed a blood-red fist. The other condensed a ferocious beast claw. The combined attack of the 4 masters was too powerful. Many people couldn't help but take a deep breath. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Feng might be able to contend with Mu Daoquan and the others. However, when they sensed just how terrifying the attacks from Mu Daoquan and the others were, they could not help but be shocked. They had no confidence that Lin Feng could withstand the attacks of Mu Daoquan and the others at all. Wouldn't that human brat be killed by such a powerful divine ability? Many people thought so. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures frowned slightly. They could not help but worry for Lin Feng's safety. Just as the attacks of the 4 experts were about to hit Lin Feng swept a punch at the 4 experts. Bang! His punch directly shattered the divine abilities of the 4 great experts. Then, the powerful punch landed on the 4 experts. Crack, 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 the sound of bones cracking could be heard one after another. Mu Daoquan and the others were severely injured. It was not just their dantians that were shattered. They did not know how many bones in their bodies were broken by Lin Feng's punch. Almost in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, the attack had actually crippled so many of the enemy's experts. It was really unimaginable. It was simply hard to believe that this was real. When Mu Daoquan and the others were crippled by Lin Feng, many people were still dumbfounded. They hadn't recovered from the shock yet. But in the end, they still came to their senses. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with reverence. No matter where the strong went, they would be respected by others. Lin Feng was naturally no exception. He had displayed powerful combat strength, so he was respected by the surrounding cultivators. The only difference was the mood of these cultivators at this moment. Although they were also in awe, the cultivators of the 9 provinces were clearly happy in their awe. Such a powerful figure had appeared in the human race. He might be another leading figure. Now that the world had changed, chaos had arrived. The cultivators of the 9 provinces naturally hoped to see more cultivators of the 9 provinces world take advantage of this opportunity to rise. To lead everyone through this difficult time. Lin Feng's appearance gave them hope. And the appearance of this mysterious cultivator in front of them gave them hope. But these cultivators of the 9 provinces didn't know. Actually, the young human cultivator in front of him was Lin Feng, who was the talk of the town. Just throw them out. Then, those who should play, those who should enjoy. Don't let these people affect everyone's mood. After the beautiful woman came back to her senses, she hurriedly gave the order. This woman was clearly someone who had seen a big scene, so not only did she quickly calm down, she also made an extremely reasonable response. Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian found another private room. Hee, let's continue to enjoy ourselves. Duzu grinned and said. The evil dominator saint nodded and also returned to the private room. When they saw Lin Feng make a move, they didn't go out to help. Because the person who made a move was simply too weak for Lin Feng. There was no need for their help. Moreover, Lin Feng had Lu Huaxian, a peerless beauty, by his side. What did they mean by helping? Wasn't this stealing Lin Feng's limelight? In the private room, Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian sat down. Lu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng with her beautiful eyes and said, "It's said that many of the older generation experts of the myriad races are no longer young masters' match. I wonder if the rumors are true." Lin Feng said, "Maybe I'm even more powerful than the rumors say." As he spoke, Lin Feng stood up and walked towards Lu Huaxian. Then, he sat down beside Lu Huaxian. Lu Huaxian could not help but roll her eyes at Lin Feng in a flirtatious manner. She then said, "This place is so big. You can sit wherever you want. Why do you have to deliberately sit beside me?" At this time, Lin Feng's mind became active. Facing a peerless beauty like Lu Huaxian. Moreover, he had some ambiguous relationships with peerless beauties in the past. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't wait for Lu Huaxian to take the initiative to close the distance between them. He needed to take the initiative. If he was a man, he needed to have the courage to take the initiative. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the chance to fail. The goddess in his eyes might even be taken away by another man. Lin Feng was never someone who would sit still and wait for death. He smiled and said, "After not seeing each other for so many years, I naturally want to get closer to Fairy and whisper some things to you. Otherwise, the walls have ears and other people might hear us." Lu Huaxian rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, "What kind of reason is that? It's really far-fetched. Moreover, these private rooms all have sound isolation restrictions. How could others hear us? So, I'll have to trouble young master to quickly return to his seat. Lin Feng said, that's not necessarily true. After all, there are many capable people. Perhaps some of them have a way to break the sound isolation restrictions. Don't you think so? Lu Huaxian could not help but lightly snort. She was not convinced by Lin Feng's explanation. Lin Feng was currently sitting close to her. Clearly, it was not as simple as whispering to her. Lu Huaxian was too lazy to ask Lin Feng to leave. Lin Feng turned his head to look at Lu Huaxian. That exquisite and beautiful face was right in front of him. It was so beautiful that it shook his soul. Such a face was simply a masterpiece of the creator. Lin Feng said, I remember that you told me about this assassin organization called Heaven. You also worked for this assassin organization and even made me an external member. However, after so many years, I did not receive any missions. However, a few years ago, I met a person called Lu Qingqing. She was a member of Heaven. Moreover, she was a person from 8 to 9,000 years ago. Later, Lu Qingqing seemed to have left the 9 prefectures and returned to the Tianwu continent. However, when I returned to the Tianwu continent this time, I did not see her. Are you still in contact with Heaven? Lu Huaxian said, now that I have lost contact with Heaven, I don't know what's going on over there. Perhaps Heaven has already left the 9 prefectures world. Lin Feng and Lu Huaxian did not talk much about Heaven. The two of them talked about recent events over the years. As they talked, their relationship became closer. Lin Feng originally wanted to hug Lu Huaxian's slender waist. However, Lu Huaxian giggled and dodged him easily. The future is long. There's no need to rush. Lu Huaxian looked at Lin Feng with her charming eyes. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's already late. I won't disturb Fairy anymore. I'll visit Fairy another day. Lu Huaxian said, young master, be careful. There are great emperor-level experts among the 10,000 races overseeing the 6 God city. No worries. According to what I know, the ancient demon continent also needs a great emperor of the demon race to oversee the 6 God city. Other than that, I feel that our human race might also have a great emperor of the demon race. Now that he has appeared, he might be in the 6 God city, observing the situation here. Thus, I'm not worried that those great emperors will make a move in the 6 God city. Lin Feng smiled and said confidently. Young master is thoughtful. Lu Huaxian bowed slightly and sent Lin Feng off. After Lin Feng met up with Du Zhu and the evil dominator sage, they walked out. Many people stared at Lin Feng. Lin Feng's identity was still a mystery to everyone. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. Dozens of experts from the 10,000 races had arrived. The leader was a cultivator from the Sky Prison race. This race was also the top royal race of the 10,000 races. These 10,000 races were still relatively united when they were outside. Now, the cultivator from the Sky Prison race had led a group of experts to surround Lin Feng. They wanted to restore the prestige of the 10,000 races. It's Zhu Wushang from the Sky Prison race. This person is a boundary emperor who has reached the 60th step of the stone steps. With him personally leading so many experts here, there will be a good show to watch. I'm afraid that kid won't be able to escape this calamity. The cultivators from the 10,000 races couldn't help but become excited. The cultivators of the 9 regions frowned, and their expressions revealed a worried look. However, no one expected that Zhu Wushang from the Sky Prison race would turn pale when he saw Lin Feng. Go go go, let's leave this place quickly. Zhu Wushang said hurriedly. Without thinking, he turned around and fled as fast as he could. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The others also didn't know what had happened and quickly left with Zhu Wushang. What's going on? Many people had puzzled expressions. Someone said, Zhu Wushang must have recognized that human cultivator's identity and retreated in fear. Hearing this cultivator's words, many people's hearts couldn't help but tremble. Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. Who exactly was this person? How could he be so terrifying? Even Zhu Wushang was so scared that he turned around and fled without thinking. After Lin Feng left, a piece of news began to spread. That person was Lin Feng, that was how the news spread. Lin Feng. It was a name that many people were familiar with. Many people had heard of Lin Feng's deeds. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from the other factions hated Lin Feng to the core. As for the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, they were excited about Lin Feng's rise and saw Lin Feng as one of the future leaders of the 9 prefectures. However, most people had only heard of Lin Feng's name and had never seen him before. Now that Lin Feng had come to the 6 God City, it caused quite a stir. Didn't he go to the Sky Martial continent? When did he return to the 9 prefectures after stirring up a storm in the Sky Martial continent? I heard that this kid plotted against Emperor God Wu Yuan and killed him. I wonder how he did it. It said that Emperor God Wu Yuan chased after him all the way. Someone saw them enter the Godfall Cliff, the land of death. Even Emperor God Wu Yuan was buried in the Godfall Cliff? That's terrifying. I wonder what secrets the Godfall Cliff hides. Now that he has returned to the 9 prefectures, he didn't stay in the reincarnation immortal sect. Instead, he came to the 6 God City. Doesn't he know that the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from the other factions are in the 6 God City? If those great emperors attack him, he won't be able to leave even if he wants to. He's courting death. Those great emperors won't attack him so openly. Lin Feng's master, Lord Tortoise, is not to be underestimated. Emperor God Wu Yuan wanted to kill Lin Feng silently in the Sky Martial continent. Who would have thought that he would be killed instead? Now that he has returned to the 9 prefectures, none of the great emperors would dare to attack him openly. If they did, they would anger Lin Feng's master. If his master wanted to take revenge on the juniors of the various factions, who would be able to stop him? Many people began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Feng's arrival naturally caused quite a commotion, but it was not to the extent of causing an uproar. After all, Lin Feng was just a junior. Right now, there was more than one great emperor in the 6 God City. Everyone's attention was focused on the great emperors. In addition, Lin Feng could attract a lot of attention. However, this level of attention couldn't be compared to those great emperors. There were more and more experts gathering in the 6 God City, and it was getting more and more lively. Not only were there experts from the older generation, but there were also some young elites who were stronger than the older generation. Is Lin Feng here? This prince has been searching for him for a long time, but this child has always been on the run. Now, this prince has finally found this child. Sky Demon Emperor's son said with a cold smile after he arrived in 6 God City. Surrounded by divine light, he looked like an immortal god. Is he going to display the might of the Heavenly Demon Emperor? Many cultivators couldn't help but exclaim. They could feel a trace of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's majesty from the body of the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son. The Heavenly Demon Emperor was an expert who dominated the universe in the past. His cultivation was so strong that it was difficult to describe it. Today, the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son might be able to display the might of the Heavenly Demon Emperor. This was an extremely terrifying matter that would cause a huge uproar and shake the world. This prince has awakened his bloodline many times in a row, and has just undergone the 5th bloodline awakening. I've awakened many of the great powers left in my body by my father. Now, this prince is invincible under the great emperor. Sky Demon Emperor's son's voice was indifferent and lofty. As he walked through the 6 God City, he attracted a lot of attention. The Heavenly Demon Emperor had a very special status among the myriad races. This was because he was the first sage emperor to unite the myriad races after the Xianxia lifeforms era. He was equivalent to Qin Shi Huang to China. The Heavenly Demon Emperor's tribulation stopped the war and slaughter of the 10,000 races. He made the 10,000 races submit and pay homage to him. From then on, the Heavenly Sage Great World began to walk towards glory. In the Xiantian lifeforms era, the Heavenly Sage Great World controlled by the myriad races had always been an important force. Even the Celestials didn't dare underestimate it. In the past, when the Heavenly Demon Emperor was at his peak, he was on equal footing with the Celestial Lord of the Celestials. From this, one could see how terrifying the Heavenly Demon Emperor was. Even if he'd died countless tens of thousands of years ago. But the Heavenly Demon Emperor's son still had a special status among the myriad races. Many of the myriad races' cultivators had to bow to him when they saw him. And they even called him a prince. Of course. Times had changed, and the heavenly demon emperor was no longer the ruler of the myriad races. Thus, many races were only polite to the heavenly demon emperor's son on the surface. If the heavenly demon emperor's son really ordered them to do something, they wouldn't necessarily agree. However, the heavenly demon emperor's son wasn't without followers. He had more than a dozen factions by his side, as well as an old golden crow with unfathomable strength. The old golden crow wouldn't do anything, so no one knew how strong he was. He was the heavenly demon emperor's Tao protector. The heavenly demon emperor's son has awakened his bloodline 5 times, and his own bloodline is abnormally strong to begin with. Even divine Dao Tian of the ancient divine clan has been left in the dust. Those heaven-defying prodigies' current combat strength is equivalent to that of a boundary emperor who has reached the 50th or 60th step of the stone steps. The heavenly demon emperor's son is clearly much stronger than that. If those heaven-defying prodigies want to catch up, they'll have to continue awakening their bloodline or greatly increase their cultivation. Now that the heavenly demon emperor's son has challenged Lin Feng, I wonder if Lin Feng will accept the challenge. I'm really looking forward to this battle. With the heavenly demon emperor's son's combat strength, killing Lin Feng won't be a problem at all. Many of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other factions whispered in each other's ears, looking forward to Lin Feng's death. Not long after, someone came to invite the heavenly demon emperor's son for a gathering. Who sent you here? The heavenly demon emperor's son looked at the newcomer arrogantly. The newcomer was a middle-aged man. I'm from the ancient divine clan. The middle-aged cultivator said. Many people exclaimed in surprise. If he was from the ancient divine clan and had come to invite the heavenly demon emperor's son, could it be that great emperor of the ancient divine clan? The great emperor of the ancient divine clan was a great emperor from the primordial era who had lived for several eras. He was an extremely terrifying existence. Among the great emperors, he should be one of the more profound great emperors. Originally, some people had guessed that the great emperor of the ancient divine clan would kill the Red World Fairy. However, the great emperor of the ancient divine clan did not do so. No one knew if he was afraid of her. I see. Please lead the way. The heavenly demon emperor's son became more courteous after learning about the other party's background. The celestial bestial emperor's son was a very high-profile person. Therefore, Lin Feng knew that he had come to Six God City and caused a huge commotion in the city. Thus, Lin Feng was well aware of the heavenly demon emperor's son's arrival. Every time the heavenly demon emperor's son's cultivation increases, he'll try to find me and show off in front of me. Lin Feng couldn't help but shake his head. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. It was a common occurrence. Lin Feng was already used to it. Back then, young master almost killed the heavenly demon emperor's son. With his personality, he'll naturally view it as a great humiliation. He's only doing this to redeem himself. Du Zhu said. I heard that the heavenly demon emperor's son was invited by the great emperor of the ancient god clan. I wonder what they'll say. Du Zhu pursed his lips. Nothing good will come out of it. I've heard that this great emperor from the ancient god clan is extraordinary. Have you heard anything about him? Lin Feng asked. This emperor from the ancient god clan is called Xianxia. Rumor has it that the reason for this name is due to the natural phenomenon when he was born. Rumor has it that a primordial light descended from the sky and entered his forehead. Because of this, Xianxia has shown an extraordinary talent for cultivation since he was young. His cultivation increased at an extremely fast pace, not even cultivators of the same level could compare to him. And the facts proved that this person had indeed suppressed cultivators of the same level and finally became a great emperor. He should have been in existence from the beginning of the ancient era and had lived through several great eras until now. He should have lived for over 10 million years, an extremely long time. No one knows how much his cultivation has increased over the years. Du Zhu told Lin Feng everything he knew about the great emperor of the ancient god clan. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. Then, he said, let's take it one step at a time. I'm very curious about what will happen in Six God City. Red Dust Immortal Sect. The Red World Fairy stood on the red dust cliff and looked into the distance. She was still disguised as a man, but how could there be such a beautiful man in this world? Old Ancestor Heavenly Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix stood on either side of her. They were also looking at the distant sea of clouds. I plan to head to the outer realm to break through to the Emperor realm, the Red World Fairy said. After hearing the Red World Fairy's words, Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix's eyes immediately lit up. They knew how powerful the Red World Fairy was. She was already so terrifying even before breaking through to the Emperor realm. Once she broke through to the Emperor realm, how powerful would she be? However, the Red World Fairy's savings were too shocking. It wouldn't be easy to break through to the Emperor realm. But since the Red World Fairy said that she planned to break through, perhaps she already had the confidence to do so? Congratulations, Venerable Immortal, you've finally taken this important step. Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix hurriedly congratulated the Red World Fairy. The Red World Fairy said, "Please take care of the Red Dust Immortal sect. I'll be back soon." "Don't worry, Venerable Immortal. We'll definitely take good care of the Red Dust Immortal sect," Ancestor Sky Dragon and Old Mother Phoenix said. Honored Celestial Hongchen nodded and disappeared without a trace. In the outer realm, endless divine lightning condensed. Who knew how many millions of li it stretched out? That was the Red World Fairy's tribulation. This tribulation was called the 9 Heavens 10 Earths Purple Heaven Lightning Tribulation. It was a kind of immortal tribulation. In other words, this tribulation was a tribulation that only immortals would undergo. Now that the Red World Fairy was undergoing the Emperor Tribulation, she actually attracted the Immortal Tribulation. One had to know that the Red World Fairy had only broken through to the Emperor realm. There were several realms above that. Every major realm breakthrough would attract a lightning tribulation. However, the Red World Fairy skipped all the lightning tribulations of the Emperor realm and directly attracted the Immortal Tribulation. This was because the heavens were not willing to let a heaven-defying existence like the Red World Fairy survive, so they sent down the Immortal Tribulation to destroy the Red World Fairy. However, the Red World Fairy was too powerful. When the lightning tribulation descended and bombarded the Red World Fairy, the Red World Fairy was completely fine. This kind of immortal tribulation had a total of 108,000 lightning tribulations. It had been too long since someone had undergone such a tribulation. Therefore, when the Red World Fairy underwent this tribulation, all the realms in the universe sensed it. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in all the realms, and dark clouds covered the sky. The vast and boundless heaven realm stood at the peak of the heaven realm, with the supreme 33 heavens. Each heaven had a heavenly pillar. These were the 33 heavenly lords of the heaven realm. They were the supreme rulers of the heaven realm. The heavenly Lord Palace formed a world of its own, as if it was connected to the endless void. In each void, a mysterious existence could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged. They were all mysterious existences. It was as if he was an immovable deity. Is someone about to become an immortal? They actually attracted the immortal tribulation. The heavens are trembling, an ancient existence said. Take a look and you'll know. Then, a second existence said. These people saw through the layers of illusory realms, and finally saw the Red World Fairy undergoing her tribulation in the starry sky outside the realm. A tribulation attracted by breaking through to the Emperor realm. Even the voices of these ancient existences could not help but change abruptly. This was simply too shocking and inconceivable. Such a heaven-defying existence actually appeared in the lower realm. This is truly unexpected. An ancient existence's voice became extremely cold. It was a voice that made people shudder. Such an existence is not allowed in the lower realm. Another ancient existence said coldly, his killing intent awe-inspiring. Even in the upper realm. Such an existence is not allowed in the upper realm, another ancient existence said. Then let's kill her. These ancient existences quickly came to an agreement. In the starry sky world, lightning tribulation after lightning tribulation descended. The power of the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Now, 107,990 lightning tribulation had descended. There were only 10 more lightning tribulation left, and the Red World Fairy would successfully break through to the Emperor realm. The last 10 lightning tribulation would be even more powerful and terrifying. As lightning tribulation after lightning tribulation descended, the Red World Fairy was still talking and laughing. Facing these lightning tribulation attacks, the Red World Fairy was very calm. Seeing that the tribulation was about to end, she did not suffer any injuries. The Red World Fairy successfully neutralized 9 lightning tribulations in a row. The last lightning tribulation began to brew. Amidst the endless sea of lightning, a vast world vaguely appeared. Each of these 33 figures was stronger and more terrifying than the last. Each of them was like a terrifying being that had been formed since the beginning of time. His body exuded a shocking aura. These people were the lords of the 33 heavens. They were legendary existences. No one knew how terrifying their cultivation was or how strong their combat strength was. They had come to destroy the Red World Fairy. Of course, they were in the heaven realm. The ones that appeared in front of the Red World Fairy were not the real lords of the 33 heavens. They were imprints that the lords of the 33 heavens had projected into this world. Even so, those imprints were still frightening enough. They were like the 33 gods that had awakened from the beginning of time. They were high and mighty, looking down at the heavens. In this world, no one seemed to be able to fight against these terrifying existences. To think that a cultivator with such talent like you could appear in the mortal world. This is really shocking. Even in the era of the innate life forms, we have never seen someone with such talent. One of the lords said, his voice indifferent. His voice was filled with disregard for life. It was cold and sinister. Anyone who heard it would feel their hair stand on end. Who are you? The Red World Fairy asked curiously as she looked at the lords of the 33 heavens. She did not know the identity or origin of these 33 people. However, he could feel how terrifying these 33 people were. The aura of these 33 people was too strong. It was unknown just what kind of terrifying level the cultivation of these 33 people had reached. These 33 people were definitely heaven-defying existences. As for these 33 people, it was obvious that they were here to kill him. Honored Immortal Hong Chen was well aware of this. Our origins are not something you can imagine, the Lord of the 33 heavens said. The other lords did not speak. The Lord of the 33 heavens was called the Moon Eclipse Lord. It was said that this Lord of the 33 heavens had some terrifying means. He could even control the changes of the moon. Whether it was a full moon, a crescent moon, or a different color and shape, he could control it. This was the terrifying thing about the Moon Eclipse Lord. If you don't say it, how do you know that it is not something I can imagine? Venerable Hongchen said slowly and politely. Even though she was facing the Lord of the 33 heavens, she was still extremely calm. Even the lords of the 33 heavens were amazed. They couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could be so calm when facing them. And this person was actually a cultivator from the mortal world. This made them feel a little incredulous. Before the heavens and earth were created, we were already born, Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord said. So it's a Xiantian life form. Didn't they say that Xiantian life forms had already fallen? It seemed like the rumors weren't reliable at all. At the very least, there were 33 Xiantian life forms here. The Red World Fairy interrupted Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord, not allowing him to continue. Venerable Immortal Red Dust only wanted to verify if his previous guess was correct. After verifying it, he found that his previous guess was indeed correct. These people were all Xiantian life forms. As for their identities, the Red World Fairy had no interest in knowing. The Red World Fairy did not care about others. She only cared about herself and the people related to her. No matter what these 33 people's identities were, what did it have to do with her? How rude. The people of the lower realms have no manners at all. Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord's expression darkened when he was interrupted by the Red World Fairy. His tone became even colder and more sinister. The Red World Fairy said indifferently. If I don't want to listen, I can naturally interrupt you. If I don't want to listen, should I continue listening? You don't know the meaning of death. Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at the Red World Fairy. A loud rumbling sound rang out. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and blasted at the Red World Fairy. After the palm strike was sent out, something terrifying happened. The entire starry sky seemed to have frozen. Even the stars in the surrounding starfield stopped moving. It was an extremely strange scene. It was unbelievable, as if they had seen a ghost. However, the scene in front of his eyes was a real one. The entire world seemed to have stopped moving in an instant. Even time had stopped flowing. This was the terrifying aspect of Moon Eclipse Heaven Lord. His attacks contained the power of time and space. Thus, this gate seemed to have frozen the entire starry sky. Venerable Hong Chen's body could no longer move. Just as the terrifying palm strike was about to land on the Red World Fairy's body, just then, immortal Reverend Hong Chen disappeared without a trace. The Red World Fairy could be seen walking through the frozen world. The power of time and space is just a flash in the pan before destiny. The Red World Fairy pointed with her hand, and the frozen world returned to its original state. The stars began to move once again, the power of destiny. The 33 heavenly lords revealed shocked expressions. They had not expected the Red World Fairy to have grasped the power of destiny. It's time for us to attack together. The other heavenly lords muttered to themselves. Originally, they did not need so many people to deal with the Red World Fairy. But now, the Red World Fairy had displayed the Tao of Destiny. This caused the 33 heavenly lords to be envious. Any existence that had grasped the Tao of Destiny possessed an unimaginable amount of destiny. If they could kill such an existence, then, they would be able to plunder their destiny. These heavenly lords had been coveting the Red World Fairy's destiny. If they could plunder the Red World Fairy's destiny, they would be able to greatly increase their own. This was very important to the 33 heavenly lords who had reached the late stages of cultivation. The more they cultivated to the late stages of cultivation, the more they would understand what destiny represented. Boom. 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 Terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth, surging in all directions. The 33 heavenly lords attacked together to kill the Red World Fairy. Honorable Immortal Hong Chen sneered and said, "You guys think too highly of yourselves. You think you can kill me with just 33 projections? What a joke." As the Red World Fairy's voice fell, she continued to walk through the starry world. "I have a great wish. I wish for the myriad worlds to live in harmony. I have a great wish. I wish for the world to be free from hunger, cold, and pain. I have a great wish. I wish for the common people to be equal." Suddenly, the Red World Fairy chanted. This was the incantation of a divine ability. But clearly, the divine ability the Red World Fairy was using to deal with the 33 heavenly lords was not the great destiny technique. The Red World Fairy's voice was filled with grandeur. Her grand ambition was simply too grand. It was simply too admirable. However, the Red World Fairy was clearly not done with her grand ambition. "I have a grand ambition. I wish for all living beings in this world to have eternal life. I am the Red World Fairy, and I hereby make a grand ambition. If the ambition in my heart can be fulfilled, even if I have to give up my life, I will continue to advance, and I will have no regrets even if I die." The Red World Fairy's voice was so ethereal and yet so sacred that it made people gasp in amazement. What kind of state of mind would allow one to make such a grand ambition, to have all living beings in her heart? To have all living beings in the world. She was even willing to give up her life. The Red World Fairy's breadth of mind was simply too broad. In the world of cultivators, who would not care about others for their own sake, many people were selfish and self-centered. However, the Red World Fairy was clearly not such a person. This ability was called the Grand Ambition Technique. Once one made a grand ambition, a powerful will would be born from the unseen world, strengthening one's Tao heart. It would allow one to persevere and persist in their own thoughts. In order to realize these grand ambitions, one could work hard and strive hard. Boom, boundless sacred light descended from the sky. The voices of all living beings could be heard from within the sacred light. It is our fortune to have such a cultivator who works hard for all living beings in this world. The sacred light was infused with the power of all living beings. The power of all living beings was extremely powerful, and it shook the void. It was as if it could shatter the heavens and destroy the universe. The power of all living beings fused with the power of the sacred light, transforming into the purest and most powerful power of grand ambition. Bang, 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 a series of violent collisions rang out, and one heaven lord after another was sent flying. Although those heaven lords had powerful cultivations, they were still sent flying. Although they were powerful, they could not resist the power of grand ambition that was infused with the power of all living beings. What was the most powerful power? In ancient times, the ruler of an immortal kingdom had once said something. The ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. The water can carry the boat, but it can also capsize the boat. The people here referred to all living beings. And monarch referred to the supreme monarch that ruled the heavens. When all living beings gathered together, they could allow the boat to float smoothly, but they could also overturn the boat. Therefore, it was said that the power of all living beings was the most terrifying. This was also why the Red World Fairy's Great Wish technique was so terrifying. Although this Great Wish art wasn't ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Great Daos, it was still very powerful. However, the degree of its terror was not inferior in any way. This Grand Dao was not in the top 10 because it was too difficult to cultivate. Since ancient times, the number of cultivators who had successfully cultivated this Grand Dao could be counted on one hand. It was rumored that even if one successfully cultivated the Great Fate art, they would not be able to do so. He might not even be able to cultivate the Grand Aspiration art. This was because in order to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique, one had to have the bearing to tolerate the Great Aspiration technique. What was the magnanimity to accommodate great ambitions? For the sake of the world, he was willing to sacrifice his entire life. This was the magnanimity that allowed for great ambitions. The world of cultivators was an extremely realistic and cruel world. Many people only cared about themselves and only had themselves in their eyes. How could they sacrifice their own life for others? Even the current Lin Feng could not do this. Sacrificing oneself for others. In Lin Feng's opinion, this kind of behavior was too stupid. There was a saying that went, "Great wisdom is like stupidity." Perhaps immortal Venerable Hong Chen had already reached such a state of mind, therefore, the Red World Fairy had cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. The Lord of the 33 Heavens body was injured by the Great Aspiration technique. At this moment, the power of the Great Aspiration technique was constantly destroying the body of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. It wanted to completely destroy the body of the Lord of the 33 Heavens. The Great Aspiration technique. You actually cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. The Lord of the 33 Heavens roared in disbelief. He simply could not believe his eyes. Someone had actually cultivated the Great Aspiration technique. It was simply too unbelievable. Previously, when the Red World Fairy had displayed the Great Aspiration technique, the Lord of the 33 Heavens had not been so shocked and moved. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. In reality, the Lord of the 33 Heavens also had the cultivation method of the Great Aspiration technique. However, they were unable to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. When the Lord of the 33 Heavens saw how heaven-defying the Red World Fairy was, he wanted to kill the Red World Fairy. This showed that the Lord of the 33 Heavens was extremely selfish and jealous of the virtuous. Such a character. How could they sacrifice themselves for the sake of the world? Therefore, it was impossible for them to cultivate the Great Aspiration technique. I have a great aspiration. I hope that the injustice in this world will disappear from this world. The Red World Fairy did not pay attention to the Lord of the 33 Heavens who was roaring loudly. She continued to chant the incantation. The power of the Great Aspiration technique continued to descend. Its might became stronger and stronger, forming a silver river that descended from the sky and enveloped the Lord of the 33 Heavens. Kacha Kacha, the Lord of the 33 Heavens body was unceasingly cracking. Clearly, the Lord of the 33 Heavens body was about to be destroyed by the Red World Fairy. You want to destroy our bodies? That's wishful thinking. The Lord of the 33 Heavens roared angrily. At this time, the Lord of the 33 Heavens also began to use his ultimate technique. The Heavenly Tao is supreme. We are above the Heavenly Tao. These people were constantly chanting incantations, and a powerful force was surging out of their bodies. The Lord of the 33 Heavens must be using some powerful ultimate technique. I'll let you have a taste of my self-created divine ability. At this time, the Red World Fairy suddenly spoke. The 3,000 worlds of the mortal world are but a pipe dream. Eternal prosperity is but a wisp of smoke. The Red World Fairy's ethereal voice resounded between heaven and earth. A hazy world instantly enveloped the Lord of the 33 Heavens. In that world, the Lord of the 33 Heavens saw his past life, present life, and even future. In his past life, they were born in the primal chaos. In this life, they went from being weak to being strong. Then, they seized a rare opportunity to rule the heavenly realm. In the future, they would walk towards destruction. It turned out that everything was like a dream. It was so unreal. No. How can this be? The Lord of the 33 heavens roared. He could not accept what he was seeing. This was the terrifying part of the Red World Fairy. The concept contained in her self-created divine ability was even more profound than the divine abilities created by many immortals. The Red World Fairy was definitely one of the most talented cultivators in this era. Lin Feng's talent was strong, right? However, compared to immortal Exalt Hongchen, he was still far too weak. Bang, 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 the Lord of the 33 heavens lost himself in the hazy world, unable to extricate himself. Their bodies exploded one after another. Eh? Why do I feel like something has suddenly disappeared from my body? Lin Feng could not help but have a very strange feeling. He looked at his right wrist. Originally, there was a strand of Red World love that connected him to the Red World Fairy. The love tribulation was the tribulation the Red World Fairy had to undergo before breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. First, she had to undergo the love tribulation to break the demon barrier in her heart. Only then would the lightning tribulation descend. Now that the Red World Fairy had become a great emperor, the strand of Red World love had naturally disappeared. However, Lin Feng could not see the strand of Red World love. That was why he had such a strange feeling. It was as if something that originally belonged to him had suddenly disappeared from his hand. The Demon Lord knew about the strand of Red World love, but the Demon Lord had not told Lin Feng about it. Now that the strand of Red World love had disappeared from Lin Feng's wrist, the Demon Lord's face immediately revealed an extremely shocked expression. The strand of Red World love has actually disappeared. In other words, that woman should have succeeded in her tribulation? The Demon Lord muttered to himself. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with deep shock. If that woman had succeeded in her tribulation, that would be too shocking. The Demon Lord took a deep breath and then revealed a sinister smile. This is going to be interesting. I wonder how the big shots of the Celestial Realm will react to this woman's birth. The Celestial Realm. The Celestial Master Palace. The 33 Celestial Masters opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes flickered with dense killing intent. This woman is too terrifying. We have to get rid of her as soon as possible. Once her wings are fully grown, getting rid of her will become wishful thinking. One of the Celestial Masters said. That's right. We have to get rid of her before she becomes a big enough threat. Otherwise, she will become a threat to us in the future. The second Celestial Master said. The other Celestial Masters nodded in agreement. Who should we send? One of the Celestial Masters asked. Due to various reasons, the 33 Celestial Masters could not leave the Celestial Realm. Naturally, it was impossible for them to personally kill Venerable Hongchen. Of course, even if they could leave the Heaven Realm, they would not personally descend to the lower realm to kill the Red World Fairy. They were the high and mighty Heavenly Masters. How powerful were they? What kind of extraordinary identity was that? Was there a need for them to take action against a cultivator who had just entered the Great Emperor realm? No matter how heaven-defying that Great Emperor was, he was still just a Great Emperor. Send Imperial Monarch Tari. With Imperial Monarch Tari's strength, killing that woman shouldn't be a problem. One of the Heaven Lords said. Alright, then send Emperor Tuari over. The Heavenly Lords reached an agreement. Lin Feng was still patiently waiting for the Great World to cut open the ape-shaped stone. However, it would take another month for the Tao Rising World to cut open the stone. During this period of time, a large number of cultivators had entered the Six Gods City, causing it to become more and more lively. Especially in the trading market, many rare treasures had appeared. Many races, extraterrestrial races, and cultivators from other forces took out many treasures from their respective worlds to trade. Therefore, the trading market was packed with people during this period of time. Other than the trading market, the market in the Six Gods City was also extremely lively. This was because the Six Gods City itself was a sacred place for stone cutting. In addition, all kinds of top-grade stones had been unearthed during this period of time. Naturally, it attracted many people's attention. Moreover, many people had indeed obtained good items. Some had obtained a Xianxia lifeform's hand bone, some had obtained a mysterious catalogue, some had obtained a Genesis firestone, and so on. During this period of time, all kinds of treasures had been unearthed in the stone workshop. Lin Feng did not go to the stone workshop, although he was very good at identifying stones. In reality, Lin Feng was not particularly interested in stone cutting. Many people were addicted to stone cutting because of the word gambling. Stone cutting was also called stone gambling. To put it bluntly, it was also a type of gambling. Gambling was very addictive. Therefore, it was best to stay away from gambling. On this day, an expert from the myriad races arrived. Gong Zongni, Gong Ziyu's elder brother and a top genius of the sky demon race, had arrived at the Six God City. Gong Zongni's arrival caused quite a stir because it was said that he'd obtained a treasure in the West Sea realm not long ago. That treasure was shrouded in chaos mist. Some guessed that it was a magic treasure, but others guessed that it was a natural treasure that could directly increase one's cultivation. Of course, no one knew what it was exactly. After all, Gong Zongni had quickly disappeared after obtaining it. Gong Zongni was an extremely heaven-defying existence to begin with. After obtaining such a fortuitous encounter, his battle prowess was bound to increase greatly. Lin Feng is in the Six God City. Someone transmitted a message to Gong Zongni, but the person did not appear. Clearly, they wanted Gong Zongni to deal with Lin Feng. Does anyone know where Lin Feng lives? Gong Zongni's lips curved into a faint smile as he looked at the crowd. The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar when they heard Gong Zongni ask about Lin Feng's residence. Gong Zongni couldn't be planning to deal with Lin Feng, right? Many people instantly thought of a certain possibility. The myriad races, alien races, and cultivators from other factions all felt that Gong Zongni might be planning to deal with Lin Feng. Thus, they were very excited. An expert like Gong Zongni was planning to deal with Lin Feng. The possibility of Lin Feng's defeat was very high. He might even be killed on the spot. The cultivators of the 9 provinces couldn't help but worry for Lin Feng. Gong Zongni's reputation spread far and wide. Even among the myriad races, there were very few young cultivators who could contend against him. It was said that Gong Zongni's battle prowess had long surpassed many experts of the older generation. Now, he could be described as unfathomable. I know. I'm willing to lead the way for you. A cultivator from the myriad races hurriedly walked out and said while nodding and bowing. Lead the way. Gong Zongni said. Please follow me, young master. The myriad race cultivator led Gong Zongni towards Lin Feng's residence. I didn't expect that the son of the heavenly demon emperor, who provoked Lin Feng before, wouldn't make a move against Lin Feng. Now, Gong Zongni wants to make a move against Lin Feng. Gong Zongni is one of the most hidden terrifying existences among the younger generation of the myriad races. If he makes a move, Lin Feng will die without a doubt. Let's go and take a look. We'll definitely be able to watch a good show later. Many cultivators of the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and cultivators from other forces followed abandoned to watch the show. Let's go take a look as well. Many cultivators of the 9 provinces were also very concerned about this matter. They also followed behind and headed towards Lin Feng's residence. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Lin Feng's residence. The cultivator leading the way pointed to Lin Feng's courtyard. A large number of cultivators had gathered to watch the show. Everyone was waiting for a fierce clash between Lin Feng and young Master Nya. Lin Feng, come out. I have something to ask you. Young Master Nya said indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was extremely penetrating and carried an unquestionable tone. Even people far away could hear it, so many people who were resting in the courtyard all came out to watch the show after hearing young Master Nya's voice. Isn't he here to kill Lin Feng? Is he here to ask about something? Many people looked at each other in dismay. These cultivators from the myriad races, alien races, and other factions all hoped that young Master Nya would kill Lin Feng. However, they now realized that young Master Nya had only come to ask about something. This greatly disappointed them. Lin Feng didn't show himself. Only his voice could be heard. What is it? Ask away. That brat actually didn't come out. He dares to be so arrogant in front of young Master Nya? Someone sneered. However, someone else said, so what? Lin Feng is a top genius. He isn't necessarily afraid of young Master Nya. Is he going to come out just because young Master Nya called him? Young Master Nya's eyes darkened. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. However, he was a scheming person, so he didn't act out. Instead, he hid the coldness in his heart and said slowly, have you seen Gong Ziyu? Lin Feng said indifferently. I haven't seen him. Young Master Nya continued, if you see my good little brother Gong Ziyu, tell him to come find me. A big shot from the clan has come and wants to see him. The big shot young Master Nya was talking about was the Empyrean Demon Sage. Lin Feng didn't know if the Empyrean Demon Saint really wanted to see Gong Ziyu, but he knew that Gong Ziyu wanted to kill Gong Ziyu and steal the magic lotus. Lin Feng naturally wouldn't let go of this chance to humiliate him. He said, of course I can help you pass the message, but you have to promise me one thing. Gong Zongya asked, what is it? When you see me in the future, take a detour. Lin Feng said faintly. Lin Feng's words immediately caused an uproar. He was clearly making things difficult for Gong Zini. People would take a detour around someone like young Master Nya when they saw him. Now, Lin Feng actually told Gong Zai to take a detour after seeing him. Those who didn't know would think that Gong Zai was inferior to Lin Feng, so he had no choice but to avoid him. Do you know what you're saying? Young Master Nya's voice turned cold. What? Don't you understand human language? Lin Feng pursed his lips. He and Gong Zini had already shed all pretenses, so Lin Feng naturally didn't need to be polite with him. You're just digging your own grave. Gong Zini's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even if I have to dig my own grave, I'll bury you. Lin Feng was very domineering and didn't fear Gong Zini at all. His words were sharp, leaving Gong Zini speechless. Lowly human, you're only good at talking. Gong Zini's voice was indifferent, but it was already filled with killing intent. You have the nerve to call someone else a lowly race after being raised as a slave by the ancient demons for tens of thousands of years? Lin Feng mocked. You're courting death. Gong Zini's eyes surged with killing intent. This was a period of time that the sky demons were most unwilling to talk about. During that time, they were slaves of the ancient demons. Many sky demons were still furious when they thought about that period of time. Someone as proud as Gong Zini naturally wouldn't allow others to talk about it. This Lin Feng is too domineering. He's constantly provoking Gong Zini. Does he want to fight him? Someone asked. That's very likely. Judging from Lin Feng's way of doing things, he's always been this domineering. Moreover, Lin Feng is on good terms with Gong Ziyu, and Gong Zini wants to kill Gong Ziyu. I'm guessing that their relationship is like fire and water. I wonder if they can fight. If Gong Zini wants to fight, Lin Feng definitely won't back down. Many people whispered to each other, discussing the current situation. Gong Zini's expression calmed down. I don't need to deal with you. Someone else will deal with you. I'll let you live for a few more days. With that, Gong Zini turned and left. Let's go, let's go. Let's disperse. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, the surrounding people dispersed. Lin Feng's residence. In the living room. Tea was being boiled on the table. Lin Feng and Gong Ziyu sat facing each other. Gong Ziyu had arrived at Six Gods City the previous night. After arriving, he came to look for Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Gong Ziyu were once enemies, but now they were friends. Perhaps this was what they meant by no discord, no concord. This person is indeed very deep and knows how to endure. I provoked him, but he still didn't make a move. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He's very scary. He's so scary that it's unimaginable. Previously, I almost died in his hands. But sooner or later, I'll kill him myself. Gong Ziyu's eyes flashed with killing intent. Gong Ziyu had also had a fortuitous encounter, and his cultivation had increased greatly. Moreover, he had the magic lotus. This supreme treasure could allow his cultivation to increase by 1,000 miles. Empyrean Demon Saint, this Empyrean Demon Emperor probably came for the magic lotus, right? This person is a huge problem. Lin Feng said. He won't make a move. No matter what, he has to be cautious. Gongziyu raised his eyelids and said. Lin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded. Gongziyu might have been abandoned by the clan. But he was still the son of the Empyrean Demon Emperor. With this layer of identity, outsiders would not dare to kill him openly. And as Gongxiang's savior, the Empyrean Demon Saint's identity was extremely sensitive. The Empyrean Demon clan even encouraged their disciples to kill each other to determine the strongest king. But if the Empyrean Demon Saint made a move, the nature would be completely different. Screech. On this day, the cry of a phoenix resounded throughout the world. A flaming phoenix came with 100,000 divine flames. It's Old Mother Phoenix. Someone exclaimed. This was an unfathomable existence that had always been by the Red World Fairy's side. She was an expert of the demon clan. Old Mother Phoenix had been around for a long time, and it was said that she had undergone 3 nirvanic rebirths, which was equivalent to cultivating for 3 lifetimes. Many people had made deductions about the strength of the demon clan experts of the ancient demon continent. Many people believed that Old Mother Phoenix was very likely one of the most powerful cultivators of the ancient demon continent. This was definitely an expert who could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. Swoosh, a black ray of light streaked across the void. The black ray of light seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth, shattering the firmament. The black ray of light directly slashed toward Old Mother Phoenix. Heavens! Someone actually attacked Old Mother Phoenix. Many people exclaimed. Who wouldn't respect an expert like Old Mother Phoenix? Now, a cultivator had attacked Old Mother Phoenix, but the attacker had yet to show himself. Thus, no one knew who had attacked Old Mother Phoenix. Lin Feng, Gongziyu, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Saint also looked into the distance. Lin Feng had seen Old Mother Phoenix once during the Red World Fairy's birthday. At that time, Old Mother Phoenix and Patriarch Sky Dragon had formed the auspicious Dragon and Phoenix Aura. They had congratulated the Red World Fairy on her birthday. Thus, Lin Feng had a deep impression of her. However, he hadn't expected Old Mother Phoenix's cultivation to be so powerful. A black ray of light with the power of fire lingering around it. Why do I feel that this power comes from the same source as the power of the Phoenix clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. The same source? Could it be the Phoenix clan that attacked? Du Zhu muttered. We'll know when we see it, Lin Feng said. Old Mother Phoenix stretched out her phoenix claw and gently grabbed at the void. A clang was heard. In an instant, the claw directly shattered the black ray of light. Come out! Old Mother Phoenix flapped her wings, and 2 terrifying wind blades swept toward the void in the distance. Bang, the void shattered, and a black phoenix flew out from it. The black phoenix was surrounded by black flames. It was extremely strange. When Lin Feng saw the black phoenix, he was shocked. This was the first time he had seen such a phoenix. He had never even heard of such a black phoenix before, let alone seen it. Such a black phoenix was a little too strange. Dark Phoenix. Old Mother Phoenix looked at the black phoenix in shock. The Dark Phoenix was rumored to be a fallen phoenix of the Phoenix clan. Its soul had been sold to the devil in hell. Because of this, he was able to control the power of darkness. However, he was expelled from the Phoenix clan. This matter was only known to the inner circle of the Phoenix clan. No outsiders knew about it at all. Even after countless years, the Dark Phoenix's inheritance had not been severed. This race was synonymous with darkness and evil. He had a great hatred for the Phoenix clan. Perhaps it was because they hated being expelled from the Phoenix clan, so the Dark Phoenix clan wanted nothing more than to exterminate all the phoenixes. Only by doing so could they vent their hatred. That's right. Old Mother Phoenix, let this seed experience your divine ability again. The Dark Phoenix sneered as it flapped its wings. A large amount of black energy surged out of the wings. The black energy gathered together and exuded a world-destroying fluctuation. That kind of aura was too terrifying. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. In the face of the Dark Phoenix's tyrannical attack, Old Mother Phoenix's wings also began to vibrate. A large amount of fiery red energy flew out. Bang, the 2 terrifying beings collided with each other violently. With them as the epicenter, the void was constantly collapsing. Many people felt the emperor's might and lost control of their bodies. They immediately knelt on the ground. If the two of you continue to fight, I'm afraid Six God City will be destroyed. Let's end this battle here. An old voice came from Six God City. As the voice fell, a tyrannical power surged out. That tyrannical power separated Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. What a powerful existence. Who is that old man? Many people were shocked. The person who had attacked must be extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would be impossible to separate the two. Is it an expert from the 9 prefectures? Many cultivators from the 9 prefectures became excited. The myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the great emperors from other forces would definitely not stop the battle between Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix. They probably hoped that the battle between the two sides would be as intense as possible. They might even be able to reap some benefits from it. Therefore, the ones who should stop this battle should be the cultivators from the 9 prefectures. I'm afraid there is more than one peak expert from the 9 prefectures. Gongziyu said. Lin Feng nodded and said, in the past, these existences had never appeared in the world. However, now that the world has changed and the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces have entered the 9 prefectures, the peak experts of the 9 prefectures have begun to move about. These experts clearly did not become great emperors in this era. They should have lived for a very long time. Now, they wanted to fight for a future. Old Mother Phoenix and the Dark Phoenix separated. In the end, Old Mother Phoenix transformed into a beautiful woman and landed in Six God City. As for the Dark Phoenix, it transformed into a middle-aged man dressed in black clothes. He also entered Six God City. I wonder how many great emperors have gathered in Six God City? Lin Feng couldn't help but stroke his chin. The next day, a piece of news spread throughout Six God City. 5 or 6 heaven-defying geniuses from the myriad races' imperial families had been defeated by a human youth. Moreover, all of their heirlooms had been snatched away by the youth, becoming his spoils of war. This caused a huge commotion because the youth looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. Some people even sensed his actual age. They discovered that the youth was indeed too young. He was really only 16 or 17 years old. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard about this. He's so young, yet he's already capable of suppressing the myriad races' heaven-defying geniuses. Just who is that youth? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. As expected, there was no lack of geniuses in the world. Perhaps, the people of this era were about to witness the birth of an extremely heaven-defying existence. 3 days later, the young man helped an old man to the outskirts of Six God City. Cough, 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 the old man coughed violently. He was too old, and his slightly tall body was now slightly hunched. Six God City, what a nostalgic place. The old man looked at the 3 words on the city wall. The youth asked, Grandpa, have you been to Six God City before? Yes, I've been here before, and I have a special memory. Even though many years have passed, I haven't forgotten what happened during that time. However, the world has changed. The Six God City today is no longer the Six God City of my memories. The old man said. With the youth's help, the old man entered Six God City. The news of this young man coming to the Six God City spread very quickly, attracting many people. Everyone wanted to see where this young man came from. He was so young, yet he was already so strong. Lin Feng, Gongziyu, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage also went to take a look when they heard that the youth had arrived. When Lin Feng and the others came out, they saw a young man supporting an old man from afar. Now, many people were pointing at the young man. That young man was the rumored heaven-defying human youth. When Lin Feng saw the young man, he could not help but be slightly surprised. He was indeed young and very handsome. There was a hint of arrogance between his brows. He's really too young. I wonder who he is? Why is his talent so heaven-defying? Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be able to cultivate to such a level. Du Zhu rubbed his chin and said, unless he's been enlightened by someone else. Enlightened by someone was a peerless expert who used a special method to impart his or her skills to someone else. For example, sealing a part of one's skills in someone else's body. That person might recover that part of their skills in the future, and that strength would belong to that person. This kind of thing was extremely rare in the world of cultivators. Cultivators who could be enlightened were definitely peerless and terrifying existences. Moreover, the enlightenment bestowal would also cause great harm to their bodies. Experts like them might not necessarily do something like enlightenment bestowal. They would only take such a risk if they had no other choice. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that this young man had been enlightened by someone else, which was why he was so heaven-defying. If he had cultivated to such a heaven-defying level in his teens by himself, it would be too inconceivable. Even Lin Feng did not dare to believe that it was true. Look at that old man. Don't you feel that there's something special about him? Lin Feng pointed at the old man supported by the young man. Lin Feng felt that there was something special about the old man. However, when he sensed it carefully, something did not seem right. The magic power fluctuations in the old man's body were close to disappearing. His aura was weak. His flame of life was extremely thin. His life had come to an end. He could be buried in the earth at any time. He's an old man with one foot in the grave. Is there anything special about him? Gongzi Yu asked. Lin Feng shook his head and said, I don't know either. Maybe it's because I'm being supported by the young man, that's why I'm having an illusion. Grandpa, is this very different from the six-god city in your memories? The young man looked at the old man and asked. The old man said, Indeed, it has changed a lot. However, the only thing that hasn't changed is the layout of the streets. It's still the same as before. Six-god city has also gone through a few trials and tribulations. It's really not easy for it to become like this. Cough, cough, cough. After the old man finished speaking, he coughed violently. His body swayed slightly as if he was about to fall to the ground. Does this old thing want to see the ancient city he used to live in before he dies? A cultivator mocked in a low voice. There was a commotion in the distance. Experts had arrived. They were a group of experts from the myriad races. Someone recognized a cultivator from the ancient god clan. The cultivator's name was Shenwuji. He was not young, having cultivated for more than 200,000 years. He was very prestigious in the ancient god clan. I heard that even Shindao Tian was defeated by that young man. A cultivator said. Lin Feng was shocked when he heard that. Shindao Tian had some grudges with him, so Lin Feng knew how strong Shindao Tian was. Even Shindao Tian was defeated in the hands of this young man. It was indeed too unimaginable. One had to know that Shindao Tian was one of the top geniuses among the myriad race's heaven-defying geniuses. Therefore, Shindao Tian's defeat was unexpected. Is Shenwuji planning to deal with that young man? Someone asked. If Shenwuji made a move, he might be able to defeat the young man. However, the age gap between them was too big. That would be unfair. Where are you from? Shenwuji asked. The young man said arrogantly. Is that something you're qualified to know? Arrogant brat. Shenwuji's eyes darkened. Someone was actually looking down on him like that. This caused Shenwuji's heart to be filled with rage, and his gaze towards the young man became even colder and more sinister. The old man supported by the young man spoke. We've long since been forgotten. Why bring up our origins again? Shenwuji frowned at the old man, but he didn't say anything else. He left with his people. All sorts of people had appeared in Six God City. Some people's backgrounds were so great that they could scare people to death. During this period of time, conflicts would occur every day in Six God City. Battles would often break out between cultivators. The Fire Qilin and some people from the Devil race had come to Six God City. When they heard that Lin Feng was also in the city, they quickly came to look for Lin Feng. Other than the Fire Qilin, Lin Feng also saw the Little Pung King, Princess Shui Yao, and the others. They were all old friends of Lin Feng from the Martial Heaven continent. That was why Lin Feng was very close to them. Little Moon couldn't come out this time. If she knew that big brother Lin Feng, whom she missed so much, was in Six God City, she would definitely rush over without a care, said Princess Shui Yao with a smile. There was less of a holy aura around her and more of an approachable temperament. This kind of Princess Shuiyao made people feel that she was more approachable. Lin Feng smiled. I wonder what little moon is doing now. She's going into seclusion to undergo a bloodline baptism, said Princess Shuiyao. Lin Feng was shocked. This is very important to little moon. Yes. However, Lin Gongzi doesn't need to worry. She has already undergone a bloodline baptism twice. This will be the third time, so there shouldn't be any problems, said Princess Shuiyao. Then I'm relieved. Lin Feng nodded. At night, the group headed to the Myriad Flower Pavilion. The group of over 10 people was quite lively. Everyone gathered together, chatting and drinking. The Fire Qilin brought a piece of important news. The Great Ping King and the Peacock King have been in the Western Sea all this time. They seem to have noticed something important, said the Fire Qilin. The Western Sea Primal Chaos Ancient Nation? Asked Lin Feng in shock. This was definitely no small matter. That's right. Let's wait for news and then prepare to go to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation at any time. It's said that there are too many secrets hidden there, said the Fire Qilin excitedly. The origin of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation was too mysterious. It had never revealed itself, but one could imagine that once it did, it would definitely cause a storm of blood. On this day, the Six Gods City was bustling with noise and excitement. A large number of cultivators gathered at the central plaza. This was because the Tao Rising World was going to cut the stone at the central plaza. Lin Feng, Gongzi Yu, Fire Qilin, and the others gathered together and walked towards the central plaza. I wonder if the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, is really sealed. If he really sealed the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, I'm afraid a bloodbath would ensue today. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. If the rumors were true, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed inside. Given the Great Sage's cultivation, he should have already cut open the stone and come out. However, the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had yet to come out. This meant that the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal's body had encountered a huge problem. An existence like the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, had devoured an unknown amount of fate in his life. If the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, was sealed inside, many people would want to take his life. How much fate could one obtain by killing the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal? Originally, reaching the Imperial Emperor realm was the limit. However, if one killed the Great Sage, Heaven's Equal, and obtained his fate, they might be able to break through to the immortal realm. Many people came here with such thoughts. Therefore, although it seemed calm now, there were actually undercurrents surging. A bloodbath could erupt at any time. Many cultivators gathered at the central plaza. There were also many cultivators floating in the sky. The Tao Rising World's cultivators had yet to arrive. Everyone was waiting. It's said that the cultivators who cut open the extraordinary items or seal themselves as experts can also obtain a portion of fate. The two great emperors of the Tao Rising World will definitely obtain a huge amount of fate, a cultivator said. Lin Feng was slightly surprised when he heard this. Previously, he was puzzled that the Tao Rising World's cultivators didn't take the stone for themselves. Instead, they opened it openly. However, all his doubts were gone now. Firstly, the two great emperors of the Tao Rising World could obtain fate if they cut open the stone. Secondly, if they pocketed it for themselves, the other forces might gang up on them. They're here, a cultivator pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over. Dozens of cultivators flew over. The two people in the lead were the two great emperors of the Tao Rising World. One of the great emperors was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The other great emperor was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The old man is called Dao Wuyuan, and the middle-aged cultivator is called Dao Xianxia. Previously, Dao Xianxia's son was killed by the cultivators of the Nine Mysterious Great World. Therefore, Dao Xianxia and the great emperor of the Nine Mysterious Great World fought, but in the end, there was no clear victor. A cultivator said. The destruction caused by that battle was huge. It was simply world-shaking. Someone sighed with emotion. When he thought of how terrifying that battle was, he still felt a lingering fear. After the people from the Daoqi Major World arrived, a void battle ring appeared in the central square. The people from the great world of Dao stopped on the void arena. The void battle ring was suspended in midair, and everyone could clearly see the scene above. I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste any more time. Let's cut the stone now, Dao Wuyuan said. The people of the Daoqi Great World were very straightforward and did not waste any time. Dao Saint Technique waved his right hand. Whoosh, light flashed. The ape-shaped stone flew out and landed on the void battle ring. The stone was about 3 meters tall and had the shape of an ape. The stone was extraordinary. It was surrounded by holy light. If one carefully sensed it, one could sense a powerful aura fluctuation from the stone. That aura fluctuation shocked and moved everyone. The vitality contained in this stone is too exuberant. Although it hasn't been cut open, I can still sense the boundless vitality within it. A cultivator exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed as the cultivator said. The vitality contained in the ape-shaped stone was too exuberant. It was as boundless as the sea. He really didn't know what kind of creature it was to have such boundless vitality. It was just too shocking. It seems that the great sage, heaven's equal, is sealed in this stone. Yes, it's indeed possible. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such boundless vitality. Many people whispered to each other. They could not wait to see the two great emperors of the Daoqi major world cut open the stone. They wanted to know if the great sage, heaven's equal, was sealed in the stone. Even if it was not the great sage, heaven's equal, such exuberant vitality was enough to shock the world. Let's start cutting the stone now, Dao Xianxia said as he took out a stone-cutting knife. Dao Wuyuan also took out a stone-cutting knife. He and Dao Xianxia, one on the left and the other on the right, began cutting the stone. Originally, one person was enough to cut the stone. However, the two of them wanted to obtain the providence on the stone. Hence, they chose to cut the stone together. Swoosh, stone chips flew everywhere. Stone chips fell off one by one. The surface area of the stone kept shrinking. The surrounding cultivators stared at the stone that kept shrinking without blinking. They did not know if the legendary great sage, heaven's equal, was sealed in that stone. If that was the case, it would be earth-shattering news. Not long after, the stone shrank by half. Clang, the stone-cutting knife in Dao Xianxia's hand seemed to have cut something special. There was a clanging sound. He cut something. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. They looked at the arena nervously. Dao Xianxia slowed down a lot, as if he was afraid of damaging the thing that was about to be cut. Swoosh! Swoosh, stone chips were constantly being cut off. Finally, a trace of the thing's true appearance was revealed. It was actually a stone sword. A terrifying aura was emitted from the stone sword. The aura was too terrifying. The aura emitted by the stone sword made the two great emperors unable to stand still. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the stone sword was. Stone sword. One of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the stone sword. It was definitely one of the 36 stone swords. Lin Feng was too familiar with the stone sword's aura. Hence, he could not be wrong. The value of such a stone sword was too great. It was enough to cause a storm of blood. What stone sword is that? Its aura is so terrifying? Many people were puzzled. They did not recognize the stone sword. It's the legendary peerless stone sword that spanned across epochs. The 36 stone swords are said to be able to kill any expert. A cultivator said. What? There's such a heaven-defying treasure? Many cultivators who heard of the stone sword for the first time shouted in shock. This is the legendary stone sword? The stone sword was too extraordinary. It was fine if it didn't appear, but once it did, it would definitely cause an earth-shattering change. Now that the stone sword had appeared, everyone was shocked. Everyone was amazed by the stone sword's extraordinariness. Countless eyes were staring at the stone sword in the dark. This treasure. It was enough to make many people lose themselves and go crazy. In order to obtain this treasure, they were willing to commit endless killings. However, no one had made a move yet. This was because the stone had yet to be completely cut open. Everyone was still waiting for the scene after the stone was cut open. Was the great sage equaling heaven inside? Lin Feng couldn't wait to snatch the stone sword over. However, he knew that he had to be patient. There were two great emperor-level existences standing on the stage. Moreover, he didn't know how many great emperors were watching from the dark. If he were to make a move now, wouldn't he be courting death? The birth of the stone sword is truly a stroke of luck. The two great emperors, Dao Wuyuan and Dao Xianxia, exclaimed. The birth of the stone sword was already a heaven-defying opportunity and luck. They could clearly feel that the luck in their bodies was constantly increasing. The two of them continued to cut the stone. Swoosh! Swoosh, the stone layer fell off. Stone fragments flew everywhere. The complete stone sword appeared in everyone's line of sight step by step. Not long after, a palm was suddenly cut out. It wasn't a palm with a finger, but a hand. The palm is out. The great sage equaling heaven is really going to be cut out. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. The birth of the great sage equaling heaven, how shocking would this be? This existence was a mythical figure. Now that a legendary figure was about to appear, it was naturally exciting. I never thought that after countless years, the two of us would personally cut out the great sage equaling heaven. Dao Wuyuan said, his voice filled with excitement. This was indeed something to be proud of. Cutting out the great sage equaling heaven from the stone was enough to be recorded in history. Swoosh! Swoosh, stone fragments fell on the ground and piled up together. A complete arm soon appeared in everyone's sight. Not long after, even the body appeared. This was indeed the body of a stone ape. It was extremely lifelike and exuded a powerful vitality. Its aura was extremely terrifying. Soon, everyone cried out in surprise because they saw a shocking scene. The stone sword actually pierced through the stone ape's chest and into its heart. Back then, the great sage equaling heavens was gravely injured because the stone sword pierced through his heart. Lin Feng's heart was in turmoil. He had never thought that the great sage, heaven's equal, would suffer a calamity because of such a reason. The stone sword was too terrifying. If the stone sword pierced the great sage, heaven's equal's heart, even in existence like the great sage, heaven's equal would be severely injured, even to the point of being fatal. Finally, the stone was completely cut open, and a stone ape appeared in everyone's line of sight. The stone ape sat cross-legged, and the stone sword pierced through its chest. Is he the great sage, heaven's equal? Someone asked softly. No one knew if this was the great sage, heaven's equal, because no one had seen the real great sage, heaven's equal. However, this existence was very likely to be the great sage, heaven's equal. The aura in his body was too powerful, and his vitality was too boundless. His chest had been pierced through by the stone sword, and he had been in a deep sleep for so long, yet he still had such a powerful aura and boundless vitality. How terrifying would he have been at his peak? It was simply unimaginable. Boom. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and wanted to attack the stone ape. It was the Dark Phoenix that had attacked Old Mother Phoenix. He had transformed into his true form. With a sudden flap of his wings, a terrifying force gushed out and blasted towards the stone ape, intending to end the stone ape's life right there and then. After the Dark Phoenix attacked, endless demonic mist churned, and the great emperor of the Sky Demon clan, Empyrean Saint, stepped out of the void. He also threw a punch at the stone ape, wanting to end its life. Everyone, you're in too much of a hurry. A cold laugh came from the void. A third expert stepped out. This time, it was the great emperor of the ancient god clan. He, too, wanted to kill the stone ape and plunder its boundless fortune. The great emperor of the ancient god clan shot out a ray of divine light, which turned into a dazzling light beam. The light beam pierced through the sky and swept towards the stone ape. After the great emperor of the ancient god clan attacked, a fourth great emperor appeared. This was the great emperor of the 9 mystical great world. This great emperor also attacked the stone ape, wanting to kill it. Dao Xianxia and Dao Wuyuan quickly retreated. They had the highest chance of killing the stone ape, but they didn't choose to do so. This was because they had already obtained boundless fortune. If they killed the stone ape and stole its fortune, they would become public enemies. Therefore, the two of them chose to watch the show. Of course, they were still in a highly concentrated state. As long as the stone ape was killed, they would immediately snatch the stone sword. The stone sword's value was too extraordinary. It was enough to make anyone go crazy. And the stone sword was an ultimate treasure that they had to get. Just as the attacks of the four experts were about to hit the stone ape's body. These were four great emperors. How terrifying would their attacks be? If the stone ape didn't resist, it would definitely be killed by the four experts. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, the stone ape opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? They were ancient and full of vicissitudes. His two eyes seemed to contain two ancient worlds within them. The moment the stone ape opened its eyes, a heaven-suppressing aura emanated from its body. The stone ape has awakened. Seeing that the stone ape had awakened, many people exclaimed. The stone ape had awakened just before it was killed. It had awakened just in time. If it had been one step later, it might have been killed. The stone ape stood up and swung its right fist, sweeping it towards the four great emperors' attacks. Bang! Following a violent collision, the four great emperors' attacks were all destroyed by the stone ape. The stone ape's dazed eyes became sharper and sharper. Swoosh! He soared into the sky, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. You can't escape. Stay alive. We'll kill you today. Die. The four great emperors' voices were extremely cold. Waves of destructive energy were emitted from their bodies. They all took out their great emperor weapons. Then, they attacked the stone ape. The great emperors used their great emperor weapons. The power released by the great emperor weapons was too strong. Especially when the four great emperors used their great emperor weapons together. The attacks they unleashed were even more terrifying. The attacks from the four great emperor weapons landed on the stone ape's body and sent him flying. Seal the heavens and earth. The four great emperors' voices were indifferent. They activated their great emperor laws and completely sealed the huge square. The four great emperors were determined to kill the stone ape. Regardless of whether the stone ape was the great sage, heaven's equal or not, one thing was certain. The stone ape's fortune was monstrous. Moreover, the stone ape was extremely ancient. Killing the stone ape would allow them to seize the fortune that originally belonged to the stone ape. This was what everyone valued the most. As long as they could seize the stone ape's fortune. Only time would tell how far the stone ape could grow in the future. Boom! Terrifying energy waves surged from the emperor weapon. The weapons of the four great emperors were extremely powerful. The great emperor of the ancient god tribe wielded the sword of the gods. The sword of the gods was surrounded by holy light and exuded a mysterious power. It was rumored that the sword of the gods was a treasure left behind by the gods of the innate era. It was not forged by the great emperor of the ancient god tribe. It was a supreme emperor weapon. It was one of the top emperor weapons and its power was unimaginable. Now that the great emperor of the ancient god tribe had activated it, the sword of the gods revealed the gods' shadows. The shadows of the gods let out earth-shattering chants as if they were chanting the ancient battle song of the gods. The energy waves of the sword of the gods became even more powerful and terrifying. The light of the sword of the gods illuminated the world. The dazzling sword light tore through the void and slashed toward the stone ape, trying to cut it in half. The dark phoenix took out a fire elemental emperor weapon called the blazing demonic axe. It was also a terrifying emperor weapon that the dark phoenix had obtained by accident. The blazing demonic axe was surrounded by fire elemental and demon elemental powers. Both powers were extremely powerful. When the fire elemental powers were activated, its power was even more shocking. The blazing demonic axe streaked across the void and slashed toward the stone ape. The celestial demon saint's weapon was a scepter called the celestial demon scepter. With a gentle wave, billions of demonic light surged out. The faint sound of war drums could be heard from the demonic light. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within the demonic light, there seemed to be billions of demonic soldiers. Wherever the demonic army passed, all living beings had to avoid them. Otherwise, death would be the only outcome. The great emperor of the Nine Mysteries' great world held a Fengtian halberd. The power of this halberd was simply too tyrannical. With a light sweep, the void collapsed. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The combined attack of the four great emperors was too terrifying. Although the stone ape was abnormally strong, it was no longer as strong as before with a stone sword in its chest. Moreover, he had just woken up, and his combat strength was far from recovered. Bam! Following a violent collision sound, the stone ape was once again sent flying by the combined attacks of the four. The stone ape is no match for the four great emperors. Looks like I'm really going to be killed. No matter how strong you were in the past, you are now a hero past his prime. You can't escape the fate of death. Many people started discussing and felt that the stone ape was doomed. The glory of the past was just a thing of the past to the present. With the birth of the stone ape, its combat strength was no longer at its original level. Perhaps if the stone ape was given time to recover, it should be able to return to its previous level, but no one gave the stone ape this time. The four great emperors wanted to take advantage of the fact that the stone ape had just woken up and had yet to recover its combat strength to kill it and steal its fortune. If it's the great sage, heaven's equal, will he use the 72 transformations, 3 heads, 6 arms, and other heaven-defying abilities? What about the great sage, heaven's equal supreme treasure, the Jingu Bang? If he doesn't use it now, when will he use it? Some cultivators were puzzled. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. He felt that although the stone ape was heaven-defying, it might not be the great sage, heaven's equal. It might be another stone ape. This feeling was very strong. Lin Feng didn't know why he had such a strong feeling, but he had always trusted his intuition. If it wasn't the great sage, heaven's equal, then who was this stone ape? It was so strong that it couldn't be unknown. Could it be the sacred battle ape? A thought suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. It shocked even himself, but Lin Feng quickly rejected the idea. How could it be the sacred battle ape? Back then, the sacred battle ape's death had caused a huge uproar and even caused the monster race to suffer great losses. After such a long time, the monster race still couldn't return to their peak state. The stone ape didn't seem to want to fight to the death with the four great emperors. It tried to escape several times, but the four great emperors stopped it every time. Bang! 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 The attacks of the four great emperors landed on the stone ape again and again. Crack! Crack! Even a body as strong as the stone ape's began to split apart. It wouldn't take long. The stone ape might be killed soon. Roar! The stone ape roared. He suddenly grabbed the stone sword that was stabbed into his chest and pulled it out. Puff, blood spurted out. This was the stone ape's blood, which was extremely precious. It was a pity that it spilled all over the ground. The stone ape's body knelt on the ground as he panted heavily. He had lost part of the stone ape's blood to pull out the stone sword. The stone ape must have been severely injured by this attack. Kill him while he's down. The four great emperors looked at the stone ape who was panting heavily. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. The four great emperors wielded their respective emperor weapons and attacked the stone ape. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the stone ape. At this moment, the stone ape jumped up and waved the stone sword in its hand. The stone sword released a terrifying power in the stone ape's hand. Although the stone ape was severely injured, it still managed to push the four great emperors back with the help of the stone sword. It was a shocking scene. The four great emperors were sent flying a few hundred meters away. The stone ape soared into the sky and waved the stone sword, tearing apart the four great emperors' seal. It then quickly flew into the distance. He's already at the end of his rope. He won't be able to hold on for long. Chase, the four great emperors looked gloomy as they chased after the stone ape. Many people soared into the sky and chased after the stone ape. They wanted to watch the battle between the four great emperors and the stone ape. Maybe he can escape. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that the stone ape still had some tricks up its sleeve. It was enough for him to escape. The great emperors from the ancient god clan were chasing after the stone ape. If they couldn't kill the stone ape, they would have a headache when the stone ape recovered. Lin Feng and the rest didn't chase after the stone ape. They planned to return to their residence to rest before heading to the West Sea. Lin Feng was disappointed that he didn't get the stone sword. However, it was too difficult to get the stone sword now that it was in the stone ape's hands. Young Master Nya was a very scheming and treacherous person. He was looking for Gongziyu not because of familial ties, but because he wanted to personally kill his half-brother and steal Gongziyu's the magic lotus. Young Master Nya would never forget his hysterical reaction when he heard that Gongziyu was recognized as the master of the magic lotus. Young Master Nya attached great importance to bloodlines and viewed Gongziyu as the disgrace of his family. How could a disgrace of his family be worthy of the magic lotus? Thus, young Master Nya only wanted to find Gong Ziyu and kill Gong Ziyu. He wanted to wash away the disgrace of his family. Now, he was getting closer to his goal. Last time, he almost killed Gong Ziyu, but unfortunately, he failed at the last step. Now that he met Gong Ziyu again, young Master Nya didn't want to let Gong Ziyu escape. Gong Ziyu looked up at young Master Nya and said, "Why are you being so fake? There's no need for this at all. Who are you putting on an act for?" Young Master Nya said, "My good little brother, how can you misunderstand your big brother like this? Your big brother is doing this for your own good, yet you misunderstand your big brother like this. Father misses you very much and even sent your uncle to take you back. My good little brother, come back with big brother. This is not your home. You are only a passerby in the 9 provinces. Come home with big brother, our whole family is waiting for your return. Come on, there's no need to put on an act here. Plus, your acting is too clumsy. I'm about to vomit from watching it." Duzu couldn't help but curl his lips and look at young Master Nya with disdain. Young Master Nya looked at Duzu indifferently and coldly said, "Lowly creatures don't have the qualifications to interrupt, so you should choose to shut your mouth at this time." Young Master Nya's arrogance came from his bones. He looked askance at others and didn't put anyone in his eyes. He always thought that others were inferior to him because of the difference in bloodline. Therefore, Gong Zong Nya didn't place anyone in his eyes. Duzu curled his lips and said, "You think you're so noble, but you're just a frog in a well. Today, this young master doesn't mind killing some ignorant fools." Young Master Nya's tone was indifferent. Even in the face of Lin Feng, Gong Ziyu, Fire Qilin, and so many other experts, he was still so arrogant. He had absolute confidence in himself. This was an innate confidence that had already fused into his soul. "You can give it a try." Duzu sneered. Boom, a powerful aura emanated from Gong Zong Nya's body. The aura spread out and enveloped Duzu. Gong Nya really wanted to make a move against the poison ancestor and kill him. "Your opponent is me." Gong Ziyu's voice was cold as he stopped Gong Zini. "My good little brother, do you want to fight your good big brother? It's been a while since we last fought. Let me, your good brother, see if you've made any progress recently." Young Master Nya narrowed his eyes as he looked at young Master Yu. There was an inexplicable smile on his face. That smile looked very sinister and made many people feel a chill. Gong Nya raised his right hand and was about to send a palm strike at Gong Ziyu when an old voice came from the distance. "Young Master Nya. Young Master Yu. The two of you are brothers. How can you fight in private? This will damage the relationship between brothers." An old man walked over. This was an old heavenly demon with a stooped body. He was truly too old, but no one dared to underestimate him. "New Bo." Gong Nya's pupils shrank when he saw this old man. He clearly didn't expect this old man to appear here. This new Bo had served 3 generations of heavenly demon emperors. Now, he was serving Gong Nya and Gong Ziyu's father. Although he was only a servant, no one dared to treat him as such. Even the heavenly demon emperors respected him quite a bit. Nubo rarely came out, but now that he had appeared in 9 provinces, Gong Nya had a premonition that something special was going to happen. Perhaps Nubo was here for Gong Ziyu. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. It would be very difficult for him to kill Gong Ziyu. All sorts of thoughts appeared in Gong Nya's mind. Gong Nya calmly said, "Nubo, why have you come to 9 provinces? Does Lord Father have any instructions for you?" Nubo said, "No, it's just that I'm old and want to come out for a walk. If I don't come out for a walk, I'm afraid my old bones will be completely crippled." "Nubo, you must be joking." Gong Nya said with a fake smile. Nubo said, "This old servant has a few words to say to young Master Yu alone. If young Master Nya has nothing else, please leave first." Gong Nya was furious because Nubo clearly wanted to stop him from dealing with Gong Ziyu. Was this Nubo's idea? Or was it Lord Father's idea? Gong Nya couldn't make up his mind. However, he didn't dare to go against Nubo's orders. Yes, then this junior will take his leave. Gong Nya's heart was filled with grievances as he quickly left. Nubo looked at Gongzi Yu and said, "Young Master Yu, we haven't seen each other for many years." Nubo. Gongzi Yu bowed to the old man. In the past, Gongzi Yu was being hunted down. If it wasn't for Nubo secretly helping him, how could he have escaped time and time again? Now that he saw Nubo, he couldn't help but sigh. "Let's talk somewhere else," Nubo said. Gongzi Yu nodded and walked to the side with Nubo. Nubo whispered something to Gongzi Yu. Gongzi Yu frowned at times and seemed to be thinking. However, what exactly were they talking about? This wasn't something that Lin Feng and the others could know. In the end, Nubo left. Gongzi Yu returned to Lin Feng and the others. Lin Feng didn't ask about the contents of their conversation. This was the privacy of others. No matter how close they were, it was best not to pry into each other's privacy. In the next few days, the outside world was in an uproar because a few more great emperors had appeared one after another to kill the stone ape. The stone ape failed to escape and landed in the ancient forest outside the city with injuries. Many people saw the hope of killing the stone ape. Even those quasi-emperors wanted to kill the stone ape. "I wonder if the stone ape will be able to escape." Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Such a powerful existence was truly a hero at the end of his road. Suffering such a calamity was truly lamentable. The stone ape has been discovered and is now being attacked. After Lin Feng heard about this, he went to the ancient forest outside the city with Gongzi Yu, Fire Qilin, Du Zhu, and the others to watch the battle. Lin Feng wanted to see if he had a chance to obtain the stone sword. Now that he was in control of two stone swords, could he use the stone sword he controlled to attract the other stone sword over? If he could do that, it would be a heaven-defying opportunity for Lin Feng. By then, he would have 3 stone swords. These stone swords had a huge secret. The more stone swords he obtained, the stronger his combat strength would be. Therefore, Lin Feng naturally wanted to obtain more stone swords. It would be even better if he could gather all 36 stone swords one day. If he could control 36 stone swords, it would be enough to destroy the heavens and destroy the world. By then, he would kill gods and immortals. A large number of cultivators gathered around the Broken Mountain Range. There was a huge battle going on in the Broken Mountain Range. 7 great emperors were attacking the stone ape. In addition to the previous 4 great emperors, 3 more great emperors had appeared. These 3 great emperors were from the Star Moon clan, a great emperor from the Sun God clan, and a great emperor from planet Sunglan. The great emperors from the Star Moon clan and Sun God clan were the great emperors from the extraterrestrial forces and the myriad races. The great emperor of planet Sunglan was the planet lord of planet Sunglan. Planet Sunglan was an extremely huge planet with life in the extraterrestrial world. This planet had given birth to many top experts. Planet Sunglan's planet lord had broken through to the great emperor realm 27 million years ago. His strength was also quite strong. The 7 great emperors each had extraordinary strength. In addition, they all had supreme treasures. The stone ape was heavily injured. Therefore, after being attacked by the 7 great emperors, the stone ape's situation was extremely bad. The battle continued in the depths and the stone ape suffered. Even though it had a stone body. Now, it was covered in injuries. The stone ape charged again and again, trying to break through the blockade. However, it was forced back by the 7 great emperors. "It's useless. You will die today." The 7 great emperors sneered with killing intent. "With these great emperors taking action, it seems like there's nothing left for us to do. Yes, we are destined to be just passers-by." The cultivators watching the battle frowned. With the 7 great emperors attacking, they had no chance to attack. Who would dare to fight with the great emperors for the prey that was simply dancing on the edge of a sword? It was purely an act of seeking death. The stone ape's origins are extraordinary. In the past, it must have been a world-shaking existence. Now that it has fallen to such a state, it is truly lamentable. The Fire Qilin sighed. The stone ape tried to break out of the encirclement, but it still failed. It was forced back, and an even deeper wound appeared on its body. The stone ape's blood flowed out, and the stone ape's aura rapidly declined. Every time stone ape blood was lost, it would be a huge blow to the stone ape. Looks like he won't be able to hold on much longer. His current aura is much weaker than when he was just born. During this period of time, his injuries haven't recovered. Instead, they're getting worse. Lin Feng said. The stone ape was severely injured and could no longer hold on. Lin Feng could almost see the scene of the stone ape's death. Lin Feng lamented. What a terrifying existence in the past. Now, it had fallen to such a miserable state. It was truly lamentable. Boom, the 7 great emperors erupted, preparing an even more powerful attack. A terrifying aura filled the air. The combined aura of the 7 great emperors was simply shocking. A special magnetic field was formed within a radius of 100 miles, and no one could stand within that radius. Retreat, the surrounding cultivators turned pale and quickly fled. If they continued to stay here, they would most likely be killed. Everyone quickly left and stood 100 miles away to watch the battle. The 7 great emperors wanted to unleash their strongest attack to destroy the stone ape. Terrifying shockwaves shook the void, spreading between heaven and earth, covering all directions and shattering the universe. The attacks of the 7 great emperors grew stronger and more terrifying, causing everyone to turn pale. 7 great emperor weapons flew out. They hovered in midair, emitting endless great emperor's aura. Their aura suppressed the heavens. The 7 great emperor weapons attacked the stone ape at the same time. The stone ape floated in midair like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. It could be overturned by the waves at any time. It was like a flame burning in a lamp that could be extinguished by the wind at any time. The situation in front of them was naturally extremely dangerous. Bang, the stone ape was sent flying. The stone ape's blood splattered across the sky. The stone ape's body fell to the ground. He tried to struggle, but found that his body was no longer under his control. He's not dead yet, but he can't hold on any longer. The stone ape is about to be killed. After killing the stone ape, those great emperors will probably fight for the stone sword. Yeah, the stone sword is heaven-defying. Those great emperors will definitely be eyeing it covetously. The stone ape's corpse is extremely precious. It actually gave birth to the stone ape's blood. The value of the stone ape's blood is unimaginable. The surrounding cultivators discussed. The 7 great emperors continued to attack the stone ape with their great emperor weapons. They wanted to kill the stone ape. The stone ape was about to be killed. At that moment, a powerful force descended from the sky. It was a pillar of light. It enveloped the stone ape. The 7 great emperor weapons that were attacking the stone ape were all sent flying. Bathed in the pillar of light, the stone ape's aura recovered a lot. The pillar of light trembled. The 7 great emperor's seal was instantly torn apart. The stone ape quickly rushed out. There was an expert helping the stone ape in the dark. Seeing the stone ape escape, everyone was shocked. They thought that the stone ape would definitely die today. They didn't expect that the stone ape would still be able to escape. The expert didn't show himself. No one knew who it was. After the first attack, there was no more movement. Damn it, he ruined our plan. The 7 great emperors roared. They put away their great emperor weapons and quickly chased after the stone ape. Let's go and take a look too. Many cultivators chased after the stone ape. There were many twists and turns in killing the stone ape. There was a mysterious expert who didn't want the stone ape to be killed, but they didn't know who that mysterious expert was. The stone ape's speed was very fast. It flew towards the northwest. That's the direction of the 6 divine valleys. Is the stone ape trying to escape into the 6 divine valleys? A cultivator asked. The 6 divine valleys was a land of death. Although it couldn't be compared to the land of death in the Tianwu continent, it couldn't be underestimated. There were dangers lurking everywhere. Although many people took the risk to enter the 6 divine valleys to dig for stones, they were only digging in the outer area. They didn't dare to enter. The 7 great emperors knew what the stone ape was planning. They increased their speed, wanting to kill the stone ape before it entered the 6 divine valleys. But they failed. Lin Feng and the rest stood outside the 6 divine valleys and looked into its depths. This was the first time Lin Feng had come to the 6 divine valleys. Intense fluctuations were emitted from the 6 divine valleys. These fluctuations were extremely strange. Perhaps it was because the 6 divine valleys was a land of death. Any land of death was filled with many strange things. Why are there so many top-grade stones in the 6 divine valleys? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He didn't know what had happened to this place in the past, but it had formed a large amount of stones. Many of these stones were difficult to find in the heavens. They were the most precious stones. Perhaps only in a place like the 6 gods' valleys could one find such precious stones. It would be very difficult to find such precious stones in other places. I heard that it has something to do with the great changes in the heavens and earth. However, it happened too long ago. Much of the history is destined to be buried by the river of time. It will be difficult to find the truth, said Princess Shuiyao. She was a princess of the demon race. Her ancestor was a great emperor that was close to becoming an immortal. She knew some secrets that others didn't. There are many lands of death in many places. I wonder if there is a connection between these lands of death. Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. He thought of the death zone of the Martial Heaven continent, the death zone of the 9 prefectures, and the death zone of the banished world. Lin Feng felt that there might be a connection between these lands of death. If that was the case, there might be some shocking secret hidden within. Princess Shuiyao said, I don't know if there is a connection. There are indeed many lands of death in many places. However, it is said that these lands of death are divided into different levels. Some of the secrets hidden in the lands of death are relatively small, while some of the secrets hidden in the lands of death are incomparably shocking. The lands of death in the Tianwu continent are the most terrifying of all. As for the specific reason, no one knows. These lands of death had mysterious origins. They had existed for a long time, and there were indeed too many secrets buried within. Now, even though the 7 great emperors had come together, they didn't dare to enter the 6 divine valleys to search for the stone ape. It was clear how powerful the 6 divine valleys were to the 7 great emperors. Naturally, the 7 great emperors couldn't be blamed for being too careful. They had to be careful. At their level of cultivation, they were extremely sensitive to danger. It was precisely because of this that they did not enter rashly. However, the 7 great emperors quickly came to an agreement and decided to enter to explore. They believed that with the 7 martial monarchs teaming up, they would be able to retreat safely even if they were in danger. Boom, the 7 great emperors emitted terrifying ripples from their bodies. Then, they entered the depths of the 6 gods' valleys together. Although the rest of the cultivators wanted to go in and take a look, they didn't have the guts to do so. The depths of the 6 divinities valley was an extremely dangerous place. It was the core of the land of death. Once one entered, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. Even the 7 great emperors were so cautious, let alone the other cultivators. 7 great emperors have entered the depths of the 6 divine valleys together. I wonder what will happen. Will the stone ape be found? This time, if the stone ape is found again, I'm afraid it will be hard to escape. Right now, the 7 great emperors are still allies. Just wait and see. If you really find the stone ape, the 7 great emperors will kill the stone ape and snatch the stone sword. At that time, they will immediately turn from allies to enemies. The cultivators outside were discussing. At this time, Lin Feng was wondering if he should go in and check out the situation. If he had the mysterious metal box on his back and some of his own tricks, he would be able to enter. Lin Feng believed that even if it was the land of death, he would be able to come and go as he pleased. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about this, a terrifying ripple came from the depths of the land of death. Rumble, following that, the ground shook violently. Kacha, kacha, the veins of the ground cracked open, and a huge crack appeared. Large amounts of rocks, grass, and trees fell into the abyss. What's going on? Many people couldn't help but exclaim. They quickly soared into the sky and hovered in midair. The reason for this change was in the depths of the 6 divinities valley. No one knew what was going on. To think that there would be such a terrifying commotion. Let's go. A horrifying scream came from the depths. It was the voice of a great emperor. The 7 great emperors rushed out from the depths of the 6 divinities valley. Each of them looked panicked, as if they had seen something terrifying. With their cultivation bases, they shouldn't be acting like this. However, their expressions were indeed terrified. It was precisely because of this that people felt even more puzzled. What exactly did they see? Why were they so frightened? The 7 great emperors' hopes of escaping were doomed to fail. The black fog covered the sky and pulled the 7 great emperors back into the abyss. Ah, a blood-curdling scream was heard. No one knew which great emperor had met with a calamity. What's going on? The cultivators outside were dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. With the strength of the 7 great emperors, what could possibly harm them? Wasn't the land of death a little too terrifying? More blood-curdling screams were heard. That kind of miserable shriek was extremely mournful. It was simply tragic beyond compare, causing people to feel a kind of hair-raising feeling. Don't tell me all 7 great emperors have died in there? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. Swoosh, finally, 4 blood-stained figures rushed out. They were the great emperors of the ancient god race, the great emperor of the sky demon race, the master of the azure star, and the dark phoenix. The remaining 3 great emperors, the great emperor of the 9 mystical world, the great emperor of the star moon race, and the great emperor of the sun god race, had died in the depths of the 6 divinities valley. The 4 great emperors who had escaped were severely injured. The great emperor of the ancient god race had almost been cut in half. The great emperor of the sky demon race had even been beheaded. The great emperor of the sky demon race had escaped with the head in his hand. One of the master of the azure star's arms had been torn off. The dark phoenix's chest had been pierced through. He was severely injured. If he wasn't a cultivator of the phoenix race, he would have died as well. It was hard to imagine what the 7 great emperors had gone through to have suffered such heavy casualties. We can't stay here for long. Let's go. Lin Feng said. He felt that the 6 divinities valley was too strange. They should leave as soon as possible. The group nodded and left the 6 divinities valley without stopping. 3 days later, in the West Sea, there was a change in the ancient kingdom of chaos. A chaos ancient bell appeared. The sound of the bell rang out from the ancient kingdom of chaos, shaking the heaven and earth. The vast West Sea had been filled with many mysteries since ancient times. Because this place was close to the area ruled by Buddhism, cultivators rarely came here. Of course, there were many experts in the West Sea, and Buddhist monks often walked around the West Sea. This was a place that no one could underestimate. Whoever dared to underestimate the West Sea would be punished. The distribution of forces in the West Sea was rather complicated. There were many immortal islands, and it was said that there was also a dragon palace. Of course, there was also the sea race. In addition, there were also some powerful bandit groups. These bandit groups were extremely rampant. Therefore, the West Sea formed the so-called Pirate Alliance. There were rumors that the reason why the West Sea Island Alliance was so rampant was because the leader of the Pirate Alliance was a monk in the past. This monk was not a simple figure. He had an extraordinary status in Buddhism back then. It was said that he was the proud disciple of the 9 prefectures Buddhist master. However, this person had evil intentions and stole the tantric scriptures of Buddhism. Therefore, he was expelled from Buddhism. However, his master still let him go because of their old relationship. The West Sea was one of the regions that had been relatively well preserved over the years. Although there were cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces who had arrived at the West Sea long ago. However, there were many monks in the West Sea. In addition, Buddhism's influence extended to the West Sea. Therefore, over the years, the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces did not do anything excessive in the West Sea. Therefore, the West Sea had been relatively peaceful. Now, because of the primal chaos ancient nation, a large number of cultivators flocked to the West Sea. The Xianxia ancient spaceship flew above the sea. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, Gongziyu, Fire Qilin, Princess Shui Yao, Little Rock King, and others were all on the Xianxia ancient spaceship. Because Buddhism's territory spanned across a large territory in the western part of the 9 prefectures, no one could use the teleportation array to cross the Buddhism's territory. They first took the teleportation array to the North Sea region, then took the Xianxia ancient spaceship to the West Sea from the North Sea region. The rest of the people also took a detour. Everyone tried their best to avoid Buddhism's territory. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out a chaos stone. This chaos stone was something Lin Feng obtained a long time ago. However, he was not able to comprehend the secrets of the Chaos Stone. The only thing Lin Feng knew was that this Chaos Stone seemed to be related to the primordial Lord of Heaven. When Lin Feng's spiritual force entered the Chaos Stone, a mysterious voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Primal Chaos, ancient country. Innate world. Burial ground of immortals. This was not the first time Lin Feng had gained insight into the Chaos Stone. Therefore, he had heard this sentence many times. Every time he heard this sentence, he would have a special feeling. The information contained in this sentence was too shocking. However, Lin Feng didn't know if the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation mentioned in the Primal Chaos Stone was the same Primal Chaos Ancient Nation as the one in the West Sea world. If they were in the same Primal Chaos Ancient country, then it would be too shocking. Maybe the secrets of the Primal Chaos gems could be unraveled there. Lin Feng hoped that he could unravel the secrets of the Chaos Stone. This Chaos Stone definitely hid a huge secret. As long as he could unravel the secrets of the Chaos Stone, he would be able to unravel them. At that time, he might be able to obtain great benefits. This was also something that Lin Feng valued. Above the sea, powerful forces were rushing towards the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. In addition to these forces, there was also a cloud of black fog rolling above the sea. These were the creatures of the black fog. After they heard the news, they also rushed to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation to search for opportunities. As creatures of the previous era, the creatures of the black fog were once extremely powerful. However, they were no longer in the era where they could roam freely. Now, their combat strength was sharply reduced. They needed to find powerful opportunities to recover their strength. There were more than a dozen creatures of the black fog, and all of them were on the move this time. The extraterrestrial creatures also quickly rushed to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. The extraterrestrial creatures had recovered their strength very quickly in the past few years. Although they were still far from their peak state, they were many times stronger than they were a few years ago. The Stone Puppet King was also rushing to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. He was the king of the Stone Clan, and his cultivation was unimaginably terrifying. Even the Azure Emperor was cultivating with the Stone Puppet King. In addition to the Qing Emperor, the Little Stone King was also cultivating with the Stone Puppet King. This time, the Stone Puppet King brought the Qing Emperor and the Little Stone King to the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Clearly, he wanted to take care of his two juniors. The Little Stone King was now dressed in white, and he was extraordinarily handsome. However, there was a haughty expression on his face that made him look unruly. Back when the Little Stone King was still sealed in the stone, his methods were extremely shocking. Later, he was suppressed by Lin Feng for a period of time. Of course, the two of them reached an agreement, and Lin Feng let him go. The Little Stone King's cultivation had now reached an extremely high level. More and more experts gathered in the West Sea world, so now the West Sea world was extremely lively. However, there were all kinds of people mixed in. Once the number of people increased, there would often be a lot of trouble. During this period, the West Sea world was not calm. Battles broke out from time to time, and there were even emperor battles. After more than 2 months, Lin Feng and the others finally saw the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. It was a huge country shrouded in primal chaos mist. Looking from afar, the ancient nation seemed endless. There were ancient cities, dense forests, huge mountains, and crisscrossing abysses in the country. It was the landscape of a country. Vast, majestic, ancient, and grand. It was filled with the heaviness and weight of history. Is it here? The burial ground of the immortals? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The Demon Lord said, maybe it is, and maybe it isn't. We need to go inside and explore. 3 days later. The ancient starship Xianyuan arrived at the outskirts of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. There were cultivators everywhere. They wanted to enter the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation, but there was no way to do so. I heard that some people have already entered. At this time, the news spread and caused a huge commotion. It was not that no one had entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. In fact, some people had already entered in advance, but very few people had entered. How did those people enter? Many cultivators asked anxiously. They wanted to find out how to enter the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. They couldn't wait to enter. I don't know. If I knew, would I still be here? I would have entered long ago, the cultivator who spread the news said. Lin Feng and the others walked down from the ancient starship Xianyuan. They hadn't seen the Great Pink King and the Peacock King for many years. They missed them. Lin Feng asked, "Didn't you say that the Great Pink King and the Peacock King are here? Can we contact them? Why can't we contact the Great Pink King?" The Fire Qilin asked curiously. Lin Feng said. Could it be that the Great Pink King has already entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos? Is that why we can't contact him? When everyone heard this, they felt that this was indeed a possibility. The ancient kingdom of primal chaos was very special. Once one entered, they might be able to isolate themselves from the outside world. Therefore, if the Great Pink King had entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos, they might not be able to contact him from the outside world. Let's try contacting the Peacock King, Lin Feng said. Princess Shuiyao attempted to contact Peacock King. She also communicated with Peacock King through a communication jade charm, but she quickly shook her head. She also failed to contact the Peacock King. There's a high chance that they've entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. It seems like the Peacock King and the Great Pink King are about to take that crucial step. The Fire Qilin said. Back in the Tianwu continent, the Great Pink King and the Peacock King stood at the peak. They were once the peerless geniuses of the monster race, the hope of reviving the monster race of the Tianwu continent. After coming to the 9 prefectures, their talents were fully displayed. Coupled with the awakening of their bloodline, their cultivation rose rapidly. According to the Fire Qilin, the Great Pink King and the Peacock King had entered the monster race's sacred ground to cultivate. That sacred ground could change the flow of time. A year in the outside world was equivalent to many years in the sacred ground. Therefore, the sacred ground played a crucial role in the Great Pink King and the Peacock King's cultivation. The Fire Qilin had always wanted to enter the sacred ground to cultivate, but he never got the chance. Now, the Great Pink King and the Peacock King were about to undergo the final transformation. One more step and they would become great emperors. Lin Feng had already known about this before coming to the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. He knew about this very well, so Lin Feng was not too surprised. If the Great Pink King and the Peacock King can break through to the Great Emperor realm, it'll be a blessing for the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng said. That's right. Everyone nodded. A large group of cultivators flew over from afar. They were all cultivators from the myriad races. Lin Feng could sense several cold gazes locking onto him. Many of the cultivators from the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't help but sneer, his heart filled with coldness. He and the myriad races definitely had an irreconcilable relationship. Right now, the cultivators of the myriad races wanted to kill Lin Feng so badly. However, they didn't have the chance to kill Lin Feng yet. Lin Feng saw young Master Nya. Young Master Nya had a very high status among the myriad races. Firstly, Gongzong Nya's background was extraordinary. Secondly, Gongzong Nya's combat strength was astonishing. Young Master Nya's charisma was really strong. Therefore, many cultivators of the myriad races were willing to follow young Master Nya. Young Master Nya looked indifferently at Gongziyu and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "I really didn't expect my good little brother to come out and protect you. It looks like you're not without a backer in the Sky Devil race. But do you think it's enough with me protecting you? Your filthy and lowly bloodline is the greatest calamity. It's fated that you won't be able to obtain an important position in the race." Perhaps young Master Nya had been provoked by something, but he no longer concealed his hostility toward Gongziyu. Gongziyu's expression turned extremely ugly. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Feng patted Gongziyu's shoulder and said, "If a dog bites you, are you going to bite back?" "Ha ha ha ha, well said. I have to give you a big thumbs up, little Feng." The Fire Qilin laughed loudly. The others followed suit and laughed heartily. Gongziyu was usually calm and patient. He wouldn't easily reveal his emotions. However, this time, Gongziyu also smiled. "Brat, you dare insult me?" Young Master Nya gloomily looked at Lin Feng, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "So what if I insult you? You want to fight? Who's afraid of you? Let's see who will win." Lin Feng sneered. He had long since lost his patience with young Master Nya. Then this young master will personally kill you today. Young Master Nya's voice was cold. He began to circulate his magic power, seemingly wanting to attack Lin Feng. At this time, a myriad race cultivator beside young Master Nya said, "Young Master Nya, this isn't a place to fight. There are experts everywhere. Who knows how many people are eyeing us covetously? If you fight here, they might take advantage of the situation. It will be very troublesome then." Young Master Nya couldn't help but raise his brows. He nodded and coldly looked at Lin Feng. "I'll let you jump around for a while longer. Pray that you don't see me in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a grave." "Likewise." Lin Feng sneered. Young Master Nya's group quickly left. However, there were still many gazes looking at Lin Feng's group. Some had kind gazes, while others had hostile gazes. Lin Feng directly ignored them. "We need to think of a way to get rid of this guy. Otherwise, he'll definitely be a big problem," said the Fire Qilin. He could sense how terrifying young Master Nya was. Gongzi said, "Young Master Nya is far more terrifying than we imagined. If we encounter him alone, it's best not to clash with him. Instead, we should quickly leave him." Gongzi had almost been killed by young Master Nya earlier. Thus, Gongzi knew how terrifying young Master Nya was. That was why he was advising everyone. Day after day passed. Many people were looking for a way to enter the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. At the end of the day, a primal chaos bell suddenly flew out from the depths of the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. The bell hovered in the periphery of the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Dang! 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 The sound of the bell reverberated throughout the world, shaking the clouds. Many people were shaken when they saw the bell. It was definitely an immortal bell. Is that the legendary primal chaos bell? Is that the #1 bell in the world that primeval heavenly lord forged using primal chaos stones? The Fire Qilin's voice trembled slightly. Back then, primeval heavenly lord had obtained a complete primal chaos stone and used it to forge the #1 bell in the world. That ancient bell was the famous primal chaos bell. There were too many legends about the primal chaos bell. It was like a myth. Countless people were searching for this supreme treasure. And now, this supreme treasure had appeared in the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. Even the primal chaos bell has appeared here. Could this really be the burial ground of immortals? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter inwardly. The chaos gem emanated waves of energy. The waves weren't strong, but Lin Feng could clearly sense them. The primal chaos stone hadn't moved until the primal chaos bell appeared. Lin Feng didn't understand why the primal chaos stone had moved so quickly. Why was the chaos gem emitting such waves? Was it because of the ancient chaos bell? If it was because of the chaos ancient bell, then it would have changed. Did that mean there was a special connection between the chaos gem and the ancient chaos bell? The ancient chaos bell is an immortal artifact. What about the people who entered the ancient chaos nation? Why didn't they try to collect it? A cultivator asked. Collect the ancient chaos bell? Do you think it's that easy to collect it? The ancient chaos bell is a heaven-defying supreme treasure. Who knows how terrifying its power is? Do you think it's something that can be collected so easily? If you're not strong enough, you'll only end up dead if you try to collect the Chaos Ancient Bell. Moreover, those who entered the Chaos Ancient Nation are probably searching for opportunities in the deeper regions. Now that the Chaos Ancient Bell is in the outer regions, they'll weigh the pros and cons and won't try to collect it. That's right. They might not be able to collect the Ancient Chaos Bell even if they come. They might even lose their lives. So, they might as well go look for opportunities. Some of the cultivators began to whisper to each other. The ancient chaos bell quickly disappeared without a trace, flying to another location. When the primal chaos bell disappeared, Lin Feng's primal chaos stone calmed down. Is the chaos gem's change really related to the ancient chaos bell? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. It was the same as his previous guess. Just what kind of connection is there? Lin Feng fell into deep thought. He wanted to enter the ancient chaos nation. It would be best if he could find the ancient chaos bell there. Lin Feng believed that if he could find the ancient chaos bell, he might be able to solve the riddle in his heart. More people have entered the ancient chaos nation. Then, shocking news began to spread. A group of cultivators had entered the ancient chaos nation. At that time, the chaos ancient bell rang and chaos holy light shone down. Those people were bathed in the holy light and entered the chaos ancient country. The cultivator who saw this said excitedly, that holy light must be the key to entering the primal chaos ancient nation. This news spread like wildfire in the outer regions of the primal chaos ancient country. The primal chaos holy light will only appear when the primal chaos ancient bell appears, the fire Qilin said. Then we can only wait. Du Zhu said. Everyone continued to wait for the chaos ancient bell to appear. 3 days later, the bell appeared again. The chimes of the chaos ancient bell contained the sound of the Tao. Whoosh, the chaos ancient bell sprinkled down a large amount of holy light. Many cultivators quickly rushed towards the sacred light and entered the sacred light. However, they were unable to enter the primal chaos ancient nation. Fire Qilin shouted, F***ck, what's going on? Isn't the holy light the key to entering the chaos ancient nation? Lin Feng frowned and said, we underestimated the situation. It seems like the holy light isn't the key to entering the primal chaos ancient nation. Many cultivators wailed, feeling depressed. They wanted to enter the primal chaos ancient nation, but in the end, this was the result. We need to find another way. Lin Feng said and flew into the distance. Gongziyu said, although the chaos holy light isn't the key, the way to enter the primal chaos ancient nation is definitely related to the chaos ancient bell. That's right. There must be a special relationship between the bell and the bell. It's just that we haven't discovered the secret yet. Du Zhu said. Princess Shuiyao said, could it be the sound? Hearing Princess Shuiyao's words, everyone's eyes lit up. It was very likely that the bell had something to do with the sound. Every time the chaos ancient bell appeared, it would emit a majestic chime. Thus, the chime played an extremely important role in the primal chaos ancient nation. The next time the chaos ancient bell appears, let's try to sense its chimes and see if there's anything special about it. Lin Feng said. The others nodded. They couldn't help but look forward to it. If their guess was correct, they might be able to find a way to enter the primal chaos ancient nation. Currently, the number of cultivators entering the primal chaos ancient nation was extremely small. Thus, if they could enter now, they might be able to obtain many great opportunities. If the primal chaos ancient nation truly appeared in the future, there would be many more cultivators entering it. At that time, it would be difficult to obtain great opportunities within the primal chaos ancient nation. With so many cultivators, the opportunities might belong to others. Another 3 days passed, and the chaos ancient bell appeared once again. Dong, 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 the bell's chimes resounded throughout the world. Lin Feng and the others carefully sensed the chimes. However, Lin Feng couldn't find anything special. He held the chaos stone in his hand and used it as a medium to try to sense what was special about the chimes. However, the same thing happened this time. Lin Feng still couldn't find anything special. I can sense it. At that moment, Little Pung King suddenly exclaimed. Everyone was startled awake and looked at Little Pung King. Little Pung King waved his hand, and a golden light surged out and enveloped Lin Feng and the others. Then, Lin Feng and the others disappeared. Another group of people disappeared. The surrounding cultivators cried out in alarm. Sound, I know. It's sound. Every time the chaos ancient bell appears, there will be a chime. If someone enters the primal chaos ancient nation at that time, they must have sensed the chimes and entered the primal chaos ancient nation. A cultivator suddenly said. Sound? Many people were shocked. They waited for the chaos ancient bell to appear again and carefully sense it. A gentle force enveloped Lin Feng and the others and pulled them into another world. It was the world of the primal chaos ancient nation. They were passing through the distorted space outside the primal chaos ancient nation. They were constantly approaching the primal chaos ancient nation. Just as they were about to enter the primal chaos ancient nation, the power of spacetime suddenly enveloped Lin Feng and the others. The power of spacetime was so strong that it directly moved Lin Feng and the others to different places. Many secret planes were like this. cultivators who entered together would be separated. Perhaps the expert who created the secret plane didn't want them to stay together. Instead, he wanted them to rely on their own methods to find their own opportunities. Whoosh, there was a flash of light. In the next moment, Lin Feng found himself in a deep water world. This should be a huge abyss. The water was extremely cold. Whoosh, whoosh. Those huge eyes flickered with a cold light, causing people to feel a sense of fear. What the hell is this? Lin Feng was stupefied. He quickly flew up. He cultivated the great water elemental art of the great 5 elements. Therefore, there was no difference between being in the water and being outside. Roar, suddenly, a deep roar was heard. The terrifying creature opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng saw what it was. The creature in front of him was actually a terrifying creature that looked like a crocodile. Its body was about 300 to 400 meters long, but it had a pair of huge wings. There was a horn on its forehead. It looked like a dragon horn. The creature's aura was so terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The moment the creature opened its bloody mouth, Lin Feng quickly dodged and successfully avoided being swallowed by the terrifying creature. He was not in the mood to continue fighting with the creature. Lin Feng quickly flew up. However, the terrifying creature chased after him and rushed out of the water behind Lin Feng. It spat out energy balls one after another from its ferocious mouth. Those energy balls were all aimed at Lin Feng, wanting to smash Lin Feng to death. Lin Feng's body flickered and he dodged the ball of energy released by the terrifying creature. His face gradually turned cold. Lin Feng took the initiative to charge at the monster and threw a punch at its head. With a loud bang, the monster was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. With a splash, its huge body fell into the water. After taking Lin Feng's powerful attack, the monster knew Lin Feng's strength and did not dare to provoke Lin Feng again. Lin Feng quickly flew into the distance. He was now in a lake. The lake was rippling with blue waves and was very large. After flying for a short while, there was a violent fluctuation in front of him. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a ball of cursed light flying toward him. Within the ball of cursed light, there was a tiny puppet floating. Cursed doll. Lin Feng was stupefied. He hadn't thought he would run into the cursed baby. That bastard. After seeing Lin Feng, the cursed doll naturally did not have anything nice to say. It called out in a strange tone, "Oh, it's you. Long time no see. You're not dead yet." In the distance, there was a bloody mist rolling. There seemed to be some terrifying creature entrenched in the bloody mist. It was obvious that the cursed doll was being chased by the bloody mist. Lin Feng turned and ran. The cursed doll, that bastard, must have been attacked by the bloody mist. That was why it was in such a sorry state. Don't run. We're old acquaintances, old friends, the cursed doll shouted and quickly chased after Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He was speechless as he said, "Who's old friend with you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm not familiar with you. Don't follow me. Otherwise, I'll smash you into pieces." The cursed doll said, "You really hurt me. I treated you as my best friend, but you treat me like this. Your young heart must have received 100,000 critical hits today." Lin Feng did not believe a single word the cursed doll said. The cursed doll was vicious. It was good at scheming. It was better to believe a ghost than a ghost. Therefore, Lin Feng did not believe a single word the cursed doll said. If he did, he would probably be counting the money for the cursed doll even if he died from the cursed doll's scheme. However, the cursed doll did not leave. It did not take Lin Feng's words to heart and continued to follow Lin Feng. Lin Feng slapped the cursed doll with a backhand. Whoosh. The cursed doll's movements were extremely agile. Like a bolt of lightning, it dodged the attack in an instant. It shouted, "Kid, it's a swarm of blood jade bugs chasing after us. This swarm of bugs is famous and extremely terrifying. If we don't leave now, neither of us will be able to escape when the time comes." After hearing the word swarm of blood jade bugs, Lin Feng's face sank. It was actually a poisonous bug. It was indeed an extremely terrifying poisonous bug. Whenever cultivators saw this type of poisonous bug, they would quickly retreat. This was because the blood jade bugs were not only poisonous, but they also had an extremely terrifying ability, which was to seal a cultivator's magic power. Once a cultivator's magic power was sealed, it would be a disaster for them. Many cultivators might have a way to deal with the blood jade bug's poison, but they definitely could not deal with the blood jade bug's forbidden technique. Poison and forbidden technique. The blood jade bugs were almost invincible. Wherever they went, there would be a bloodbath. No one could fight against the blood jade bugs. They had to quickly leave the swarm. Once they were surrounded, only death would await them. Lin Feng knew how terrifying the blood jade bugs were, so he did not continue to be entangled with the cursed doll. You go your way, and I'll go mine. We'll mind our own business. Don't provoke me, or you'll suffer. Lin Feng glared at the cursed doll fiercely and threatened. However, the cursed doll clearly did not care about Lin Feng's threat. The cursed doll laughed and said, "We should enjoy blessings and go through hardships together now. This is a good brother who goes through life and death together." Lin Feng rolled his eyes. How could this guy be so shameless? It gave Lin Feng the urge to punch this guy to death. Lin Feng could not be bothered with the cursed doll. He quickly flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. The cursed doll's speed was not slow at all. Although it was just a puppet doll, it was extremely heaven-defying. Its speed was as fast as lightning and it followed closely behind Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng and the cursed doll got rid of the blood jade bugs. Boom, Lin Feng exploded and charged towards the cursed doll. The cursed doll had mastered many secret techniques. Lin Feng did not mind suppressing it again and forcing it to reveal all its secrets. Curse true God! Curse true God! The cursed doll shouted. The power of the curse surged out. Within the power of the curse, an ancient god appeared. It was a cursed true god, exuding an evil aura. Bang! The cursed true god and Lin Feng engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides fought for dozens of rounds, but there was no clear winner. The cursed doll's cultivation had recovered extremely quickly over the years. Therefore, it was very difficult for Lin Feng to defeat the cursed doll. A loud noise came from the depths of the abyss, alarming both Lin Feng and the cursed doll. It was difficult to determine a victor between the two of them, so they did not continue fighting. Instead, they both looked towards the depths of the abyss. They had a feeling that there might be some kind of opportunity there. The two of them were very careful because the closer they got to the area, the more dangerous the aura became. Not long after, they saw a huge abyss. This was the abyss after the earth split open. Intense fluctuations came from the abyss, and immortal light surged out from it. Could it be the immortal Tao origin? When Lin Feng saw the celestial lights, he was astonished. The celestial lights contained pure strength. And now, the pure energy was able to make Lin Feng's magic power circulate by itself. This was too extraordinary. If it was not the purest immortal Tao origin, it would not be able to achieve this. There must be something good down there, said the cursed doll. Then, it quickly rushed down. Lin Feng also rushed down the abyss. This abyss was extremely deep. The deeper they went, the colder it became. There was a gloomy and terrifying aura in the air, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. The abyss was emitting an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Therefore, Lin Feng was very careful. He did not want to lose his life here before he could get any opportunity. That would be too unlucky. Look, a pool. An immortal pool. The cursed doll pointed towards the depths of the abyss and shouted excitedly. There was a pool in the depths of the abyss. The pool was shrouded in immortal light, emitting waves of shocking fluctuations. Pure energy was surging out from the pool. Lin Feng was shocked. There was actually an immortal pool here. It was really unbelievable. He did not know what was in the immortal pool. He quickly rushed over. Before he reached the immortal pool, Lin Feng saw the immortal liquid in the immortal pool. It was the immortal elixir formed after the immortal Tao origin was condensed. It was truly extraordinary. After seeing the immortal elixir, Lin Feng's face lit up with excitement. If he could obtain the immortal elixir, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. However, before he and the cursed doll could reach the celestial pool, something happened. In the depths, the stone fog was rolling. A stone cow rushed out and stood beside the celestial pond. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The quality of the first batch of cultivators isn't bad. Although there are fewer people. A second terrifying existence walked out from the chilling wind. It was a skeletal cultivator with a bone saber in its hand. He could speak like a normal person, and 2 balls of will-o'-the-wisps danced in his eye sockets. This was a terrifying creature, abnormally powerful and terrifying. It's understandable that there are fewer people in the first batch. It's just an appetizer. The third creature appeared and split open the void. It was a white snake that was more than a meter long. It stood upright, and its eyes were cold and terrifying. This was definitely a terrifying existence. Although its body wasn't big, its battle strength was heaven-defying. This place was a dangerous place set up by the 3 terrifying creatures. It was specially designed to lure cultivators into this place. Then, they would kill the cultivators who entered this place and devour their flesh and soul essence. The 3 creatures were good at scheming. In addition to their powerful cultivations, they were indeed able to scheme against many people. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were the first batch of living beings to be schemed against by them. Lin Feng said, "I didn't expect that after always hunting geese, I would be pecked in the eye today. However, it won't be easy for the 3 of you to keep the 2 of us here. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if you have some cultivation, the 3 of us still don't put you in our eyes." The stone cow sneered and said with extreme confidence. Although he hadn't truly stepped into the Emperor realm, he had been at the peak of the quasi-Emperor realm for too many years. He had accumulated so much power that he didn't fear anyone. In addition, the skeleton and the white snake were also very strong. Naturally, the stone cow was very confident that he could kill Lin Feng and the cursed doll. "Attack!" Lin Feng shouted. He used the 1 chi into 3 pure ones technique. He split into 3 and charged at one of the creatures. "You're courting death." The 3 creatures' voices were extremely cold. They instantly attacked Lin Feng. At this time, the cursed doll also attacked. That lowly creature dares to blaspheme the great path of curses. May the path of curses descend and use the power of curses to punish these lowly creatures. The cursed doll recited an incantation and used the great curse technique to deal with the 3 creatures. Lin Feng had learned the great curse technique from the cursed doll. Naturally, the cursed doll's use of the great curse technique was not something that Lin Feng could compare to. This was called specialization. Just from the name alone, one could tell how profound the cursed doll's mastery of the great curse technique was. Lin Feng's 1 chi into 3 pure ones was extremely powerful. Moreover, the cursed doll was using the great curse technique to support him. Therefore, Lin Feng was able to block the attacks for a short period of time. "Bibi, it's your turn." Lin Feng hurriedly transmitted his voice to Bibi. The little girl had been cultivating in the mountain river ring. This period of time was also a crucial period for Bibi's cultivation. Therefore, Bibi was not very active. Now that she heard Lin Feng's call, she immediately disappeared from the mountain river ring and appeared next to the celestial pond. When Bibi was just born, she already had the ability to travel through the void. Therefore, Bibi's ability was extremely heaven-defying. Now that Bibi had been born for so many years, her various abilities had been greatly improved. This was especially true for her ability to travel through the void. She could now do it as if she was teleporting. "Yeah. Yeah." When Bibi saw the celestial liquid in the celestial pond, she immediately shouted excitedly. The celestial liquid was obviously very beneficial to her. When the stone cow, skeleton, and white snake saw the sudden appearance of Bibi, they were instantly enraged. They turned around and attacked Bibi. Bibi waved her claws and shot out a rainbow-colored celestial light that engulfed all the celestial liquid. Whoosh, she teleported and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, she appeared next to Lin Feng. The stone cow, skeleton, and white snake's attacks all missed. Lin Feng sent Bibi back into the mountain river ring. Then, he quickly rushed outside with the cursed doll. He had just joined forces with the cursed doll to fight the stone cow, skeleton, and white snake. It was very difficult. They could not last more than a few rounds. Therefore, there was no need for them to continue fighting with these three terrifying creatures. Moreover, they had already obtained the celestial liquid. The most important thing now was to find a place to refine the celestial liquid. You can't escape. I'm going to kill you all. You all deserve to die. Lin Feng and the cursed doll arrived in the forest. After choosing a direction, they sped up and flew in that direction. Moo! The bull's roar reverberated through heaven and earth, carrying endless anger and murderous intent. The stone bull quickly rushed out and chased after them. Next to the stone bull were the skeleton and the white snake. They were also filled with endless murderous intent, wanting to kill Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The immortal liquid was very precious. They used it as bait to lure others over. Now, the immortal liquid was snatched away by Lin Feng and the cursed doll. This made the stone bull, skeleton, and white snake extremely angry. Their hatred was overwhelming. Now, they only wanted to cut Lin Feng, the cursed doll, and Bibi into pieces to vent their anger. However, it was not easy for them to catch up to Lin Feng and the cursed doll. This was because Lin Feng was best at speed, and the cursed doll was unbelievably fast. In the end, the stone bull, skeleton, and white snake lost sight of Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The three terrifying creatures roared angrily and wantonly destroyed the surrounding forest to vent their anger. In a hidden cave, Lin Feng took out the immortal liquid that Bibi had obtained. Bibi had already tasted a lot of immortal liquid. Now that she was sleeping, she needed sleep to help her body digest the energy contained in the immortal liquid. The dragon rabbit also ate some immortal liquid and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng divided the remaining immortal liquid into two parts. One part belonged to him, and the other to the cursed doll. Although he had fought with the cursed doll earlier, the world of cultivators was so realistic. There were no eternal enemies or friends. There were only eternal benefits. Now, Lin Feng and the cursed doll were in an alliance. Wah wah wah. With this immortal liquid, my cultivation level can increase again. The cursed doll shouted excitedly and swallowed the immortal liquid. Then, it occupied a corner of the cave and began to refine the immortal liquid. Lin Feng also began to refine the immortal liquid. He was now at the 7th tier of the giant god realm. He wondered if the immortal liquid could increase his cultivation level by 1 or 2 tiers. In fact, Lin Feng did not have much immortal liquid. The immortal pool was not small. However, there was not much immortal liquid in the pool. In addition, Lin Feng did not have much immortal liquid. The dragon rabbit refined a portion and gave the cursed doll some. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was activated. Lin Feng gradually refined the immortal liquid into pure energy. And the pure energy was absorbed by Lin Feng's body. After devouring the pure energy's cultivation level, Lin Feng's cultivation level. 3 days later, Lin Feng had successfully broken through to the 8th gigantic god layer from the 7th gigantic god layer. After the breakthrough, Lin Feng's face, Bibi. Giant God Realm 9th tier, Giant God Realm 10th tier. 2 more realms to reach the peak of the Giant God Realm. At that time, after settling down for a period of time, he could try to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. Once he broke through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, there would be an earth-shaking change in his cultivation. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that with his savings, it would not be easy to break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. He needed a heaven-defying opportunity to help him break through. Without such an opportunity, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through. After the breakthrough, there was still some immortal liquid left. The effect of the immortal liquid was much better than Lin Feng imagined. It was a pity that the amount was too little. Lin Feng did not continue to refine the remaining immortal liquid. Because even if he refined it, it would not increase his cultivation level. He planned to use the immortal liquid to cultivate the Archean ancestral insect, Emperor Archaic Egg, and the Great Desolate Demon Refining Insect Queen. Lin Feng first fed the Archean ancestral insect larva a portion of the immortal liquid. After the larva swallowed the immortal liquid, it emitted waves of excitement. The Archean ancestral insect larva was still too young and fell into a deep sleep after swallowing the immortal liquid. Next, Lin Feng dripped another portion of the immortal liquid onto the Emperor Archaic Egg. The cracks on the surface of the Emperor Archaic Egg were becoming more and more obvious. Seeing those cracks, Lin Feng's face was full of joy. because the more obvious the cracks were. The time for the Emperor Archaic egg to hatch was getting closer and closer. Once the Emperor Archaic hatched, it would spread its wings and spread its wings. The heavens would collapse. Such power and prestige. How shocking would that be? Lin Feng fed the last portion of the immortal liquid to the great desolate demon refining insect queen. Now, the great desolate demon refining insect queen had already begun to lay eggs. This was the first stage of cultivating the great desolate demon refining insect queen. Laying eggs, hatching, larva, adult, and swarm. Once the swarm of great desolate demon refining insect queen was successfully cultivated, it would be extremely terrifying. It would be equivalent to having an army that he could carry around with him. Wherever he went, he would be invincible. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. The immortal liquid is too effective. At this moment, the cursed doll woke up. Clearly, it had obtained many benefits as well, so it was laughing excitedly. The cursed doll then looked at Lin Feng and said, "If we work together, it'll be like two swords working together. Why don't we continue working together?" The cursed doll's methods were extraordinary, so it was naturally good to have it by his side. Of course, the prerequisite was that the cursed doll did not have any ulterior motives. Lin Feng said indifferently. "Why should I believe you? Hee, if I lie to you, I'll never be able to form a body of flesh in the future. You should believe me now, right?" The cursed doll said. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Fine, I'll believe you this once." The ancient kingdom of chaos was very restless at night. The roars of beasts shook the sky, and many terrifying creatures roamed about. Lin Feng took out a chaos gem and observed it. Ever since he entered the ancient kingdom of chaos, the chaos gem had been surrounded by a faint layer of energy. "A chaos gem? You actually have something like this." The cursed doll was very knowledgeable. When it saw the chaos gem in Lin Feng's hand, it was shocked. It quickly ran toward Lin Feng. Then, it stood beside Lin Feng and observed the chaos gem in Lin Feng's hand. The more it looked at the chaos gem, the more shocked it became. "You recognize this chaos gem?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "It comes from the same source as the ancient chaos bell," the cursed doll said. "What? There's such a thing?" Lin Feng was shocked. The cursed doll's words were too shocking. If they came from the same source, did that mean the key to refining the ancient chaos bell was this chaos gem? If that was the case, it would be too exciting. Would he be able to refine the ancient chaos bell soon? The cursed doll said, "I've heard of this before. Back then, Pangu obtained a very special chaos stone. He used this chaos stone to forge the chaos ancient bell, and the remaining materials were used to forge 9 smaller chaos stones. No one knows what these 9 chaos stones are used for, but your chaos stone is clearly one of them. Does that mean there are still 8 chaos stones? If the chaos stones are really related to refining the chaos ancient bell or even Pangu's legacy, doesn't that mean that if the remaining chaos stones are obtained by someone else, that person will have the same chance as me to obtain the chaos ancient bell or even Pangu's legacy?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That is indeed the case. That's why it's hard to say who will obtain the chaos stone in the end. "Let's see how it goes," the cursed doll said. Lin Feng said. "The chaos stone will definitely be mine." The cursed doll said, "Who knows, this place might really contain Pangu's legacy. Rumor has it that this place is the burial ground of the immortals." Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect the cursed doll to have heard of the immortals' burial ground. He said, "The immortals' burial ground is indeed the Chaos Ancient Nation. I wonder if it's the Chaos Ancient Nation in front of us?" The cursed doll said, "There's a high chance that it's this Chaos Ancient Nation. However, I heard that a Chaos Ancient Nation appeared in the Celestial Realm back then. I wonder if the Chaos Ancient Nation in the Celestial Realm is the same Chaos Ancient Nation in front of us? However, I'm guessing that they are the same Chaos Ancient Nation. Places like this are quite strange. They can freely travel through the void and appear in different worlds. Just like this Chaos Ancient Nation we saw today. It has appeared in the 9 prefectures now, but the next time it appears, it might appear in the Undying Realm." Lin Feng agreed with this theory. It was indeed as the cursed doll said. A strange place like this didn't appear in a fixed world. It could appear in many places. Every few years, there would be a cycle. In the past, this chaos ancient nation must have appeared in the 9 prefectures. After countless years, the ancient kingdom of primal chaos appeared once more. Lin Feng only wanted to explore the secrets of the stone of primal chaos. He wanted to know if he could use the stone of primal chaos to refine the primal chaos ancient bell or obtain Panga's orthodoxy. Of course, in addition to this, Lin Feng wanted to obtain some great opportunities in the primal chaos ancient country to see if he could break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Although Lin Feng knew that this was not an easy matter, even if he couldn't break through to the quasi-emperor realm, he had to at least break through to the peak of the giant god realm. If he really couldn't find the opportunity to break through to the quasi-emperor realm, he would kill the son of the sky demon emperor and snatch his black flame devouring god fire. If he could refine the black flame devouring god fire, he should be able to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. For the next few days, Lin Feng and the cursed doll explored the ancient kingdom of primal chaos together. This duo specialized in finding powerful ferocious beasts and then working together to deal with them. This was because many powerful ferocious beasts were guarding precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Therefore, during this period of time, Lin Feng and the cursed doll obtained a lot of top-grade heavenly materials and earthly treasures. On this day, Lin Feng and the cursed doll entered a black desert area. This place was shrouded in black fog and emitted waves of gloomy and cold aura. The gloomy and cold aura permeated between heaven and earth. It was terrifying and gloomy, causing people to feel terrified and moved. Cultivators came to this black desert one after another. Many of them looked coldly at Lin Feng and the cursed doll, harboring malicious intentions towards them. It seems that more and more cultivators are entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. The cursed doll sneered and looked at the surrounding cultivators with a gloomy gaze. The other cultivators should be glad that the cursed doll didn't have any ideas about them. There were actually people who dared to have ideas about the cursed doll. Weren't they courting death? They were simply courting death. Lin Feng said, the method of entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos will definitely spread. Moreover, it has been a long time since the first batch of cultivators entered the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. It's normal for others to gradually find out about the method of entering the ancient kingdom of primal chaos. We don't know where the first batch of cultivators is now. As the first batch of cultivators to enter the ancient kingdom of primal chaos, they must have obtained a lot of opportunities. Yeah, I'm so jealous. The cursed doll said gloomily. In the end, the surrounding cultivators didn't attack Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Although Lin Feng and the cursed doll didn't look like powerful characters, since they dared to act alone, they might have some unknown and terrifying methods. Therefore, the surrounding cultivators didn't dare to test Lin Feng and the cursed doll. If Lin Feng and the cursed doll's cultivation level were ordinary, then so be it. However, if they were experts, then they would all die without a burial place. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a dense pack of terrifying creatures flew out from the black desert. They were palm-sized black scorpions. Each scorpion emitted a cold and terrifying aura. After seeing the black scorpions, Lin Feng's face couldn't help but reveal a horrified expression. The flying devil scorpion turned out to be such a terrifying creature. It was a kind of creature that lived in groups. Because it contained a highly toxic poison, its attack power was powerful, and its defense was astonishing. Therefore, it was best to retreat when encountering such a terrifying creature. If one was surrounded by such a creature, the consequences would be disastrous. It's the flying devil scorpions. Hurry up and run. Many people screamed in horror and quickly fled into the distance. However, it was too late. A large number of flying devil scorpions drilled out from the ground and pounced on the fleeing cultivators. Many cultivators were swallowed by the flying devil scorpions and died on the spot. Hurry up and run. Lin Feng said in a low voice as he quickly left with the cursed doll. In the next few days, more and more cultivators entered the Black Desert. There were even great emperors. There must be something shocking in the Black Desert. Otherwise, great emperors wouldn't have come to a place like this. Lin Feng said. Wait here for a while. I'll go and ask around, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng sat down on a sand dune and had a rest. Lin Feng sat down on a sand dune to rest. 2 hours later, the cursed doll returned. How was it? Did you manage to find out anything? Lin Feng asked. The news brought by the cursed doll was too shocking. An ancient kingdom? Moreover, it was built by the Devil Lord. If this news was true, then it was simply earth-shattering news. It was too shocking and moving. No one dared to believe this news. Is the rumor reliable? Lin Feng could not help but ask. This news sounded too unbelievable. If it was true, the Devil Lord's legacy might be hidden in the kingdom. There's no smoke without fire. Since the news has spread like wildfire, there is a certain degree of credibility to it. Moreover, more than one great emperor has come here. The cursed doll said. The arrival of those great emperors seemed to confirm the accuracy of the news. That kingdom hasn't been found yet, right? Lin Feng asked. Yes, it hasn't been found yet. Many people have been searching everywhere for the whereabouts of that kingdom, but there has been no progress. Even the great emperors who came here are at their wits' end, the cursed doll said. Lin Feng couldn't help but scratch his chin and say, that's interesting. I don't know how many secrets are hidden in that country. We can also go and find them. If we can find that country and enter it before other people, maybe we'll be able to obtain the treasures. Many cultivators had the same idea. They would find the mysterious kingdom before others. As such, as the cultivators who found the kingdom first, they would be the ones who had the highest chance of obtaining the opportunity inside. This would make many people go crazy in their search for the mysterious kingdom. However, the Black Desert was a place filled with dangers. For example, the flying demonic scorpions from before were exceptionally dangerous. Once surrounded, death was almost certain. Apart from the flying demonic scorpions, there were other dangers in the Black Desert. There were more than just a few types of terrifying insects here. Many of them were terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying was the Black Storm. When the Black Storm swept across the world, even great emperors would have to stay away from it. Thus, the Black Storm contained an extremely terrifying power that could even tear apart a great emperor's body. Lin Feng and the cursed doll searched for many days, but they were unable to find the ancient kingdom. On the seventh night, a bright moon rose in the sky. It was supposed to be a peaceful night, no different from any other night. But in the latter half of the night, the bright moon turned into a crescent moon. Eclipse of the moon. Many people were alarmed. Tonight, there was actually a phenomenon of the heavenly dog eating the moon. Many people felt that something unknown would happen. Rumble. 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 Not long after this phenomenon appeared, the earth began to shake violently. Late at night, a black storm swept across the world. It wreaked havoc in the void. Hurry up and run. Many people cried out in fear. If they were sucked into the black storm, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, everyone had to dodge the black storm in a sorry state. Go, go, go. Lin Feng said and quickly flew into the distance. Nothing good ever happens during the lunar eclipse. Back then in the heaven realm, when the heavenly dog devoured the moon, many immortals died. The cursed doll cried out loudly. Lin Feng was shocked. He had heard the cursed doll talk about the heaven realm before, so Lin Feng asked if the cursed doll had been to the heaven realm before, but the cursed doll denied it. The cursed doll then told Lin Feng. The cursed doll had only heard about the heaven realm before. But now, the cursed doll had revealed that the cursed doll had been to the heaven realm before. Didn't you say you had never been to the heaven realm before? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll with an annoyed expression. The cursed doll knew that it had let the cat out of the bag, so it smiled awkwardly and said, cough, cough. Did I say that? Why don't I remember? The cursed doll immediately played dumb. Lin Feng had the urge to slap the cursed doll. The black storm wreaked havoc for an entire night. Lin Feng and the others also ran for an entire night. Some unlucky cultivators were sucked into the black storm and died. When dawn arrived, the black storm dissipated. Everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. What's that? Suddenly, someone pointed into the distance. The spire of a huge pagoda appeared in their line of sight. The ancient kingdom. It must be the ancient kingdom. Soon, a cultivator shouted excitedly and quickly rushed toward the spire of the pagoda. The ancient kingdom has appeared. Lin Feng could not help but feel excited. That ancient kingdom was too extraordinary. It was very likely the ancient kingdom that had been passed down by the Devil Lord. Would there be immortal pills or immortal origins? Would there be the Devil Lord's inheritance? Lin Feng did not ask for too much. He only needed to obtain one of those things. Obtaining immortal pills or immortal origins could increase one's cultivation level. Although obtaining the Devil Lord's inheritance could not increase one's cultivation level, after cultivating the Devil Lord's inheritance, one's combat strength would increase greatly. It was equivalent to increasing one's foundation and foundation. For cultivators, this was naturally very important because it was equivalent to strengthening one's Dao foundation. It was very important for one's future. Lin Feng and the cursed doll increased their speed to the maximum as they flew toward the spire of the pagoda. At that moment, 3 figures arrived at that place as if they had teleported. They punched a hole in the ground, revealing a huge group of underground palaces. Then, the 3 cultivators entered the underground palaces ahead of time. They were the 3 great emperors who had come here. They were Great Emperor Xianxia of the myriad tribes. He had gone to the Red Dust Immortal sect to kill the Red World Fairy. However, he was beaten half to death by the Red World Fairy. In the end, he relied on a secret technique to escape. Although he had recovered a lot of his strength, there was still a big gap between him and his peak. The second great emperor was Planet Lord Songlan. He had lost an arm and his vitality was damaged. The third great emperor was also a great emperor from the myriad tribes. He was a great emperor from the fallen angel race with 36 pairs of wings. This great emperor was at his peak. The 3 great emperors were the first to enter the ancient kingdom. The rest of the cultivators quickly flew over and headed down. The ancient kingdom was sealed under a powerful seal. The black storm had torn apart a part of the seal, which was why such an entrance had appeared. In the end, Lin Feng and the cursed doll landed on the ground. One after another, quite a number of cultivators landed as well. However, many of them did not stop. Instead, they turned around and flew deeper into the tower in search of their own fortune. Lin Feng and the cursed doll raised their heads to look at the colossal tower. The colossal tower was simply too extraordinary. Most importantly, it was simply too big. It was hundreds of thousands of meters tall. Such a colossal tower was simply too shocking. Could it possess an extraordinary origin? Runes, very ancient runes. Lin Feng noticed some mysterious runes on the surface of the colossal tower. They were very ancient and he did not know what they meant. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not the only ones inspecting the colossal tower. Some other cultivators were also inspecting the colossal tower. Seeing such a colossal tower, they could not stop their imaginations from running wild. This colossal tower must be hiding a great secret. Look at those runes. They are simply too mysterious. Let me see if I can collect this colossal tower. One of the cultivators said impatiently. He wanted to try collecting the colossal tower. However, his attempt ended in failure. Collecting the colossal tower was easier said than done. The cultivator said with a grim expression. There is no way to collect it. Let's go. Let's go find other fortunes. The cultivator and his companions quickly left. In a place of fortune, there was a need for such decisiveness. If they were to waste too much time on an unobtainable treasure, they might end up missing out on even more treasures. Take it away. The cursed doll flew out as well, wanting to try collecting the colossal tower. However, despite exerting all its strength, the cursed doll was still incapable of collecting the colossal tower. The cursed doll swore. What kind of broken toy is this? The way I see it, it is not a treasure at all. If it is a treasure, there is no way it is not moving at all. Lin Feng said. Let me give it a try. After saying that, formidable magic powers surged out. The magic powers kept surging towards the colossal tower to envelop it. Next, Lin Feng attempted to collect the colossal tower. It was as the cursed doll had said. The colossal tower did not move at all. Lin Feng frowned. It would appear that there was no way to collect the colossal tower. Could it be that this huge pagoda wasn't a magic treasure? Just as Lin Feng was about to give up, the runes on the ancient devil ring on Lin Feng's right arm suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. The origin of the ancient devil ring was incomparably mysterious. However, it was said to be one of the 5 supreme treasures of the devil world. This treasure was incomparably demonic. No one knew who had forged this supreme treasure. Lin Feng was unable to throw away the ancient devil ring. Therefore, he let the ancient devil ring turn into a devil ring rune that coiled around his arm. Normally, the ancient devil ring had been quite obedient and did not have any special movements. However, today, the ancient devil ring had undergone a change. This was the first time the ancient devil ring had undergone such a change. Could it be related to this giant tower? Huh? The runes on the tower seemed to be moving? Lin Feng looked at the huge tower in front of him in shock. Originally, the runes were motionless, but now, they were moving. This greatly surprised Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng discovered that the cursed doll did not seem to have noticed the change in the tower. Instead, it was constantly urging him to leave this place and look for other opportunities. It did not want to waste any more time here. Was he the only one who noticed the runes moving? Was it related to the ancient devil ring? Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down. Then, Lin Feng tried to sense the runes on the tower. This bastard has gained enlightenment? Seeing Lin Feng close his eyes and immerse himself in a mysterious state, the cursed doll looked at Lin Feng in shock. Its eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Boom! At this moment, waves of violent fluctuation surged out from the giant tower. Lin Feng sensed the runes. He had established a connection with the huge tower. A terrifying emperor's aura filled the air. This huge tower was actually formed from an emperor weapon. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. The huge tower shook continuously. Even the earth was shaking along with the tower's movement. The runes on the tower awakened at this moment. Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. It has seen the light of day again. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. It seemed like the tower spirit was transmitting a message to Lin Feng. Then, a large amount of information poured into Lin Feng's mind. This information included some information about the tower itself, as well as its origin. It turned out that this huge tower was called the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda. It was an emperor weapon forged by a great emperor called the Heavenly Mystery Emperor. This huge pagoda was an extremely rare defensive magic treasure. One had to know that when a cultivator forged a natal treasure, they would usually choose to forge an attack-type natal treasure. However, the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was different. In the past, the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was cautious and sought stability in everything. It was the same even when fighting against other cultivators. First, he would be invincible. Then, he would look for a way to defeat or even kill his opponent. Therefore, when the Heavenly Mystery Emperor was forging his natal treasure when he was young, he forged the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda into a defensive treasure. Of course, an emperor weapon had many uses. For example, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda was not only a defensive treasure, but also an offensive treasure. However, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda's offensive power was far inferior to its defensive power. Boom! The Heavenly Mystery Pagoda quickly shrunk until it was the size of a palm and floated in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng grabbed the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda in his hand and fondled it lovingly. Now, Lin Feng had many treasures on him, but he lacked a powerful defensive treasure. With this emperor weapon, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, Lin Feng's defensive power had increased greatly. Even if some great emperors wanted to kill him, it would not be an easy task. Emperor weapon. It's actually an emperor weapon. Your luck is so good that it's off the charts. So many people have tried to get this treasure, but none of them have succeeded. Yet, you brat got it. The cursed doll said sourly. It was an emperor weapon, and a defensive one at that. Its value was unimaginable. The cursed doll was envious of Lin Feng's luck. Hee, my luck is really good. Haha. Lin Feng grinned. This treasure is barely enough to catch this young master's eye. Kid, hand it over. At that moment, over 100 cultivators flew over. The leading cultivator looked at Lin Feng indifferently. This cultivator was shrouded in holy light. He was like a saint who had descended into the world. His body emitted a compassionate aura. Anyone who stood in front of him would feel ashamed of their inferiority. This was a cultivator from the sacred god tribe. They were the #1 tribe among the 10,000 tribes. There were about 50 to 60 royal families in the myriad races. Among these royal families, the Sacred God clan was ranked first in terms of strength and foundation. The reason this clan was terrifying was because they had a very long lifespan. Moreover, it was said that there were a few ancient experts who had existed before the chaotic ancient era. After living for such a long period of time, he wondered how powerful his cultivation had become. The Sacred God clan gradually stood out from the dozens of royal families and gradually became the #1 race among the myriad races. It was because those old antiques were simply too intimidating. Of course, in addition to their strong foundation, the Sacred God clan's talent was also extremely tyrannical. Regardless of whether it was the older generation, the middle generation, or the younger generation, the Sacred God clan had top experts who could shoulder the burden. Moreover, these top experts were not as simple as one or two people, but a group of them. This was too terrifying. This was the accumulation of a top force over countless years. It was not something that those emerging forces could compare to. For example, a colossus like the Sacred God clan, even if a few or even a dozen top experts died, it would not hurt them. However, some emerging forces were different. If one or two experts died, the force might collapse. This was Lin Feng's first time coming into contact with a Sacred God clan cultivator. This Sacred God clan cultivator was indeed incomparably arrogant. He looked at Lin Feng from the corner of his eyes and did not put Lin Feng in his eyes at all. Scram. Lin Feng looked coldly at the Sacred God clan cultivator. To deal with such a self-righteous person, he absolutely could not choose to compromise. He had to use violence to curb violence. After hearing Lin Feng's reprimand, the Sacred God clan cultivator froze on the spot. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered around the Sacred God clan cultivator were all dumbfounded. Some of the cultivators who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to reprimand the Sacred God clan cultivator and tell him to scram. This was simply audacious to the extreme. That guy is Xianxia, right? He is a direct descendant of the Sacred God clan. He is talented and ruthless. Now that kid dares to tell Xianxia to scram, there will be a good show to watch. Just wait and see, Xianxia will definitely not let that kid off. Human cultivators, you despicable race. This brat's luck is truly heaven-defying. He managed to obtain an emperor weapon. I'm afraid his background is extraordinary. It's very likely that he's a cultivator from the human race in the other realms. No matter where the human cultivators are from, as long as they are human, their bloodlines are inferior. Some cultivators of the myriad races sneered, looking down on the human race. In their eyes, the status of humans was no different from that of ordinary livestock. The myriad races had always thought highly of themselves. In their eyes, the status of the human race was naturally incomparably low. For example, Lin Feng's hostility towards these myriad races was not without reason. If someone treats us Huaxia people as slaves and livestock, who wouldn't be filled with righteous indignation and rage? Xianxia was also stunned for a long time, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. However, when he came back to his senses, he looked at Lin Feng with killing intent in his eyes. Someone actually dared to tell him to get lost. This was simply the greatest humiliation to him. When had Xianxia ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes were extremely gloomy as he looked at Lin Feng eerily and said coldly, "You're indeed a despicable race. You don't use your brain when you do things. Today, I'll let you know that if you offend someone you can't afford to offend, you'll only end up dead." Xianxia said and waved his hand. Suddenly, 7 or 8 cultivators of the myriad races stepped out and surrounded Lin Feng. The cursed doll laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha, this is going to be a good show. Take care of this thing that's neither human nor ghost." Xianxia pointed at the cursed doll. The cursed doll was originally looking forward to watching the show, but when it heard Xianxia's words, it flew into a rage. He was neither human nor ghost. How could Xianxia use such an adjective to describe it? Wasn't this insulting? After Xianxia's order, 7 or 8 cultivators of the myriad races also pounced on the cursed doll. "Ha ha ha ha, serves you right." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the cursed doll with a gloating expression. Boom, the cultivators who surrounded Lin Feng and the cursed doll attacked at the same time. These cultivators of the myriad races were quite strong. However, they were still too weak in front of Lin Feng. Facing these cultivators of the myriad races, there was no need for him to be polite. Lin Feng's body swayed, leaving only an afterimage. Slap. Slap. Slap, then, the sound of slapping could be heard one after another. The cultivators of the myriad races who surrounded Lin Feng were sent flying by Lin Feng's slap. Their faces were all swollen, and they looked extremely miserable. The cultivators of the myriad races who surrounded the cursed doll were even more miserable as their bodies began to rot. The cursed doll used the power of curses to curse the cultivators of the myriad races. These cultivators screamed miserably. The surrounding cultivators were shocked when they saw this scene. No one expected Lin Feng and the cursed doll to be so powerful. It's him. I recognize that human brat. Suddenly, a cultivator from an extraterrestrial race exclaimed. He had been observing Lin Feng. The more he looked at him, the more familiar he felt. Now, he recognized Lin Feng's identity. Who is he? Many people asked curiously. Countless people had heard of Lin Feng, but very few had seen Lin Feng. Therefore, no one knew who Lin Feng was. He's Lin Feng. The extraterrestrial cultivator said with a trembling voice. The name Lin Feng was definitely hated by the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world. However, the name was also very intimidating. The cultivators from the three forces could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. No one expected the young cultivator in front of them to be the legendary Lin Feng. I didn't expect it to be him. This is even more interesting. I wonder how Xianxia will deal with this Lin Feng. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the other cultivators from the outside world looked at the two sides with great anticipation. Xianxia also heard the discussions of the cultivators. He looked at Lin Feng in surprise and sneered. I didn't expect you to be that Lin Feng. I've long heard of your reputation. During this period of time, you've done a lot of things and even killed many experts from the myriad races. However, since you've met me today, consider yourself unlucky. Xianxia's cultivation was extremely strong. He was one of the top experts of the Sacred God clan's younger generation. Therefore, he was extremely arrogant and confident in his own strength. Lin Feng was famous. But so what, Xianxia was also very confident in himself. He had been able to defeat a boundary emperor who had reached the 90th step many years ago. So many years had passed. Xianxia's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Xianxia was very confident in defeating Lin Feng. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. The cursed doll shouted from the side, as if it wanted to see the world in chaos. Sacred God Fist. Xianxia attacked and punched towards Lin Feng. Endless sacred light surged within Xianxia's body, making him look extremely holy. The sacred light lingered around Xianxia's body, making him look like an immortal Buddha. The current Xianxia was like a saint from the primordial era. His compassionate aura made people involuntarily want to kneel on the ground and kowtow to him. The reason why the Sacred God clan was so terrifying was because of their bloodline. It was said that the Sacred God clan had inherited two types of bloodlines. One of them was called the Heavenly Sacred Blood and the other was called the Earthly Sacred Blood. The two types of bloodlines complemented each other and promoted each other. Therefore, the power of the two types of bloodlines was extremely powerful and terrifying. Of course, not all Sacred God clan cultivators could awaken two types of bloodlines. Only a very small number of people could awaken two types of bloodlines. Xianxia happened to be someone who had awakened two types of bloodlines. Therefore, the power of his bloodline was extremely terrifying. After awakening two types of bloodlines, one could cultivate many of the Sacred God clan's top divine abilities. For example, the Sacred God Fist that Xianxia was using now was said to have been created by an ancient expert of the Sacred God clan. It was a divine ability that was created based on the characteristics of the Sacred God clan's bloodline. After the Sacred God Fist was used, the two types of bloodlines in the Sacred God clan cultivator's body would awaken and provide great power. The power of the Holy God Fist would also increase tremendously with the support of the two bloodline powers. Just like now, the power of Xing Yuanxu's punch was terrifying to the extreme, enveloping Lin Feng and sealing off the spacetime around Lin Feng, making it impossible for Lin Feng to dodge. He had no choice but to take Xing Yuanxu's punch head-on. What a terrifying punch! Xing Yuanxu is indeed worthy of being a cultivator of the sacred god clan. His strength is really too strong, enough to suppress many experts of the older generation. That brat is definitely no match for Xing Yuanxu. Just wait and see, that brat is dead for sure. Among the crowd, the practitioners of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all talking about it. They all looked at Lin Feng with sneers. They naturally hoped that Xing Yuanxu would kill Lin Feng and get rid of Lin Feng for the three forces. There were also 9 states cultivators present, but there were fewer of them. Now, those 9 states cultivators were also paying attention to the changes in the battle. Their expressions were very solemn and they couldn't help but worry about Lin Feng. Lin Feng's cultivation was indeed very strong and his talent was also incomparably amazing. But now, Lin Feng was facing Xing Yuanxu, who was also a person with heaven-defying talent and strength. Lin Feng could defeat ordinary cultivators whose realms were far higher than his own. But he might not be able to defeat a genius cultivator whose realms were far higher than his own. Therefore, the 9 states cultivators were all sweating for Lin Feng. This punch is quite interesting. After feeling the power of Xing Yuanxu's attack, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Xing Yuanxu's attack was indeed astonishing. However, Lin Feng didn't care about it at all. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, his combat strength had increased by many times. He was no longer the same as before. In the face of Xing Yuanxu's tyrannical attack, Lin Feng also threw a punch at Xing Yuanxu. Bang! With a violent collision sound, everyone saw Lin Feng and Xing Yuanxu fiercely colliding. Both sides took 3 steps back. Lin Feng withstood Xing Yuanxu's tyrannical punch, which shocked many people. Lin Feng withstood such a powerful attack from Xing Yuanxu. In their opinion, Lin Feng's cultivation was probably much stronger than the rumors said. Oh my god, look! Suddenly, someone pointed at Xing Yuanxu with a shocked expression on his face. He couldn't believe his eyes. At this moment, Xing Yuanxu's body was changing. His body was constantly shrinking, and as his body shrank, his magic power was also constantly weakening. Lin Feng used the fist technique recorded in the future chapter of the Great Reincarnation Art. It was surrounded by the power of the future, which could shrink a cultivator for a short period of time and greatly weaken his magic power. It was similar to the past chapter of the Great Reincarnation Art. My body, my magic power. Xing Yuanxu looked at his shrinking body and couldn't help but roar in horror. However, now that Xing Yuanxu had turned into a child, his roar turned into a scream. Young master hates naughty children like you the most. Today, young master will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Lin Feng's face revealed a devilish smile. His body flashed and appeared in front of Xing Yuanxu. Then, he directly slapped Xing Yuanxu. After Xing Yuanxu's body shrank, his combat strength had dropped to the lowest point. Therefore, Xing Yuanxu didn't dare to face Lin Feng head-on. Seeing Lin Feng coming at him, Xing Yuanxu hurriedly dodged Lin Feng's attack. However, Xing Yuanxu, whose cultivation had dropped, couldn't dodge Lin Feng's attack at all. Slap! Lin Feng's slap landed heavily on Xing Yuanxu's face. It directly sent Xing Yuanxu flying. Ah! Xing Yuanxu roared in anger. He was simply mad with hatred. When had he ever been humiliated like this? But now, in front of so many people, he was slapped in the face and sent flying. This made Xing Yuanxu feel extremely humiliated. Xing Yuanxu was furious and his killing intent was like the sea. However, he couldn't resist Lin Feng now. Naughty child, how was my slap just now? Take another kick from this young master. Lin Feng chased after Xing Yuanxu and raised his foot in the air to kick Xing Yuanxu. Bang! Accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng's kick landed on Xing Yuanxu's body and sent him flying. Wah! Receiving Lin Feng's powerful kick, Xing Yuanxu spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was distorted. Lin Feng, you little bastard. I'll fight you to the death. Obviously, Xing Yuanxu wanted to activate his bloodline power to deal with Lin Feng. In the face of Xing Yuanxu's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He quickly rushed forward and sneered. "Do you think you're still qualified to talk to me about fighting to the death?" Bang! Lin Feng kicked Xing Yuanxu's body again. Xing Yuanxiu, who was activating his bloodline, was abruptly interrupted and coughed up blood. He suffered a backlash, so his injuries were even more serious than before. Blood flowed out of his mouth, nose, and ears. The insufferably arrogant Xing Yuanxiu was actually beaten so badly by Lin Feng. This was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected such an outcome. This caused many people to be incomparably astonished. They simply could not believe their eyes. The cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces all looked gloomy. They were all looking forward to seeing Xing Yuanxiu kill Lin Feng. However, the result was extremely disappointing. Well done! The cultivators from 9 provinces were all excited and cheered for Lin Feng. Go, all of you go, kill this little bastard for me. Xing Yuanxiu roared furiously. Do it, shouted the other cultivators of the 10,000 clans, throwing themselves at Lin Feng. Ha 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 ha, your opponent is me, the cursed doll shouted and pounced on the cultivators from the myriad races. Cursed fog, cursed fog. The cursed doll's eerie voice rang out as a large amount of cursed fog emanated from its body. The cursed fog was extremely strange and terrifying. When the cultivators from the myriad races came into contact with the cursed fog, their bodies began to rot. The cultivators from the myriad races could not resist the corrosion of the cursed fog at all. One by one, they screamed miserably. The cursed doll's cultivation was recovering more and more, and its methods were becoming more and more strange. Ordinary cultivators could not deal with the cursed doll. Naturally, the cultivators from the myriad races were no match for the cursed doll. Xing Yuanxiu's face turned green when he saw the myriad races cultivators being blocked by the cursed dolls. The young master hates it when people act cool in front of me. What qualifications do you have to act cool in front of the young master? Lin Feng rushed in front of Xing Yuanxiu again and slapped Xing Yuanxiu's face, sending him flying again. Xing Yuanxiu's face had been slapped by Lin Feng. Now, Xing Yuanxiu was so sullen that he wanted to die. His strength was clearly abnormally strong, but because his body had shrunk, he couldn't use it. This feeling was worse than death. Right now, Xing Yuanxiu wanted nothing more than to chop Lin Feng into pieces. Xing Yuanxiu's body was sent flying. At this moment, the effect of the future power of the future chapter of the Great Samsara was about to wear off. Xing Yuanxiu's power began to gradually recover, and his body also began to return to normal. Look! His primordial energy is recovering. Once Xing Yuanxiu recovers, that brat will be dead for sure, that's right. When enraged, Xing Yuanxiu's battle prowess will be heaven-defying. Seeing that Xing Yuanxiu was gradually recovering, the cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces couldn't help but be delighted. In those people's eyes, Lin Feng couldn't compete with Xing Yuanxiu. Although Lin Feng had one-sidedly suppressed Xing Yuanxiu, it wasn't a reflection of their true strength. Xing Yuanxiu was thinking the same thing. He could feel his dermic powers gradually recovering, and his body was also gradually recovering. He was extremely excited. He was thinking about how to torture and humiliate Lin Feng after he recovered. Only then would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. At this moment, Lin Feng arrived in front of Xing Yuanxiu again and used Eternity Rush on Xing Yuanxiu's body. This was a divine ability recorded in the previous chapter of the Great Samsara art. Lin Feng was even more proficient in using this divine ability. Bang! Xing Yuanxiu was sent flying again. Quick, look! Shouted a cultivator in shock as he pointed at Xing Yuanxiu. Everyone looked at Xing Yuanxiu, and the corners of their mouths twitched violently. Just now, Xing Yuanxiu's body had shrunk to the size of a 5-year-old child. But now, Xing Yuanxiu's body had become extremely old, turning into an extremely old man. The Great Samsara art. Lin Feng must have used the Great Samsara art. It said that the Great Samsara art records the use of the power of the past and the future. It can make people age or shrink in a short time. Regardless of whether they age or shrink, their magic power will decline greatly, and their battle prowess will be at its lowest point. said an extraterrestrial cultivator in a low voice. His eyes shone when he mentioned the great samsara art. It was definitely a peerless divine ability that could make countless people go crazy. Such a divine ability could become the foundation of cultivation. Who wouldn't want such a divine ability? No wonder his methods are so strange. It's actually the great samsara art. Xianxia is so aggrieved. If he had known earlier that the great samsara art was so strange, he would have been on guard against Lin Feng. Some of the extraterrestrial cultivators sighed. Why is this happening? Xianxia looked at his old body and couldn't help but roar. It took him a lot of effort to return to normal. But then, he turned into his current state. Xianxia was so depressed that he was about to die. Old fart, eat this young master's fist. Lin Feng rushed forward and punched Xianxia. He shouted, this fist is called the specialized old tortoise fist. Xianxia couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who's an old tortoise? Xianxia wanted to quickly retreat to avoid Lin Feng's attack. He wanted to waste time until his body returned to normal. By the time he returned to normal, he definitely wouldn't be hit a third time. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was incomparably cruel. Lin Feng didn't give Xianxia a chance at all. His speed was so fast that he followed Xianxia like a shadow. He arrived in front of Xianxia in an instant. Then, he punched Xianxia's chin. Crack, crack. Xianxia's chin was shattered by Lin Feng's punch. As for Xianxia, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's punch. Lin Feng quickly rushed forward, descended from the sky, and stomped on Xianxia. Bang, his foot ruthlessly stomped on Xianxia's body. With a clang, Xianxia's body fell to the ground and was stepped on by Lin Feng. Little bastard, just you wait. I'll kill you. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Xianxia's eyes turned blood red, and he looked at Lin Feng with hatred. Lin Feng coldly looked at Xianxia and sneered, you're still so arrogant even though you're a prisoner. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? I'm a member of the Sacred God clan. If you know what's good for you, you'll end your life and save your friends and family. If you dare to kill me, not only will you die, but your friends and family and everyone related to you will die. Xianxia laughed maliciously. Who in the Sacred God clan didn't fear him? With the Sacred God clan as his backing, Xianxia had nothing to fear. Puff, the next moment, blood splattered. Xianxia's head was chopped off by Lin Feng. Dead. Xianxia is dead. I'm afraid something big is going to happen. It's been so many years, but no cultivator from the Sacred God clan has fallen. Now that a direct descendant of the Sacred God clan has fallen, I'm afraid there's going to be a huge problem. The Sacred God clan won't let this go so easily. Just wait and see, the experts of the Sacred God clan will definitely appear and kill Lin Feng. Not only Lin Feng, but also his family, his clansmen, friends, fellow disciples, and so on. As long as they are related to him, they will all die. Just wait and see. When the time comes, these people will definitely die without a burial place. After seeing Lin Feng kill Xianxia, the surrounding cultivators of the thousands of races began to whisper to each other. The Sacred God clan was a behemoth that no one could provoke. Now, Lin Feng had killed a direct descendant of the Sacred God clan. It was equivalent to piercing through the sky. The people of the Sacred God clan naturally wouldn't let this go. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He took Xianxia's storage ring and left with the cursed doll. So what if it was the Sacred God clan? If the Sacred God clan dared to touch the people around him, he would definitely uproot the Sacred God clan. TSK, you even dared to kill someone from the Sacred God clan. You're really bold. The cursed doll exclaimed. So what if it's the Sacred God clan? It's just a force that's slightly stronger than the other clans. Give me time and the entire Sacred God clan will be trampled under my feet. Lin Feng said indifferently. The cursed doll nodded and said, with your talent, perhaps there will be such a day. Killing the cultivator of the Sacred God clan, Xianxia, was only a small matter to Lin Feng. He wouldn't take this matter to heart. If Amir Jr. died, so be it. Lin Feng's heart wouldn't be affected at all. He and the cursed doll walked deeper into the city. There were huge palaces everywhere, crisscrossing streets, and huge mansions. This was like an ancient imperial city. It was shrouded in a dark aura and emitted a power that made one's heart palpitate. One after another, cultivators entered the massive imperial city. Then, they began searching for treasures within the imperial city, hoping to find the supreme treasure buried here. Some cultivators seemed to have a good harvest, but some cultivators didn't find anything at all. The first night arrived quietly. When night fell, the entire imperial city was shrouded in endless darkness. Vaguely, there was also a whining sound. That sound was too terrifying and eerie, as if it was the sound of a malicious spirit. Pale green bugs were flying above the city, emitting a pale green light that represented death. That light seemed to represent an endless aura of death. Deathfire demonic bug. The cursed doll looked at the bugs in shock. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this kind of insect. In fact, it was the first time he had seen this kind of strange insect. He could feel an aura from these green insects that made his heart palpitate. Is Deathfiery Demon Bug the name of this bug? What kind of insect is this? Lin Feng could not help but ask. I'm not sure. It said that it's a type of insect that flew out from the 18th level of hell. It represents death. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. The cursed doll was getting more and more ridiculous. If it was really a type of insect that flew out from the 18th level of hell, then it would be too terrifying. However, everything the cursed doll said sounded too unreal. It felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. At that moment, some Deathfire demonic bugs descended from the sky and flew towards some of the cultivators. Many of the cultivators did not recognize these Deathfire demonic bugs. Therefore, they did not take the Deathfire demonic bugs to heart. Some of them even stretched out their hands to grab the bugs, wanting to see what these bugs were. When those cultivators grabbed the Deathfire demonic bugs, something happened. Then, something terrifying happened. Those cultivators' bodies began to burn. With their arms as the starting point, the flames quickly spread to their entire bodies. Those cultivators who grabbed the Deathfire demonic bugs quickly let go of them. They released their magic power, wanting to use it to extinguish the flames on their bodies. However, it was useless. It seemed like there was nothing that could stop their bodies from burning. Arg, miserable shrieks were heard. Many cultivators let out miserable shrieks as their bodies burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, they had been reduced to ashes and died on the spot. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those bugs were too terrifying. Anyone who dared to underestimate those bugs would definitely die. Swoosh, 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 more and more Deathfire demonic bugs flew toward the cultivators in the Imperial City. Those Deathfire demonic bugs were like the Grim Reaper that walked out from hell. They began to harvest the cultivators' lives. A large number of cultivators died under the attacks of the Deathfire demonic bugs. Quick, use your magic treasures to attack these damned bugs, many cultivators shouted. Using their magic treasures to attack the Deathfire demonic bugs was a good idea. Many Deathfire demonic bugs were killed by the magic treasures. It was only after midnight that the Deathfire demonic bugs disappeared. However, there were patches of charcoal on the ground of the Imperial City. A gust of wind blew. The charcoal was blown in all directions. Those charcoal were the cultivators who died after being attacked by the Deathfire demonic bugs. Roar. A deep roar resounded through the sky. In the depths of the Imperial City, a huge demonic shadow appeared. Endless demonic might emanated from it. It was as if a peerless demon lord had awakened from his slumber. When they saw the demonic shadow, everyone became excited. Is that the demon lord's brand? The demon lord's legacy must be here. Let's go and take a look. Many cultivators shouted excitedly and quickly flew toward the depths of the Imperial City. The huge demonic shadow quickly disappeared. I wonder if the three great emperors will be able to obtain the demon lord's legacy? Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression as he and the cursed doll flew toward the depths of the Imperial City. The three great emperors had been the first to enter the Imperial City. Now, they were nowhere to be found. If there was anyone who had the highest chance of obtaining the demon lord's legacy, it would be the three great emperors. It's fine if they manage to obtain it. At most, we'll just have to kill them. The cursed doll said. Lin Feng nodded and said, alright, then let's kill them and snatch the demon lord's legacy. Many cultivators who were passing by heard the conversation between Lin Feng and the cursed doll and looked at them with disdain. Kill 3 great emperors? Lin Feng and the cursed doll, as well as the other cultivators, flew towards the depths of the imperial city for a long time. However, they were still unable to reach that area. It was obvious that something was amiss. Lin Feng had also noticed that something was amiss. He felt as if he had fallen into some kind of illusion and was constantly flying. In reality, he might not have been able to travel far at all. There was an 80% chance that he was trapped in this place. The cursed doll said, this place is filled with evil. I'm afraid we're in trouble. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it was as the cursed doll had said. They were in trouble. Perhaps it's a magnetic field. An extremely terrifying magnetic field that's affecting all of us. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng said. It was unrealistic for ordinary formations and restrictions to try to trap Lin Feng, who was a formation grandmaster. Only the power of a magnetic field could deceive him. That was the terrifying part of a magnetic field. The power contained in a magnetic field was too terrifying. It could make people lose themselves in it. A magnetic field? Could it be that the Devil Lord's corpse is here? The corpse of an expert of this level can form a powerful magnetic field that interferes with the thoughts of the cultivators around him. The cursed doll said with a gloomy expression. If it was really a magnetic field formed by the corpse of a Devil Lord, then it would be too terrifying. Lin Feng said. Let's wait and see. It might be better if we wait until daytime. The cursed doll said. That's the only way. Lin Feng hoped that this night would pass peacefully. However, things did not go as he wished. How could it be so easy to pass peacefully? Dong, dong, dong. A sound rang out in the middle of the night. It was not the sound of a bell, but an extremely strange sound. This strange sound made one's hair stand on end. Lin Feng felt his heart beating faster and faster. He felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. Ah! A cultivator in the distance let out a shrill scream. Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly flew over. 6 or 7 cultivators fell on the street, all of them dead. A bloody hole appeared in their chests. His heart exploded. This was the cause of their deaths. After seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. These people died too tragically. His heart exploded, and he died. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, this time it was the same as before. Lin Feng felt his heart beating faster and faster. Lin Feng couldn't help but be alarmed when he saw the corpses in front of him. The deaths of these cultivators were most likely related to the frantic beating of their hearts. I have to calm myself down quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to escape death. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He quickly sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill. As the Archean Dragonesque Elephant skill circulated, Lin Feng felt his inner world become much quieter. No one knew how much time had passed. Lin Feng opened his eyes. The cursed doll was looking into the distance, bored to death. This fellow wasn't made of flesh and blood, so it didn't have a heart. Naturally, it didn't have to worry about the strange sound earlier. The night hasn't passed yet. Looking at the dark imperial city, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. We still have to wait for a while. But it should be soon. The cursed doll said. Have you heard of the saying that the darkness before dawn is the scariest? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll said, although this is the first time I've heard of this, it does make sense. The scariest thing might happen soon. Not long after, a gloomy aura spread throughout the imperial city. Lin Feng said, I'm afraid danger is coming. Be careful. The cursed doll nodded with a serious expression. Ah! A shrill scream came from not far away. After hearing the scream, Lin Feng and the cursed doll quickly flew over. Dozens of cultivators also rushed to that place. However, when they arrived at that place, there was only a pool of blood. There was nothing else. He's dead. This pool of blood should be left behind by the cultivator from before. I just don't know how he died. A cultivator said with an ugly expression. Is it that demon lord who wants to kill the latecomers? A cultivator cursed. Even after he's dead, he still wants to scheme against the latecomers. I curse that demon lord to never be reincarnated. You can't say such things carelessly, a cultivator said in a deep voice. Everyone quickly distanced themselves from that cultivator. Cursing the mysterious demon lord in the imperial city left behind by the demon lord. Wasn't that courting death? That cultivator had lost his composure earlier because he was mentally unstable. That was why he cursed the demon lord. However, now that he had regained his senses, his face had turned pale. He was probably starting to feel fear. I don't ask for anything else now. I just want to get through this night smoothly. Then, I'll search the imperial city again tomorrow morning. Before night falls, we have to leave this place quickly. This place is too strange. If I had a chance to choose again, I definitely wouldn't enter this place again. A cultivator said. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Everyone, gather together. There's strength in numbers. A cultivator suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Now, no one wanted to be separated from the main group. Once they were separated, they would probably end up in an extremely miserable state. Find a courtyard to hide in. Someone said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, nearly 100 people found a courtyard and waited quietly for the day to come. From time to time, screams could be heard from outside. Cultivators were constantly being killed. No one knew what was in the imperial city. To be able to kill off so many powerful cultivators without making a sound, he had to be able to do so. Not long after Lin Feng and the others entered the courtyard, waves of gloomy and cold aura permeated the courtyard from outside. We can't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly. A very alert cultivator couldn't help but say in a deep voice. The courtyard wasn't safe. Everyone got up and left the courtyard. When they arrived outside the courtyard, everyone's expression was extremely ugly. This was because the imperial city at night was simply too dangerous. What's that? Someone pointed into the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a ball of red light flying in their direction. Everyone looked at the ball of red light warily. However, when the ball of red light flew over, everyone finally saw what it was. Everyone's expression changed abruptly. In the red light, a cultivator covered in red hair was walking towards them. How did the Emperor of the Fallen Angel race turn into a red-furred monster? Seeing the Emperor of the Fallen Angel race walking towards them step by step, everyone could not help but feel their scalps go numb. This was simply too horrifying. How could a perfectly fine human turn into a red-furred monster? Furthermore, the cultivation of the Fallen Angel race's Emperor was so strong. Just what in the world was it that turned him into this red-furred monster? Retreat. Hurry up and retreat, a cultivator said with a trembling voice. Everyone retreated cautiously, not daring to move too quickly for fear of attracting the frenzied attacks of the Fallen Angel race's Emperor. Among the crowd, there was a Fallen Angel race cultivator. Now, someone wanted him to ask the Emperor of his race about what had happened. How could a dignified Emperor like him turn into a horrifying monster? The Fallen Angel race cultivator could not help but roll his eyes. Only someone with a screw loose would go and ask. The Fallen Angel cultivator was extremely unwilling to do so. He was worried that if he went to ask the Emperor of his race about the situation, he would be killed by a single palm strike from the Emperor. This was not an exaggeration. Right now, the Fallen Angel race's Emperor seemed to have completely lost himself. His eyes had turned blood red, shining with an incomparably demonic luster. What about the other two emperors? Did they turn into red-furred monsters as well? A cultivator asked with a trembling voice. They must have experienced something inconceivable. Otherwise, there was no way they could have turned into red-furred monsters. But as for what they had experienced, no one knew. Perhaps their fighting strength is not as strong as before. Everyone, calm down. There's no need to be too afraid. A cultivator said. However, he was clearly lacking in confidence. Hence, his voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Whoosh, the Fallen Angel race's Emperor increased his speed and rushed towards the crowd. Hurry up and run. Many people cried out in fear. They did not have the courage to fight the fallen angel race's emperor at all. Everyone fled in all directions. Soon, they separated. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. Some cultivators were killed by the fallen angel race's emperor, who had turned into a red-furred monster. Whoosh! The fallen angel race's emperor locked onto a group of more than 10 people and chased after them. Holy sh*t. Lin Feng could not help but roll his eyes. He was also within this group of more than 10 people. He was locked onto by the fallen angel race's emperor. Now that the fallen angel race's emperor was chasing him, Lin Feng felt uneasy. "Don't be afraid," Lin Feng said. He felt that the fallen angel race emperor was not as strong as before after turning into a red-furred monster. "Are you crazy?" The others couldn't help but roll their eyes. They had no intention of fighting the fallen angel race's emperor. "Calm, let." The cursed doll pointed in a direction. Lin. Lin. The great emperor of the fallen angel clan chased after the group with the most people, so he didn't chase after Lin Feng and the cursed baby. "Kill." Lin Feng's expression was cold as he took out the heavenly pagoda. This emperor-level defensive treasure hovered above Lin Feng. Rays of divine light shone down, protecting Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng used the heavenly pagoda to protect his body. At the same time, he took out the stone sword and slashed at the fallen angel race's emperor. The cursed doll was responsible for casting curse arts from afar to attack the fallen angel race's emperor. Now that Lin Feng's cultivation base had improved greatly, he could barely wield the 2 stone swords. Under Lin Feng's control, the 2 stone swords danced in the void and attacked the fallen angel race's emperor. Clang clang clang, the fallen angel race's emperor was too strong. He waved his hands and swept them at Lin Feng's stone swords. A series of violent collisions rang out. Lin Feng's 2 stone swords were actually sent flying by the fallen angel race's emperor. There was no need to mention the power of the stone swords. They were abnormally terrifying. However, the fallen angel race's emperor was too strong. Therefore, Lin Feng's stone swords could not break through the fallen angel race's emperor's defense. The fallen angel race's emperor quickly arrived in front of Lin Feng. His sharp claws scratched at Lin Feng's chest. After turning into a red-furred monster, the nails of the fallen angel race's emperor had become much longer. Furthermore, they were shining with a blue luster. It looked extremely sinister. However, the attack power of this claw was incomparably strong. If it were any other time, Lin Feng would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the fallen angel race's emperor. However, the situation was different this time. This time, Lin Feng had the heavenly pagoda, an emperor-level weapon, to protect him. Although the fallen angel race's emperor's attack was extremely strong, it could not break through the heavenly pagoda's defense. 5 times dragon elephant arm. Lin Feng erupted. A terrifying power surged into his right arm. The 5 times dragon elephant arm burst forth with an unprecedented amount of power. Then, that mighty punch smashed into the fallen angel race's emperor's abdomen. Even someone as strong as the fallen angel race's emperor was sent flying after taking on such a terrifying punch from Lin Feng. Ugh! Furthermore, the fallen angel race's emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at this scene, Lin Feng was extremely excited. This was the first time in his life that he had beaten an emperor to the point of spitting out blood. Despicable living being, your emperor is going to kill you. After the fallen angel race's emperor was injured, he roared out furiously. Terrifying ripples were emitted from his body. Sensing the ripples that were surging out from the fallen angel race's emperor, Lin Feng's face changed. The fallen angel race's emperor was probably going to use his mystic skills now. Naturally, he and the cursed doll could not deal with the fallen angel race's emperor. Lin Feng hurriedly kept the 2 stone swords. Then, he fled into the distance with the cursed doll. There was no need to continue fighting with the fallen angel race's emperor. There was nothing to gain from it anyway. The fallen angel race's emperor chased after Lin Feng and the cursed doll relentlessly. However, he encountered other cultivators along the way. Thus, the fallen angel race's emperor gave up on Lin Feng and the cursed doll and attacked other cultivators instead. Just what kind of secret is this place hiding? To think that a great emperor would turn into a red-furred monster. Lin Feng frowned. This imperial city was simply too scary. This night was not peaceful at all. Countless people had died tragically. Fortunately, dawn had finally arrived. Let's go and take a look. Let's see if there's any demon lord's orthodoxy. Whether or not we can get it, we have to leave this place before nightfall. Lin Feng said solemnly. In the depths of the imperial city was a huge palace. It emitted a cold and terrifying aura, causing people to feel a chill down their spines. More and more cultivators arrived and entered the palace. Inside the palace, there were rows upon rows of huge palaces. Many cultivators went to some of the palaces and opened them, hoping to find some fortuitous encounters. Lin Feng and the cursed doll also searched many palaces, but found nothing valuable in them. However, they found something in one of the main palaces. Lin Feng found a huge statue here. The statue was made of bronze and emitted an endless majesty. Is that the demon lord's statue? Quite a few cultivators were attracted to the statue, and their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment as they looked at it. If it was really the demon lord's statue, it would be too shocking. Because the demon lord's orthodoxy might also be here. Some cultivators couldn't help but walk towards the statue. Lin Feng and the cursed doll watched from afar. They didn't get close. Because the two of them had a special feeling. When they saw the statue, they couldn't help but feel panic and palpitations. This was enough to explain a lot of things. There was definitely a huge problem with that statue. The cultivators approaching the statue were also very careful. That cultivator kept getting closer to the statue, but the statue didn't seem to have any movements. Just when everyone thought that there wouldn't be any changes, the statue suddenly opened its eyes. It was a pair of extremely demonic eyes that shot out two rays of light. The two rays of light shot towards the cultivator approaching the statue. Faced with this sudden change, the cultivator's expression changed greatly. He quickly dodged, hoping to avoid the two rays of light that shot out from the statue. But in the end, he failed. A poochie sound was heard. The ray of light directly pierced through the cultivator's body. A loud bang was heard. The cultivator's body immediately exploded. He turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, all of the blood mist was absorbed by the statue. What kind of statue is this? It's so strange. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the statue in shock. The statue had instantly killed off a cultivator with considerable strength and even devoured his flesh and soul essence. It was simply too bizarre. Many of the onlookers could not help but feel their hair stand on end. Some of the cultivators who were originally itching to take a closer look at the statue now had uncertain expressions. "Let me," a voice came from outside. Then, a young man in a yellow robe with a crew cut walked in. After seeing this person, Lin Feng was very surprised. It was this young man with a crew cut. His origin was extremely mysterious. He had already appeared several times. The first time was when he collected the Golden Temple. The last time it appeared was when the Dragon Tomb appeared under the Dragonfire province. A great emperor had descended, but in the end, the opportunity had been obtained by this youth with a crew cut. And now, he had appeared once again. Underworld child. A cultivator whispered, seemingly knowing the background of this young man with a crew cut. What? He was the underworld child? Son of the Nether King? Immediately, some people were shocked. In the past, the Nether King had disappeared without a trace for no reason. At that time, the Nether King's relatives had also disappeared with him. Naturally, this included the Nether King's son. After he snatched the opportunity from a great emperor, the great emperors of the myriad races began to investigate this child's identity. They discovered that this child was related to the underworld, so they reported this information to the ancestors of the heavenly sage Great World. After some investigation, they discovered that this child was actually the son of the Nether King. Back then, the Nether King mysteriously disappeared for some reason. Now that the son of the Nether King has returned, no one knows what happened. I wonder if the Nether King is still alive in this world. With the son of the Nether King's talent, he should have become a great emperor by now. However, it seems like he hasn't cultivated to the great emperor realm yet. I guess he has been sealed for a long time and is sleeping inside the stone to prevent the passage of time from passing. This child's methods are extremely terrifying. Back then, I personally saw him withstand 3 attacks from a great emperor without being defeated. In the end, he managed to retreat. As expected of the son of the Nether King. His combat strength is heaven-defying. Many cultivators began to whisper to each other. Boom! The underworld child attacked, emitting a powerful aura from his body. Step by step, he walked toward the statue. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 terrifying rays of light shot out from the statue's eyes once again and then blasted toward the underworld child. Break! The underworld child's methods were too extraordinary. His fist shook the world and shattered the sky. His pair of divine fists were simply invincible. After shattering the statue's attack, the underworld child arrived in front of the statue. With a wave of his hand, endless gloomy ghost chi surged out and directly drowned the statue. The underworld child had successfully taken the statue. So powerful. The cursed doll smacked its lips and said. Lin Feng's heart also surged with monstrous waves. The underworld child was indeed too terrifying. This person's talent was already extremely heaven-defying. Moreover, he had already cultivated to the boundary emperor realm. That was why he had such terrifying strength. Some people's eyes flickered with coldness. They wanted to attack the underworld child. Those cultivators had the advantage in numbers and wanted to use this to suppress the underworld child. Then, they wanted the underworld child to hand over the statue. However, those cultivators gave up in the end. The underworld child was simply too powerful. If they really fought, the outcome would be uncertain. At that time, it would be hard to say what would happen. They might even suffer a double loss. After the underworld child left, Lin Feng and the others quickly left as well. The cursed doll said, I wonder where the treasure vault is. If we can find it, we will definitely be able to obtain many treasures. Lin Feng said, many people are searching for the treasure vault. It's just that the treasure vault is hidden too deeply. A large number of cultivators were searching for the treasure vault's location. The treasure vault was very difficult to find, but it was still found in the end. Everyone rushed to the treasure vault. The treasure vault was underground and was extremely huge. When everyone entered the treasure vault, they saw mountains of various origin crystals, various refining materials, various weapons, and so on. We're rich, many people shouted excitedly and quickly rushed to collect the treasures piled up in the treasure vault. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were also collecting the treasures in the treasure vault. Lin Feng was most interested in array formation materials and some magic treasures. Array formation materials could be used many times, and magic treasures could be used to equip an army. Therefore, Lin Feng specifically collected array formation materials and various magic treasures. Keek keek. Just as everyone was collecting the magic treasures in the treasure vault, suddenly, a sinister voice came from the depths of the treasure vault. That voice was sinister and ear-piercing. After hearing that voice, many people could not help but feel their hair stand on end. What the hell is that? The blood-red mist in the depths began to roll, and a gloomy aura spread out. From within the blood-red mist, a terrifying creature flew out at high speed. This creature was too strange. Its body was a bit like a human's body, but also a bit like a bat's body. There were 2 heads in total, and both of them were incomparably ugly. One of them was a human head, while the other was a bat head. Its claws were extremely sharp and shone with a green luster. It was obvious that the bat monster's claws contained a strong poison. Is it a bat monster that cultivated into a spirit? A cultivator from the myriad races couldn't help but show a look of contempt when he saw the monster's appearance. It was just a bat monster. How strong could it be? I'll go kill this bat monster. A cultivator sneered and wanted to kill the bat monster. As long as he killed this bat monster and searched for its soul, then, he might be able to get information about the demon lord's orthodoxy from the bat monster. This cultivator's wishful thinking was quite good. He brought out a magic treasure. This magic treasure was a round will-type magic treasure. After the magic treasure flew out, it suddenly spun and slashed at the bat monster. The attacking cultivator wanted to rely on his magic treasure to kill the bat monster. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, the bat monster's wings gently flapped. The bat monster's wings slashed at the magic treasure. A spluttering sound was heard. The magic treasure was directly torn in half. After seeing this scene, many people were shocked. The bat monster's attack was too terrifying. Even its body parts were sharper than magic treasures. It was too terrifying. The bat monster instantly arrived in front of the cultivator. The cultivator didn't even have time to react. The bat monster bit down on the cultivator's neck. Then, it suddenly sucked. The cultivator's body convulsed. Then, his body collapsed to the ground. He died on the spot. The monster's mouth was full of blood. It looked extremely bloody and terrifying. The taste is so. I wonder if any of the remaining people have a better taste? The bat monster's face was full of a sinister smile. Swoosh, he moved as fast as lightning, pouncing toward the crowd. The blood-red fog rolled and enveloped the entire warehouse. The cultivators shrouded in the blood-red mist were quickly separated by it. The bat monster's methods were terrifying. It deliberately separated everyone. Then, he would attack them one by one. Mournful cries rang out one after another as more and more cultivators were killed by the monster's attacks. The blood-red fog tumbled and separated Lin Feng from the cursed doll. The surrounding screams were so mournful that it made one's hair stand on end. As time passed, the screams gradually disappeared. Due to the fact that most of the cultivators had been killed, the number of survivors was extremely small. A cold and gloomy aura engulfed Lin Feng's entire body, causing him to involuntarily feel cold all over. Lin Feng felt that he was being targeted by something terrifying. He knew that it must be the bat monster. Lin Feng scanned the surroundings with his divine sense but found no clues. The bat monster's methods were extremely terrifying. It could completely hide itself. Lin Feng's perception was extremely strong, but he was unable to find the bat monster's whereabouts. The bat monster's concealment methods were too shocking. Lin Feng did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. With this Emperor-level defensive Dharma treasure protecting him, Lin Feng felt much more at ease. The Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda shone down rays of divine light, protecting Lin Feng within. There was no sound. A figure appeared behind Lin Feng. Its sharp claws clawed at Lin Feng, wanting to pierce through Lin Feng's body. Clang. The sharp claws were blocked by the divine light released by the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. This was an Emperor-level Dharma treasure. Lin Feng estimated that even if a great Emperor-level expert attacked, it would not be able to break through the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda's defense in a short time. After blocking the bat monster's attack, Lin Feng turned around and threw a punch at the bat monster. The power of the five-fold Dracophant arm was completely unleashed. Back then, Lin Feng had relied on the power of the five-fold Dracophant arm to beat the fallen angel Great Emperor until he vomited blood. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Feng's strength was. Right now, Lin Feng's physical strength was roughly equivalent to an immortal emperor's. The five-fold Dracophant arm's physical strength was countless times stronger than that of a great emperor's. Therefore, even a great emperor-level expert would not be a match for Lin Feng in a battle of physical strength. You're courting death. The bat monster sneered at Lin Feng. Its physical body was extremely strong. Now that it saw Lin Feng using his physical body to fight against it, it was filled with disdain. Naturally, the bat monster was filled with disdain for Lin Feng. The bat monster's reaction was extremely fast. When Lin Feng attacked, it sent a palm strike at Lin Feng. Bang! Following a violent collision, Lin Feng sent the bat monster flying. Impossible! The bat monster roared in disbelief. It knew how strong its physical body was, but it was still sent flying by Lin Feng. It could not believe this. Huh? It's not injured? Lin Feng was also incomparably shocked. The five-fold Dracophant arm's power had only sent the bat monster flying, but it had not injured it. Lin Feng found this somewhat inconceivable. One had to know that even a great emperor would vomit blood after receiving such an attack from Lin Feng. Yet, the bat monster was unscathed. Its physical body was definitely stronger than an ordinary great emperor's. The bat monster let out a deep and sinister voice. I ate the demon lord's corpse. How can your attack hurt me? Ate the demon lord's corpse? Who are you trying to fool? Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He did not believe a single word the bat monster said. If the bat monster had really eaten the demon lord's corpse, was that all it could do? If it had really eaten the demon lord's corpse, it could probably kill an ordinary great emperor in an instant. Not to mention Lin Feng. He was simply no match for the bat monster. However, that was not the case. The bat monster was indeed very terrifying, but it was not strong enough to kill a great emperor in an instant. Lin Feng guessed that the bat monster's strength should be very close to that of a great emperor. However, it had not evolved to the level of a great emperor yet. Believe it or not, you have angered me. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Only then will I be able to quell my anger. The bat monster let out a sinister laugh, then its body issued a kacha sound. Dense black scales appeared on the surface of the bat monster's body. Those black scales wrapped its whole body, as if it was wearing a suit of armor. The bat monster's body grew larger, and its aura was 3 to 4 times stronger than before. A layer of scales appeared on the surface of the bat monster's body. In addition, the bat monster's strength had greatly increased. Naturally, Lin Feng felt that it was very difficult to deal with. When dealing with such a monster, the slightest carelessness could lead to death in the bat monster's hands. Go to hell, the bat monster laughed sinisterly and quickly pounced on Lin Feng. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Feng and attacked Lin Feng. Clang, its sharp claws scratched the protective light shield. In an instant, the protective light shield vibrated violently. Lin Feng swung his fist at the bat monster. That powerful punch did not cause any damage to the bat monster at all. The bat monster's body was as if it was wearing a defensive armor. No matter how powerful the attack was, it could not break through the bat monster's defense. Keek, it's useless. Wait until I break through your defense. That's when you'll die a tragic death. The bat monster let out a sinister laugh. Its attack became even more ferocious and terrifying. Its sharp claws continuously scratched the protective light shield released by the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. The defensive power of this protective light shield was naturally extremely strong. However, it could not withstand the continuous attacks. Any defensive system constructed by magic treasures would gradually be broken through under continuous attacks. That was why it was said that wild dogs could hunt lions. Ants could bite an elephant to death. In fact, this was the truth. If the battle continued like this, Lin Feng would not be able to break through the bat monster's defense. Such a battle would definitely be extremely disadvantageous for him. At this critical moment, the cursed doll snuck up behind the bat monster without making a sound. The cursed doll raised its right hand, and a terrifying power swirled around its fingertips. It was unknown what kind of power was condensed from the power of the god art. The cursed doll's finger pointed directly at the bat monster. Although the cursed doll hid very well, the bat monster was too powerful. It still sensed the cursed doll's appearance. It moved horizontally to the left. With the bat monster's cultivation level, it had a high chance of dodging the cursed doll's attack. However, Lin Feng was already prepared. As he saw the cursed doll appear, Lin Feng first activated the 1 Qi into 3 pure ones. He directly split himself into 3. Then, he stacked the 9 types of domineering aura together and turned it into a powerful magnetic field. The magnetic field's confinement power was too strong. After the 9 types of magnetic fields were stacked together, it instantly enveloped the bat monster. Therefore, the bat monster's plan of teleporting out and dodging the cursed doll's attack failed. The cursed doll's attack landed on the bat monster's head. The strange power around the cursed doll's finger surged into the bat monster's mind. Ah! The bat monster let out an incomparably shrill scream. After suffering the cursed doll's terrifying attack, the bat monster's body was severely injured. To be precise, its soul was very likely severely injured. After the cursed doll launched this attack, it almost fell to the ground from midair. This attack had consumed a lot of its energy. Kill. Lin Feng took out the stone sword and held it tightly with both hands. Then, with a loud roar, the stone sword in his hand stabbed fiercely at the bat monster's chest. There was a puff. The stone sword's power was extraordinary. It directly pierced through the bat monster's body. The bat monster was continuously injured. The powerful magic power in its body began to rapidly deplete. Its vitality was extremely tenacious. It was actually not dead yet. Lin Feng took out the second stone sword. Holding the sword with one hand, he was about to cut off the bat monster's head. At this moment, the bat monster suddenly roared, "Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, the Devil Lord's inheritance is yours." Hearing the bat monster's words, Lin Feng quickly stopped. He used the 8 divine seals to seal the bat monster's magic power. Then, he looked at the bat monster coldly and said, "Do you know where the Devil Lord's inheritance is?" The bat monster said, "Yes, of course I know. I can bring you in." Lin Feng pulled out the stone sword from the bat monster's chest. The bat monster's body directly fell to the ground. At this moment, the bat monster looked extremely weak. "Don't play dead. Hurry up and get up," the cursed doll said. The bat monster smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't stand up. Let me rest for a while." Lin Feng said, "Let him rest. Anyway, I've already sealed him. I'm not afraid of him playing any tricks. Let's quickly collect the treasures in the treasury." The cursed doll nodded. Together with Lin Feng, the entire treasury was emptied. All kinds of treasures were piled up like mountains. This time's harvest made Lin Feng extremely happy. This was because he had collected no less than 1,000,000 high-grade treasures. In the mountain river ring, those treasures were piled up as high as several mountains. A dragon sect cultivator was rewarded with 2 treasures. They were enough to equip an elite cultivator army of 500,000 people. Once chaos arrived, such elites would play a crucial role. "Bring us to the place where the Devil Lord's inheritance is." Lin Feng looked at the bat monster. "Follow me," the bat monster said. Then, it walked inside. In the deepest part of the treasury, there was a strange pattern. These strange patterns branded on the walls could be moved. The bat monster began to rearrange these patterns. Soon, the patterns were rearranged. Rumble. Rumble, a series of loud noises could be heard. The walls parted, and a passage appeared. The bat monster took the lead and entered. Then, Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed. After the 3 of them entered, the walls closed again. The bat monster led the way while Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed behind it. "Who are you?" Lin Feng asked the bat monster. "Tomb Keeper," the bat monster said. Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect the bat monster's true identity to be a tomb keeper. Could it be guarding the Devil Lord's tomb? With that thought in mind, Lin Feng asked, "Are you guarding the Devil Lord's tomb?" "Yes," the bat monster said. The cursed doll immediately became excited. It shouted, "The Devil Lord's tomb. This is great. If I can devour the aura of death accumulated in the Devil Lord's corpse, how many levels will my cultivation level increase?" Lin Feng was also very excited. The Devil Lord's tomb was here. Based on the information revealed by the bat monster, the Devil Lord's inheritance should be here as well. He wondered if the Devil Lord's treasure was here as well. Lin Feng and the cursed doll followed the bat monster to the end of the passageway. There was a huge stone chamber there, and a coffin was placed in the middle of the stone chamber. When they saw the coffin, Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked extremely excited. Of course, they did not act rashly. How could a coffin that buried a demon lord be underestimated? They had to be careful. If they were not careful, they might die under the demon lord's might. "Which demon lord's corpse is this?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. Of the 9 demon lords, Lin Feng had come into contact with 2 of them. Previously, he had also obtained a mysterious chant passed down by one of the demon lords. He was still in the process of comprehending it, but he had not been able to figure out what the chant meant. Of course, Lin Feng believed that with his comprehension, he would be able to figure out the secret contained in the chant sooner or later. Now that he was about to come into contact with another demon lord, he could not help but feel excited and excited. The demon lord's identity is very mysterious. When it was passed down to my generation, no one told me which demon lord it was. The bat monster said. How interesting. As a tomb keeper, you can even forget who you are guarding. Today, I have learned something new. Lin Feng said with a sneer. The cursed doll looked at the bat monster and said, "You go open the coffin. We will stay here and watch." The cursed doll was more careful. It was worried that something would go wrong, so it let the bat monster go. The bat monster nodded and did not refuse the cursed doll. It walked towards the coffin and soon arrived in front of it. Lin Feng and the cursed doll looked at the bat monster. They guessed that it would not dare to play any tricks. If it dared to play any tricks at this time, Lin Feng did not mind giving the bat monster another slash and sending it to the next world. The bat monster began to open the coffin. There were many nails on the coffin. The bat monster pried those nails off one by one. When all the nails were pried off, the bat monster began to open the coffin lid. A loud rumbling sound was heard. The coffin lid was very heavy. However, the bat monster was gradually pushed away. After the coffin was pushed open, Lin Feng and the cursed doll walked towards the coffin. However, they realized that the coffin was empty. There was only a piece of clothing inside. This was the so-called cenotaph. Lin Feng had heard the immeasurable Taoist mention the cenotaph before. If the body could not be found in the tomb, a piece of clothing would be used to replace the body for burial. This was the so-called cenotaph. The coffin is actually empty. Where is the Devil Lord's corpse? The cursed doll roared in exasperation. It still wanted to devour the death chi in the Demon Lord's corpse to increase its cultivation. But now, he hadn't even seen the Demon Lord's corpse, let alone devouring the death energy in the Demon Lord's corpse. This made the cursed doll extremely angry. It felt that the bat monster was lying to it and Lin Feng. The bat monster said, "I've never seen the Devil Lord's body. Although it's rumored that the Devil Lord is buried here, it's just a rumor, so it's normal that we haven't found the Devil Lord's body." Lin Feng sneered. "Earlier, you kept saying that the Demon Lord's legacy was here. So, you were just messing with us?" Swoosh, Lin Feng took out the stone sword and held it in his hand. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. "Of course not. The Demon Lord's legacy is really here. There is something else in the cenotaph. There is one more thing," the bat monster hurriedly said. Then, it removed the piece of clothing from the coffin, revealing a small piece of pitch-black bone to Lin Feng. When Lin Feng saw the small piece of bone, he felt his arm begin to heat up again. The ancient devil ring imprinted on his arm began to fluctuate. This puzzled Lin Feng. This was not the first time the ancient devil ring had fluctuated. Could it be that the ancient devil ring was somehow related to the mysterious demon lord? The ancient devil ring was too mysterious. However, Lin Feng still did not have the ability to explore the secrets hidden within the ancient devil ring. He had to admit that this was a pity. He could only continue to raise his cultivation. Once his cultivation improved, he could explore the various secrets hidden within the ancient devil ring. Whose bone is this? Could it be the demon lord's bone? The cursed doll looked at the small piece of bone in shock. It is very likely the demon lord's bone. There are runes on it, and the aura of the great Tao lingers around it. It must contain the demon lord's legacy, the bat monster said. The cursed doll tried to collect the bone. However, the bone emitted a terrifying demonic aura that sent both the cursed doll and the bat monster flying. Crack, crack, cracks appeared all over the cursed doll's body. It was nearly shattered by the demonic aura that had just surged out. The bat monster's situation was not much better. The bat monster coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Many of its bones were broken. Together with the cursed doll, it fell to the ground and cried out in pain. F***ck, why are you the only one who is fine? The cursed doll got up from the ground and looked at Lin Feng enviously. He was almost shocked to death by that small piece of bone. But Lin Feng, who was next to him, was completely fine. It was true that comparing people to each other was like comparing goods to goods. Lin Feng said, "Maybe it's because my character is better." The cursed doll rolled its eyes. Naturally, it did not believe Lin Feng's words. It said, "Is there something on you that is protecting you? Or is there something on you that is related to this small piece of bone?" The cursed doll's guess was spot on. Lin Feng knew that he was fine because of the ancient devil ring. However, the ancient devil ring was a secret. Lin Feng would not tell the cursed doll about it. Although he had been getting along well with the cursed doll, it was difficult to guess its thoughts. Moreover, the cursed doll was extremely cunning. Lin Feng did not know if it had opened its heart to Lin Feng. Naturally, Lin Feng could not reveal everything to the cursed doll. Lin Feng said, I have a mountain of things on me. As for what is protecting me, I don't know. The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. However, since Lin Feng said so, it could not refute Lin Feng. Therefore, it did not say anything else. Lin Feng reached out to grab the piece of bone. The piece of bone floated into the air on its own and emitted a power that could distort time and space. Lin Feng was blocked and could not get close. You belong to me. I will inherit the Demon Lord's legacy. Everything is predestined. Isn't that the case? When Lin Feng said that everything was destined, he was referring to the ancient devil ring. He had obtained the ancient devil ring a long time ago, and the ancient devil ring itself was one of the 5 great treasures of the devil realm. It was shrouded in endless mysteries. Now, the ancient devil ring seemed to have some connection with this mysterious devil lord. Therefore, Lin Feng said that everything was destined. After the devil bone, which had distorted time and space, heard Lin Feng's words, it seemed to be really spiritual. The power of distorting time and space gradually disappeared. This kid is really fated with this devil lord's bone. The cursed doll muttered. The devil lord's bone has been taken away. My guardian mission is finally over. I will regain my freedom. At the side, the bat monster was also secretly delighted. Of course, it did not say these words out loud. Now, it was praying that Lin Feng and the cursed doll would pretend that it did not exist. Now, the bat monster was worried that Lin Feng and the cursed doll would kill it before it left. By then, it would be too late to cry. In the end, Lin Feng grabbed the mysterious bone in his hand. The bone emitted a cold aura. Holding it in his hand, Lin Feng's body began to freeze. He quickly put the bone into the mountain river ring. Brat, I'm telling you, don't even think about taking it all for yourself. We found it together. Once you've comprehended the supreme divine ability on it, you must teach it to me. Otherwise, I'm not finished with you. The cursed doll said. Don't worry, you won't miss out on your share. Lin Feng said. Then, he looked at the bat monster and asked, Where's the devil lord's treasure? Do you know where it is? The bat monster said, I really don't know. There's only one coffin here, and it's a cenotaph. It's hard to say if the mysterious devil lord really died here. Indeed, as the bat monster said, it was hard to say if the mysterious devil lord really died here. After all, it was something that happened countless years ago. Many things were already in the past. The past was gone. Everything was gone. Many secrets were buried in the long river of time, difficult to find out. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, a bell rang from outside. It was the sound of the Chaos Ancient Bell. The cursed doll said in surprise, the ancient Chaos Bell is ringing. It seems like it's not far from here. Let's go and chase after the ancient Chaos Bell. Lin Feng said excitedly. He had the primal Chaos Stone. If anyone could refine the primal Chaos Ancient Bell, it would naturally be the cultivator with the primal Chaos Stone. At that very moment, Lin Feng was eager to see if he could successfully refine the ancient Chaos Bell. There were still 8 Chaos Stones left. He wondered if the other cultivators had obtained them. If those people also obtained the Chaos Stones, they would be able to find the Chaos Ancient Bell first. Perhaps the Chaos Ancient Bell would become someone else's treasure. This was naturally something Lin Feng didn't want to see. Let's get rid of this guy before we leave. It'll be a disaster if we leave it alive. The cursed doll looked at the bat monster with murderous intent in its eyes. The cursed doll had a vicious and merciless personality. Now that the bat monster was useless, it was time to kill it. To the cursed doll, killing it was just a matter of convenience. Don't kill me. I can swear that I won't make you my enemy. I beg you to let me live. The bat monster begged. No one would want to die if they could live. Naturally, the bat monster was the same. Forget it. Let's spare it this time. There's no time to lose. Let's go. Lin Feng said. The cursed doll nodded and quickly flew out with Lin Feng. Whoosh. They were as fast as lightning. Soon, they had rushed out. They left the underground Imperial City. Lin Feng had gained a lot from this place. He had obtained a defensive-type Emperor weapon, the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda, and a devil bone that was suspected to have been left behind by a devil lord. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with such amazing gains. Dong! 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 The sound of the ancient chaos bell reverberated through the clouds, shaking the world. The ancient chaos bell has appeared in the Black Desert. Soon, the news spread that the ancient chaos bell was in the Black Desert. Let's go and snatch the ancient chaos bell. Many cultivators were tempted. They eyed the ancient chaos bell covetously. It was a heaven-defying treasure. How famous was the #1 bell in the world? A treasure forged by the primeval Lord of Heaven was unimaginably powerful and terrifying. It must contain endless secrets. If they could control the ancient chaos bell, they would definitely embark on the path of conquering all the experts in the heavens. They would definitely become the supreme overlord of many starfields in the starry sky world. After a short time, Lin Feng saw the primal chaos ancient bell. It was floating in the air, and there were chains around it. At this moment, 4 cultivators were engaged in a chaotic battle. Among the 4 cultivators, Lin Feng only recognized one of them. It was the underworld child. He didn't know the other 3. The other 3 were also very powerful. One of them was a man in his 30s. He should be from the Sky Splitter race. There was a special mark between his eyebrows that looked like a lightning symbol. This was the racial symbol of the Sky Splitter race. The Sky Splitter race was a very powerful race among the extraterrestrial races. The second cultivator was a female cultivator. She was a female cultivator who had fallen from the angel clan. Her figure was extremely hot, giving off the impression that the blood of beasts was boiling and their blood vessels were gushing out. One look at her could ignite the fire in one's heart. The fallen angel woman had the same beautiful face as the angels. However, she also had a charm that the angels didn't have. She was definitely one of the best in the world. She could tempt people to death. The third cultivator was a man shrouded in holy light. He was a cultivator from the sacred god race. He was many times stronger than Xianxia, who was killed by Lin Feng. The 4 of them have terrifying means. They each seem to have a chaos stone. Then, the 4 of them locked the ancient chaos bell. They are now fighting for it. One of the cultivators who came here said aloud. They can even lock the ancient chaos bell. The 4 of them are too strong. I wonder who will get the ancient chaos bell in the end. Some cultivators took a deep breath and said. They were eager to fight for it. Especially now, when the 4 of them were fighting. It was the best chance for others to make a move. Ha 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 ha, this ancient chaos bell is mine. Finally, some cultivators couldn't wait any longer. They rushed towards the ancient chaos bell and waved their hands. Monstrous dermic power swept towards the ancient chaos bell. They wanted to take advantage of the rare opportunity when the 4 of them were fighting to get the ancient chaos bell. It's Tsung Wanluan from the Blue Dragon race. He has dragon blood flowing in his body. He is very strong. If he makes a move now, he might be able to get the ancient chaos bell. Tsung Wanluan's actions were like plucking a tiger's hair. It was completely offending the 4 experts. Of course, Tsung Wanluan's cultivation was very strong and he had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that he could snatch the primal chaos ancient bell. The 4 experts who were originally engaged in a fierce battle were furious, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. They had finally trapped the primal chaos ancient bell. Now that Tsung Wanluan had interfered, wasn't he courting death? If Tsung Wanluan had the primal chaos stone, it would be fine if he joined in. However, he didn't even have the primal chaos stone and he wanted to snatch the primal chaos ancient bell. He was simply courting death. The 4 experts tacitly chose to stop at the first moment. Then, the 4 experts joined forces and attacked Tsung Wanluan. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Underworld Child waved his hand and a river of death swept across the heaven and earth, rushing towards Tsung Wanluan. The fallen angel race female cultivator flapped her wings. Suddenly, billions of wind blades formed and swept across the heaven and earth, shattering the firmament and destroying the universe. All of them were heading towards Tsung Wanluan. The space-splitting race cultivator controlled the space-time energy and split open the void. Then, a powerful force surged towards Tsung Wanluan and enveloped him. The sacred god race cultivator also used a powerful technique. He summoned the power of hundreds of millions of thunderbolts. The dense lightning bolts descended from the sky and struck towards the sacred god race cultivator. It was as though the void was going to be split apart. The sacred god race cultivator's attack was too powerful and terrifying. It was no wonder they were the number one race among the 10,000 races. The four experts' attacks were all locked onto Zhang Wanluan. If such powerful attacks were to land on Zhang Wanluan's body, even if Zhang Wanluan's cultivation was good, he would still die. However, who would have thought that Zhang Wanluan would laugh in the face of the four experts' attacks? I have long been on guard against you guys. Boundless starry sky, eternal exile. Zhang Wanluan let out a loud roar. Both of his hands kept changing seals as he unleashed a powerful divine ability. This sacred art was an absolute art recorded in the Great Exile art. It connected to the starry sky world and banished the opponent's attacks. This sacred art was an extremely heaven-defying sacred art. Now, it was being executed by Zhang Wanluan. All of a sudden, the attacks of the four experts were banished into the outer realm, unable to harm Zhang Wanluan. Zhang Wanluan is well prepared. It seems like the primal chaos ancient bell will be taken away by him. Many cultivators exclaimed. They felt that Zhang Wanluan was going to snatch the primal chaos ancient bell because the current situation was very advantageous for him. It would be hard for the rest to compete with Zhang Wanluan at this moment. Damn it, the expressions of the four experts sank. They had never thought that Zhang Wanluan had cultivated the great banishing art. Such a powerful art had tricked them. It was already too late to condense a new divine ability. At this moment, Zhang Wanluan arrived in front of the primal chaos ancient bell and was about to collect it. However, at this moment, the void trembled slightly and a young human cultivator stepped out. This human cultivator was none other than Lin Feng. The chaos ancient bell is mine. Lin Feng looked at Zhang Wanluan indifferently and threw out a punch towards Zhang Wanluan. His appearance was too sudden. The moment he appeared, he rushed in front of Zhang Wanluan. He then channeled the strength of the arm of the dragon elephant and smashed it towards Zhang Wanluan. The power of that punch was unimaginably horrifying. Lad, you're courting death. Looking at Lin Feng who had suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhang Wanluan was stunned. However, Zhang Wanluan sneered coldly. He was merely a human cultivator. What kind of storm could he stir up? Zhang Wanluan did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. Facing Lin Feng's attack, Zhang Wanluan threw out a punch towards Lin Feng. He wanted to go head-to-head with Lin Feng. Bam, both of their fists collided fiercely. Crack! Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Arg! A miserable shriek rang out between heaven and earth. Zhang Wanluan's arm was broken when he collided with Lin Feng. His entire body was sent flying by Lin Feng. Barf, in midair, Zhang Wanluan started vomiting blood. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Everyone who saw this was shocked beyond words. Everyone thought that Zhang Wanluan would obtain the ancient chaos bell. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would suddenly appear and beat Zhang Wanluan to the point of vomiting blood? Who is that guy? How can he be so brutal? I don't know him. He seems to be a human cultivator. There are very few weak human cultivators. Could he be Lin Feng? Many cultivators from the various races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces were puzzled. However, some cultivators thought of Lin Feng and voiced their thoughts. That's right. He is Lin Feng. I've seen him before. A cultivator from the 9 Mysteries Great World said. The cultivators from the 9 prefectures exclaimed. Seeing how powerful Lin Feng was, they were naturally very happy and excited. After sending Zhang Wanluan flying, Lin Feng held the chaos stone in his hand and quickly flew towards the ancient chaos bell. Then, he slapped his palm on the ancient chaos bell. Clang, an earth-shattering sound reverberated through heaven and earth. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Many people almost fainted from the sound. Lin Feng's magic power wrapped around the ancient chaos bell, wanting to collect it. However, the ancient chaos bell did not move at all. It was as stable as a rock. There was no way to collect it. Kill him, the 5 experts' expressions were cold as they charged towards Lin Feng. Boom! Boom. Boom. Boom, powerful attacks were formed. The attacks of the five experts gathered together and blasted towards Lin Feng. Song Wanluan, in particular, attacked Lin Feng like a madman. He wanted to tear Lin Feng into pieces. Only by doing so could he wash away the humiliation of being beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The cursed doll flew out from the void. The cursed doll's hands kept changing seals. A twisting whirlpool appeared in front of the cursed doll. The whirlpool was very strange. It seemed to have a special magic power. It was able to attract all the attacks towards it. The attacks of the five experts all flew towards the whirlpool. Then, they were gradually devoured by the whirlpool. Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer. The cursed doll shouted. I came with the chaos stone in my hand. This is the will of the heavens. If you don't submit to me, who do you want to submit to? Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Bang! Bang! He threw out 9 punches in a row. Finally, the ancient chaos bell was shaken. Lin Feng wrapped the ancient chaos bell with his magic power and kept it. Let's go. Being able to snatch the chaos ancient bell from the chaotic battle of the five experts was a great gain. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. The chaos ancient bell was simply too extraordinary. Obtaining such a supreme treasure was not as simple as just obtaining a treasure. It also involved many things about the primeval Lord of Heaven. The Chaos Ancient Bell was a supreme treasure forged by the primeval Lord of Heaven, Pangu. Its power was needless to say, but what Lin Feng valued the most was the significance behind the bell. If he could wield the Chaos Ancient Bell, would he be able to obtain the Tao teachings of the primeval Lord of Heaven, Pangu, in the future? As one of the first Xiantian life forms to awaken in this era, the primeval Lord of Heaven, Pangu, was naturally a great figure. Whether it was the creation of the world when he was in the body of Pangu or the creation of Taoism later on, the foundation of the current cultivation was created by the 3 primeval Taoists. He was equivalent to the founder of the cultivation system. They were all things that would last for thousands of years. The various Tao skills and divine arts passed down by the primeval Lord of Heaven, Pangu, would certainly be extremely amazing. People couldn't help but yearn for them. The 5 experts pursued Lin Feng and the cursed doll relentlessly. They were unwilling to let the Chaos Ancient Bell fall into the hands of Lin Feng. Now, the 5 experts' expressions were cold and murderous. However, they couldn't catch up to Lin Feng and the cursed doll. This was because Lin Feng and the cursed doll were both experts in speed. Once Lin Feng and the cursed doll escaped, they would be like dragons entering the sea. The world was so vast that they could soar freely. It was extremely difficult to catch up to them. Unless a great emperor-level existence came, only then would they be able to lock on to Lin Feng and the cursed doll through the endless void with their immensely powerful divine sense. In this way, Lin Feng and the cursed doll might not be able to escape. However, although the underworld child and the others were extremely powerful, they were not great emperors after all. The news quickly spread throughout the Chaos Ancient Nation. The news that the human cultivator Lin Feng had stolen the Chaos Ancient Bell spread like wildfire. This lad possesses many peerless divine abilities and peerless treasures. Now that I've obtained the Chaos Ancient Bell, I can't stay here any longer. Otherwise, I'll be a disaster. So long as I'm able to kill this kid, I'll be able to obtain this kid's divine abilities and magic treasures, and I'll even be able to seize this kid's monstrous karmic luck. At that time, I'll be able to completely inherit this kid's karmic luck and soar into the sky with a single bound. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all discussing this matter. They wanted to kill Lin Feng. Naturally, the reason why they killed Lin Feng was not only because Lin Feng was a human cultivator of the 9 regions. In fact, this was only a very, very small reason. What truly made these cultivators want to kill Lin Feng was the magic powers and magic treasures that Lin Feng possessed. Not to mention, Lin Feng's own fortune was monstrous. This attracted the attention of those cultivators. The whole world was clamoring for benefits. The cultivators of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were even more realistic. Of course, they wouldn't do something that didn't benefit them. Now that they had killed Lin Feng, they would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. As the news of Lin Feng obtaining the Chaos Ancient Bell spread, more and more cultivators wanted to kill Lin Feng. Of course, these people also knew that Lin Feng's cultivation was extraordinary. Therefore, some of the top experts of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces formed a temporary alliance. The cultivators in the alliance began to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. They wanted to surround and kill Lin Feng. No matter how strong his individual combat strength was, it would be difficult for him to withstand the siege of a large number of experts. They would be able to wear Lin Feng down. Therefore, many cultivators joined in, wanting to get a share of the pie. Lin Feng didn't know about this matter. He and the cursed doll found a cave. The cursed doll shouted, "Last time, you already obtained the Devil Lord's bone. This time, I want to try and see if I can refine the Chaos Ancient Bell. If I can refine the Chaos Ancient Bell, this Chaos Ancient Bell will be mine." "No problem, you can give it a try," Lin Feng said with a smile. A treasure like the Chaos Ancient Bell had a spirit and couldn't be refined just because one wanted to. Lin Feng felt that the key to refining the Chaos Ancient Bell was the Chaos Stone. The cursed doll didn't have the Chaos Stone, so refining the Chaos Ancient Bell would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, Lin Feng didn't think that the cursed doll could refine the Chaos Ancient Bell. Therefore, there was no harm in letting the cursed doll try to refine the Chaos Ancient Bell first. The cursed doll floated in front of the Chaos Ancient Bell and began to chant. Ancient incantations were chanted by him. After chanting the incantation, the cursed doll shot out runes. Those runes all surged into the Chaos Ancient Bell. However, the cursed doll's dream of refining the Chaos Ancient Bell was destined to end in failure. A terrifying force vibrated from the Chaos Ancient Bell and swept the cursed doll directly. Bang! A dull collision sound was heard and the cursed doll was directly sent flying. "Damn the Chaos Ancient Bell!" The cursed doll immediately cursed gloomily. Lin Feng said, "It seems that this Chaos Ancient Bell isn't fated to be with you. However, don't worry. The next time we find a treasure, it will definitely belong to you. As for this Chaos Ancient Bell, it will belong to me." The cursed doll couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he was extremely unwilling, he had no choice because he really couldn't refine the Chaos Ancient Bell. Moreover, Lin Feng had let him refine the Chaos Ancient Bell first. Lin Feng took out the Chaos Stone and sat cross-legged in front of the Chaos Ancient Bell. He channeled his magic power into the Chaos Stone and then tried to use the Chaos Stone as a medium to communicate with the Chaos Ancient Bell. Gradually, Lin Feng felt a strange connection between himself and the Chaos Ancient Bell. His divine consciousness entered a mysterious and ancient world. That world was a primal chaos world. Lin Feng was astonished. Was that a primal chaos world formed inside the primal chaos bell? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now that he could sense the world formed inside the Chaos Ancient Bell, did that mean that he was about to succeed in refining the Chaos Ancient Bell? At the thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but reveal an extremely excited expression. "That is?" Suddenly, Lin Feng saw a huge object appear in the chaos world. It lingered in the chaos and seemed to be a giant beast. However, the giant beast was resting on the ground. "Is that the Chaos Ancient Bell's weapon spirit?" Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Swish! At this moment, Lin Feng finally got a clear look at what kind of terrifying creature it was. It was actually a dragon, a chaos dragon, a terrifying creature born from the primordial chaos. The origin of this chaos dragon was too extraordinary. It was born from the Chaos Ancient Bell, and the Chaos Ancient Bell was a supreme treasure forged from the Chaos Stones. Therefore, this dragon was equivalent to a creature born from the Chaos Stones. Its combat power was simply heaven-defying. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves swept across the land, shaking the void. Waves of destructive power surged out. It was simply too powerful, shocking everyone. "Puny creature, how dare you disturb my slumber? Do you want me to eat you?" said the dragon. He looked at Lin Feng icily. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with hatred. This terrifying creature seemed to have transformed into the king of all beasts. Its aura was monstrous as it stared at Lin Feng. It was as if it wanted to kill Lin Feng at any moment. Lin Feng said, "I control the Chaos Stones, and now that I have the Chaos Ancient Bell, I will become its master." Since you are the bell's weapon spirit, you should submit to me and obey my orders. When the primal chaos dragon heard Lin Feng, he rolled his eyes and smiled icily. You think you can become the primal chaos ancient bell's master? You're so weak, do you think you can do that? Lin Feng could not help but feel depressed that he was being looked down upon by the bell's weapon spirit. He said, my current cultivation doesn't represent my future cultivation. With my talent, it's only a matter of time before I become an ancestor or a saint. When that time comes, won't you still have to submit to me? Ha 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 ha, kid, your bragging is all over the place. You aren't even a quasi-emperor, yet you dare to talk about becoming an ancestor or a saint. Wait until you become a great emperor. The chaos dragon could not help but laugh. Then, a powerful force wrapped around Lin Feng, trying to fling him away. It was not easy to obtain the bell, but he could not refine it. It looked like he was about to lose it. Naturally, Lin Feng was unwilling to accept this. He hurriedly said, wait. I still have something to say. What else do you want to say? The chaos dragon couldn't help but ask. This guy was quite patient. He didn't directly throw Lin Feng out. If it was someone with less patience, they would probably throw Lin Feng out. Lin Feng continued, no matter what, I am still the holder of the chaos gems. Moreover, I am the first cultivator to collect the chaos ancient bell in countless years. Even if I am unable to refine the chaos ancient bell, there should still be some benefits, right? Benefits? What do you want? The chaos dragon looked at Lin Feng with great interest. I heard that the primal chaos ancient country is the burial ground of immortals. Is that true? Lin Feng could not help but ask. The chaos dragon's origin was extremely ancient. Lin Feng felt that the chaos dragon might know a lot of secrets that no one else knew. That was why he asked the chaos dragon these questions. The chaos dragon said indifferently, why are you asking? That's not something you should know. Lin Feng said, if that's the case, then the primal chaos ancient country is really the burial ground of immortals. Do you know where the immortals are buried? I'll go there and see if there are any benefits. The chaos dragon sneered. You dare to have designs on the burial ground of immortals with your puny cultivation level? Do you think you are a cat with 9 lives? Don't tell me that I don't know where the burial ground of immortals is. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The chaos dragon's tone was very firm. There was no room for negotiation. Lin Feng said. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. However, you should be able to tell me where the primeval Lord of Heaven's legacy is, right? The chaos dragon said, the primeval Lord of Heaven's life is divided into 2 periods. The first period is the Pangu period, when he transformed into Pangu and created the world. The second period is the Taoist 3 clears period, when he transformed into the primeval Lord of Heaven, the founder of Taoism, and enlightened the masses. Each period has its own legacy, and each legacy is different. Which era's legacy do you want? Which era's legacy do you know? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. I know Pangu's legacy, said the bell. Pangu's legacy? Pangu's secret realm? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Back in the Tianwu continent, Lin Feng and Huangfu Qing Tian could be said to be irreconcilable. When Lin Feng had fought against Huangfu Qing Tian, if he hadn't used a soul technique at the critical moment, he would have won. He would have been killed by Huangfu Qing Tian in that battle. Why was Huangfu Qing Tian so powerful? It was because Huangfu Qing Tian controlled Pangu's secret realm. He had obtained part of Pangu's legacy, which was why he was so powerful. However, with Huangfu Qing Tian's death, Pangu's secret realm had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where Pangu's secret realm was or how to enter it. Oh? You know about Pangu's secret realm too? The chaos dragon looked at Lin Feng in surprise, disbelief written all over its face. Clearly, it hadn't expected Lin Feng to know about Pangu's secret realm. Lin Feng said. Pangu's secret realm was inherited by a great enemy of mine. Later on, I killed that person. Is that so? It was actually taken by someone else? That's a little troublesome. Pangu's secret realm is equivalent to a minor world that can be moved. If it's taken by someone else, that person will definitely move it away. Said the chaos dragon. Do you have a way to find Pangu's secret realm? Asked Lin Feng. I can help you sense it, said the Chaos Dragon. Many thanks. Lin Feng revealed a look of joy. If the Chaos Dragon could help him sense Pengu's secret realm, there was a high chance that he could find it. After Huang Fuqingtian's death, Lin Feng originally thought that Pengu's secret realm would become a secret and be buried forever in the long river of history. Now, Lin Feng saw hope of obtaining Pengu's secret realm. The Chaos Dragon kept chanting incantations. He was comprehending Pengu's secret realm when suddenly, he opened his eyes. His eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. How is it? Have you sensed Pengu's secret realm? Asked Lin Feng. I sensed it. Pengu's secret realm already has an owner, said the Chaos Dragon. What? Pengu's secret realm has an owner? Lin Feng was astonished. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. After Huang Fuqingtian's death, Pengu's secret realm had been obtained by someone else, who had obtained such an opportunity. Pengu's secret realm is a key to the location of Pengu's core legacy. After obtaining Pengu's secret realm and comprehending its secrets, one can obtain Pengu's core legacy. There were many secrets hidden in Pengu's secret domain. Of course, the biggest secret was the core inheritance of Pengu the Immortal. If one could obtain it, it would be an extremely heaven-defying opportunity. Lin Feng had naturally been spying on it for a long time, but he had never thought that Pengu's secret domain would be taken away by someone else. This made Lin Feng feel very depressed and angry. Lin Feng asked. Can you deduce who obtained Pengu's secret domain? The Chaos Dragon said. I don't know. Then do you know where Pengu's core inheritance is? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. If the Chaos Dragon knew about this place, he would directly head to Pengu's core inheritance. At that time, Pengu's secret domain would be something dispensable. I don't know. The secret is hidden in Pengu's secret domain. You need to wait carefully. Sooner or later, there will be clues, the Chaos Dragon said. Since you can't get the exact location of Pengu's core inheritance, why don't you teach me a few powerful divine abilities? Lin Feng said with a grin. The divine abilities of an ancient existence like the Chaos Dragon were definitely extremely heaven-defying. If he could obtain those divine abilities from the Chaos Dragon, it would definitely be of great help to Lin Feng. The Chaos Dragon said. Do you think I know divine abilities? I still want to ask you for a few divine abilities. Damn, isn't that too shameless? After hearing the Chaos Dragon's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen someone as shameless as the Chaos Dragon. This guy's level of shamelessness was rare in the world. The Chaos Colossal Dragon opened its mouth and spat out an ancient map. What is this? Lin Feng asked in confusion when he saw the ancient map. He held the ancient map in his hand and carefully observed it. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. This ancient map was surrounded by a faint layer of divine fire power, emitting an astonishing fluctuation and aura. Moreover, the ancient map was actually made of stone. Lin Feng was stupefied when he saw the mysterious ancient stone which had been carved out of the stone and made into an ancient map. What kind of secret was hidden in this ancient map? You can call it the Chaos Ancient Map. It is said that the Chaos Ancient Map is related to the core inheritance of Pengu. Although you have not obtained Pengu's secret realm yet, if the practitioner in charge of Pengu's secret realm finds the secret to enter the core inheritance of Pengu in Pengu's secret realm, you can sense everything with the help of the Chaos Ancient Map. You can also take the opportunity to enter the core inheritance of Pengu. After entering, this Chaos Ancient Map may play a key role. As for whether you can obtain Pengu's core legacy or the cultivators who control the Pengu secret realm can obtain it, it will depend on your own luck and fortune. I see. Thank you, thank you. Lin Feng looked at the Chaos Ancient Map with joy. This was a precious treasure. It was extremely useful to him. Whether or not he could obtain Pengu's inheritance depended entirely on this treasure. Whoosh. The next moment, Lin Feng's spirit consciousness withdrew from the chaotic world. Wang, the Chaos Ancient Bell soared into the sky, shattering the mountain that Lin Feng and the cursed doll were resting on. Then, it streaked across the sky and disappeared instantly. The mountain collapsed, and dust billowed. Lin Feng and the cursed baby had almost been buried by the cursed baby. What is this damned Chaos Ancient Bell up to now? The cursed doll cursed loudly. Lin Feng and the cursed doll rushed out of the collapsed cave in a sorry state. The cursed doll kept cursing at the chaos ancient bell. Meanwhile, an ancient map appeared in Lin Feng's hand. It was the mysterious chaos ancient map. Lin Feng quickly put it away. What's the matter with the chaos ancient bell? The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and asked in confusion. Lin Feng said, I don't have the ability to refine the chaos ancient bell. Moreover, it has an extremely powerful artifact spirit. That artifact spirit controls the chaos ancient bell. In order to refine the chaos ancient bell, one needs to be at least a great emperor. No, ordinary great emperors won't do. One needs to be at an extremely high great emperor to have a slight chance of refining the chaos ancient bell. Otherwise, there's no chance at all, the cursed doll said calmly. This is within my expectations. A treasure like the chaos ancient bell has an extremely powerful origin. Refining it is naturally as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng and the cursed doll found another secluded place to rest. The cursed doll fell into a deep sleep with its limbs facing the sky. Lin Feng was not in the mood to sleep. He took out the mysterious bone. Is this the demon lord's bone? Lin Feng observed the mysterious bone. He couldn't be sure whether it was the demon lord's bone or not, but it was indeed extraordinary. It contained a powerful force. This power was very frightening, causing people to be shocked and emotionally moved. Lin Feng felt that he would be able to sense something from it. Perhaps it was a powerful technique or a dusty memory. Lin Feng tried his best to calm himself down. He then began to comprehend the demon lord's bone. It wasn't easy to comprehend the secrets of the demon lord's bone. Lin Feng tried again and again to immerse himself in the grand Tao contained within the demon lord's bone. However, he failed again and again. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The demon lord's bone was extraordinary, but he couldn't comprehend it. However, Lin Feng didn't give up. He activated the Dharma mantra. This was one of the 9 syllables of Taoism. It could help a cultivator comprehend the grand Tao. It was very magical. With the help of the Dharma mantra, something shocking happened. Lin Feng began to gradually comprehend a mysterious aura. Lin Feng vaguely saw the demon lord's bone floating in front of him. The densely packed runes on the demon lord's bone seemed to have come alive. The runes all twisted and emitted a shocking fluctuation. Swoosh, suddenly, a light flashed before his eyes. Lin Feng found himself in an ancient and mysterious world. This world was vast and grand, revealing endless secrets. The world contained within the demon lord's bone. I wonder what I'll experience inside. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He traveled through this world, trying to find the secrets within. Not long after, Lin Feng saw a young man. He was around 11 or 12 years old. He wore black clothes and carried a medicine basket. He looked anxious as if he was looking for something. Is this the demon lord's appearance when he was young? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the young man in the forest in shock. Which demon lord was he among the 9 demon lords? What had he experienced? How did he become an unparalleled demon lord? Found it, on top of a cliff, the young man saw a fiery red spirit herb. Seeing the spirit herb, the young man showed a surprised expression. The young man carefully climbed in the direction of the spirit herb, but the place where the spirit herb grew was too steep. Every time the young man moved his body, it was extremely difficult. Fortunately, the young man finally moved to the place where the spirit herb grew. He picked the spirit herb and was about to leave. The young man saw a small golden snake pouncing towards him. The young man was shocked and quickly dodged the small golden snake. Although he dodged the snake's attack, in the end, his hand suddenly slipped. His body quickly fell down the cliff. Falling from such a height would definitely kill him. The young man's luck was not bad. When he was about to fall to the ground, he was blocked by a big tree. His body passed through the uncle's branches and the uncle reduced the force of his fall. Only then did he fall to the ground. With a plop, smoke and dust flew everywhere. The young man fainted. When the sky gradually darkened, the young man woke up. The young man's whole body was in pain. He struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards the village where he lived. The young man lived in a small mountain village. He and his mother depended on each other for survival. Now the young man's mother was seriously ill. The heavy burden of taking care of his mother fell on the young man's shoulders. Today, the young man finally found the holy herb, the fire spirit herb. There has always been a legend in the village. If you can find the holy herb, the fire spirit herb, even the dead can be saved. Mother, you'll be fine soon. You'll be fine soon, the young man said excitedly. After crushing the spirit herb, he melted it with water and fed it to his unconscious mother who was sick and lying on the bed. Perhaps because the young man's mother worked hard all these years, although she was only 30 years old, she looked like she was 40 or 50 years old. However, one could still vaguely see that when the young man's mother was like a flower, she must have been a devastatingly beautiful woman. After the young man's mother drank the medicine, she woke up the next day. Mother, this is great. This is really great. You've finally woken up. The young man looked at his mother excitedly. Good son, my good son. The young man's mother gently patted the young man's head. Her eyes were full of gratification. A month later, the young man's mother completely recovered. That night, the young man's mother looked at him and said, Xianxia, Uncle Wang and the others are going to the county city to sell their game tomorrow. I have already instructed Uncle Wang to bring you along. County city? The young man's eyes lit up. In half a year, he would be 12 years old, but he had never been to the county capital. The county town was 500 miles away from the mountain village where they lived. Along the way, powerful ferocious beasts appeared everywhere. During the day, there were even ghosts and demons roaming around. Therefore, the outside world was very dangerous, so the young man had always been very curious about the outside world. However, the youth never had the chance to go to the outside world. But now, his mother had actually asked him to follow Uncle Wang and the others to the county city. To the young man, the county city was a huge city that he yearned for. This is a token. Take it with you. Once we reach the county city, Uncle Wang will bring you to a mansion. When you reach that mansion and meet the master of that mansion, take out the token that mother gave you. Hand it over to that master. The young man's mother took out a jade pendant. The front of the jade pendant was engraved with the image of an immortal palace. On the back, the wordly was engraved. The young man looked at the jade pendant and could not help but gently touch the wordly. He said, Mother, this wordly is the same as my surname. Was this jade pendant passed down from my ancestors? The young man's mother sighed inwardly. She did not answer the young man's question. Instead, she said, after you hand this jade pendant over to that master, he will arrange for you to be tested in a sect. If you can join a sect and learn some skills, you will be able to make a living in this chaotic world. You will not be trapped in this small mountain village forever. A sect? A legendary sect? I heard that there are immortals in those sects who can fly. The young man said in surprise. For a young man of his age, he was very interested in those legends. Yes, that's the kind of sect, the young man's mother said. Mother, I will definitely join a sect and make a name for myself. When the time comes, Xianxia will definitely let you live a good life. Xianxia will find many maids to serve you. The young man said with a firm voice. This was his conviction. Good boy. The young man's mother hugged him in her arms and could not help but cry. Her son had traveled 1,000 miles, but she was worried about him. The young man's mother was naturally reluctant to let him leave, but she hoped to seize this opportunity. She did not hope for a prosperous future, but she hoped that the young man could join a sect. With the sect's protection, he would not have to worry about being eaten by the wild beasts in the mountain village. The next day, the young man parted ways with his mother and followed the village's hunters to the county city. Parting was always sad. The years of poverty had already honed the young man's character. However, no matter how strong his character was, he was still not 12 years old. He could not help but cry when he had to leave his mother. 5 days later, the group finally arrived at the county city. The county city was bustling and prosperous, but the young man did not have much interest in admiring the city's prosperity. The city's prosperity was incompatible with him. Brother Xing, let's go to the Lu manor that your mother mentioned. Uncle Wang said. Hearing Uncle Wang's words, the young man's spirit was finally lifted. He said, Uncle Wang, please lead the way. The young man followed Uncle Wang to the Lu manor. The Lu Manor was a famous family in the county city. How could a mountain villager meet the old master of the Lu Manor so casually? The young man and Uncle Wang were chased out. The young man was quick-witted. He took out the token his mother had given him and asked the guard to take it to report. When the guard saw the token, he could not help but frown. He thought to himself, could it be that the old master really knows this lowly commoner? He did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly took the token and entered the manor to report this matter. Not long after, an old man in embroidered clothes walked out with the token in his hand. There were more than 10 people behind him. The old man walked out quickly as if he was flying. "Little brother, did you bring the jade pendant?" The old man looked at the young man excitedly. "Yes, sir," the young man said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "May I ask what's your name?" the old man asked. "Li Xing," the young man replied. Li Xing, Li Xing. Is that his name? The underworld child of a demon master. He's destined to shock the heavens in the future. Lin Feng was a passerby in this world. He had seen everything that had happened. When he heard the name, Lin Feng could not help but take a deep breath. The 9 demon masters were all very mysterious. Each demon master was shrouded in a mythical aura. Although Lin Feng had met other demon masters before, he did not know their names. The demon master Li Xing he met today was the first demon master Lin Feng knew of. Li Xing. Li Xing. Li Xing. The old man muttered this name to himself, as if he was lamenting about something. In the end, the old man nodded. "Little brother, please stay in the mansion for a few days. After that, I will arrange for you to go to the sect to take the test." "Thank you, sir." Li Xing thanked the old man and bowed. Under the old man's arrangements, Li Xing stayed in the mansion for the time being. As for Uncle Wang, he left the mansion. He was in charge of bringing Li Xing here, and his mission was now complete. Why is mother acquainted with such a noble person? Why is such a noble person helping us? Li Xing lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. There were too many questions in his heart, but no one could answer them for him. Li Xing planned to find an opportunity to ask the old master of the Lu clan. Perhaps he would be able to find out some information. At night, the old man came to Li Xing's place. He smiled and asked, "Little brother, have you gotten used to living here?" Li Xing replied, "I've gotten used to it. Thank you for your hospitality, sir. However, I have some questions in my heart. I wonder if you can answer them for me?" The old man said, "Little brother, feel free to speak your mind. If I know, I will definitely tell you." Li Xing asked, "Do you know this junior's mother?" The old man sighed and said, "I do know her." Li Xing then asked, "Do you know this junior's father?" Li Xing didn't have any impression of his father, ever since he could remember. As far as he could remember, he only had images of his mother. He did not have any memories of his father. Li Xing had once asked about his father. However, his mother had said that his father had been killed by a wild beast while out hunting. After saying that, Li Xing saw his mother hiding in the room alone, crying very sadly. Since then, Li Xing had never mentioned his father in front of his mother. Li Xing didn't want his mother to cry again. Later on, Li Xing secretly asked some people in the village about his father, but those people in the village were hesitant about this matter. At this moment, Li Xing realized that something was wrong. However, in the end, he was unable to get an answer. Now that Li Xing had come to the Lu residence, he felt that Master Lu already knew about what had happened back then. He hoped that he could ask Master Lu what he wanted to know. "Didn't your mother tell you anything about your father?" the old man asked. "I did," Li Xing said. The old man continued asking, "What did your mother say?" "Mother said that father died during a hunting trip. We couldn't even find his corpse," Li Xing said. The old man took a deep look at Li Xing. He patted Li Xing's shoulder and said, "Your father did die like this. Live well, stand out, and take good care of your mother." "I will," Li Xing said firmly. "Rest well for 2 days. The day after tomorrow, this old man will bring you to the sect," the old man said and then left. After returning to his residence, he opened a scroll. There was a picture of a man and a woman on the scroll. The man was handsome and elegant, like an immortal. Although the woman's clothes were ordinary, she was also beautiful and had the bearing of a peerless beauty. The ancients said that golden phoenixes were born in the depths of the mountains. The golden phoenixes here naturally didn't refer to the phoenixes, but to a peerless beauty. It meant that peerless beauties often appeared in the depths of the mountains and rivers. The woman in the scroll was Li Xing's mother. What happened in the past made me sigh endlessly. However, I'm just a mortal and can't say much. Otherwise, my entire family would suffer a great calamity. The only thing I can do is to send him to the sect to cultivate. His future fortune can only depend on himself. The old man muttered. 2 days later, the old man brought Li Xing to the sect. This sect wasn't a very powerful one. It was just an ordinary sect with not many cultivators and not many experts. However, in the eyes of mortals, even an ordinary person in a sect like this was like an immortal, unapproachable. The old man brought Li Xing to this sect. It was naturally not easy to join the sect. One had to pass a test. Anyone who passed the test could join the sect. Many youths who wanted to join the sect gathered in front of the sect. The older ones were 15 or 16 years old, and the younger ones were only 5 or 6 years old. After about 7 days, more and more people gathered in front of the sect. Only then did 3 cultivators fly out from the depths of the sect. The cultivator in the lead was wearing a Taoist robe. He had a sage-like demeanor, as if he was an immortal who had attained the Tao. There's a sequence to Tao seeking, and there's a specialization in each field. The path of Tao seeking doesn't care about the sequence of Tao seeking. It only cares about one's comprehension. There are 3,000 Taos, and if you can achieve something in one of them, it's enough to benefit you for the rest of your life. If you want to join the immortal sect, you need to climb 108,000 stone steps. This test will test your patience, willpower, and perseverance. Only by reaching the peak can you pass. After passing the first test, you'll be qualified to take the talent test. Those who pass the test can become a disciple of the immortal sect. The Taoist waved the horsetail whisk in his hand gently. Suddenly, a stone step appeared behind the Taoist. The stone step extended upwards, lingering in the clouds. No one knew where it ended. 108,000 stone steps. Many people's legs turned to jelly when they heard this. This time tomorrow is the deadline. Everyone can climb the stone steps now. The Taoist said. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, some youths with some cultivation couldn't wait to rush up the stone steps. They quickly climbed up the stone steps. Each of them was as light as a swallow, quickly climbing up. They're too impatient. The Taoist looked at the young cultivators who couldn't wait to show off their abilities and couldn't help but shake his head. Li Xing also climbed up the stone steps. He had never cultivated before and was just an ordinary person. In reality, he was almost 12 years old. It was already very late for him to start cultivating at this age. This was because ordinary children would start cultivating at the age of 5 or 6. This was the most crucial time to build their own foundation. Lin Feng had also started cultivating when he was 6 years old. For someone like Li Xing, who started cultivating when he was almost 12 years old, it was indeed too late. Of course, this did not mean that he could not cultivate. It was just that if he started cultivating at this age, his meridians would have gradually formed and his talent would not have been unearthed. Everything would have to start from scratch. If he wanted to break through his own shackles, he would have to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort than others. It was unknown why Li Xing's mother sent him to cultivate at this age, but Li Xing was a strong-willed person. Now, his mind was filled with the matter of reaching the peak. He climbed up the stone steps one by one. As he continued to climb higher and higher stone steps, Li Xing realized that something was wrong. He realized that there seemed to be something pressing down on him. And the weight was getting heavier and heavier. To Li Xing, who had never cultivated before, all of this was filled with mysteries and unknowns. He naturally did not know what was pressing down on him, nor did he know why it was so heavy. The only thing Li Xing knew was that he had to work hard. No matter how hard it was, he had to climb the stone steps. Only by climbing the stone steps would he have hope of joining the sect. If he could not even climb the stone steps, how could he join the sect, Li Xing wanted to stand out. As long as he stood out, he would be able to become a big shot. He would be able to build a huge mansion of his own and bring his mother over to live a good life. Over the years, Li Xing had seen how difficult it was for his mother to raise him alone. Stand out and let his mother live a good life. This was the obsession in Li Xing's heart. It was also this obsession that supported him to persevere. Plop. Plop. Along the way, he encountered many test-takers who could not persevere. The 108,000 stone steps were not just simple stone steps. There was also the power of the law of gravity on top of the 108,000 stone steps. The truly talented disciples did not need to participate in the test here. They would have long been snatched up by the various large forces. All the disciples who came here to take the test were from small clans, small forces, and ordinary disciples. Of course, there might be some among these people who were like pearls covered in dust and hadn't been discovered in time. However, such people were very few after all. Those youths who had cultivated for a few years had charged too fiercely in the beginning, and did not conserve their strength. As they climbed higher and higher, their bodies could clearly feel how strong the pressure on their bodies was. Many people couldn't withstand that power. As their bodies became more and more tired, their willpower would also become weaker and weaker. At this time, it was easy to give up. Many youths who had cultivated before couldn't hold on any longer and failed the test. I have to work hard, I have to persevere. Sweat kept coming out from his forehead, and even his whole body was soaked with sweat. Li Xing's vision blurred. He felt as if his muscles were about to be torn apart. It was as if a knife was slicing off his flesh piece by piece. This feeling was simply too painful. Li Xing really wanted to be like the others, lying on the steps and sleeping soundly. As long as he could fall asleep, there would be no more pain. However, a voice in his heart told Li Xing that he must not fall asleep. Once he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. Li Xing gritted his teeth and persevered. Every movement of his had lost its coherence, and it looked very stiff and uncoordinated. However, he still persevered. No matter how painful it was, he clenched his teeth and persevered. After an unknown amount of time, Li Xing seemed to see the stone steps at the peak. There were about 100 people standing on the steps. Most of them were youths, and there were also a few children. The remaining people were wearing strange clothes, and they were all looking at him. Who are they? Li Xing's mind was blank. He didn't know who these people were. He continued to work hard and persevered. He had to use both his hands and legs to climb up the last stone steps. Your willpower is not bad. The Taoist looked at Li Xing. When Li Xing woke up, he found himself lying on a large bed. An old man was sitting on a stool not far away. Li Xing sat up and asked uneasily, "Old man, have I reached the peak?" The old man looked deeply at Li Xing and said, "You have. Congratulations, little brother. You have succeeded in the first step. The talent test will begin tomorrow. Whether you can stay in the sect and become a disciple will depend on tomorrow." "I will definitely stay." Li Xing clenched his fists and said. There weren't many people taking the test. There were only about 100 of them. The test method was to place one's hand on a crystal ball. Depending on one's talent, different colors would appear on the crystal ball. The lowest talent was white. After white, there were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and other colors. Most sects would accept people with orange talents and above. More and more people went up to take the test. More than 20 people took the test, and most of them had red talents. All of them were eliminated. Those who were eliminated all had pale faces. Only after more than 20 people had failed the test did the first person pass. The person taking the test was a young girl with yellow talents. In the end, only 6 people succeeded. Li Xing wasn't one of them. Li Xing's talent was the lowest grade, white. Among the 100 or so people here, he was at the bottom. In the end, he has no fate with the immortal sect. The old man sighed from afar. Those who failed can leave the mountain now, the Taoist said. I beg you, please accept me. I can chop materials, cook, wash clothes, I can do anything. Please accept me. Li Xing wasn't willing to leave just like that. He knelt in front of the Taoist and begged. Humph, this is an important place. Don't make a ruckus. If you make a ruckus again, I'll chase you out. The Taoist said coldly. Those words cut off all hope for Lixing, making him feel as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. At that moment, a fat cultivator flew over from afar. Senior Brother Wang. Seeing the fat cultivator, the Taoist didn't dare to hesitate and quickly bowed. The Taoist nodded and said, the spiritual academy is lacking a few spirit children to help look after the herb garden. Are there any suitable candidates among these children who failed? I'm willing to do anything. Lixing quickly said. Alright, I'll choose you. And you. The fat cultivator chose Lixing and a few others and took them away. The image stopped there. Lin Feng's spiritual sense returned from the ancient world to the real world. The image disappeared. What happened next? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. The image had disappeared just like that. This made him extremely depressed. He wanted to know what happened next. Lin Feng's divine will attempted to enter the demonic bone again. The experience of Lixing had deeply attracted his attention. Perhaps he would be able to uncover the life of a demon master. Something tragic must have happened back then for Lixing's personality to change so drastically and for him to become a demon master. However, no matter how hard Lin Feng tried, Lin Feng was unable to enter that world. Naturally, Lin Feng had no way of knowing what had happened to Lixing. Damn it, I can't even see what happened after watching half of it. What a scam, Lin Feng wailed gloomily. It would be too much of a scam if he could only watch half of such a fascinating story and not know what happened after. Lin Feng's current mood was like 100 claws scratching at his heart. When the cursed doll woke up, it looked at Lin Feng and said, "Did you comprehend any peerless techniques while comprehending the demonic bone last night?" Lin Feng said, "I would like to comprehend the mysteries within." No rush. Anyway, no matter when you comprehend the peerless techniques, you have to tell me. I don't think it's too late. The cursed doll said with a grin. This fellow constantly reminded Lin Feng of this matter, as if afraid that Lin Feng would not tell it if he comprehended the peerless techniques. Lin Feng said in annoyance, "Got it. I won't miss out on your share. You can rest assured about that." The two of them left the cave to rest and continued to search for opportunities. Not long after, a huge battle broke out in a mountain range. It was said that an ancient cultivator's cave appeared in the mountain range, and someone found an immortal pill in the cave. That was a true immortal pill, surrounded by endless immortal energy. Although no one refined the immortal pill, there was no need to do so. Everyone could tell how precious the immortal pill was just by smelling it. The immortal pill gave off an alluring fragrance. That smell made one feel as if they were addicted to it and unable to extricate themselves. All the pain in their body was instantly healed. This was the effect of an immortal pill. Its effect was unimaginably powerful. By the time Lin Feng and the cursed doll arrived, they were already too late. The immortal pills had been snatched away. A large number of cultivators chased after the cultivator who stole the immortal pill. Lin Feng saw the cultivator who snatched the immortal pill from afar. Although he only saw a back view. This back view. Looking at that figure, Lin Feng's eyes couldn't help but shrink. That figure gave him an extremely strong sense of familiarity. The figure of a cultivator appeared in his mind. Impossible. He was clearly killed. Even his soul was destroyed. How could he be resurrected? Lin Feng quickly shook his head and threw the figure in his heart to the back of his mind. He couldn't believe that a dead person could come back to life, but that back view was so familiar. What? You know him? The cursed doll noticed the change in Lin Feng's expression and couldn't help but ask. Lin Feng said, "He looks like someone I used to know. Let's go. Let's chase after him and see if it's him. If it's him, we'll kill him again." Lin Feng increased his speed, wanting to catch up to the person in front of him. The cursed doll followed closely behind. Both of them were extremely fast, but they couldn't catch up to that person. That person's speed was too fast, and his methods were extremely shocking. He traveled through the void and disappeared without a trace. He ran away. Lin Feng frowned. Although he didn't see that person's face, he increasingly felt that it was the person in his memory. What kind of mistake happened back then? A dead person shouldn't be able to come back to life. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say. A dead person would have turned into a pile of bones. How could they come back to life? However, why did he immediately think of that person when he saw his back view? Can a dead person be resurrected? Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll and couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll knew some extremely strange methods. Perhaps it had heard of some evil arts that could bring people back to life. That depends on how you die. If your physical body dies and your soul doesn't scatter, your soul can take over another body. This is a different kind of rebirth. If your soul is scattered, then you can't be any more dead than you already are. There's no such thing as resurrection. The cursed doll said. I'm very sure. Back then, I destroyed his soul, but his body wasn't destroyed. Lin Feng said. If the soul disperses, and the body isn't destroyed, it can't be resurrected. What's the true core of a person? The cursed doll said as it pointed at its own head and said, this is the true core of a person, which is the soul. Lin Feng nodded and said, maybe I saw wrongly. He temporarily put this matter aside. If he could meet that person again and see his face, he might be able to reveal everything. However, it was still just a guess. In this world, there were many people who looked alike, let alone a back view. It couldn't prove anything. That night, Lin Feng and the cursed doll rested in a mountain forest. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the trunk of a large tree. He was comprehending the demonic bone in his hand again. Time has passed, and the world has changed. Does anyone still remember that someone once shed tears of blood for the living beings of this era? Suddenly, a deep voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, Lin Feng discovered that he had disappeared from the world before him. He had arrived in another world. This world was surrounded by chaotic energy. Apart from chaotic energy, there was nothing else. A man in black stood in the distance with his back facing Yi Shiwen. Lin Feng's mind jolted. Senior, is that you? Lin Feng asked. Who do you think I am? The man did not turn around. Instead, he asked. Demon Master Li Xing. Lin Feng said. Ha 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 ha, the man suddenly laughed loudly. Lin Feng did not know what he was laughing about, but Lin Feng could feel that when he said the words Demon Master Li Xing. The man's emotions seemed to fluctuate greatly. In the end, it's just a dream. It's like the flowers in a dream that turned into nothingness in an instant. The man muttered to himself. You and I are fated. I hope this fist technique will not be buried. The man said. He still did not turn around. His back was still facing Lin Feng. However, he began to move. His movements were not particularly fast, but they had Taoist rhymes. Every movement contained the various changes of the heavenly Tao's rules. Lin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the man without blinking. Although each of the man's moves looked simple, they contained a supreme Tao aura. If one did not comprehend it carefully, they would feel that everything was cloudy and would have too many doubts. Lin Feng carefully comprehended the Tao and the Tao. He tried his best to memorize every move in his mind. Demon Ancestor Sacred Fist was the name of this fist technique. This fist technique contained many changes, and it was powerful and immortal. Mastering this fist technique was equivalent to mastering an invincible divine ability. This was a fist technique created by a demon lord, and it was extremely domineering. After an unknown amount of time, the man stopped. His back was still facing Lin Feng. He did not speak, and his body was gradually dimming. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng felt that he had disappeared from that world. In the next moment, his divine consciousness returned to the real world. In his mind, there were many cultivation techniques and various connected images. These images were of the man practicing various fist techniques. Lin Feng successfully imprinted this fist technique in his mind. Looks like you have an epiphany? The cursed doll looked at Lin Feng and asked. With his sharp spiritual sense, he could sense that something was wrong, so he asked Lin Feng. That's right. I have an epiphany of a divine ability from the demon bone. I will teach it to you now. Lin Feng said. Although the demon bone was under his control, the cursed doll had also contributed a lot in the process of snatching the demon bone. Therefore, the cursed doll also had a part of the divine ability in the demon bone. Demon Ancestor Sacred Fist. Ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad. Just by looking at the name, I can tell that it is a very powerful divine ability. The cursed doll laughed loudly, and his face was filled with excitement. He also needed to cultivate a powerful divine ability to stimulate his body and recover his cultivation. At the same time, he needed to strengthen himself and prepare for the future. The night was dark. Late at night, the chaotic ancient nation was not peaceful. Especially in the forest outside, the roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Powerful beasts were rampaging everywhere. Many ferocious beasts were extremely powerful and terrifying. Even if cultivators encountered them, they would have to retreat. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Lin Feng and the cursed doll were not in the mood to sleep. Both of them were studying the Demon Ancestor Sacred Fist. There was no need to say much about the power of this fist technique. However, in order to successfully cultivate it, one would need to spend a lot of time and effort. The more powerful a divine ability was, the more difficult it was to cultivate it. The next day, Lin Feng and the cursed doll continued their journey. They went deeper and deeper, and not long after, they saw a huge object appear in their sight. An ancient city appeared in front of them. The primal chaos ancient country was huge and had all kinds of terrains, such as mountains, rivers, ancient cities, deserts, valleys, and so on. The crisscrossing terrain formed the ancient chaotic country, a huge ancient country. The ancient city was huge. Its black walls were over 10,000 meters tall. It was unknown what material the walls were made of. The wall reflected a cold luster. The ancient city was nameless. One could vaguely see some traces of words on the plaque above the city gate. It was unknown if the merciless passage of time had erased the words, or if someone had destroyed the words. The ancient city gate was tightly shut. There was a powerful restriction above it. Many cultivators were looking at the ancient city. Someone worked together to open the gate and enter the ancient city. However, they haven't come out yet. I wonder if something happened? Someone said. This news attracted Lin Feng's attention. Such an ancient city was too extraordinary. Entering it but not coming out was enough to explain a lot of things. Of course, it was also possible that they had obtained a fortuitous encounter inside and thus did not come out. Some people planned to enter the ancient city again to explore. About 100 cultivators worked together to open the gate of the ancient city. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as the gate of the ancient city was gradually pushed open. Then, a large number of cultivators entered the ancient city. Several groups of cultivators gathered together to explore the ancient city. Lin Feng and the cursed doll also entered the ancient city. This ancient city emitted a cold and gloomy aura. Blade scars and sword scars could be seen on the ground, seemingly describing the intense battle that happened here in the past. Dried bloodstains could be clearly seen on the ground. A great battle had happened here in the past. Moreover, it was extremely tragic. Many houses on both sides of the ancient city had collapsed. More than half of the ancient city was destroyed, reduced to rubble. Such a huge ancient city covered in restrictions was actually destroyed. Just what level of battle happened here in the past? Lin Feng walked through the ancient city, feeling very puzzled. Something shocking must have happened back then. Otherwise, this ancient city would not have been so badly damaged. The burial ground of immortals, the cursed doll said. The burial ground of immortals. Since there is such a saying, could it be that an immortal war happened here in the past? An immortal war. A war between immortal-level experts. A war of this level was simply too shocking. Any immortal had the ability to destroy an entire world with a raise of their hand. When night fell, clattering sounds could be heard coming from the ancient city. The sound was like chains clanging against each other. Clatter, 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 every clash was sonorous and forceful. Every clash was deafening. It was as if some living being had been chained up by chains. Currently, that living being was constantly struggling, trying to break free from the shackles of the chains. Where is the sound coming from? Lin Feng said in shock as he carefully searched for the source of the sound. However, he could not find any clues. The strange sound seemed to have come out of thin air. It was simply too strange. Could there be something locked up in this ancient city? The cursed doll said with a gloomy expression. Many cultivators were alarmed and their expressions turned ugly. Then, they retreated one after another, wanting to leave the ancient city. However, they found that the ancient city's gates were tightly shut. It was difficult to open them. Perhaps we will have to wait until tomorrow to open the ancient city, someone said. Many people gathered before the ancient city's gates and waited. Not long after, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a mysterious cultivator. He wore a bamboo hat and a blood-red robe. A gust of wind blew past. The blood-red robe fluttered loudly. Who is he? Many people were shocked when they saw the cultivator in the blood-red robe. Come, let's go, and take a look. Someone said and quickly flew toward the cultivator. The blood-red robe emitted a demonic glow that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Feng frowned and said, "What a strange aura. I can't feel the aura of life from that blood-red robed cultivator. Is it because he has a powerful concealment technique? Or is it because he's not a living person? If he's not a living person, could he be a ghost? Kid, don't be an alarmist." A cultivator said coldly with a cold look in his eyes. The cursed doll said, "We can't stay at the city gate any longer. Let's leave quickly. I have a feeling that something is going to happen here." Lin Feng was shocked. The cursed doll had always been sensitive. Since it said that, it meant that danger was about to befall them. Therefore, they had to be on guard. Otherwise, something big would happen. "Let's go," Lin Feng said and left with the cursed doll. They didn't go too far. Instead, they stood on a two-story building not far away and looked in the direction of the city gate from time to time. They could see what was happening at the city gate from where they were hiding. Not long after, a cold aura spread out. Black fog rolled and shrouded the group of cultivators guarding the city gate. Clang, clang, clang. It was the sound of chains clanging against each other. There seemed to be a terrifying creature hiding in the black fog. Now that the terrifying creature had appeared, it was attacking the cultivators guarding the city gate. "What the hell is that?" A cultivator cried out in fear as if he had seen something strange. However, his voice disappeared soon after. The black fog retreated, leaving behind pools of blood at the city gate. The cultivators had all disappeared. The black fog quickly shrouded the place where Lin Feng and the cursed doll were hiding. It was terrifying and eerie. "Oh no, let's leave quickly. If we don't leave now, we'll be in trouble." Seeing the black fog gathering, Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. He quickly rushed outside. The cursed doll followed closely behind Lin Feng and rushed outside. The black fog rolled behind them, and the sound of chains clanging against each other could be heard from the black fog. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine when he sensed the terrifying chi hidden in the black fog. The cursed doll looked back and screamed in fright, "They're here! They're here! If I was at my peak, I wouldn't be afraid of the terrifying existence behind me. It's true that a dragon in the shallows is toyed with by shrimps, and a tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs." Lin Feng said, "Save your energy and run." Not long after that, Lin Feng saw a cultivator in blood-red robes appear before him. His blood-red robes gave him an incomparably peculiar appearance. The blood-red robe quickly expanded, enveloping several dozen cultivators. In an instant, all the cultivators enveloped by the blood-red robes were reduced to dried corpses. His flesh, blood, and essence were sucked dry. "It's that blood-robed cultivator," Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. The sound of chains colliding could be heard in the black fog. A cultivator in a blood-red robe. All of this was far too terrifying. The blood-robed cultivator blocked his path. Behind him, the black fog churned and the chains clashed. The creatures within the black fog had already caught up to him. Whoosh! The blood-red robe fluttered in the wind and continued to expand. Then, it enveloped Lin Feng and the cursed doll. If they were enveloped by it, they would not have a good ending. The tragic deaths of the cultivators from before proved too many problems. "Let's fight." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He summoned two stone swords and attacked the blood-robed cultivator. At the same time, he summoned the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda to protect him and the cursed doll. The cursed doll, on the other hand, used its curse technique to deal with the blood-robed cultivator. The wide blood-red robe enveloped them. At this critical moment, the cursed doll quickly attacked and the power of the curse struck the blood-red robe. The blood-red robe's speed instantly slowed down. At the same time, Lin Feng's 2 stone swords quickly flew out. The stone swords instantly pierced through the blood-red robe. The blood-red robe quickly retreated and pulled away from the stone swords. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. There was no one in the blood-red robe. Previously, when he saw this existence shrouded in the blood-red robe and wearing a bamboo hat, he thought that it was a cultivator. However, he now knew that it was all a cover-up. There was no one in the blood-red robe and it was not a cultivator. The aura emitted from the blood-red robe was extremely terrifying and eerie. It would make people mistakenly think that it was an evil cultivator, a ghost cultivator, or even an evil spirit or evil spirit. However, he did not expect the outcome to be like this. The blood-red robe was rapidly repairing itself. Perhaps, the blood-red robe itself had turned into a terrifying evil spirit. "Let's go," Lin Feng said in a low voice and quickly rushed over with the cursed doll. Although the blood-red robe was not destroyed, it was pierced by Lin Feng's stone swords and was slowly repairing itself. Therefore, it did not stop Lin Feng and the cursed doll. The two of them quickly got rid of the blood-red robe and the black fog that was chasing after them. Then, they found a place to rest. "This is too strange." Lin Feng's expression was uncertain. This ancient city was too strange. It was terrifying and even made people feel despair. From time to time, screams could be heard coming from the ancient city. Cultivators kept dying. The cursed doll said, this ancient city might really be related to immortals. Such a strange blood-red robe and such a terrifying black fog. I don't know how the sound of chains colliding came about. I reckon that some terrifying existences had indeed fallen here in the past. Lin Feng said, it seems that there are indeed some good things in this place. It's just that we don't dare to look for them now. Not long after, Lin Feng saw more than 10 figures. One of them attracted Lin Feng's attention. Duga Di Tian was actually this person. He was a top genius of the Supreme Immortal sect. He had clashed with Lin Feng many times, but the two of them had never fought to the death. And now, Duga Di Tian had actually come here. Lin Feng did not have a good impression of Duga Di Tian and the Supreme Immortal sect. Ever since the myriad races, the foreign races, and other foreign forces entered the 9 regions, the Supreme Immortal sect had colluded with these forces to deal with the native forces of the 9 regions, constantly expanding their sphere of influence. It was unknown how many cultivators of the 9 regions had fallen because of the Supreme Immortal sect's collusion with these foreign forces. Right now, the Supreme Immortal sect in the 9 regions had reached a point where both men and gods were furious. However, the Supreme Immortal sect did not care about this at all. As for the lives of the cultivators of the 9 regions, they were naturally like ants and dogs. At this moment, the black fog rolled and a large amount of black fog enveloped Duga Di Tian and the others. The sound of chains colliding could be heard. A terrifying creature appeared in the black fog. It was unknown what the hell it was. The black fog quickly dissipated. Lin Feng's face was filled with shock. Duga Di Tian did not manage to escape. Duga Di Tian was a person with great luck. His talent was extremely heaven-defying. When Lin Feng had just arrived in the 9 prefectures, Duga Di Tian was already a legendary existence. Now that the 9 prefectures had undergone great changes, opportunities appeared one after another. For someone like Duga Di Tian, who had great luck, it was unknown how many benefits he had obtained. Now, his luck was much stronger than before. His cultivation had also increased by many times. But in the end, he had died in the black fog. If Duga Di Tian had continued to grow, he would definitely have become a peerless expert. Now that he had died so tragically, his death was too humiliating. Perhaps this is Duga Di Tian's fate. It's good that he's dead. I don't have to do anything. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. Originally, he would have had a battle to the death with Duga Di Tian. But now that Duga Di Tian was dead, Lin Feng did not have to do anything. Lin Feng was happy to have nothing to do. Brat, you're dead. There's a shocking secret hidden here. That secret is enough to consign you to eternal damnation. At that moment, the Ghost Emperor in the ghost-raising jar spoke in a sinister voice. It was filled with schadenfreude. What secret? Lin Feng could not help but frown as he asked. The Ghost Emperor said. Do you want to know? If you want to know, perhaps you can beg me. Maybe I'll tell you if I'm in a good mood. Damn it. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. If I really meet a calamity here, I'll definitely kill you before I die. Lin Feng said with a cold smile. Then, he cut off the connection with the Ghost Emperor. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said. The cursed doll nodded and said, I can feel it. A shadow has appeared in my heart. Cultivators usually had extremely sharp senses. This was especially so for an existence like the cursed doll. It had many shocking methods. Its senses were even sharper and more direct. Now that the cursed doll had sensed danger, it was enough to explain many things. The current situation was definitely not good for Lin Feng and the cursed doll. Rumble, not long after, the entire ancient city shook violently. The earth shook and the mountains shook. He didn't know what had happened. Lin Feng and the cursed doll floated in midair and looked into the depths of the ancient city. The epicenter is over there. Lin Feng pointed at the center of the ancient city. Floating in midair, he could see that a large number of palaces were collapsing. Roar, roar, roar. Following that, a deep roar resounded through the clouds, and a terrifying, suffocating pressure spread out. Endless flames soared into the sky. Within the void, blazing flames filled the entire world. I'm finally going to break free. After being imprisoned for countless years, I can finally see the light of day again. In order to suppress me, 9 immortals died. However, I have returned, while you all have turned into dried bones, unable to reincarnate for all eternity. A series of deep roars resounded through the sky. Oh my God, what kind of existence is that? 9 immortals actually died in order to suppress him. Lin Feng's face was filled with deep shock. He couldn't believe his ears. That existence was too terrifying, wasn't it? Could it be an existence from before the immortal ancient era? Lin Feng muttered. No, it should be an existence from the immortal ancient era or one of the eras after it. Experts from before the immortal ancient era are known as innate lifeforms, not immortals. Lin Feng nodded and said, let's go and see what kind of terrifying existence it is. The cursed doll agreed to Lin Feng's suggestion. Of course, they didn't get too close to the location. There were still some cultivators in the surroundings carefully moving toward the center of the ancient city. Like Lin Feng and the cursed doll, they all wanted to see what kind of existence it was. Within the endless flames, a terrifying existence stood up. Lin Feng finally saw what kind of existence it was. The terrifying existence was shaped like a huge red scorpion. It had a flaming tail that was several hundred meters long. It also had a pair of huge wings, and an incomparably evil aura emanated from its body. An otherworldly existence. When he saw that existence, Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp. That strange existence was definitely an otherworldly existence, because this wasn't the first time Lin Feng had come into contact with otherworldly existences. He could clearly sense the unique aura of the otherworldly existence. This terrifying existence was an otherworldly existence, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Back then, 9 immortals had died before this otherworldly existence could be suppressed. From this, one could tell how powerful the otherworldly existence's cultivation was. Who knew how many years this otherworldly existence had been suppressed for? It hadn't been suppressed to death even after such a long time. Who knew how powerful this otherworldly existence was when it was at its peak? There were 2 other existences floating in the distance. One was the blood-red robed figure, who seemed to be looking at the otherworldly existence from afar. The other was the existence holding the chains in the black fog. That mysterious existence was also looking at the otherworldly existence from afar. Other than these 2 existences, there was a third. Dugaditian. This fellow actually didn't die. Congratulations on breaking free, senior. Dugaditian knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the otherworldly existence. Ha 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 ha, I have to thank you for being able to break free. The otherworldly existence laughed loudly. It was actually that damned Dugadi Tian who released the otherworldly existence. Lin Feng's expression was extremely gloomy. The otherworldly existence was a scourge. In the past, when the otherworldly existence invaded this starry sky world, who knew how many great worlds were destroyed? Hence, when they encountered the otherworldly existence, there was only one word to describe it, and that was kill. They definitely couldn't release the otherworldly existence, because they were just too terrifying. Once they broke free, it would become extremely difficult to kill them. Moreover, the otherworldly existence's recovery ability was extremely powerful. Their battle prowess could be recovered in a relatively short period of time as they continuously devoured powerful bloodlines. The otherworldly existence in front of him had fought to the death of 9 immortals back then before he was suppressed. If his strength was recovered, wouldn't that be equivalent to an immortal realm otherworldly existence coming to the 9 provinces? At that time, for the 9 provinces, it would definitely be a disaster. This is what this junior should do. Dugadi Tian said sincerely. You are a good seedling, worth nurturing. The otherworldly existence said. He stretched out his hand, and a ball of evil light entered Dugadi Tian's body. Thank you, Senior, for your blessings. Thank you, Senior, for your blessings. Dugadi Tian's cultivation had increased tremendously after receiving the benefits. He immediately thanked the foreign creature profusely. This Dugadi Tian is truly a scourge. I'll kill him sooner or later. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. Dugadi Tian's actions were simply despicable. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel murderous. There was no need to say anything to someone who sold out their ancestors for glory. Only by killing him and tearing him to pieces would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. Cultivate well, I am very optimistic about your future. The creature couldn't help but say. Senior, don't worry. I won't let you down. I'll cultivate well and work hard to become someone who can serve you. Dugadi Tian hurriedly said. You're also considerate. The foreign creature said. Then, he looked around coldly. He said coldly, the smell of blood is really nostalgic. Who? They only saw the foreign creature open its bloody mouth, fiercely sucking in. Instantly, a powerful suction force surged out. Many cultivators flew towards the foreign creature uncontrollably. Spare us, spare us. We're willing to submit. Many cultivators screamed in fear and began to beg for mercy, hoping that the foreign creature would let them live. However, the foreign creature's expression was cold. His eyes flashed with dense killing intent. He had no intention of letting these cultivators go. One cultivator after another was directly devoured by the foreign creatures, becoming their food. I'm a cultivator from the ancient god clan. If you kill me, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire ancient god clan. Have you thought about the consequences of making an enemy out of the ancient god clan? I'm from the Sky Devil clan. My grandfather is the Sky Devil Emperor. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you off. When some cultivators saw that begging was useless, they began to threaten the foreign creature. They wanted to use the power behind them to scare the foreign creature away. They wanted to make the foreign creature wary and then let them live. Normally, when people heard about these cultivators' backgrounds, they might really consider letting them go. However, the foreign creature didn't consider this at all. In the past, when the foreign creature descended into this universe, from the upper 3 realms, Heaven Realm, Chaos Xianhuang World, Underworld, to the 3,000 Great Worlds, there were many planets with life outside. Which place didn't tremble in fear at the mention of the foreign creature? Even the powerful ancient god clan, Sky Devil clan, and other clans didn't care about them. The arrogance of the foreign creatures was not something that the cultivators of these powers could compare to, nor was it something that the cultivators of these powers could imagine. Huff, huff, the foreign creatures didn't even say a single word to these cultivators, directly devouring them, their methods extremely domineering and bloody. Lin Feng and the cursed baby flew away, but they couldn't escape from the strange creature's attack. This foreign creature was. And for. Lin Feng. It's you. Dugadi Tian was shocked when he saw Lin Feng. He didn't expect to see Lin Feng here. Then, Dugadi Tian sneered. He looked at Lin Feng with a sinister expression. Lin Feng was Dugadi Tian's enemy. He also wanted to kill Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng had appeared here, he was definitely going to die. Moreover, he didn't have to do it himself. This child's bloodline is so powerful. The foreign creature looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but be shocked. He reached out and pointed at Lin Feng. An evil light surged into Lin Feng's dantian. Instantly, Lin Feng's bloodline began to circulate uncontrollably. Descendant of sinner's blood, the foreign creature narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "I really didn't expect to see a descendant of sinner's blood here. I wonder if this is fate." "That's right. It must be fate. This junior is fated to meet senior. Senior, please let this junior go," Lin Feng shouted. Right now, the most important thing was to get out of this place as soon as possible. As long as he could get out of this place, so what if he had to compromise with the foreign creature? "Since it's fate, why don't you contribute your sinner's blood and let me devour it?" The foreign creature sneered. Then, he stretched out his claws and grabbed at Lin Feng. They only saw a shocking scene happen. The foreign creature's claws continuously lengthened, and lengthened again and again. The claws stretched out, trying to grab Lin Feng. "I'll fight you to the death." Lin Feng gritted his teeth and took out the 2 stone swords and the heavenly pagoda. He used the heavenly pagoda to protect himself. The 2 stone swords turned into 2 dazzling beams of killing light, slashing at the huge red claw. Clang! Clang! 2 consecutive clanging sounds rang out. Lin Feng's stone swords slashed at the huge claw. Instantly, sparks flew in all directions. The stone sword's power was truly terrifying. They were actually able to split apart the foreign creature's claw. One had to know that Lin Feng's cultivation was limited. He could only activate the stone swords and couldn't display their true power. If he could display the stone sword's true power, how terrifying would they be? They would probably be able to kill the foreign creature. Stone swords. They're stone swords. The foreign creature was shocked when he saw the stone swords in Lin Feng's hands. Clearly, the foreign creature recognized the stone swords and knew how terrifying they were. For such a treasure to fall into the hands of a lowly creature like you, it's like casting pearls before swine. "These 2 stone swords, I want them." The foreign creature's voice was cold, and its huge claw shook the void. Evil light rolled, directly enveloping Lin Feng's 2 stone swords. Lin Feng activated the stone swords to attack the foreign creature, but he realized that the stone swords didn't move at all. He couldn't activate the stone swords at all. The foreign creature was too powerful and terrifying now. It actually suppressed Lin Feng's stone swords. Then, the foreign creature's huge claw swept towards Lin Feng, fiercely slamming into the defensive light barrier created by the heavenly pagoda. Lin Feng was sent flying. 9 consecutive attacks. The defensive light barrier created by the heavenly pagoda was destroyed by the foreign creature. Lin Feng was completely exposed in front of the foreign creature. Go to hell, the foreign creature's terrifying attack once again blasted towards Lin Feng. It seemed that Lin Feng was about to be killed. Lin Feng wanted to use the heaven patching technique to dodge the attack, but the foreign creature was too powerful. It actually imprisoned the surrounding void. Lin Feng couldn't use the heaven patching technique. Bang! Following a violent collision sound, the cultivator who suddenly appeared was extremely powerful. After his attack collided with the foreign creature's attack, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. Great Peking! When he saw the cultivator, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. It was the Great Peking. Lin Feng and the Great Peking had known each other for many years. Back when the Great Peking was injured, Lin Feng had already met him. When the Tianwu continent's southern region was in chaos, the Great Peking had almost died, but in the end, he managed to overcome his Dao injury and live a new life. After coming to the 9 continents, Lin Feng had not been able to meet the Great Peking. Now, he finally met the Great Peking. Previously, he had heard from the Little Peking and the others that the Great Peking and the Peacock King were trying to break through to the Emperor realm. They should be the first batch of cultivators to enter the chaotic ancient country. Now, the Great Peking had actually blocked the attack of the Great Peking. Although the Great Peking had been suppressed for countless years, the Great Peking's cultivation base had dropped greatly. However, for an existence like the Great Peking, even if the Great Ping King still had a part of his cultivation base left, it was still terrifying enough. From the previous exchange, Lin Feng judged that the Great Ping King was definitely at the Great Ping King realm. Now that the Great Ping King had blocked the Great Ping King's attack, it seemed that the Great Ping King had also broken through to the Great Ping King realm. With the Great Ping King's accumulation and talent, once he broke through to the Great Ping King realm, he would be an extremely heaven-defying existence. The Great Ping King was very similar to Lin Feng. They were both monstrous existences who could defeat opponents who were many levels higher than them. After breaking through to the Great Ping King realm, their achievements would naturally be unimaginable. "Are you all right?" The Great Ping King looked at Lin Feng and asked. "I'm fine," Lin Feng said. He did not thank the Great Ping King because the Great Ping King was like an elder to him. Moreover, Lin Feng and the Little Ping King had gone through life and death situations together. They were like brothers. If he was too courteous to his elder, he would appear distant. The Great Rock King nodded his head as he grabbed out in the air. Immediately, the two stone swords suppressed by the foreign creatures flew towards the Great Ping King. With the Great Ping King's strength, controlling the two stone swords would allow him to erupt with terrifying power. The foreign creatures deserve death. The Great Ping King's voice was indifferent as he looked at the foreign creatures. The two stone swords floated beside the Great Ping King. The Great Ping King's expression was ice cold, taking the initiative to slaughter his way towards the foreign creatures. "So it's a golden-winged Great Ping that has become a monarch. Back then, I had once hunted and killed an immortal Ping from your clan. How dare an ant like you act so arrogantly in front of me? You really don't know what death is." The foreign creature's expression was ice cold. It opened its mouth and spat out a blast of evil light, blasting murderously towards the Great Ping King. Just how strong was this guy at his peak? Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. The foreign creature said that he had killed an immortal Ping at his peak. Lin Feng didn't doubt the authenticity of the foreign creature's words at all. At his level, there was no need for him to lie to show off his strength. The immortal Ping should be a golden-winged Great Ping of the immortal realm. A golden-winged Great Ping of this level would definitely be incomparably terrifying, but in the end, it died at the hands of the foreign creature in front of him. From this, one could see just how strong the foreign creature was at his peak. Just thinking about it made one's heart tremble. The current you is no longer as strong as you were in the past. The Great Ping King's expression was indifferent, but it was filled with killing intent. Controlling the two stone swords had greatly increased his battle prowess. Roar! A terrifying creature appeared from the evil mist spat out by the foreign creature. It was an evil beast, and it fought fiercely with the Great Ping King. The Great Ping King swung the stone swords and killed the evil beast. However, he didn't expect the evil beast to split into two and revive. Slash! The Great Ping King swung the stone swords again, cutting the evil beast into two. This time, the situation was the same as before. The evil beast split into two, and the two evil beasts became four evil beasts. The most terrifying thing was that the evil beast's strength didn't decrease at all. Moreover, it was as if they had undying bodies. The foreign creature's methods were indeed too strange. The Great Ping King seemed to have fallen into trouble. "Ha ha ha ha, lowly creature, let's see how you die under the claws of my evil beasts." The foreign creature laughed loudly, extremely confident in the evil beasts he had condensed. He believed that the Great Ping King would definitely die under the attacks of the evil beasts. The four evil beasts pounced towards the Great Ping King. One had to be careful when dealing with these evil beasts, because the slightest carelessness could cause one to be seriously injured by the evil beasts. The cursed doll said, "The foreign creature's methods are too strange. I don't think this senior of yours is a match for the foreign creature. Do you have a way to destroy the evil beasts?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The cursed doll shook its head and said, "With our strength, we can't participate in a battle of this level. Therefore, even if we have a way to destroy this kind of attack, we can't use it now." Roar! 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 The four evil beasts' roars shook the sky as they crazily surrounded the Great Ping King. There was no defense at all, because the evil beasts didn't need any defense at all. The evil beasts had undying bodies. Even if they were killed by the Great Ping King, they could still be revived, and a new evil beast would be born. This was the most terrifying thing about the evil beasts. If they couldn't find a way to break this, they would definitely be in big trouble if this continued. After a bitter battle, the great Pink King began to chant an incantation. He was using an extremely powerful divine ability. The immortal inheritance of the god of space, frees the billions of voids in the world. As the incantation fell, a powerful force descended from the boundless void. This powerful force was extremely extraordinary. It contained an extremely high-level energy, which seemed to be the power of space. When the energy surged between heaven and earth, the entire world instantly froze. Even the 4 evil beasts that were fiercely attacking the great Pink King were frozen in the void. It was to the extent where even the foreign creatures seemed to have been frozen in place. The great Pink King held 2 stone swords in his hands and flew towards the foreign creature as fast as lightning. They directly slaughtered their way towards the foreign creatures, wishing to kill them. Spatial freeze. You actually know a divine ability like spatial freeze. This is a divine ability created by the first god of space. The foreign creature was shocked. The first god of space he was talking about was the first god of space of the era of titled gods. This was a Xianxia life form. It was said that when he was born, he had already grasped the power of the laws of space. This god of space was the founder of the Tao of space. His divine ability could be described as heaven-defying. You want to kill me? You're dreaming. Facing the great Rock King's killing blow, the foreign creature couldn't help but roar loudly. Although the foreign creature's body was restricted, his fighting strength was still extremely heaven-defying. A ball of fiery red light was emitted from the foreign creature's body. When the great Rock King's attack slashed towards the foreign creature, a loud bang rang out. A muffled bang rang out. The foreign creature's body actually exploded into a ball of flames and disappeared without a trace. The great Rock King's attack missed. The foreign creature's attack was extremely strange. It was unknown what kind of divine ability it was, but it was able to neutralize the great Rock King's peerless attack just like that. At this moment, a fiery red tail flew out from the void. The fiery red tail directly pierced through the void. Then, it pierced towards the great Rock King's body. Just as the fiery red tail was about to pierce through the great Rock King's body, the great Rock King moved to the side in time, dodging the foreign creature's tyrannical attack. The foreign creature appeared 1,000 meters away. A pair of cold eyes looked coldly at the great Rock King, flickering with dense killing intent. The foreign creature's killing intent overflowed into the heavens. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the great Rock King, but the great Rock King's fighting strength was also extremely powerful. In the end, the foreign creature chose to retreat. Before leaving, the foreign creature sneered and said, "My recovery speed will be very fast. Once I recover a portion of my strength, it will be the time of your death." After saying this, the foreign creature grabbed the blood-red robe, the mysterious existence holding the chains in the black fog, and Dugadi Tian quickly left. After they left, the great Rock King handed the 2 stone swords to Lin Feng. Lin Feng said, "Senior, the foreign creature's methods are very strange. Now that he has escaped, I'm afraid he will bring disaster to the world." The great Pink King nodded with a solemn expression. He sighed and said, "This Dugadi Tian is truly despicable to the extreme. He actually released a foreign creature. This will be very troublesome. I need to find the Peacock King. I hope that we can work together to kill this foreign creature." "Then I'll go with you," Lin Feng said. The cursed doll shouted, "Me too. I'll go with you." The great Rock King nodded. He grabbed Lin Feng and the cursed doll, and they quickly left the ancient city. "You and Senior Peacock King have both broken through to the Great Emperor realm?" On the way, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The great Rock King nodded and said, "Peacock King and I were very lucky. We found a few Chaos Immortal fruits. After consuming them, we broke through the shackles on our bodies. The Chaos Immortal fruit was the fruit of the most mysterious Chaos Immortal tree. It was one of the most precious natural treasures in the world. But their accumulations had already reached the brink of a breakthrough, and they needed a powerful opportunity to help them complete the final breakthrough. The Chaos Immortal fruit was such an opportunity. Of course, Lin Feng knew that the process of breaking through would be extremely dangerous. The Great Rock King and Peacock King had gone through countless difficulties to break through. Fortunately, the two of them had completed their breakthroughs. Once they broke through to the Great Emperor realm, they would be like dragons entering the sea and eagles soaring into the sky. In the future, no one would be able to restrain them. This was a good thing for the 9 prefectures. The situation in the 9 prefectures was chaotic. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures lacked top-notch experts. Now, the Great Rock King and Peacock King had broken through to the Great Emperor realm. It was enough to intimidate the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Where did Senior Peacock King go? Why isn't he with you? Lin Feng asked curiously. I split up with the Peacock King to search for the Primal Chaos Gate. Then, I met you, the Great Rock King said. Primal Chaos Gate? What's that? Is it a treasure? Lin Feng asked in shock. Legend has it that the Primal Chaos Gate is connected to the burial ground of the immortals. The corpses, treasures, and inheritances of the immortals are all inside the Primal Chaos Gate. Is that rumor true? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. If that was true, then the Primal Chaos Gate was too extraordinary. Finding the Primal Chaos Gate was the same as finding the burial ground of the immortals. The Primal Chaos ancient nation contained countless fortunes. However, the greatest fortune was definitely the burial ground of the immortals. The Great Rock King said. There is indeed such a rumor, but it's hard to say if it's true. We need to find the Primal Chaos Gate and enter the world behind it. Only then will we know if the rumor is true. Lin Feng asked. Senior, what is the origin of the Primal Chaos ancient nation? Why did it bury the immortals? The Great Rock King said. There are several theories regarding the origin of the Primal Chaos ancient nation. The first theory is that it was created by the first Lord of Immortals. The Lord of Immortals was a Xianxia lifeform who died in a great battle with the Xianxia lifeforms. The second theory is that the Primal Chaos ancient nation was actually a nation of immortals nurtured by the heaven and earth. It was once known as Eternal, and all the strongest experts of the heaven and earth resided in the Primal Chaos ancient nation. It was said that the Primal Chaos ancient nation was destroyed in a great battle between the Xianxia lifeforms. The third theory is that the Primal Chaos ancient nation was an ancient world created by the first Lord of Gods after the Xianxia lifeforms. As for how it was destroyed, there is no explanation. However, no matter what, countless years had passed, and the Primal Chaos ancient nation was buried in countless secrets. These secrets were destined to be buried by history. The only thing we can do now is to excavate the treasures in the Primal Chaos ancient nation and increase our strength. Lin Feng nodded. That's right. Chaos is coming, and if we don't increase our cultivation as soon as possible, I'm afraid that when the time comes, only death will await us. I'm glad that you can see the current situation clearly, said the Great Rock King. 3 days later, Lin Feng met the Peacock King. The Peacock King was dressed in white, and the passage of time had not left any traces on his face. He still looked like he was 16 or 17 years old, and was extraordinarily handsome. After seeing Lin Feng, the Peacock King smiled. It's been many years since we last met, and I've heard a few things about you. Now, we finally meet again in the 9 continents. This junior has also missed senior. I'm overjoyed to see senior again. Lin Feng cupped his fists and congratulated the Peacock King. Senior, congratulations on breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. The Peacock King faintly said, only after breaking through did I realize how vast the world is. The Great Emperor realm is perhaps only the starting point of cultivation. Hearing the Peacock King's words, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The Great Emperor realm was only the starting point of cultivation. The Peacock King must have discovered some shocking secrets after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm. What Lin Feng needs to do now is to break through to the Boundary Emperor realm, then look for an opportunity to break through to the Great Emperor realm. There are many things that can only be understood after breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, said the Great Pun King. The Peacock King nodded and said, that's right. Cultivate diligently. With your talent, I believe that even if you break through to the Great Emperor realm, you will be able to reach it very soon. Lin Feng said, I dare not slack off. I can only cultivate diligently. As for whether I succeed or fail, that will depend on the will of the heavens." The Great Pin King and the Peacock King smiled. Among the younger generation, they had high hopes for Lin Feng. Whether it was in terms of talent, will, or comprehension, Lin Feng was almost perfect. Therefore, they were looking forward to seeing what kind of level Lin Feng could grow to in the future. The Great Pin King then told the Dragon Sparrow King about the foreign creature. After hearing about it, the Peacock King's expression turned serious. He asked, "Can we confirm the foreign creature's location now?" The Great Pin King said, "Although the foreign creature's strength is not what it used to be, he can still use many tricks. This person can cross the sea without anyone knowing. It will be extremely difficult to lock onto his location. Let's go find the Fire Crow Taoist. He knows divination techniques, so he will definitely be able to find the foreign creature's location," said the Peacock King. "All right." The Great Pin King nodded. Together with the Peacock King, Lin Feng, and the Cursed Doll, they went to find the Fire Crow Taoist. The Fire Crow was a kind of creature born from flames. Back then, Lin Feng and the Little Pin King had seen a cursed fire crow. Of course, according to the Fire Crow, his original body was not a fire crow, but a human cultivator. However, after being cursed, he turned into a fire crow. Fire crows represented misfortune. In fact, the fire crows were a branch of crows. Crows represented misfortune, and fire crows were even more so. Fire crows were an extremely rare kind of creature. That fire crow wasn't a real fire crow. After all, it was a human cultivator who had been cursed. Therefore, Lin Feng had been practicing cultivation for so many years and had been to so many places, but he had never seen a real fire crow. "Who is this Fire Crow Taoist?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "He is an expert from the fiend race. He has lived for an extremely long time, and his temperament is a bit strange. He is also the sworn brother of the Peacock King and I," the Great Pin King said. Lin Feng was astonished. He had never thought that there would be such a relationship. He then asked, "Is this Taoist Fire Crow an expert from the 9 Provinces Demon Clan?" Peacock King nodded and said, "That's right, he is an expert from the 9 Continents Demon Clan, but I think you should have heard of him before. Back then, Fire Crow Taoist lived in Sky Martial Continent for many years, and at that time, he changed his name to Fire Crow Sage." "It's him," Lin Feng was shocked. He had naturally heard of the Fire Crow Sage before. He was one of the most ancient experts in the Sky Martial Continent. Lin Feng never thought that this Fire Crow Sage was actually the Fire Crow Taoist. This person had really hidden himself well. It seems that the reason why the Great Pin King and Peacock King led so many monster clan cultivators to the 9 continents was to seek refuge with Fire Crow Taoist. A day later, in the evening, Lin Feng and a few others rested in front of a pond. When night fell, Lin Feng killed a gigantic python and a ferocious tiger. Then, he made some snake soup and roasted some meat. Lin Feng had always been a person who knew how to enjoy life, and good food could bring him joy. Many times, Lin Feng felt that living in this world, one would be troubled by all sorts of things. Only when one was eating and sleeping would they be the happiest. That was because this was the time to relax, and it was time to do things for oneself. The Great Pin King and Peacock King rarely ate. They mostly ate spirit fruits to satisfy their hunger and replenish their energy. But now that they smelled the roasted meat and snake soup, they could not help but feel hungry. Together with Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll, they sat around the bonfire and ate. "Kid, your culinary skills are not bad," the Great Pin King said. Lin Feng said, "When I was young, I followed the elders of my clan into the forest to hunt. At that time, a clan uncle told me that to live in the forest, one must first ensure that one does not starve to death. So from then on, I learned how to roast meat. Many foods, even some meats, are poisonous, but if they are burned, the meats will change, and we will be able to detect it in time, so we will not be poisoned to death. So in the forest, one must eat cooked food." The Great Pin King said, "Your clan uncle was right. To survive in the forest, one must ensure that one survives, and that is often the most difficult thing." Caw, caw, caw. At that moment, the cawing of a crow came from afar, and a ball of fire burned fiercely, burning the void. Within the flames, a fire crow flapped its wings and flew quickly towards them. Big Brother is here. The Great Pink King and Peacock King stood up. Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll hurriedly stood up as well. The fire crow descended and turned into a skinny old man. This old man was Fire Crow Daoist. What a fragrant roast meat, you came at the right time. After arriving, Fire Crow Daoist sat down on the ground and grabbed a piece of roast meat, eating it in large bites. The Great Pink King and Peacock King knew Fire Crow Daoist's temperament very well, so they were not surprised. They called Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll to sit down and continue eating. The Great Pink King and Peacock King did not mention anything about the otherworldly creatures. Fire Crow Daoist was like a hungry ghost, digesting the roast meat in a frenzy. Not long after, the roast meat was finished. Fire Crow Daoist looked at Lin Feng and said, "Brat, it was you who roasted it, right? That bit just now was not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Continue roasting, roast more. Senior, please wait a moment." Lin Feng stood up and walked over to the tiger's corpse. He cut off a large piece of the tiger's meat and rubbed it over the bonfire to continue roasting. How can there be no wine when there is meat? Come, have a taste of the good wine I recently obtained. Fire Crow Daoist took out a few jugs of wine and invited everyone to have a taste. After the meal, the Great Pink King introduced Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll to Fire Crow Daoist. So you are the human race's junior, not bad indeed. Fire Crow Daoist squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Feng, praising him. Senior, you are too kind. Lin Feng said humbly. Then, the Great Pink King and Peacock King mentioned the otherworldly creatures to Fire Crow Daoist. After hearing about the otherworldly creatures, Fire Crow Daoist's expression turned serious. He said, the otherworldly creatures must be eliminated as soon as possible, otherwise, they will become a huge threat. Let me deduce the whereabouts of the otherworldly creatures. Fire Crow Daoist took out 7 pieces of tortoiseshell to deduce. In fact, Lin Feng had also been practicing the art of divination recently, but with his strength, he was not able to deduce the whereabouts of the otherworldly creatures. However, Fire Crow Daoist's methods were heaven-defying, and he was proficient in the art of divination. He placed the 7 pieces of tortoiseshell into a jade tube and shook it continuously, chanting while shaking it. Seeing the 7 pieces of tortoiseshell on the ground, the Great Pink King asked, "What did the divination say?" "Southwest. Let's go and find that foreign creature," said the Fire Crow Daoist. Swoosh, 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 everyone soared into the sky and flew towards the southwest as fast as lightning. One day later, Lin Feng and the others found the foreign cultivators and the others. When they arrived, the foreign creature was attacking a group of foreign cultivators. There was no lack of experts among the foreign cultivators, but they were no match for the foreign creature at all. Those extraterritorial race cultivators were killed by the foreign beings one after another, and then the foreign beings devoured their flesh, blood, and soul essences. Every time the foreign creature devoured the flesh and soul essence of a powerful cultivator, its battle prowess would increase greatly. Today was no exception. The foreign creature's battle prowess was many times stronger than before. In just a few days, its cultivation had increased by so much. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when it recovered. At that time, it would be extremely heaven-defying. Was there anyone in this world who could defeat the foreign creature? You guys came at the right time. This lord has recovered a lot. Now is the time to kill you all and steal your flesh and soul essence. If this lord devours your flesh and soul essence, this lord's cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. The foreign creature's voice was cold as it looked at the Great Pink King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist. GGG. I'll help you stall one of them. The mysterious chain-wielding existence in the black fog said eerily. It was unknown what kind of creature it was, but Lin Feng suspected that it might be related to the underworld because it was emitting an aura of death. Although it wasn't particularly obvious, Lin Feng could still sense it. The aura of death was very terrifying. It was an aura that only the underworld cultivators had. It was abnormally terrifying and shocking. The blood-red robe fluttered in the wind. It was about to join the battle as well. During the first confrontation, the existence with the chains and the blood-red robe didn't participate in the battle. This time, they wanted to participate in the battle. Originally, Lin Feng thought that the existence holding the chain and the blood-red robe in the black fog might be the subordinates of the foreign creatures. However, from the way the existence holding the chain in the black fog addressed the foreign creatures, this was not the case. If they were not subordinates, then they might be allies. When the Great Ping King fought with the foreign creatures, these two existences did not make a move. Perhaps it was because they had not reached an agreement with the foreign creatures? Now that they had made a move, it meant that both sides had reached an agreement. Good. Once I get rid of one of them, the other two will be easy to deal with. The foreign creature released a sinister laugh. Whoosh, immediately afterwards, the foreign creature took the initiative to fly towards the Great Ping King. Last time, he suffered a bit under the Great Ping King's hands, so the foreign creature harbored resentment, wishing to kill the Great Ping King. Senior. Stone sword. Lin Feng took out the stone sword, allowing the Great Ping King to temporarily take control of it. The stone sword was very powerful. In the hands of the Great Ping King, it could display extraordinary power. It was enough to injure the foreign creatures. The Great Ping King held the two stone swords in his hands and attacked the foreign creature. The blood-red robe flew towards the Peacock King. Within the black fog, the mysterious chain-wielding being let out a sinister laugh. He locked onto Flaming Crow Daoist and charged at him, intending to stall him. Come with me, let's get rid of Dugadi Tian. Lin Feng looked at the cursed doll. Hee, no problem. This guy is also someone with great luck. Once we kill him, we can steal his luck. The cursed doll laughed sinisterly. Lin Feng and a cursed doll quickly rushed towards Dugadi Tian. Dugadi Tian, you are really a selfish and despicable person. For your own selfish desires, you actually released the foreign creature. Today, I will kill you. After you go to hell, pray that you don't see me in your next life, because no matter if it is in this life or the future, I will kill you every time I see you. Lin Feng's voice was cold. He directly took out the Demon Emperor Small World and attacked Dugadi Tian. The Demon Emperor Small World was one of Lin Feng's trump cards. In order to kill Dugadi Tian, Lin Feng did not hold back at all. As for the cursed doll, it hid behind Lin Feng and began to chant incantations. It was secretly attacking Dugadi Tian. Reckless thing, you want to fight me with just your strength? You really don't know your own strength. Dugadi Tian laughed coldly and took out his halberd. With the halberd in his hand, he looked like an invincible war god. Bang, 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 the halberd's power was extremely terrifying. Strike after strike landed on the Demon Emperor's Small World, and it actually shook Lin Feng's Small World. Dugadi Tian was already an extremely heaven-defying existence. Not long ago, he had received the blessing of the foreign creature, and his battle strength had increased tremendously. Indeed, it was not an easy task to kill this person. Success, the cursed doll suddenly pointed at Dugadi Tian. Its eyes could not help but light up. The cursed doll secretly used the Great Curse technique to attack Dugadi Tian. But at this moment, runes surrounded Dugadi Tian and blocked the cursed doll's attack. Cursed doll, I know that you are proficient in the Great Curse technique, so I have been guarding against you. The Great Curse technique is not without a counter. Dugadi Tian laughed coldly. It was as if he had already planned everything. With the halberd in his hand, he closed in on Lin Feng step by step. The halberd waved continuously, and Lin Feng's Small World was almost sent flying. F***ck, how is this guy so powerful? Lin Feng's expression was incomparably gloomy. Dugadi Tian's strength had exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for him. A thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind. He immediately said, Dugadi Tian, did you know that Xianxia was suppressed by me for a long time? Xianxia is your fiancé, right? Many wonderful things happened between me and Xianxia. It's something that is worth remembering for a lifetime. The man was burning with passion, and the woman was passionate and unrestrained. Even now, when I think of the scene back then, I still feel a little emotional. You are courting death. Hearing Lin Feng's description, Dugadi Tian's eyes were instantly filled with killing intent. His hatred for Lin Feng could be described as bone deep. He roared and charged towards Lin Feng. The battle spear in his hand continuously stabbed towards Lin Feng. The woman that he viewed as his exclusive property had not even been touched by him, and Lin Feng had already taken advantage of her. How could Duga Di Tian accept such a thing? Now that Duga Di Tian had been provoked, he attacked Lin Feng like a madman. Pooh! At this moment, the cursed doll found Duga Di Tian's weakness and used the great curse technique to injure Duga Di Tian. Kill the heart. Lin Feng had always remembered these words. Now that he mentioned Su Miaqing's matter to provoke Duga Di Tian, he was actually using these words. Using Su Miaqing's matter to provoke Duga Di Tian was a little despicable. However, one had to see who the despicable method was directed at. Duga Di Tian had actually released an existence like the foreign creatures for his own selfish desires. Once the foreign creatures were released, how many massacres would they cause, how many people would die in the hands of the foreign creatures? At that time, blood would flow like rivers and corpses would pile up like mountains. Therefore, there was no such thing as despicable when dealing with someone like Duga Di Tian. Any method to deal with Duga Di Tian was noble. Even if someone like Duga Di Tian died 10,000 times or 100,000 times, it wouldn't be a pity. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the world. Under Lin Feng's control, the Demon Emperor's small world emitted a destructive wave that directly crashed towards Duga Di Tian. Duga Di Tian's battle prowess was heaven-defying, but he had just been attacked by the great curse art. His injuries weren't light. Duga Di Tian wasn't like Lin Feng, who had the undying divine body and could recover from his injuries in a short period of time. He needed to slowly recover from his injuries. Therefore, this was the best opportunity to kill Duga Di Tian. If he couldn't kill Duga Di Tian now, when Duga Di Tian recovered, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill him. Lin Feng was very clear about this point. Therefore, Lin Feng pushed the power of the Demon Emperor's small world to the extreme. At the same time, Lin Feng used the One Spirit into Three Pure Ones technique. The 9 layers of domineering aura stacked together to form an extremely powerful magnetic field. This powerful magnetic field enveloped Duga Di Tian, forming an extreme restriction on Duga Di Tian. Duga Di Tian's movements had become extremely difficult. Lin Feng's great imperial bestial small world continued moving towards Duga Di Tian, trying to kill him. At the same time, Lin Feng used all sorts of treasures: 9 demons picture, Purgatory demon spear, 5 dragons wheel, Hell King bell. These treasures were all taken out and attacked Duga Di Tian. The cursed doll was also chanting continuously. Its chanting speed was getting faster and faster. The cursed doll was using the great curse technique to assist Lin Feng in dealing with Duga Di Tian. Faced with so many attacks, Duga Di Tian's expression changed drastically. If he hadn't been injured by the cursed doll, he was confident that he could deal with Lin Feng's various attacks. But now that he was injured, how could he withstand such a powerful attack? Duga Di Tian opened his mouth and spat out a jade talisman. That jade talisman was a supreme treasure, and it was activated by Duga Di Tian. Then, the jade talisman transformed into a golden energy shield. Clang clang clang, all sorts of attacks bombarded the golden light barrier outside Duga Di Tian, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, these attacks were unable to break through the golden energy barrier formed by the jade talisman. The defensive power of the golden energy shield was too tyrannical, which made Lin Feng very surprised. Boundless golden light barrier. It's actually that kind of jade talisman. Rumor has it that this is a type of jade talisman passed down from Buddhism. It's blessed with boundless golden light, forming a light barrier with astonishing defensive power. It's extremely difficult to destroy this boundless golden light barrier. The cursed doll recognized the golden light barrier and couldn't help but exclaim in a serious tone. A light barrier is actually so powerful? Lin Feng was shocked. He hadn't expected the power of a light barrier to be so tyrannical. Lin Feng, I've been ambushed today, and I can't use my full strength. I won't continue fighting with you. Once I recover, I'll definitely take your life. Duga Di Tian said coldly after seeing the golden energy shield block Lin Feng and the cursed doll's various attacks. His expression was indifferent, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. Following that, Duga Di Tian flew into the distance, intending to escape. Lin Feng sneered and said, Duga Di Tian, do you think you can escape just because you want to? You must be dreaming. Today, no one will be able to save your life. I'll take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began to activate the small world of the Shifter Emperor. Wang, the small world of the Shifter Emperor expanded rapidly, enveloping Duga Di Tian, who was trying to escape. A powerful suction force surged out. It wanted to devour Duga Di Tian. Not good. Duga Di Tian's expression changed drastically. If he was devoured by the small world of the Shifter Emperor, he would be like a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. Duga Di Tian knew this very well. Hence, the current situation was extremely dangerous. Duga Di Tian increased his speed, wanting to rush out of the small world of the Shifter Emperor. However, it was already too late. The powerful suction force surged out of the small world of the Shifter Emperor, instantly sucking Duga Di Tian into the small world of the Shifter Emperor. Let's go. Enter the small world of the Shifter Emperor and kill him. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he entered the small world of the Shifter Emperor with his two clones and the cursed doll. Whoosh, 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 within the small world of the Shifter Emperor, chains of order were dancing in midair. Those chains of order were all wrapped around Duga Di Tian. Duga Di Tian waved the halberd in his hand and swept it towards the chains of order. Clang! Clang, clang! 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 The halberd in Duga Di Tian's hand swept towards the chains of order in the small world of the Shifter Emperor. However, it was unable to break those chains of order. At this moment, Lin Feng, his two clones, and the cursed doll all attacked. All sorts of magic treasures and abilities were thrown towards Duga Di Tian. Those attacks were all blocked by the golden energy barrier. However, under the continuous attacks, the golden energy barrier that was protecting Duga Di Tian was gradually unable to hold on. Finally, it shattered. Without the protection of the golden energy barrier, Duga Di Tian was unable to hold on by himself. Very quickly, he was sent flying by Lin Feng's magic treasure. Then, the dense chains of order locked onto Duga Di Tian's body. Why is it like this? I can't accept this. Duga Di Tian struggled violently. His face was contorted as he kept roaring. His eyes revealed a sinister gaze as he stared fixedly at Lin Feng. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You only have yourself to blame for ending up like this. Lin Feng's voice was cold as he walked towards Duga Di Tian step by step. Don't kill me, don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I can agree to any of your conditions. Duga Di Tian begged. He had a bright future, so he didn't want to die. Your actions have made me look down on you. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he arrived in front of Duga Di Tian and punched towards him. Bang! Duga Di Tian's body exploded as his soul shattered. Duga Di Tian, a genius of a generation, had fallen just like that. However, this person's death was not to be regretted, so he was not worthy of anyone's sympathy or pity. After killing Duga Di Tian, Lin Feng kept Duga Di Tian's storage ring. Duga Di Tian was a person with great fortune, so there must be many treasures in his storage ring. Killing Duga Di Tian was no different from obtaining a heaven-defying opportunity. What a strong fortune, ha 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 ha, not bad, not bad, this person is indeed a person with monstrous fortune. The cursed doll shouted excitedly. This was because he felt a monstrous fortune blessing him. This kind of fortune. It was endless. The cursed doll was so happy that he almost danced with joy. Lin Feng and the cursed doll worked together to kill Duga Di Tian, and everyone received a large amount of fortune. Lin Feng was not as sensitive as the cursed doll to feel the fortune blessing him. However, Lin Feng could vaguely feel a power enveloping him. Then, it was devoured by a layer of power on the surface of his body. Actually, what he sensed was the power of fortune. Sensing the power of fortune was not an easy task. If a cultivator wanted to sense the power of fortune, they had to cultivate some special methods. There was even a kind of chi observation sacred art. It was said that after cultivating this kind of chi observation sacred art, one would be able to clearly see what kind of fortune was enveloping everyone. Then, one could use the fortune enveloping these people to deduce what level of cultivation they would reach. Of course, this kind of chi observation sacred art was mysterious and unfathomable. Moreover, people who knew this kind of chi observation sacred art were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Lin Feng and the cursed doll flew out of the demon emperor's small world. Then, Lin Feng kept the small world into his body. He and the cursed doll stood in the distance and watched the three battles. These three battles, whether it was the foreign life form against the Great Rock King, the blood-red robe against the Peacock King, or the existence with the chains and the black fog against the Fire Crow Daoist, they were all extremely intense. However, they all had powerful methods, so it was not easy to determine the victor in a short period of time. The one that surprised Lin Feng the most was the Great Rock King. His opponent's cultivation had greatly improved, but the Great Ping King was still able to block the various attacks of the foreign creatures. The foreign creatures simply wanted to go crazy, truly wishing to hack Great Ping King into 1,000 pieces, tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces, but they still couldn't obtain an overwhelming advantage. Follow me and attack that blood-red robe first. As long as we injure him, the Peacock King will be free to attack, and our chances of victory will greatly increase. Lin Feng said. The cursed doll said, I think we should just stay here and watch the show. A battle of this level is not something we can participate in. Lin Feng said, that's not necessarily true. No matter how powerful that blood-red robe is, it's still made of cloth. Cloth is of the fire element, and it's perfectly countered by my heavenly fire. I'll use my heavenly fire to deal with that blood-red robe. Coupled with the Peacock King's tyrannical offensive, you can use your great curse technique to deal with that blood-red robe. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the cursed doll's eyes suddenly lit up. It said, this method is indeed feasible. Boom, there was no time to lose. Lin Feng did not delay and immediately attacked. He summoned 4 types of heavenly fire. The purple earth core fire, the black flame incinerating fire, the hellfire, and the golden dragon flame quickly flew out and sealed the world. The void turned into a world of fire. The blood-red robe was swallowed by the sea of fire. There was a layer of blood-red energy surrounding the blood-red robe, blocking the heavenly fire from burning it. The Peacock King's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned into a dazzling killing light and blasted towards the blood-red robe. Clang! 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 The killing light that the Peacock King turned into slashed at the blood-red robe one after another. Peacock King wanted to destroy the blood-red energy lingering around the blood-red robe, as long as he could destroy this blood-red energy. If he could destroy it, the blood-red robe's threat would be greatly reduced. When the Peacock King was attacking wildly, Lin Feng summoned the Bell of Hell King. This was the treasure passed down by the Nether King. Although it was sealed, causing its power to be greatly reduced. But to be honest, the power of this treasure was still extremely terrifying. The most important thing was that this treasure had a great suppressive effect on the creatures of the netherworld or those related to the netherworld. The mysterious existence holding the chains in the black fog seemed to be related to the netherworld. It was perfectly suppressed by Lin Feng's Bell of Hell King. The Bell of Hell King quickly grew in size, turning into the size of a mountain range. It directly suppressed that terrifying being. Caw caw caw, the Fire Crow Daoist let out a series of strange cries and said, Kid, you really have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. With the help of this bell, this old Daoist will definitely destroy this sneaky bastard's soul. The Fire Crow Daoist's aura surged and he began to activate the Bell of Hell King together with Lin Feng. The Bell of Hell King emitted a violent fluctuation after being strengthened by the Fire Crow Daoist. The power of the Bell of Hell King increased greatly. Clang clang clang, the Peacock King consecutively struck 36 times. Finally, the killing light of the Peacock King tore apart the layer of blood-red energy outside the blood-red robe. Without the protection of the blood-red energy, the blood-red robe was directly exposed to Lin Feng's heavenly flames. The 4 heavenly flames wrapped around the blood-red robe. Chi 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 chi, next, the sound of burning could be heard. The 4 heavenly flames burned fiercely. The void was distorted by the heavenly flames. The blood-red robe was also ignited by the 4 heavenly flames. Screech, a sharp and ear-piercing cry could be heard. The blood-red robe was damaged. Until now, Lin Feng still did not know what the blood-red robe was. Now, the blood-red robe had broken free from the Peacock King and was charging towards Lin Feng. The blood-red robe wanted to get rid of Lin Feng first. Pooh! At this moment, the cursed doll's great curse art showed its miraculous effect. It directly pierced a bloody hole in the blood-red robe. The wound on the blood-red robe's body worsened. The Peacock King attacked again. The dazzling killing light he turned into tore the void apart. Then, it slashed at the blood-red robe. Poochie! A loud sound could be heard. The sound of something being torn apart could be heard. The blood-red robe was torn in half from the middle by the killing light of the Peacock King. A large amount of blood gushed out from the blood-red robe. What the hell is this thing? A robe is actually bleeding profusely like a cultivator. Isn't this too bizarre? However, Lin Feng's actions didn't stop because of the shock in his heart. When the Peacock King's killing light tore the blood-red robe in half, Lin Feng controlled the 4 heavenly flames to continue attacking the blood-red robe. The 4 heavenly flames burned fiercely and became more and more vigorous. The blood-red robe was burned by the 4 heavenly flames, and a part of the robe's fabric had already been burned to ashes. This was an extremely heavy blow to the blood-red robe, and it let out a resentful roar. Brat, if it wasn't for you, how could I have suffered such serious injuries? I'll remember you. Just you wait, I'll definitely come back to take your life. The blood-red robe's method was very powerful and strange. It tore through the void, turned into a dazzling light, and then disappeared without a trace. I'll go help the great Pun King. The Peacock King said and quickly rushed towards the foreign creature. Lin Feng and the cursed doll flew towards the Fire Crow Daoist. The two of them helped the Fire Crow Daoist deal with the terrifying existence holding the chain in the black fog. The clanging sound of chains clanging against each other could be heard. In the black fog, the chain constantly flew out, whipping the bell of Hell King again and again. Runes swirled around the Hell King's bell, and each rune was mysterious. When the chain collided with the bell of Hell King, the runes on the black chain would emit cracking sounds. It was obvious that the black chain was restrained by the bell of Hell King, and it was slowly being damaged by the collision. Heavenly flames burn. Lin Feng continued to use the heavenly flames to attack the mysterious existence holding the chain in the black fog. The heavenly flames restrained all evil creatures. Since this existence was related to the underworld, then it wasn't only the bell of hell that could restrain it. Even Lin Feng's heavenly flames could restrain this existence. The heavenly flames were often able to display amazing effects. And this time was no exception. Chi 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 chi, as the heavenly flames burned, the black fog in the void started to burn violently. Ha 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 ha, amazing, amazing, for heavenly flames, it's like a legend. Daoist Flaming Crow couldn't help but laugh. Under the joint attack of the 4 heavenly flames, the Hell King's bell, and the Fire Crow Daoist. Within the black fog, the mysterious being with the chain in his hand was also in great trouble. In the beginning, he was evenly matched with the Fire Crow Daoist, but gradually, he fell into a disadvantageous position, and now, he was being suppressed more and more. This creature was abnormally angry. Because of Lin Feng's participation in the battle, the originally evenly matched situation had changed. This time, the cursed doll unleashed its ability. Its great curse spell was successfully cast once again. Poochie, with the sound of flesh being pierced, the cursed doll's great curse technique pierced through the mysterious being's chest. Blood spurted out. Black blood, Lin Feng was shocked when he saw the blood spurt out. This was the first time he had seen this kind of black blood. This kind of blood exuded an incomparably fishy smell. It also seemed to contain a deadly poison. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown after seeing the blood. What exactly was this creature? The Flaming Crow Daoist seized the opportunity and rushed over. He slapped the mysterious creature with his palm and sent it flying. Wah, the mysterious being coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kid, I'll remember you. The mysterious being looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze, filled with boundless killing intent. Then, his body suddenly exploded as he used an extremely strange escape technique to escape without a trace. Damn it, I'm just a support. Why is it always me that it remembers? Lin Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. First, it was the blood-red robe. Now, it was the strange being with the chain in the black fog. Before escaping, it said that it remembered him. It seemed that it was bearing a grudge against him. Lin Feng wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was really wronged. Who did he offend? Why did it all bear a grudge against him? After the being with the chain in the black fog escaped, the Fire Crow Daoist quickly flew towards the foreign being, joining forces with the Great Rock King and the Peacock King to deal with the foreign being. The foreign being's methods were very strong, but it was not easy for it to fight 1 against 3. Lin Feng controlled the 9 demons picture, the 5 dragon wheel, and the small world of the shifter emperor to attack the foreign being. Although his cultivation was not enough to participate in this battle, Lin Feng had powerful magic treasures. He could use his magic treasures to participate in the battle from a distance. The cursed doll began chanting again. One after another, the cursed doll began to use the Great Curse technique to deal with the foreign being. The Great Curse art was indeed powerful. It was able to silently injure the opponent. However, if one knew how to restrain it and was constantly on guard against the Great Curse technique, it would be useless. The Great Curse technique would lose its effect. Other than that, the Great Curse technique had another weakness. Although the Great Curse technique was powerful, the success rate was not particularly high. The higher the cultivation of the opponent, the lower the success rate. However, as long as it succeeded once, it would often cause great damage to the opponent. The Great Rock King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist all displayed powerful attacks. The Great Rock King held Lin Feng's 2 stone swords. The stone swords instantly shattered the void and slashed towards the foreign being. The Peacock King took out an Emperor sword and slashed towards the foreign being. The Fire Crow Daoist activated the Bell of the Hell King and attacked the foreign being. The foreign being also had many magic treasures on him. He also took out several magic treasures to block the attacks of the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, the Fire Crow Daoist, and Lin Feng's magic treasures. Space freeze. The Great Rock King condensed his Great Rock skill and froze the void. Demon Saint World Destroying Fist. The Peacock King made his move and displayed a powerful offensive Great Rock skill, sweeping a fist towards the foreign being. Fire Crow Claw. The Fire Crow Daoist transformed into the Fire Crow Daoist's original body and clawed at the foreign being with his sharp claws. The foreign being fought 1 against 3. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He was sent flying by the Great Rock King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist. Wah! In midair, the foreign being spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A loud rumbling sound resounded through heaven and earth. At this time, the Demon Emperor's small world descended from the sky, suppressing towards the foreign being. Go! The foreign being's expression was extremely gloomy. Knowing that he was no match for so many experts, he turned around and wanted to escape. However, at this time, the foreign being suffered a heavy blow. He felt a sharp pain in his head and his body fell towards the ground uncontrollably. The Great Curse technique of the Cursed Doll was successfully used and damaged the foreign being's soul. Meanwhile, the Demon Emperor's small world ruthlessly suppressed the foreign being's body. Bang! The foreign creature was seriously injured, which made Lin Feng's mind shake. He continued to control the Demon Emperor's small world to attack the foreign creature. Take advantage of his illness and kill him. The Great Ping King, Peacock King, and Fire Crow Daoist's eyes all revealed a cold look. They quickly rushed towards the foreign creature, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the foreign creature. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill the foreign creature again. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations engulfed heaven and earth, surging in all directions. The Great Ping King, Peacock King, and Fire Crow Daoist all erupted with their strongest battle prowess as they charged towards the foreign creature. The foreign creature was now seriously injured. He was no match for the 3 great experts at all. He was once again sent flying, his entire body dripping with blood. His situation was incomparably miserable. In order to prevent the foreign creature from escaping, Lin Feng covered the void with all kinds of formation patterns to ensure that the foreign creature couldn't escape. The existence in the blood-red robe and the black fog holding the chains also fled. Although they were terrifying, it wasn't that there was no way to deal with them. If the foreign creature escaped, then it would be troublesome. Because back then, 9 immortals died in suppressing the foreign creature. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the foreign creature was. The foreign creature's recovery ability was extremely powerful. His strength could be quickly recovered in a short period of time. If they waited until the other side's creatures recovered, then wanting to kill the other side's creatures again would be almost impossible. At that time, Lin Feng and the others would probably have to flee 9 provinces. No one could suppress the foreign creature. At that time only death would await them. Back then, this seat moved unhindered through the world. No less than 20 immortals died in this seat's hands. Who do you think you are? You want to kill this seat? This is simply wishful thinking. The foreign creature roared loudly, and a terrifying evil light surged out from his body. Crackle. The bones in his body were violently rubbing against each other. The foreign creature's body changed. It turned into a monster with a human body, a scorpion head, and a fiery red tail. Its entire body was covered in fiery red scales. The foreign creature turned into a monster that looked like a human but wasn't. The aura it emitted made one's hair stand on end. It was terrifying to the extreme. After transforming, the foreign creature's battle prowess was greatly increased. Regardless of whether it was speed, strength, or magic power, they all increased by a level. The foreign creature, whose strength had been greatly increased, became extremely terrifying. It actually managed to block the combined attacks of the Great Pin King, Peacock King, and Fire Crow Daoist. Ants like you all, back then, this great one could kill you all with a single move of a finger. The foreign creature's voice was ice-cold to the extreme. The Fire Crow Daoist laughed twice and said, "This is no longer your era. Are you still living in your own dream? You should have died long ago in the long river of history and not appear in this era. Today, we will send you to the Western Paradise." As soon as Daoist Fire Crow finished speaking, he began to flap his wings violently. Croak, 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 a sharp, ear-piercing shriek was heard. Flames surged between heaven and earth. Amidst the flames, a dense crowd of fire crows appeared. Each of the fire crows was extremely powerful. It was unknown how many fire crows there were, but all of them rushed towards the foreign creature, their sharp claws clawing at the foreign creature. At the same time, the Great Pin King also used an extremely powerful divine ability. This divine ability was called Eternal Flower Bloom, Instant Bloom. This was definitely an unparalleled divine ability. A holy flower descended from the sky and suddenly bloomed. When the holy flower bloomed, it released a terrifying power that made people pale with fright. It was truly shocking. The eternal flower, Instant Bloom, contained killing intent, killing without a trace. The Peacock King also made his move. He also displayed an extremely powerful divine ability. An ancient world appeared behind him. That world was filled with densely packed weapons. 728,000 soldiers. This was the name of the divine ability that the Peacock King displayed. This divine ability could almost be described as heaven-defying. Terrifying fluctuations swept through heaven and earth. The 728,000 soldiers all flew out, slaughtering towards the foreign creatures. The Great Pin King, the Fire Crow Daoist, and the Peacock King's three divine abilities were simply too powerful. Although the foreign creature's combat strength had also increased greatly, it was still inferior to the attacks of the Great Pin King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist. Bang, the attacks of both sides fiercely collided, and the surrounding void began to shatter and collapse. The battle between both sides became more and more intense. However, neither side could do anything to the other. Both sides entered a temporary stalemate. Pooh. However, just as the stalemate was formed, the foreign creature suffered another calamity, a bloody hole appearing in its chest. The Curse Doll's great curse technique had a miraculous effect, injuring the foreign creature once again. Rumble, at the same time. A loud noise shook the heavens. The Demon Emperor's small world once again smashed towards the foreign creature. Bang. The Demon Emperor's small world was like an ancient immortal mountain floating in midair, fiercely smashing into the foreign creature's body, producing a deafening collision sound. The foreign creature suffered this terrifying blow and was directly sent flying. Kacha-kacha sounds rang out, and it was unknown how many bones in its body were broken. This lord will definitely kill the two of you. The foreign creature glared fiercely at Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll. In this life and death battle, it was Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll that were constantly inflicting damage on him, making the foreign creature go mad with hatred. The foreign creature no longer continued to fight. It turned around and rushed into the distance, wanting to quickly escape from this place. However, at this time, the formation patterns in the void interweaved, and the densely packed formation patterns sealed the heaven and earth, completely sealing off the foreign creature's escape route. You can't escape. This will be your burial ground. Lin Feng looked at the foreign creature indifferently, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. Kill. The Great Pin King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist attacked with all their strength. Under the joint attack of the three great experts, the foreign creature finally couldn't hold on any longer, and its body directly exploded. This lord is unwilling to accept this. Back then, this lord slaughtered immortals like slaughtering dogs, but now, I am going to fall in the hands of a group of ants. This is truly an eternal hatred. The foreign creature couldn't help but roar in anger, his eyes turning blood red. He was extremely unwilling to die here like this. However, now, there was no way to reverse the situation. Phew, the only thing left of the foreign creature was its source energy floating in the air. Seeing that the foreign creature had fallen, everyone could finally heave a sigh of relief. The threat of the foreign creature was too great. Now that the foreign creature had fallen, it was also a joyous matter for the 9 provinces. They had finally gotten rid of a huge threat. Let's go. We can't stay here for long. The Great Pin King said. After Lin Feng collected the foreign creature's source energy, he left with the Great Pin King and the others. After they left, more and more people came to this place. Soon, however, those cultivators left. That was until a cultivator wearing a black robe arrived. No one knew who he was. The robe covered his face, so no one could see what he looked like. It wasn't easy for him to come into being, but he ended up with his soul scattered. How lamentable. The existence muttered. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. He found some bloodstains that belonged to the foreign creature on the ground and collected them into a small porcelain bottle. The 5 signs of celestial decay have appeared, and monsters and demons have appeared. This world is getting more and more interesting. The black-robed cultivator played with the porcelain bottle in his hand. Only a pair of cold and terrifying eyes could be seen from the black robe. Now, those eyes were flickering with a cold light. The great show of the destruction of the era has just begun. The madness before the destruction is the most exciting part. The black-robed cultivator smiled and gently pointed at the porcelain bottle. Roar. 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 A roar came from the porcelain bottle, and a blood-colored head condensed. That blood-colored head was shockingly the appearance of a foreign creature. Stop shouting. You're very noisy. Do you know that? The black-robed cultivator looked at the foreign creature in the porcelain bottle in annoyance. Didn't I die? My soul was scattered. Why did I come back to life? The foreign creature asked in disbelief. Do you know the soul reconstruction technique? I extracted part of your memories from your blood and created a new soul. The current you, strictly speaking, is no longer the previous you. Of course, from another perspective, the current you is still the previous you. It's just that you've forgotten many of your memories. Speaking of which, have you forgotten the hatred in your heart? The black-robed cultivator asked. How could I forget? How could he forget? The hatred in my heart can't be washed away even if all the water in the 4 seas is washed away. There is only killing intent in my heart. Kill, 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 kill. I want to kill all those people who destroyed my soul. I want to tear them into pieces. The foreign creatures roared out. No, 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 there's one person you can't kill. That person called Lin Feng, you can't kill him. If you kill him, it won't be fun anymore. I'll play with him properly. The black-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly. Who are you? With your ability, wouldn't it be easy for you to deal with that Lin Feng? Yet you didn't kill him. What exactly is your goal? The foreign creature noticed that something wasn't quite right, and then asked. The black-robed cultivator in front of them was really too mysterious. Moreover, the foreign creatures felt that this person was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Even at his peak, he might not be a match for this person. This feeling was very strong, and the foreign creature didn't know why he had such a feeling. However, the foreign creature had always been very confident in his intuition. Logically speaking, such an existence shouldn't have crossed paths with human ants. Don't ask things you shouldn't ask. The black-robed cultivator laughed sinisterly. The black-robed cultivator who suddenly appeared had a mysterious origin. He seemed to be plotting something. However, Lin Feng didn't know much about this person. He didn't even know that such a person existed. Lin Feng and the others found a place to rest. The Grey Ping King, Peacock King, and Fire Crow Daoist didn't need these essences, but Lin Feng and the Cursed Doll needed them to raise their cultivation. Lin Feng's cultivation was currently at the 8th layer of the Giant God realm. If he refined these essences, he might be able to raise his cultivation again. After all, these were the foreign creatures' essences. Although the cultivation of the foreign creatures was no longer the same as before, their essences were still very powerful. Lin Feng split the essences into two. He and the Cursed Doll each had one. Then, the two of them began to refine the foreign creatures' essences. The archaic dragonesque elephant art began to circulate. As the archaic dragonesque elephant art circulated, the foreign creatures' essences were gradually refined by Lin Feng. These powerful essences were all absorbed by Lin Feng's body. As his cultivation continued to increase, Lin Feng's breakthrough became more and more difficult. After all, Lin Feng's accumulation was too huge. A large amount of essences turned into pure energy. These energies were like a torrential river, surging endlessly in his body. When all the energy was absorbed by his body, Lin Feng's realm finally broke through from the 8th layer of the Giant God realm to the 9th layer of the Giant God realm. This made Lin Feng extremely happy. Looks like the harvest is not bad. Seeing that Lin Feng had woken up from his cultivation, the Great Ping King said with a smile. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded and said, "My cultivation has broken through to the 9th layer of the Giant God realm. I'm one step closer to the Great Emperor realm. The effects of the foreign creature's essences are not bad." Peacock King said with a smile. This child is already so powerful with just this little bit of cultivation. When he breaks through to the Great Emperor realm in the future, how powerful will he be? Fire Crow Daoist said. "I don't dare. Senior, please don't praise me. This junior will become arrogant," Lin Feng said. Fire Crow Daoist curled his lips and said, "If you become arrogant just because of a few words of praise, you wouldn't have achieved what you have now." In the dead of night, Lin Feng took out Duge Ditian's storage ring. Duge Ditian had a monstrous amount of luck. He wondered what treasures he had in his storage ring. Lin Feng's divine sense entered Duge Ditian's storage ring. "Lin Feng, you little bastard. I'm going to kill you." An ear-piercing shriek rang out. The divine sense that Duge Ditian had left in the storage ring had yet to completely dissipate. At this moment, it charged towards Lin Feng's soul. "Duge Ditian, you're already dead. Don't tell me you still want to stir up trouble?" However, the current you doesn't seem to have the ability to do so anymore. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh coldly. His powerful divine sense surged out and destroyed the divine sense that Duge Ditian had left in the storage ring. Lin Feng's divine sense then entered the storage ring. Although the storage ring couldn't compare to his mountain river ring, the interior of the ring had formed a mountain river. The first thing that entered Lin Feng's eyes was the 9 mountain ranges surrounded by divine qi. End of chapter 2864. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.